Chapter 1. The Shen family. Indeed, it seems futile. What could possibly be the issue? A young man sat cross-legged, his brow slightly furrowed, as if troubled by some concern. This young man is named Shen, adorned in a light blue long robe, his fair complexion and delicate features exuding an air of scholarly charm, captivating the hearts of those who beheld him. Shen was originally a journalist from the 21st century who, during a late-night assignment, inadvertently succumbed to slumber. When he awoke once more, he found himself in this world, having transformed into a newly born infant. This realm is one where the civilization of cultivation flourishes to an extraordinary degree. Those with profound cultivation can move mountains and fill seas, traversing vast distances in an instant. In this world, where all extraordinary power is attributed to oneself, individuals tirelessly strive for continuous cultivation, yearning for the day they may achieve immortality. Shen's parents are typical spirit planters along the path of cultivation. Spirit planters are individuals who cultivate spiritual fields, nurturing spiritual rice or herbs to obtain resources for cultivation. Shen's father, Shen, was once an unsuccessful scholar. Having failed repeatedly, he encountered the remains of a cultivator on his way home after yet another failed examination. It appeared that the cultivator had been perusing cultivation techniques, for hidden within the remains was a method of cultivation. The path to immortality is vast, promising eternal life. Who could resist such temptation? Shen delved into the technique and astonishingly found success. After achieving a level of cultivation, he heard tales of a celestial being soaring through the skies in the Qingshan mountain range. In pursuit of immortality, Shen ventured alone to the Qingshan mountains. Rumors spoke of countless beasts lurking within, and perhaps even a great demon dwelling in the depths. Truth or myth, who could say? Heaven rewards the diligent. Within the Qingshan mountains, Shen discovered a city where cultivators congregated. Nestled at the outskirts of the mountains, it was named Qingshan City, built upon a hidden spiritual vein. This spiritual vein daily emanated the essence of heaven and earth, attracting numerous cultivators eager to absorb the spiritual energy. Over time, as more and more individuals gathered, Qingshan City gradually took shape. Upon arriving in Qingshan City, Shen initially believed he had reached a paradise for cultivation, only to realize that cultivating also depended on resources, companionship, techniques, and location. As a newcomer without any particular skills, Shen was at a loss for how to acquire resources for cultivation. After receiving kind recommendations, he learned that newcomers in Qingshan City without means could apply to become spirit planters, assisting the three major families in managing spiritual fields and tending to the spiritual rice. Although this meant a slight reduction in spiritual stones, it allowed him to establish roots in Qingshan City. Shen relied on managing spiritual fields to procure resources for his own cultivation. However, after 20 years, Shen, now 53, remained at the third level of Qi refinement. Qi refinement is the first realm for cultivators, divided into 9 levels, with the first 3 referred to as the early stage, the middle 3 as the mid-stage, and the final 3 as the late stage. Only those who reach the 9th level of Qi refinement stand a chance to break through the bottleneck and enter the second realm, the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, if a cultivator has not progressed to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 50, their vitality begins to wane, making further advancement nearly impossible. Thus, Shen abandoned the path of immortality, choosing instead to settle and flourish in Qingshan City. Shen's mother, Lin Shuier, was also a spirit planter. Through the matchmaking efforts of a mediator, the two were wed, and the following year, Shen was born. Shen had long since relinquished any hope for his own path to immortality, recognizing that he had lost the opportunity for foundation establishment. Yet, he held hope for his child, believing that he could nurture Shen from an early age. He placed all his aspirations upon his son. In this world, not everyone is destined for cultivation. Only those with spiritual roots can tread the path. Moreover, spiritual roots vary in quality. Possessing all 5 elements constitutes a 5-spirit root. Losing 1 element results in a 4-spirit root. 2 elements yield a 3-spirit root, and so forth. There are also mutated roots such as wind, thunder, and ice. The fewer the roots, the faster the cultivation speed, and the better the aptitude. However, the roots of a newly born child have yet to fully form. It is only upon reaching the age of 5 that they become solidified. Qingshan City possesses a dedicated testing platform for assessing spiritual roots. When Shen turned 5, his roots were tested, revealing that he had a 5-spirit root, though his aptitude was deemed unsatisfactory. Shen Yu had never anticipated that Shen would possess exceptional qualities. He was simply content that his son could embark on the path of cultivation. At the very least, Shen was younger than Shen Yu and had the potential to cultivate to greater heights. Over generations, it was possible that one day, a foundation establishment master could emerge from their lineage. However, fate played a cruel trick on Shen Yu and his son. Despite being tested as having spiritual roots, Shen was unable to cultivate spiritual energy. While each individual's circumstances differ, even among those with 5 spirit roots, variations in cultivation speed occur. Yet it was unprecedented for someone to be unable to generate spiritual energy after an entire year. Shen Yu sought the counsel of the most renowned alchemists in Qingshan City to ascertain the cause, but none could discern the reason. Shen Yu had exhausted all avenues of inquiry, yet no solution materialized. He contemplated that perhaps a foundation establishment cultivator might provide insight, but such individuals were beyond his reach. Though Shen had been unable to cultivate successfully, he remained resolute, diligently practicing the techniques daily, leading to the opening scene. Yet, after 15 years, he remained empty-handed. Initially believing himself to be a transmigrator endowed with 5 spirit roots, one would assume he was destined for greatness. Now, however, he appeared as a waste incapable of even entering the realm of cultivation, let alone contend with the heavens for immortality. While others fell from grace as prodigies, he was a waste barred from even commencing his journey. Seeing their son's persistent inability to cultivate, Shen Yu and his wife no longer held any expectations for Shen, merely wishing for another child. Perhaps due to Shen Yu's age, the couple did not conceive again thereafter. As time passed, they gradually relinquished hope. As Shen grew, Shen Yu began to turn his thoughts towards his son. If he could not have more children, why not a grandchild with spiritual roots? Shen Yu harbored a deep-seated desire that the legacy he could not fulfill might be passed on through his descendants. With this thought in mind, Shen Yu began to contact matchmakers, hoping to find a suitable girl for his son. He had no particular demands, save for the necessity of possessing spiritual roots. The probability of 2 ordinary people giving birth to a child with spiritual roots was exceedingly low, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Conversely, 2 individuals with spiritual roots were highly likely to produce a child with spiritual roots. Shen himself possessed spiritual roots he simply could not cultivate for reasons unknown. As long as he found a woman with spiritual roots, it was highly probable they would bear a child with such roots. From the age of 16, Shen Yu began to seek suitable partners for his son. Yet, many young women were reluctant to consider Shen, for most in the vicinity were aware of his inability to cultivate. To be unable to cultivate was to be deemed mundane. Even those with inferior spiritual roots among cultivators often held a sense of superiority, looking down upon Shen. Occasionally, some women showed a willingness to engage with Shen, but upon closer contact, he sensed that their interests seemed driven by their family's wealth. It sounded absurd, yet such situations were indeed not uncommon. After establishing his family, Shen Yu ceased to invest resources in himself, instead saving everything for Shen, hoping to leave it for his grandson. If a cultivator's daughter were to marry Shen with ill intentions, how could he contend with cultivators after Shen Yu and his wife had passed? There were indeed many who would sacrifice their lives for a few spiritual stones, such as the plight of lower-tier cultivators. Chapter 2. Marriage. One day, Shen Yu was in his chamber teaching Shen to read and write. This was a form of dual preparation if all else failed. At least he could pass on knowledge and culture to his family. Upon arriving in this new world, Shen had been somewhat oblivious, yet he developed a fondness for reading various texts from an early age, seeking to gain a general understanding of his surroundings. Gradually, he cultivated the habit of perusing diverse literature. In the main hall, a woman who appeared to be in her 30s sipped tea and smiled upon seeing Shen Yu enter. "Shen Daoyu, the matter you entrusted to me has borne fruit." Shen Yu eagerly inquired, "Lu Daoyu, may I ask which family's daughter this concerns?" The woman was named Lu Yun, a matchmaker specializing in arranging marriages and earning spiritual stones through her endeavors. To speak plainly, you should be familiar with her. She is the daughter of Wang Jian, Wang Daoyu. Lu Yun revealed without hesitation. Indeed, Shen Yu recognized Wang Jian, as both were spirit planters, and their paths crossed frequently. Wang Jian was significantly older than Shen Yu, who had only one child, but Wang Jian had multiple partners, including several mortal concubines. With a brood of over 10 children, Some without spiritual roots had been sent to the mundane world. Currently, he had 3 sons and 1 daughter remaining. Both sons possessed 5 spirit roots, while the daughter, ranked 3rd among the siblings, was the most gifted with 4 spirit roots. However, 4 spirit roots were merely marginally superior to 5 spirit roots. Due to Wang Jian's slight preference for sons over daughters, he had not progressed far in cultivation, barely reaching the 2nd level of qi refinement. He also had a younger son who had yet to reach the age for testing his spiritual roots, thus remaining with him for the time being. Many were aware that Shen Yu and his wife were seeking a spouse for their son, including Wang Jian. Initially, Wang Jian had no intention of marrying his daughter to Shen Imo. After all, his daughter was a cultivator. How could a mundane person like Shen Imo be worthy of her? However, in recent days, his youngest son had undergone a test for his spiritual roots. It was revealed that he possessed 3 spiritual roots, a rarity throughout the entirety of Qinglin City. Upon receiving the results of his son's spiritual roots, Wang Jian found himself kneeling before the ancestral tablets of his family, fervently invoking the blessings of his forebears. If his youngest son could successfully establish a foundation, it might propel their family to unprecedented heights. It is worth noting that there were only 3 foundation-establishing families in Qinglin Fengshi. Yet, for a loose cultivator to establish a foundation, relying solely on the qualification of 3 spiritual roots remains fraught with peril. Given his income as a spirit planter, it was utterly impossible to raise his child to the foundation stage. Nonetheless, every 5 years, a major sect would come to Qinglin City to recruit disciples, allowing those under 15 with 3 spiritual roots to directly enter the sect. However, even outer disciples of the sect could not guarantee success in foundation establishment. In a bid to secure the best prospects for his son, he turned his attention to his own daughter. If his daughter were to marry, the bride price could provide a substantial resource. Upon hearing of Wang Jian's intentions to marry off his daughter, Lu Yun, a professional matchmaker, proactively visited him, meticulously analyzing the conditions and advantages of the Shen family for Wang Jian. Shen Imo was merely immortal, and many female cultivators looked down upon him. Consequently, the bride price offered by Shen Yu was significantly higher than that of an average family. Moreover, as Shen Imo was unable to cultivate, after Shen Yu's passing in 100 years, it was unlikely that Shen Imo, a mere mortal, would pose any threat to their daughter, who would undoubtedly be a cultivator. If the children born to Shen Yu did not possess any cultivation potential, it was conceivable that the future of the Shen family could very well belong to the Wang family. Wang Jian accepted Lu Yun's suggestion and decided to arrange a meeting between the 2 children. If they found each other agreeable, they could further discuss other details. The meeting was scheduled for the following afternoon at a private room in the Zhuexianglu of Qinglin City. Qinglin City is divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city houses a mix of loose cultivators and mortals, while entry to the inner city is strictly forbidden for mortals. Even the mortals of the 3 foundation families are only permitted to reside in the outer city. Both the inner and outer cities maintain law enforcement teams to uphold order. The spiritual fields are located on the outskirts of Qinglin City, but to protect them from intrusion, the 3 major families have established protective arrays around all spiritual fields. Spirit planters reside adjacent to these fields. Zhuexianglu is a tavern situated in the outer city, a popular venue for many matchmaking encounters. Shen Imo had also frequented it a few times for similar purposes over the years. Shen Imo arrived first at Zhuexianglu, awaiting the arrival of the Wang family's daughter, who did not keep him waiting long. The daughter of the Wang family was named Yu Xian, possessing a delicate beauty. While she lacked the extraordinary allure of a stunning beauty, she exuded a charming and refined demeanor. Upon entering, she appeared nervous and somewhat reserved. The 2 sat in silence for nearly 3 minutes before Shen Imo broke the ice. "I haven't ordered yet. Please take a look and choose what you like." No, you can order. "I'm fine with anything." Wang Yu Xian hastily waved her hands, taken aback by Shen Imo's sudden invitation. Yet Shen Imo persisted, presenting the menu. "Please order a few dishes that you enjoy. Otherwise, if I order something you don't like, it would be a waste." With Shen Imo having already extended the menu, Wang Yu Xian felt it impolite to refuse and selected a few dishes. Her choices significantly boosted Shen Imo's impression of her. None of the dishes she ordered were spiritual foods. They were all ordinary fare. It is customary for the male to foot the bill, and Shen Imo had encountered some outrageous experiences during previous matchmaking events. one of which involved a table laden with spiritual foods that could not be finished and were taken home in doggy bags. It was as if they viewed him as an easy target to exploit. It is well known that food rich in spiritual energy can enhance one's cultivation, and as a spirit planter, Shen could only afford to consume ordinary food, indulging in spiritual rice and beast meat only during festive occasions due to their exorbitant prices. Dining at Zue Xianglu could easily cost a fortune, enough to deplete a year's savings of spirit stones, and some women would opportunistically exploit these matchmaking situations. Wang Yuzin's demeanor clearly indicated her reluctance to impose financial burdens on Shen, revealing her character as a genuinely good girl with a pleasing appearance, leaving Shen with a favorable impression. Thus, he ordered 2 dishes of spiritual food since they were out together. Despite his family's modest means, he felt it acceptable to indulge a bit. The afternoon was spent in a delightful blend of eating and conversing, with Shen largely entertaining Wang Yuxian, who was quite shy and contributed only intermittently to the conversation. Through their exchanges, Shen gained an initial understanding of Wang Yuxian. This girl displayed a commendable kindness, a quality that is increasingly rare both in the realm of cultivation and in the mundane world. During their playful banter, Shen inquired jokingly why she hadn't ordered any spiritual food, noting that most other girls typically did. Wang Yuxian, blushing, explained that her family was also comprised of spirit planters and did not have a particularly affluent background. Consequently, they seldom indulged in spiritual food. Shen, being a spirit planter as well, likely shared a similar family situation. Thus he refrained from allowing her to incur unnecessary expenses, especially given that their relationship was still in its nascent stages. Upon returning home, Wang Jian eagerly inquired about her impressions of Shen. With a rosy blush, Wang Yuxian nodded affirmatively. Shen evoked a unique feeling in her, one that was both comfortable and endearing. At 16, Wang Yuxian was unaware that this captivating sensation stemmed from his innate charisma. Cultivators, compared to their mundane counterparts, often possess more pragmatic and utilitarian motives. Although cultivators from lower echelons are generally literate, they primarily view their literacy as a means to comprehend cultivation techniques. Compared to scholars, they lack the literary refinement, resembling a group of literate yet uneducated individuals. Shenmo's father was a scholar, not particularly outstanding, but at least he possessed a fundamental understanding of the principles of sagehood. For over a decade, he had nurtured Shenmo's education, imparting a degree of literary grace. Moreover, having emerged from an era marked by an explosion of information, Shenmo's thoughts and ideals were uniquely shaped, contributing to his exceptionally pleasant demeanor. Chapter 3. Establishing a family. Both parties held a favorable impression of each other, and their parents also regarded the match positively. The next step was to negotiate the betrothal gifts. After extensive discussions, it was ultimately agreed upon that the betrothal gift would consist of 50 spirit stones, specifically referring to 50 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are categorized into 4 grades: top grade, high grade, mid grade, and low grade. The exchange rate for spirit stones is approximately 100. In recent years, the cultivation world has enjoyed a period of relative peace, resulting in a stable exchange rate. However, significant wars or disasters could cause fluctuations in this rate. At first glance, 50 low-grade spirit stones may seem scant. Considering it is the lowest tier of spirit stone, it is worth noting that the disparity between individuals can be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. For some, 50 low-grade spirit stones might merely suffice for a meal. Yet for a spirit planter, it represents a substantial sum. In Qinglin City, a spirit planter's annual yield from managing their spirit fields is largely appropriated, leaving a variable remainder that typically amounts to around 5 low-grade spirit stones per acre. While the harvest from spirit fields is indeed more than that, the compensation for spirit planters is limited to this amount. Shen Yu and his spouse have only rented 5 acres of land, yielding between 25 to 30 low-grade spirit stones annually. They often incur expenses and need to purchase spirit rice, resulting in a net remaining amount of fewer than 20 low-grade spirit stones by year's end. Some may wonder why they do not pursue other ventures, given the exploitation faced by spirit planters. Shen Yu had once attempted to forage for spirit herbs, but was left terrified by the experience. During the second year of his entry into the Immortal path, he could no longer endure the meager cultivation resources. At that time, he had just reached the first level of qi refinement, but was already contemplating the idea of harvesting and selling spirit herbs. Disregarding the spirit fields, he initially intended to find companions to venture into the mountains. However, no one would take a first-level chi refinement novice seriously, and he faced ridicule. Having once been a scholar, he had expected at least some respect, but the mockery he faced was disheartening. In a fit of anger, he decided against seeking allies and ventured into the mountains alone. Once inside, he heard a commotion from a distance and cautiously approached. Concealing himself among the low bushes there, he witnessed a 5-level chi refinement cultivator being viciously mauled by a beast resembling a wolf, its claws tearing through the cultivator's abdomen, with entrails and blood spilling forth. Shen Yu, horrified by the sight, clamped his mouth shut, terrified of making a sound that might draw the beast's attention. The beast, rather than dragging the cultivator away, feasted upon him right there, its bloodied maw enhancing its ferocity. The cultivator's body was mangled, with flesh missing and bones exposed. After an indeterminate time, the beast finally departed, allowing Shen Yu to escape the mountains. Whether it was luck or misfortune, he had returned unscathed, albeit without having gathered any spirit herbs. From that day forth, no matter how little he earned, Shen Yu never mentioned his ill-fated foray into the mountains again. Subsequently, Shen Yu turned his attention to the 4 essential arts of cultivation: alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formation arrays. These 4 arts are the most fundamental and frequently encountered skills in the cultivation world. However, mastering these arts is no easy feat. At that time, Shen Yu's annual earnings barely exceeded 10 low-grade spirit stones, and he spent 10 stones to purchase a basic compendium on alchemy, which contained only the formula for a single type of pill, the body-nourishing pill. After investing an additional 2 to 3 years with little to show for it, he found himself at a loss, having squandered 3 to 4 years' worth of spirit stone savings. After 2 decades of stagnation, he could barely reach the 3rd level of chi refinement, leading him to believe that his aspirations of cultivation were futile, ultimately resulting in his resignation. Lacking the courage and determination to strive for his life, and with no particular skill to speak of, Shen Yu resigned himself to the life of a spirit planter. It was only after the birth of Shen that he fully resolved to abandon the immortal path, choosing instead to provide his child with greater resources. From that point onward, he never spent spirit stones on himself. When Shen turned 5, Shen Yu experienced a period of despair due to his child's inability to cultivate. He even spent a considerable sum attempting to address Shen Mo's physical issues. Though ultimately, it proved futile. Presently, he had managed to accumulate nearly 200 spirit stones, yet a quarter of his fortune was expended on marrying a wife. The marriage date was set for the 1st day of next month. Before tying the knot, Shen frequently met with Wang Yuexin for leisurely strolls, perhaps to compensate for the regrets of his previous life as a solitary individual, or perhaps to alleviate any awkwardness on their wedding night. He struggled to comprehend the sentiments surrounding one-night stands or the openness that could arise between individuals who had barely met. Thus, he hoped to become as familiar as possible with Wang Yuexin before their union. In the brief span of these several days, Shen Mo's impression of Wang Yuexin grew increasingly favorable. The demands of cultivation and the upkeep of spirit fields meant that their wedding would merely involve a simple meal shared among the 2 families and a handful of neighbors. Given the low income of spirit planters, even their meals were of mundane fare. Upon entering the room and witnessing Wang Yuexin seated by the bed, awaiting Shen to unveil her veil, he couldn't help but reflect. In both this life and the last, having lived honestly for over 40 years, this was his first foray into family life. With the immortal path appearing hopeless, perhaps establishing a family was indeed a commendable alternative. If their children were unable to cultivate, living a simple life together in the mortal realm could also be fulfilling, serving as a compensation for the experiences he had missed in his previous life. With this thought, Shen slowly approached Wang Yuexin, lifting the veil to behold her beauty, which had been further accentuated by her makeup. "You look breathtaking," he said, enveloping Wang Yuexin in his embrace that night. The natural intimacy between husband and wife required no further words. After 2 months of relentless effort, Wang Yuexin gave birth to their first child. Watching his wife's belly grow, Shen experienced the extraordinary feelings of becoming a father, often placing his ear against her abdomen to feel the baby's heartbeat. Though inaudible, he attempted to connect with his child in this way. Their firstborn, carrying the hopes of both Shen Yu and Shen symbolized the aspirations that the father-son duo could not achieve themselves. Together, they named the child Shen Wanxian, embodying the hope that he would embark on the immortal path and perhaps even achieve the impossible dream of transcending into the realm of immortality. After all, is not life but a pursuit of such aspirations? After Shen Wanxian's birth, Shen Thimo cradled his child daily, marveling at this tiny being connected by blood. Wanxian, grow up quickly. You must become a formidable immortal and bring your father back from the river of time, allowing me to attain eternal life. Shinimo playfully teased the one-year-old Shen Wanxian. Hearing her husband's musings, Wang Yuexin, with her burgeoning belly, chuckled, "Husband, you speak nonsense. How much ability and how high a realm would one need to accomplish what you're suggesting? Why are you out and about? You're still expecting, return and rest." Shinimo felt a twinge of anxiety. Indeed, Wang Yuexin was pregnant again, having conceived when Shen Wanxian was 6 months old. Shinimo did not wish for this, but he could only blame the world for denying him the path of cultivation and for the absence of modern conveniences that left him with too much idle time. As the days passed, Shen Wanxian turned 5 years old. That year, Shinimo was 26, and Wang Yuexin was 22. They had been married for 6 years, during which time they welcomed 3 children. Their second child, Shen Lingyu, was not yet 4, while their third, Shen Yunmiao, had just celebrated his first birthday. All 3 children were boys, which left Shinimo a bit disappointed, as he had hoped for a mix of sons and daughters. However, he mused, there would still be opportunities ahead. Watching his 2 lively children play before him, with his wife cradling the youngest, Shen Imo found contentment in their life together. The obsession with cultivation slowly faded from his mind. Chapter 4, System Online. In front of the spirit root testing platform, a couple brought their 5-year-old child to test his spirit roots. The young boy placed his hand upon the testing stone, which illuminated with 5 colors, indicating the presence of 5 spirit roots. Despite the apparent disadvantages of having 5 spirit roots, the couple displayed no dissatisfaction, instead wearing broad smiles. He has spirit roots. How wonderful. Let us hurry home and share this good news with father. He will be overjoyed, the man exclaimed as he led his wife and child away, brimming with excitement. Observing their enthusiasm, the attendant at the testing platform couldn't help but chuckle to himself. What a bunch of simpletons. 5 spirit roots and they're celebrating. With such qualifications, they'll likely never establish a foundation. Perhaps the attendant himself possessed decent qualifications, making it difficult for him to comprehend that for some, even a slightly inferior qualification was worthy of celebration, as merely having the opportunity to tread the immortal path was cause for joy. Many others were not even afforded that privilege. This family was none other than Shenimo, his wife, and their child, Shen Wanxian. Having just turned 5 years old, the Shen family could hardly contain their eagerness to bring him to the testing platform. Shenyu and Shenimo's generation had little hope for themselves. Hence, all the weight of expectation rested upon Shen Wanxian. When news of his spirit roots reached home, the couple was visibly elated. Lin Shuier was eager to step out to purchase some beast meat and prepare spirit rice for a celebratory feast. However, before she could leave, Shenyu interjected, voicing his concerns. What if Shenmo's constitution is passed on to the child? If that were to happen, what should we do? Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until Shen Wanxian cultivates some spiritual energy before making any purchases. Beyond this worry, Shenyu harbored another thought. Both he and his wife were no longer young. When he married Lin Shuier, she was already 34, while he was 53. Now that I have reached the venerable age of 80, Lin Shuier has also turned 61. Even with the consumption of these spiritual delicacies, their efficacy appears rather limited. My son is unable to cultivate, and my grandchildren have yet to embark on their own journeys of cultivation. My daughter-in-law remains an outsider, so it would be more prudent to await the moment when my grandson steps onto the path of immortality to celebrate. This would not only bring joy, but also allow the full effects of the delicacies to manifest. After all, without initiating their cultivation, they cannot refine the spiritual energy contained within these delicacies. For mere mortals, consuming low-tier spiritual food may only lead to slight improvements in health, lacking any significant impact. Upon confirming that Shen Wanxian possesses spiritual roots, the following day, Shenyu began to instruct him in the Qingmuju, elucidating the methods of cultivation. The Shen family actually possesses 2 sets of techniques, one being Shen Yu's Qingmuju, and the other, the Shen Shuiju, practiced by Wang Yuexin and Lin Shuier. Most spiritual farmers in Qinglin City engage in the Shen Shuiju, as the majority of them are individuals from the 3 prominent families who have been sourced from the mundane world for their spiritual roots. Those who are brought to Qinglin City are typically provided with the first 3 tiers of the Xianshui, but in return, they must commit to managing the spiritual fields for at least 5 years. After 5 years, should they choose to remain, they are granted access to the first 6 tiers of the technique. Only after a decade of service as a spiritual farmer will they receive the entirety of the Qi cultivation chapter. Moreover, the techniques can be passed down to one's descendants. Both Wang Yuexin and Lin Chuer's ancestors were introduced to Qinglin City. In contrast, Shen Yu stumbled onto the path of immortality by chance. Thus his cultivation methods differ from those of other spiritual farmers. However, the Xianshui Ju and Qingmu Ju, one embodying the water attribute and the other the wood attribute, both yield commendable results in managing spiritual fields. The Qingmu Ju is accompanied by 3 techniques: the binding technique, the wood shield technique, and the wood spike technique. In contrast, the techniques disseminated by the 3 prominent families lack any offensive spells, save for a cloud and rain technique, as they hope their farmers will toil in the fields for life. Should they seek other spells, they must purchase them using spiritual stones. Wang Yuexin did not acquire any spells from the Wang family, as Wang Jian was reluctant to bestow too much upon his daughter. Lin Chuer's father, however, left behind a water prison technique. But little else is not that one cannot utilize spells of other attributes while cultivating the wood attribute technique. Rather, doing so may require a greater expenditure of spiritual energy. Shen Wenqian's study of the Qingmu Ju was determined by Shen Imo, as he already had a preliminary vision for Shen Wenqian's future within these 5 years. This vision extends even to his younger siblings. If all goes smoothly, their family could leverage this for primitive accumulation, assuming the plan remains viable. Over a month has elapsed since Shen Wenqian's spiritual roots were assessed, yet he has still not managed to cultivate any magical power. However, given Shen Wenqian's unremarkable aptitude, it is quite normal for it to take no more than 6 months. It is unheard of for someone like Shen Imo to take 15 years without success. During this past month, Shen Wenqian has not only practiced his techniques but has also been taught by Shen Imo to read and write, delving into the classics, historical texts, the I Ching, the Tao Te Ching, and more. Beginning from a young age, he will possess a more profound cultural foundation than others as he matures. Some may question the utility of learning while cultivating. Yet, in Shen Mo's eyes, such knowledge may yield latent benefits. Those who are overly utilitarian may become fixated, ultimately succumbing to madness. Individuals who pursue self-interest to the exclusion of others will inevitably lose the support of those around them. It has yet to be heard of any sovereign of a world who can dominate the entirety of existence. Lacking such ability necessitates the cultivation of mutual assistance, particularly among family members. Furthermore, the more one reads, the more one understands, and the deeper one's insights, which may lead to different perspectives and directions in cultivation. While it may seem of little use now, it will prove invaluable in the future. That night, as Shen Imo held Wang Yuexin in his embrace, preparing to indulge in a moment of intimacy, a sudden voice echoed in his mind, "Ding! The system has been activated." Following this, a panel materialized in his consciousness. "By the heavens!" The abrupt voice and the panel startled Shen Imo, nearly giving him a fright. Wang Yuexin looked at him, bewildered, having just lulled their 3rd child to sleep. She sensed her husband was up to something again. Yet, upon hearing him exclaim, she was left perplexed, uncertain of what had transpired. While Shen Imo remained a bit dazed, he understood all too well what the term system entailed. He calmed his wife, suppressing his excitement, and began to examine the system. Internally, Shen Imo was ecstatic, exclaiming, "I finally waited for you. Thank goodness I didn't give up." At 26 years of age, he had traversed this world for 26 years, and despair had begun to settle in. Now, the golden finger had finally appeared. Was this system akin to those he had read about in his previous life? Was it a mere proficiency system, or an intelligent system that issued tasks? What were the triggering conditions? Shen Imo was lost in thought when the system seemed to sense his musings, and a voice resonated again. This system is a family system. It does not issue or set any tasks. Its functions are as follows. 1. This system can automatically collect the information of each family member and compile it into a panel, including but not limited to cultivation level. Techniques and spells mastered. Point 2. The host's cultivation realm is bound to the highest cultivation realm among the descendants, and the host will possess half the spiritual energy of all descendants, along with all spells and techniques mastered by family members. 3. This system grants a small world, wherein various spiritual herbs may be cultivated. Any spiritual herb, as long as it has not died, can survive transplantation regardless of the environment, and spiritual beasts may be raised. The range will expand with the host's cultivation level. It is advised that the host refrain from bringing sentient beings into the small world. Should they betray the host, the existence of the small world will be exposed. And if the host is killed, the system may choose another host after the host's demise. Point forward, the host's lifespan is bound to the family. As long as there are descendants of the host in the world, the host will not perish from aging, though deaths by violence, illness, poison, and other forms of demise are not counted. Upon hearing of the small world, Shen concentrated, and he beheld what the system referred to as a small world. This small world was relatively rich in spiritual energy, yet devoid of any substance. He observed that it contained just about 1 square meter of land, capable of accommodating only a few spiritual plants. Prompting him to scoff, is this truly a small world? However, he realized that he could not physically enter this small world. He could only use his thoughts to interact with it. Whatever he wished to accomplish could be achieved with but a thought. Initially expecting a farming system, he was vexed by the realization that 1 square meter could accomplish little. He mentally lamented, but the system remained silent. It was not intelligent. Shen muttered again. Having something is better than having nothing. But after 26 years, it's rather late for activation. At that moment, the system chimed in once more. This system is a family system. The host cultivation is bound to that of the descendants. If the descendants lack cultivation, what is there to activate? By the heavens. So it's intelligent after all. Other systems typically issue tasks for rewards. At the very least, there is proficiency. Yet you, with merely a panel, don't you feel ashamed? Shen found the system lacking in effectiveness, but soon recalled that its implication was that activation would occur only if the descendants were cultivators. Currently, only Shen was engaged in cultivation, meaning that for the system to activate, Shen must succeed. The system added, should the host desire, it can be unbound. Shen immediately thought, yes, having something is better than nothing. System, display Shen panel. Shen age, 5. Gender, male, father. Shen mother. Wang Yuexin, cultivation. Qi refining first layer. The family system activated due to Shen cultivation. Did this imply that parents and spouses were not included? Shen pondered the system's functions. Indeed, only descendants with a bloodline connection to the host would be recorded by the system. Those without blood relations, such as daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law, could not be included. If they lacked cultivation, they would also be excluded from the system. Does the host have any other inquiries? The system is here to assist. Thus, it seemed this system also performed paternity testing. If a descendant perished, would their cultivation be rescinded? Would their spells only retain half their potency? The system replied, if a descendant of the host dies, the host's realm will remain unchanged, yet the system will retain half the spiritual energy feedback from that descendant. The potency of spells will remain unchanged, and the host will possess all experiences and theories of their descendants' cultivation. In other words, should Shenmo's descendants die, he would retain a quarter of their spiritual energy. If they practice spells or techniques, their potency would remain identical, albeit with reduced feedback in terms of spiritual energy. Moreover, whatever skills the descendants possessed, Shen would acquire as well. Can I cultivate myself? Shen had long been troubled by his inability. The system responded, the host cannot attain cultivation through practice. Then can it be inferred that my previous life of inability to cultivate was your doing? You wouldn't have any ulterior motives? Would you? The system assured, the host need only believe. This system is purely natural and harmless. Its primary function is to bind the host's cultivation and skills with those of their descendants in a manner the host cannot comprehend. Chapter 5. Shenmo's Grand Plan System. Do you possess any other functionalities? Shen sought to confirm, as there might be aspects he had yet to consider. Missing out would be a pity. I can also keep the host company and alleviate their boredom. System's response left Shen feeling completely awkward. How embarrassing it is to act cute. After comprehending the system's functionalities, Shen quietly crawled out of bed. Beginning to explore his own spiritual energy, he sensed a minuscule trace of spiritual power within his body and commenced the operation of the Qingmu method to understand the essence of this energy. However, it wasn't long before Shen found himself unable to sustain it. His spiritual energy depleted after just a brief activation. Could this energy possibly be of subpar quality? He thought to himself that before even completing a full cycle, it vanished without a trace. Shen lamented internally, wondering how could the quantity of spiritual energy be so meager. Host, is it possible that your spiritual energy is related to your progeny, and that your offspring has only just begun to cultivate a trace of energy today? Hence, it is only reasonable that you possess but a fraction, which is quickly exhausted. The system interjected, its words surprisingly resonant. Shinemo sat up from his bed, channeling his energy to recover this minuscule reserve. Depletion of spiritual energy necessitated self-restoration. Albeit merely through the operation of cultivation techniques, this marked the first time in over 2 decades that Shinemo felt the flow of energy within his body. The following morning, as Shinemo lingered in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by urgent knocks at the door. Groggy, he rose to open it, revealing Shan Wanxian at the threshold, exclaiming with excitement, "Father, Mother, I have cultivated spiritual energy." After more than a month of diligent practice, Shen Wanxian was eager to flaunt his newfound progress to his parents, akin to a child boasting a perfect score to their guardians. However, Shinemo was already aware of Shen Wanxian's achievement from the previous night. Courtesy of the system's revelation, coupled with just awakening, his state of mind was not fully alert, leading to a subdued reaction. Noticing his father's indifference, Shen Wanxian felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, thinking his mother would surely commend him, he dashed past Shinemo and rushed to share his joy with Wang Yuexin. Embarking on the path of cultivation was indeed a cause for celebration. Wang Yuexin had taken 2 months to cultivate her own spiritual energy. And although Wanxian possessed only 5 spiritual roots, he had progressed slightly faster than she had at his age as a mother. Witnessing her child's growth brought her greater joy than her own advancements in cultivation. Though she might not ascend to greater heights in her cultivation, she firmly believed her child would journey far beyond her own capabilities. Following the discovery of his spiritual roots, Wang Yuexin had been discussing with Shinemo the necessity of acquiring more resources to support Shen Wanxian's cultivation. She envisioned managing an additional 2 acres of spiritual fields to further aid her child's development. The idea of expanding the spiritual fields had previously been considered by Shen Yu and his spouse. However, with Wang Yuexin pregnant, Shinemo, as a man, sometimes lacked the meticulousness required for proper care, necessitating Lin Shui's assistance, which stalled their plans. As Shan Wanxian animatedly shared his experiences during yesterday's practice with Wang Yuexin. Shinemo contemplated how pleased his father would be upon hearing this news. Approaching his son, he inquired, "Have you informed your grandparents yet?" "No, I haven't told them yet. They will surely be thrilled," Shen Wanxian replied, suddenly realizing and bolting out the door without a second thought. Upon hearing that their grandson had cultivated spiritual energy, Shen Yu and his wife felt even more exhilarated than Wang Yuexin. Others might not grasp the depth of their emotions. Shen Mo's past inability to cultivate had brought them immense disappointment. Now that Shen Wanxian was embarking on the path of cultivation, it seemed to alleviate the regrets born from Shenmo's earlier struggles. After taking his time to dress, Shinemo found that his mother had already left, presumably to procure some beast meat for a celebratory feast in honor of Shen Wanxian's milestone. Originally, Shinemo intended to discuss various matters with Shen Yu regarding Shen Wanxian's future on the path of cultivation. However, upon finding Shen Yu, he discovered his father was enthusiastically explaining the Qingmu method to Shen Wanxian. The deeper one comprehends a technique, the more effective their cultivation becomes. Shen Yu had practiced the Qingmu method for decades, and guiding Shen Wanxian through it would help him avoid unnecessary detours. By noon, the sight of spiritual rice and braised beast meat was tantalizing. Both the rice and the meat were imbued with spiritual energy, enhancing their flavors beyond that of ordinary fare. Just after finishing their meal, Shen Yu began instructing Shen Wanxian on how to refine this spiritual energy. After a brief session, Shinemo sensed a slight enhancement in his own cultivation. In the afternoon, Shinemo hoped to seek out Shen Yu again. But unfortunately, Shen Yu had other commitments in the morning. Both he and Lin Shui had neglected the care of the spiritual fields, and in the afternoon, they needed to uproot visible weeds and attend to the irrigation. Some of the spiritual rice that was not thriving could benefit from the nurturing energy of the Qingmu method, potentially increasing their survival rates. It was only in the evening that Shinemo found the opportunity to converse privately with Shen Yu. "Is there something you need?" Shen Yu asked, surprised by Shinmo's call for him. "Father, I might not consider having more children with Yuexin. She hopes we could acquire 2 more acres of spiritual fields, which she will help manage," Shinemo began, referring to a prior discussion he had with Wang Yuexin. Shen Yu likely would not oppose this. Although it was somewhat ambitious for Wang Yuexin, who was at the second layer of qi refinement. With the support of Shen Yu and his spouse, it was manageable. Moreover, this endeavor aimed to accumulate resources for Shan Wenqian's cultivation, and as his beloved grandchild, how could Shen Yu refuse? Shen Yu nodded. Recognizing the logic in this decision, there was no need for formality, as he felt that Shen Imo was perhaps overreacting. Father, there's more. I successfully cultivated spiritual energy today. Shen Mo's sudden breakthrough took Shen Yu by surprise. Having witnessed Shen Mo's previous struggles, he had given up hope. How did this happen? Shen Yu inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Earlier this morning, when Shen shared his good news with me, and in my excitement, I practiced the Qingmu method once more, which led to my success, Shen Imo explained, observing the complex emotions on Shen Yu's face. If only this had happened 20 years ago now. Shen Imo is already a father of 3, and even if he can cultivate now, how far can he truly go? After a prolonged silence, Shen Yu finally spoke, Imo, I am truly delighted that you can cultivate now. However, in the future, all resources at home must be directed towards Wenxian. Shen Yu's subsequent words faltered, as he feared that Shen Imo might compete with Wenxian for cultivation resources. This concern was not merely a matter of generational favoritism, but rather the realization that consolidating all resources onto a single individual might not guarantee foundational success. If spread between 2 individuals, they might struggle to even reach the 7th layer of qi refinement. Shen Yu had been slightly older than Shen Imo when he pursued cultivation, yet he too had failed to succeed. Given that Shen Imo had only advanced a few years beyond him, how could the path be any different now? As for why Shen Imo was suddenly able to cultivate, Shen Yu held no suspicions. It was already highly unusual that Shen Imo had been unable to cultivate previously, and after such a long interval, his newfound ability, while still peculiar, was evidently not something a mere 5th-layer qi refiner could resolve. Listening to his father's concerns, Shen Imo understood the misunderstanding. His progress in cultivation would inevitably come to light. Thus, he mentioned it to Shen Yu to lay the groundwork for his gradual improvement. As for the allocation of resources, he had no intention of competing. The faster his son advanced, the more his own cultivation would benefit. Why would he contest for resources? Father, you misunderstand. The household resources will undoubtedly prioritize Wenxian. I recognize that I have started late in life, and I have no intention of competing with Wenxian for cultivation resources, Shen Imo quickly reassured him. Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, Shen Yu finally sighed in relief. He had been worried about mismanaging this matter and creating a rift between father and son. However, when Shen Imo spoke again, Shen Yu felt a renewed tension. Father, I've given this some thought. Given our current situation, even if the entire family supports Wenxian, it would be difficult for him to reach the 9th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, after reaching this stage, he will need to find a way to obtain foundational elixirs. Although he was uncertain about the costs involved, it was clear that it would require a substantial amount of spiritual stones. Thus, I hope we can accumulate resources to exchange for spiritual stones before Wenxian turns 16. At that age, he should pursue the study of alchemy. Only by mastering a skill can he ensure that even if he cannot establish a foundation, he can pass on his craft. Our family must possess more profitable skills beyond merely managing spiritual fields to secure a brighter future. This was Shen Mo's vision. He wished for his family to rise beyond being mere tenants to others. Chapter 6. Shen Wenqian's daily cultivation journey, however, is learning alchemy truly so simple? In Qinglin City, there are thousands of loose cultivators, yet the number of alchemists among them barely exceeds 20. What if, after investing substantial resources, the effort proves futile? Father has attempted alchemy in the past, but it is not something just anyone can master. Shen Yu had also tried his hand at it, spending 3 to 4 years without achieving any success, leading him to worry that it would ultimately be a waste of time, energy, and finances. Father, you mentioned that you tried alchemy. Could you elaborate on that? Perhaps I can gain some insights. Shen Mo's eyes sparkled with realization. According to numerous novels from his past life, it was essential for mortals aspiring to cultivate immortality to possess alchemical skills in order to transcend their mediocre talents. Thus, Shen Imo deemed alchemy a craft that his family must endeavor to develop. Unfortunately, the minuscule world granted by the system was too limited, and the passage of time within it aligned with that of the real world. Unlike some of the golden fingers from his previous life that could rapidly produce century-old elixirs, or even millennia-old ones, the only way to learn alchemy was to invest substantial amounts of money in purchasing abundant raw materials for experimentation. Shen Yu's attempts at learning alchemy ended in utter failure. A fact he found somewhat embarrassing to share with his children. He felt a flush of embarrassment as he spoke. Upon understanding Shen Yu's process of learning alchemy, Shen Mo's expression became increasingly perplexed. Father, is this truly how you practiced alchemy? It was no wonder Shen Mo appeared troubled. Many individuals often failed dozens of times before successfully refining a single batch of elixirs, and even then, they had to gradually improve their success rates, which required a vast array of materials for trial and error. Young Shen Yu, in a year, could barely accumulate 10 or so spirit stones, even if he spent 4 years' worth of savings to acquire the foundational knowledge of alchemy. Formulas and an alchemical furnace, how much would remain? His studies in alchemy were sporadic. Each year, when the spirit fields yielded their harvest, he would purchase 20 portions of materials, only to practice for a time before halting for another year. Learning was not something one could master in a year merely by completing a single assignment. It required continuity. Father, this approach will certainly not yield success. Learning demands consistency. You, too, are a scholar by background. Before taking the imperial examinations, did you not spend several years studying, followed by concentrated preparation in the months leading up to the exams? In your earlier education, you had teachers to guide you. Yet, you are attempting to learn alchemy solely from a book, studying intermittently. How could you possibly succeed? Shen Mo's candid critique left Shen Yu feeling a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. What do you suppose we should do? Shen Yu's tone was somewhat sharp, as it was audacious for his son to speak so frankly. Children grow up. One must allow them some dignity. 10 years ago, Shen Yu would likely have sought a stick at this point. Despite his embarrassment, Shen Yu listened attentively to Shen Mo's suggestions, and after some reflection, he found merit in his son's arguments. Indeed, attempting to learn alchemy with such scant resources seemed rather ludicrous, especially considering that some individuals failed hundreds of times. Yet, he had been constrained by circumstances. Otherwise, he could have sought someone to teach him directly. Father, my thoughts are as follows. When Shen is still quite young, he can barely recognize a few characters. In this situation, pursuing alchemy is likely inappropriate. However, we can teach him to read and write while simultaneously introducing him to the fundamental principles of alchemy. We might also invite a physician from the mundane world to instruct him in pharmacology and human meridians. Among other things, after all, medicine and alchemy are intertwined. Although the properties of spirit herbs differ from mundane medicines, understanding pharmacology and the human body will enhance his ability to manipulate and combine medicinal properties during alchemical endeavors. When Shen turns 15, we shall hire an alchemist to teach him. We will offer generous compensation to ensure he receives regular instruction. The most crucial element is spirit stones. We must begin accumulating them now and subsequently invest them entirely in purchasing raw materials. Mastery comes with practice. Once Shen learns alchemy, we will eventually recoup our investments. Thus, we must save all our spirit stones specifically for his alchemical education. Shen Mo contemplated gathering all their savings over the next 11 years to ensure that Shen could study alchemy at 16. When his capacity for learning would peak, if he masters alchemy, they would gradually earn back their expenditures. If he fails, they would find themselves in a precarious situation, akin to another Shen Yu, with no resources and insufficient cultivation. After hearing Shen Mo's ambitious plan, Shen Yu gazed intently at his son's face, deep in thought. He had never anticipated such boldness from his child. Yet there was a certain practicality to the proposal. Shen Yu grappled with indecision. He was reluctant to take a gamble, yet he felt a flicker of hope. Father, if Shen cannot master alchemy, given our family's resources, will he even have the potential to establish a foundation? If he cannot achieve that, what difference exists between the 5th and 9th levels of qi refining? Would the next generation not simply start anew? Yet, if Shen does succeed in learning alchemy, even if he still cannot establish a foundation, he would still possess a valuable skill to pass on to the next generation. Taking a step back, if Shen fails, we would merely begin again. Would we not? Shen Mo understood that being a spirit herb farmer offered little chance for advancement, while adventurers relied heavily on luck, which could be perilous. How could a parent possibly allow their child to choose such a treacherous path? Thus, acquiring a skill seemed the wisest course of action. However, with Shen Yu being the most capable in the family and holding the financial reins, if he opposed this path, it would be rendered impossible. Shen Yu sat in contemplation for an extended period, his expression shifting repeatedly, until finally, he resolved with determination, clenching his teeth, "Very well, I will heed your advice." Shen Mo was correct. if they truly learned alchemy. Then Shen Wenxian would have the potential to go far. If they failed, they could always start over. The following day, Shinemo took Shen Wenxian aside. Sensing his father's unusual gaze, the 5-year-old felt an inexplicable apprehension. "Father, what is it?" "Well, your father and grandfather wish for you to become a remarkable individual, so we have devised a cultivation plan for you. Do you desire to become a great person?" Shinemo spoke as if he were a schemer trying to deceive a child with words. "Of course, I do. What is the plan, father?" Shen Wenxian, still young, grasped only that his father and grandfather spoke of becoming formidable, and no child would shy away from the notion of strength. "However, it may be somewhat arduous." "That's all right. I am not afraid of hardship." Shen Wenxian continued to dream of becoming a powerful figure, and at that moment, his journey into the realm of cultivation began. Each morning, his grandmother would awaken him, and he would commence his practice for an hour. Following this, Shinemo would teach him to read, introducing not only traditional classics but also various travelogues, strange tales, and biographies. In the afternoons, Shen Yu would instruct Shen Wenxian in spells, a process that would span 2 hours. Due to his insufficient cultivation, Shen Wenxian would often meditate to recover his energy, resuming training thereafter. Through this repetitive process, Shen Wenxian's spiritual energy became increasingly solidified. Time flew by, and under such rigorous training, Shen Wenxian had successfully reached the 2nd level of qi refining after 5 years. His mother, at the age of 16, had only just attained that level. However, this was not due to Shen Wenxian's exceptional talent. Rather, Wang Yuexin had dedicated much of her youth to managing the family's spirit fields, allowing her brothers more opportunities for cultivation, thus significantly slowing her own progress. Now, Shen Wenxian had also mastered various spells, including water prison and cloud rain techniques. Yet, even with these skills, he still needed to dedicate time daily to practice. As Shinemo aimed to instill muscle memory in him, Shen Lingyu and Shen Yumiao had both undergone their spirit root assessments at the age of 5. Shen Lingyu, being slightly younger than Shen Wenxian, was found to possess no spirit root in this world. There existed no techniques available for cultivators without spirit roots, as even physical cultivation required the infusion of spiritual energy, which necessitated having a spirit root. Though Shen Lingyu could not cultivate, Shinemo still insisted on having him join his elder brother in their studies. Regardless of whether one possessed a spirit root, Shinemo believed that education was of utmost importance. Hoping they would learn and understand more, ultimately becoming exceptional individuals, irrespective of their potential as cultivators. Shen Yunmiao, like his elder brother Shen Wenxian, possessed 5 spirit roots, yet he took slightly longer to cultivate his spiritual energy. Succeeding only after 2 months. 4 years younger than Shen Wenxian, Shen Yumiao studies were typically scheduled for the evening, allowing them to avoid overlapping. Sometimes, Shen Wenxian would take on the responsibility of teaching spells in the afternoons. The family had expanded their spirit fields to 8 acres. During harvests, they would discreetly reserve a portion of the spirit rice, which they would then cook into spirit porridge for the 2 brothers to nourish them. Though Wang Yuexin had made slow progress over the past 5 years, she had finally reached the 3rd level of qi refining. As for Shinemo, with one child at the 2nd level and another at the 1st. His apparent cultivation level was that of the 2nd level of qi refining. However, in reality, his spiritual power was considerably weaker than that of a typical 2nd level cultivator. In the past 2 years, Shen Yu and his wife had made no advancements, likely due to their advancing age. Chapter 7. Breath Concealment Technique. Could you refrain from holding hands? Others are watching, Wang Yuexin murmured softly. In this relatively conservative world, walking hand in hand was considered a bold act, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. However, Shinemo tightened his grip even more. The couple had ventured out to purchase a book detailing common spirit herbs within the cultivation world. After 5 years of study, Shen Wenxian had become familiar with nearly all commonly used characters. His intended path was that of an alchemist, making knowledge of spirit herbs indispensable. Lacking relevant literature at home, they had no choice but to go out and procure it. Shinemo had assumed that the comprehensive guide to basic alchemical knowledge purchased by Shen Yu would include information on spirit herbs. Upon opening the book, he found it utterly lacking. It merely outlined how to activate medicinal properties, stating that spiritual charcoal was needed to ignite the flames during the qi refining stage, along with various techniques and tips related to alchemy. The book contained descriptions of only 3 spirit herbs: Yunshi grass, Huemu root, and Xiaoye flower. These 3 elixirs represent the formulation of the fasting pill, hence their introduction, while other elixirs remain unrecorded. Shen seeks not merely an artisan skilled in crafting the fasting pill, but rather an alchemist well-versed in pharmacology, adept in the principles of herbal combinations, and comprehending the rationale behind the alchemical process. To achieve this, one must thoroughly study and understand the characteristics of each herb. Initially, Shen intended to venture into the city alone. However, Lin Shuier harbored concerns that Shen might lose his way and encounter peril. Her apprehensions were not without merit, for apart from matchmaking, Shen had never traversed Qinglin City, rarely even stepping beyond his doorstep. Thus, he had no choice but to bring Wang Yuexin along to Qinglin City. It turned out that bringing Wang Yuexin was indeed the wisest decision Shen made on this occasion. He had never before engaged in purchasing goods and was unfamiliar with the paths. Fortunately, with Wang Yuexin by his side, he would not squander excessive time searching for a location. Following Wang Yuexin to a marketplace where cultivators engaged in trade, Shen beheld an array of diverse items sprawled across both sides, accompanied by a cacophony of hawkers' cries. It seemed as though he was not amidst cultivators, but rather surrounded by a throng of mundane merchants. It became evident that cultivators were merely extraordinary individuals possessing unique powers. Strolling through the roadside stalls, he found nothing of true necessity. The offerings primarily consisted of magical artifacts, spiritual talismans, and medicinal herbs, with the occasional vendor selling books, all pertaining to various spells. By chance, Shen Mo's gaze fell upon a tome titled Compendium of Herbal Lore, which piqued his interest immensely. This volume was not dedicated to the introduction of spiritual herbs, but rather to the common medicinal plants familiar to the layperson. Nonetheless, Shen paid it no heed. In the future, he intended to take Shen Wanxian to the mortal realm to enlist the aid of a physician to educate Shen Wanxian in pharmacology, the properties of herbs, and the intricacies of human meridians. Mastering these subjects would precede the study of spiritual herbs. The rationale for seeking knowledge in the mortal realm stemmed from the exorbitant costs associated with Qinglin City. The sole currency in circulation was the spiritual stone. Even ordinary rice and the flesh of common beasts were procured by specialized individuals from the mortal world and subsequently resold to the cultivators of Qinglin City. The Shen family operated in a similar fashion, purchasing goods on an annual basis for a single spiritual stone, which ensured daily deliveries of meat and rice, a manageable expense, albeit still quite steep. It is worth noting that spiritual stones hold far greater value than gold or silver in the mundane world. A single low-grade spiritual stone possesses purchasing power sufficient to indulge in lavish feasts for several years. However, which cultivator would willingly travel to the mortal realm daily just to secure their meals? Likewise, finding someone in the cultivation realm to instruct you in a craft also necessitates the expenditure of spiritual stones. While the properties of mundane herbs differ from those of spiritual herbs, the study of pharmacology and combinations can certainly provide valuable insights. Acquiring knowledge in the mortal realm requires only mere currency. While in Qinglin City, one must possess tangible spiritual stones. Gaining proficiency in this subject matter in the mortal realm would expedite the process when seeking further instruction later. With less time spent on education, the cost in spiritual stones would naturally diminish. Although time costs may be somewhat higher, for Shen it is preferable to invest an additional year or two rather than incur a greater expense in spiritual stones. Among the stalls, in addition to the Compendium of Herbal Lore, another text titled Breath Concealment Technique captured Shen attention. The title alone suggested it was a spell for concealing one's presence. Many cultivators venturing forth to seek spiritual herbs or hunt demonic beasts typically learn techniques to obscure their aura. The ability to mask one's presence proved invaluable, whether in the face of danger or during hunts. While he deemed other spells unnecessary for purchase at the moment, he anticipated needing to navigate the mortal realm, where attracting the attention of mortal cultivators could lead to complications. Therefore, if the price was reasonable, he wished to acquire the breath concealment technique for Shen Wanxian and the others to practice, as he himself had no intention of mastering it. Once his son acquired the knowledge, the system would ensure he learned it as well, rendering further practice unnecessary. How much for this breath concealment technique? Shen inquired softly. 3 spiritual stones for 1 volume, replied the middle-aged vendor with a nonchalant demeanor. Typically, spells commence at a minimum of 5 spiritual stones, with most exceeding 10. Thus, 3 spiritual stones are comparatively inexpensive. However, it is not uncommon for roadside stalls to offer lower prices. May I take a look? Shen asked, wary of counterfeit goods that often proliferate at such stalls. Certainly, but you may only examine the first page. The vendor understood Shen Mo's concerns. After all, in transactions, it is reasonable for a buyer to wish to inspect the goods. Upon receiving permission, Shen Mo crouched before the stall, picked up the breath concealment technique, and scrutinized the first page intently, concluding that it appeared legitimate. Setting the tome aside, he perused the stall further for any additional items of interest. Besides the compendium of herbal lore, he discovered other titles such as the Saintly Physician's Toxicology, Crimson Cloud Divine Skills, 13 Swords of the Clear Wind, and Arhat Fist, among various martial arts manuals. Martial arts manuals for sale in the cultivation world? This intrigued Shen Mo, prompting him to glance at the vendor. He sensed no fluctuations in spiritual energy, leading him to believe the vendor had concealed his cultivation level, likely around 40 years of age. With an unremarkable appearance, yet an air of gallantry about him, coupled with the range of martial arts manuals he was selling, it seemed he had once been a chivalrous hero, perhaps akin to Shen Mo's father, who had inadvertently entered the realm of cultivation. Shen Mo felt a stirring within him at the sight of the martial arts manuals. While these texts may hold little value for cultivators, they might delight Shen Lingyu, who lacked spiritual roots. Brother, let us strike a bargain. I will offer you 5 spiritual stones for these books along with the breath concealment technique. What say you? Shen Mo gestured toward the compendium of herbal lore, Saintly Physician's Toxicology, and the martial arts manuals. The middle-aged vendor, taken aback at first, pondered for a moment before acquiescing. He had not anticipated anyone would wish to purchase these martial arts manuals. Shen Mo's assessment proved accurate. The vendor had once been a renowned chivalrous figure, having achieved prominence in the martial world by the age of 30. By chance, he had acquired cultivation techniques, embarking on the path of immortality. Upon arriving in Qinglin City, he discovered that the world of cultivation was far more brutal than the martial realm, yet who would willingly forsake the opportunity for eternal life to pursue immortality? One requires resources for cultivation, necessitating the means to earn spiritual stones. Once a chivalrous hero, he now found himself reduced to a mere vendor of spiritual plants, subject to the whims of others. This was intolerable, compelling him to sell off his previous martial arts manuals and the breath concealment technique. Having set up his stall for a month, he had found no buyers for the manuals that had once been highly sought after in the martial world. What he had once deemed invaluable had become worthless in the realm of cultivation. Thus, when Shen Mo expressed a willingness to purchase the manuals, he was all too eager to comply. If he did not sell them now, he might truly miss his opportunity on the next occasion. Upon witnessing Shen Mo's offer of 2 spiritual stones for the martial arts manuals, Wang Yuexin swiftly grasped his arm, whispering urgently, "Have you lost your mind? These are entirely useless items. As cultivators, practicing these mundane martial arts will only hinder our progress. The mightiest martial experts among mortals cannot contend with cultivators beyond the 5th layer of qi. Though we may not practice them, Lingyu might find them appealing," Shen Mo gently replied. Wang Yuexin froze in place, realizing, for Lingyu. Hearing Shen Mo mention it was for Lingyu caused her to recognize that she had never truly contemplated doing something for her. It seemed her attention had predominantly focused on Wan Xian and Yun Miao. She chose not to voice further objections and handed the spiritual stones to the vendor, while Shen Mo carefully wrapped the books in cloth and took them away. The Shen family could not yet afford storage bags, as even the cheapest ones cost 100 spiritual stones and held only 2 cubic meters of space, far too extravagant for their current needs. Shen Mo continued to explore the vicinity but found nothing further to his liking. After conferring with Wang Yuexin, they ultimately decided to visit a shop. However, they anticipated that the prices there might be even steeper. Wang Yuexin guided Shen Mo to the Baibao Pavilion, a comprehensive shop dealing in spells, magical artifacts, talismans, and more. Stepping inside, they encountered an elderly gentleman, approximately 70 years of age. Shen Mo could not detect any fluctuations in spiritual energy. Yet he found it implausible that this man was merely a mundane. After all, who would entrust a mere mortal with the oversight of a shop? He must have concealed his true cultivation. Noticing the newcomers, the elder inquired, "What might you be seeking today?" Having a shopkeeper offer assistance certainly expedited matters compared to searching on their own. Elder, my wife and I are in search of a detailed book on spiritual herbs, preferably one that is comprehensive." The elder approached the shelves, sifting through the volumes before finally presenting 2 books before Shen Mo. This one is a compendium of common spiritual herbs, which includes various herbs of frequent use. The other is Illustrated Guide to Spiritual Herbs, which encompasses a broader range of spiritual herbs and even features illustrations. The Compendium of Common Spiritual Herbs is priced at 5 low-grade spiritual stones, while the Illustrated Guide to Spiritual Herbs is 10 Da. Which would you prefer? After a moment of contemplation, Shen opted for the Illustrated Guide to Spiritual Herbs. If he was to purchase, he wished for a thorough resource. Should he encounter rare spiritual herbs in the future, failing to recognize them would be a significant regret. Chapter 8. Leaving home after acquiring the Compendium of Herbal Lore and the Illustrated Guide to Spiritual Herbs, Shen Wanxian's task was to memorize both tomes. This posed a tremendous challenge for Shen Wanxian, who had never before engaged with such knowledge and had no real understanding of the nature of herbs. Furthermore, no one was available to explain it to him. Neither Shen Yu nor Shen could assist, as they too lacked expertise in this field and could only rely on rote memorization from the texts. Although the requirement was merely to memorize the content, comprehension was not insisted upon. However, when confronted with something entirely unfamiliar, the endeavor to memorize it requires an extraordinary amount of effort. Shen is acutely aware that this presents a considerable challenge for Shen Wanxian, and he remains ever vigilant regarding Shen Wanxian's state of mind. Whenever Shen Wanxian exhibits signs of wavering, Shen takes it upon himself to offer guidance and encouragement, urging him to persevere. In truth, Shen Wanxian has contemplated giving up countless times, yet deep within his heart lies the aspiration to become a formidable individual, one powerful enough to protect his family. He vividly recalls a particular day 2 years prior when he witnessed a person berating his grandparents in their presence, admonishing them for failing to tend to the spirit fields, declaring that they were inadequate, and even resorting to insults. Yet, his grandparents merely bent their backs, as they had when he made mistakes, standing still and enduring the scolding, ultimately smiling as they handed over several spirit stones to the individual, who then ceased his tirade. He could not fathom why his grandparents would endure such humiliation, only to offer the offender spirit stones in return. When he inquired of his mother, Wang Yuexin, she offered no explanation, instead stating, "You wouldn't understand. Children should not concern themselves with such matters." It was only when he questioned his father that he learned. It is because your grandparents could not stand up to that individual. Thus, we hope that you, Wanxian, can learn more, become a powerful hero, and protect your grandparents. All right, I will certainly strive to do so. His response, seemingly a child's innocent declaration, has since propelled Shen Wanxian to channel his efforts into fulfilling that promise. He yearns for his father, mother, grandparents, and 2 younger brothers to be joyful and free from bullying. He wishes to safeguard his family, and recognizing that he is still far from sufficient, he is determined to grow stronger and accomplish every task entrusted to him by his father. Shen Wanxian's diligence has not gone unnoticed by his 2 younger brothers, Shen Lingyu and Shen Yunmiao, whose actions have somewhat surprised Shen Although Shen Lingyu had initially studied alongside Shen Wanxian, Shen had not intended for him to delve into the 2 books on herbalism. This was not due to favoritism. Rather, it was because Shen Wanxian's path was destined for alchemy, while Shen Lingyu, being immortal, could not tread the path of immortality. Their previous studies were meant to cultivate their worldview and literacy, and the current studies of Shen Wanxian were unnecessary for Shen Lingyu. Yet, Shen Lingyu still volunteered to study alongside his elder brother and recite the material together. Even though Shen had never mandated him to achieve anything specific, he held himself to the same standards as Shen Wanxian's daily requirements, often being even more stringent in his self-expectations. While Shen Wanxian practiced his cultivation techniques and spells, Shen Lingyu remained active as well. He found great interest in the martial arts manuals brought back by Shen and while Shen Wanxian was engaged in his cultivation, he practiced internal energy. During spell training, he honed his martial arts skills. Shen Yunmiao, who was only 6, initially joined in the recitation but lacked the endurance to persist, ultimately giving up after just 3 days. However, to say he had completely surrendered would be misleading, as he could still be seen occasionally accompanying his 2 elder brothers, mumbling along, before wandering off to practice or sleep. After 2 years of relentless effort, Shen Wanxian finally committed the 2 books to memory, word for word. It is likely that neither he nor Shen Lingyu will ever forget those texts. In addition to those, he has also mastered the comprehensive foundational knowledge of alchemy. Beyond that, Shen Wanxian has successfully learned the breath-holding technique. Having begun his journey at the age of 5, 7 years have now passed. And during this time, Shen Wanxian's proficiency in the spells he has learned transcends mere comprehension in this world. There are no definitive categorizations such as minor achievements or major successes in terms of spell proficiency. However, each of his spells indeed possesses greater potency and is executed with increased swiftness. Though lacking a point of reference, Shen Yu praised him, stating, "The power of this spell rivals that of a fourth-layer qi refining practitioner." All of Shen Wanqian's spellcasting experiences are relayed intact to Shen Imo, who finds himself slightly more adept than Shen Wanxian in this regard. Shen Imo has observed a subtle difference in the understanding of spells between his two sons. Although Shen Wanxian has practiced for a longer duration, Shen Yumiao's grasp of the spells is inevitably less developed. Nevertheless, this does not imply that Shen Yunmiao's comprehension is entirely devoid of merit. The same spell elicits varying interpretations from Shen Wanxian and Shen Yunmiao, yet Shen Imo is capable of amalgamating both perspectives, thereby enhancing his own understanding of the spells beyond that of either son. Consequently, his spells exhibit greater strength. He has also noticed that the small world he has cultivated has expanded. Embracing the philosophy of utilizing resources wisely, he planted several spirit rice seedlings in the small world, estimating that they would yield a harvest in approximately a year. Upon entering, he discovered that the small world had indeed grown larger. Simultaneously, he observed that the rice, which had originally occupied an area of only 1 square meter, now extended to 2 square meters, densely populated with spirit rice, and remarkably, it appeared not yet ripe, despite a year having elapsed. After conducting tests, he realized that not only had the area doubled, but the flow of time within this realm also ran at twice the speed of reality. Shen Imo contemplated that if the flow of time accelerated by a factor of 2 at the second layer of qi refinement, and the area had doubled, then perhaps at the third layer, it would further multiply. If this trend continued, the small world would soon prove invaluable. He inquired of the system whether his hypothesis was correct, yet the system did not respond directly. Host, discovering through observation is far more intriguing. Shen Imo silently derided the system and began to consider how to best utilize this doubled flow rate. Planting spirit rice felt somewhat wasteful. However, the lengthy growth cycle of spirit herbs was also impractical. After careful consideration, Shen Imo decided to cultivate Lingwiko, a type of spirit herb infused with a modest amount of spiritual energy, beneficial for those in the first 3 layers of qi refinement. Typically requiring 5 years to mature, it would only take 2.5 years within the small world, thus not too late. Due to spatial limitations, he could only plant 20 seedlings on this day. Shen Wanxian and Shen Lingyu were in their room packing their belongings, as that afternoon, Shen Imo would escort them away from Qinglin City to seek out a medical clinic in the mundane world. Allowing the 2 children to study pharmacology and the properties of herbs. In the afternoon, Shen Imo, Shen Wanxian, and Shen Lingyu set off, each carrying a bundle. This marked their first venture away from home, and Shen Imo was uncertain of where he would lead the 2 children for their education. He desired to find a reputable physician to instruct them, but having grown up in Qinglin City, he had never ventured beyond, thus could only search slowly within the mundane realm. Chapter 9. Jishir Hall. Song Mingyuan. A month had passed since Shen Imo and his sons departed from Qinglin City. They had left in autumn, and now a thin layer of snow blanketed the road, with remnants of snow still clinging to some trees. As they walked through the snowy landscape, the streets were desolate, devoid of human presence. During this month, they had encountered various medical clinics and pharmacies, only to discover that many of the practitioners lacked true skill, relying on a handful of prescriptions, offering the same remedies to all patients. Those who were cured were hailed as miraculous healers, while those who were not received medications that posed no harm, leaving the authorities with no grounds for complaint. Among the quacks, they also encountered some practitioners with limited experience. However, the quality of care was generally subpar. Had Shen Wanxian chosen to study under them, he would have gleaned little knowledge, ultimately wasting their time. Shen Imo had initially assumed that finding someone to teach medicine would be straightforward. But reality had proven otherwise, as truly capable physicians were hard to come by. The largest place they had previously visited was merely a small county, and naturally, larger cities would harbor skilled doctors. They planned a journey to a larger city, but being unfamiliar with the area left them at a loss for direction. Thus, after several more days of wandering, they finally encountered a few living souls. As they continued on, the number of people along the roadside increased, yet most were poorly clad, shivering in the biting wind, with some even collapsed by the roadside, lifeless. Shen Imo surmised that perhaps a calamity had befallen a nearby region, forcing these individuals to seek refuge here. Otherwise, in such frigid weather, Anyone with a place to go would not be huddled by the roadside. Seeing the pitiable sight of these individuals trembling in the cold, Shen Mo's heart ached. He produced the rations he had on hand and distributed them to the nearest refugees. Although these provisions were but a drop in the bucket for such a multitude, he hoped it would bring him some solace. Just as he was about to depart, he found himself encircled by several desperate individuals. He informed them that he had no more food to spare. Yet they did not disperse. Some had begun to attempt to seize their packs, while others sought to strip his sons of their clothing. Witnessing their actions, Shen Mo felt a surge of regret for having shown kindness. Reluctant to resort to spells for fear of exposing his identity as a cultivator, which could attract seekers of immortality or other rogue cultivators, he instructed Shen Lingyu to fend them off with his martial skills. Though Shen Lingyu was merely 10 years old, he had trained in martial arts for 2 years and occasionally consumed spirit rice to nourish his body. While he may not have known his true strength in the martial world, these desperate individuals, being little more than skin and bones from hunger, were no match for him in a matter of moments. Several of them were brought to the ground. A number of individuals were felled. Yet they displayed no fear, seemingly intent on overwhelming Shen Mo with their numerical advantage. It was then that Shen Mo realized these individuals would not be intimidated until they had tasted blood. The death of just one would render them considerably more compliant. Although Shen Mo had yet to take a life since arriving in this world, he understood that he could not afford to be soft-hearted in such circumstances. Only by instilling fear in his adversaries could he hope to escape. Otherwise, given their spiritual power and physical strength, once surrounded, he could be worn down to nothing. The children were still young. The burden of taking a life should not fall upon them at this juncture. Thus, Shen Mo resolved to take matters into his own hands, contemplating the potential exposure of his actions, but recognizing that if he were truly besieged, such concerns would be moot. Just as he was preparing to strike decisively, a voice called out from a distance, "The Jishur Hall is distributing porridge ahead." Upon hearing this news, the assailants abandoned Shen Mo and the children, rushing towards the source of the porridge. Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He had understood upon entering the realm of cultivation that he would inevitably confront matters of life and death. Yet when the moment to make such a grave decision arrived, he found himself hesitating. With the departure of those individuals, Shen Mo intended to lead the 2 children away swiftly, but he noticed their expressions were somewhat peculiar. He surmised it was due to the recent events. The 2 brothers struggled to comprehend why those they had just aided would turn against them. Encountering such a betrayal would undoubtedly leave a profound impact on their young minds. Without proper guidance, there was a risk that they could become indifferent and selfish. While selfishness and indifference might be the norm in the realm of cultivation, if every situation were approached solely from a self-serving perspective, there would inevitably come a day when nothing but self-interest remained, a truly lamentable outcome. Of course, such considerations were for a later time. For now, Shen Mo needed to devise a way to enter the city. Fortunately, there were individuals distributing porridge ahead, and inquiring with them would surely provide directions to the town. Asking the refugees for guidance was out of the question. Given recent events, his opinion of them had plummeted. Following the direction the refugees had taken, Shen Mo and his children soon spotted the porridge stall, which was already teeming with displaced individuals. Nearby, some were maintaining order, likely the household guards of those distributing the porridge. It appeared they would have to wait until the distribution concluded before they could inquire about entering the city. He gently spoke to the 2 children, "We may have to wait a moment. Let us sit here for a while." As time passed, the crowd around the porridge stall gradually thinned, indicating that the distribution was nearing its end. Just as Shen Mo was contemplating the right moment to approach, 2 attendants appeared before him, carrying 3 bowls of hot porridge. "Here, this is a gift from our young lady for you." Shen Mo found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation at the unexpected gesture. However, he could hardly blame them. After days without proper rest, he and his children, while appearing slightly better off than ordinary refugees, were far from presentable. Accepting the kindness, he had the children take the porridge, recognizing that a warm meal in such weather was indeed a welcome comfort. After delivering the porridge, the attendants turned to leave, but Shen Mo called out, "Gentlemen, please wait. Kindly convey my gratitude to your esteemed young lady. Additionally, may I inquire how one might enter the city?" The 2 attendants, already reluctant to deliver the porridge, grew impatient at the mention of entering the city. "The entire city is under lockdown. Individuals like you are not permitted entry." Though their tone was far from cordial, Shinemo gleaned the information he sought. Why the prohibition on entry? His brow furrowed as he observed the lingering refugees, and the reason for the lockdown began to dawn on him. It seemed they would be camping out once more tonight, and he let out a soft sigh. Upon learning of the restrictions, Shinemo did not press for entry. Instead, he sought a place to rest for the night with the two children and would explore other options come morning. Just as he was about to depart, one of the attendants rushed back. Wait! Our young lady has said we may take you with us. Follow our carriage, and we will bring you into the city. Shinemo was taken aback. Did he not already lack familiarity with this young lady? Why would she extend such an offer? Nevertheless, he accepted her goodwill. While the weather would not greatly affect his family, who would willingly endure discomfort if comfort was an option? The attendants, lacking understanding, merely reported Shun Mo's situation upon returning home, pondering why their young lady would choose to allow him to accompany them. Yet, as mere servants, they dared not question their mistress's decisions openly. Shunemo had intended to express his thanks in person, but the young lady had already boarded the carriage, leaving him to wait until they reached the city to convey his gratitude. During their journey into the city, Shinemo did not remain idle. Through conversations with those around him, he learned that the city they were heading to was named Yuhua City. Just half a month prior, the neighboring Fuzhou city had suffered a flood, prompting a surge of refugees in the area. They assumed Shinemo and his children were also fleeing disaster and offered sympathetic gestures. Shinemo could not disclose his origins, opting for silence, which led those around him to mistakenly believe he was in tacit agreement. Additionally, he discovered that the most renowned medical establishment in Yuhua City was Jisher Hall, and the young lady on the carriage was the daughter of its owner. Song Mingyuan. Speaking of Song Mingyuan, he was reputed to be the finest physician in the city. Known for his benevolence, it was said that when the emperor fell ill and no court physician could remedy the situation, it was Song Mingyuan who entered the palace and saved the emperor's life. Initially, the emperor wished to retain him within the Imperial Medical Bureau, but Song Mingyuan preferred to remain among the common folk to better assist those in need. The name Jisher Hall was bestowed upon it by the emperor himself, signifying its purpose to aid the populace. Chapter 10. A request for assistance based on their descriptions. It seemed this physician was indeed highly skilled, earning him the admiration of so many. In light of this, Shinemo concluded that the foremost candidate to instruct his children would be none other than Song Mingyuan. Brother, is Jisher Hall still hiring? Shinemo sought to gather information about the hall, believing the quickest route would be to ask someone affiliated with it. Why do you ask that? Are you hoping to join Jisher Hall? One of the attendants cast a sidelong glance at Shinemo, seemingly mocking him for his Na'vi aspirations. I'm merely inquiring, Shinemo replied with an awkward smile, refraining from pressing further. Instead contemplating how to secure a place for his children at Jisher Hall, he had never before considered how to persuade someone to accept his son as an apprentice. He assumed that offering money would suffice. To that end, he had exchanged a piece of spiritual stone for 200 taels of gold. Yet, given the attendant's high regard for Song Mingyuan, would such a man truly impart his skills to his son merely for monetary gain? Moreover, if the physician inquired about their backgrounds, how would he respond? He had no desire to reveal their identities as cultivators. After much contemplation, Shinemo decided to adopt a strategy of feigned hardship. Given the recent disasters, he and his children could pose as displaced commoners seeking refuge. With this plan in mind, Shinemo gathered the two children at the back of the line and ensured that no one else could overhear. When the time comes, I will say we hail from Fuzhou City, and that the flood has left us separated from our family, with nowhere left to go. We will plead for them to take us in. While I speak, do not give away our ruse. Father, why must we deceive them? Shen Wenxian questioned, puzzled by the necessity of fabricating such a tale. Our purpose here is to find you both a distinguished physician to serve as your mentor. I have learned that the young lady who offered us assistance has a father who is a highly skilled doctor. I hope he will agree to teach you, but we cannot disclose that we come from Qinglin City. If others learn of our identities as cultivators, it could spell trouble. Although Shen Wenxian did not comprehend the potential ramifications of their identities being revealed, he recalled the warnings from their grandparents about keeping their status as cultivators a secret. He nodded in agreement, as did Shen Lingyu. After traveling nearly 5 miles, Shinemo and his children entered the city alongside Song Yan's entourage. Perhaps it was due to their presence within Song Yan's group. Or perhaps Shinemo and his children's attire did not resemble that of typical refugees. The guards at the city gate did not question them further and permitted their entry. Once inside, Song Yin summoned a servant near the carriage. Xiao Yun, the young gentlemen who entered the city with us are now free to depart. Miss, may I ask you a question? The attendant named Xiao Qing hesitated before approaching Song Yin. Unable to suppress her curiosity about her mistress's decision to bring the three of them into the city. You wish to know why I agreed to let them in, correct? Song Yin anticipated the inquiries regarding her choice to include the three. May I know the reason? Xiao Yun nodded, eager to hear her mistress's explanation. Truth be told, there's nothing remarkable about it. When I first saw them, despite their travel-worn appearance, their clothing and demeanor set them apart from ordinary refugees. They seem to be merely temporarily down on their luck. My father often says that when we encounter those in need, we should lend a hand when possible, for even the smallest gesture can hold significant importance for someone else. Song Yin viewed her assistance as a simple act of kindness, deserving no particular praise. You are truly compassionate, miss. Xiao Yun sincerely felt that her young mistress possessed a genuinely kind heart. Were it her, she would certainly be unwilling to bring three strangers into the city. Subsequently, Xiao Yun walked towards the rear of the group and conveyed the message to Shen, saying, Young master, my young mistress has expressed that since you wish to enter the city, it must be for some urgent matter. Now that you have entered, you may depart at your own convenience. Upon hearing this, Shen was taken aback. Was this a dismissal? That could not be allowed. He had yet to secure the safety of the two children. He thought it best to communicate directly with the young mistress, as the matter he wished to discuss was rather pressing. Xiao Yun, upon realizing that Shen had a request for the young mistress, couldn't help but think, how could this person be so audacious? They had already assisted him by bringing him into the city, and instead of expressing gratitude, he dared to make demands. Yet, as a servant, she recognized that Shen had indeed been invited by her young mistress. Thus, though she felt anger brewing within, she refrained from confronting Shen and chose instead to relay his intentions to her mistress. The expression on Xiao Yun's face as she departed did not escape Shenmo's notice. He could vaguely discern her thoughts. He had initially intended to express his gratitude in person and then smoothly propose to shelter the two children. But he worried that she might relay a curt refusal, leaving him with no choice but to ask outright. Before long, Xiao Yun returned, rather brusquely inquiring, The young mistress wishes to know what you require. Xiao Yun felt a considerable dissatisfaction towards Shen-mo's audacity. They were not related by blood, and having already extended assistance once, how could he dare to ask for more? May I speak with her directly? Shen-mo requested, not wishing to communicate through another. Xiao Yun regarded him with a peculiar expression, scrutinizing him intently. As a cultivator, his appearance seemed younger than that of ordinary men, giving him the semblance of someone merely in their early 20s. This was why Song Yin had previously assumed that Shen Wanxian and Shen Lingyu were his younger brothers rather than his children. Xiao Yun pondered internally that he possessed an admirable exterior. Yet if he harbored any intentions towards the young mistress, it would only lead to trouble. Shen-mo, noticing Xiao Yun's strange demeanor and her muttering, found himself somewhat bewildered. He could not comprehend her behavior. And Xiao Yun, as a servant, adhered to the principle of not making decisions on behalf of her mistress. Her role was simply to convey messages accurately, leaving the rest to her mistress to ponder. Did he mention what he needs? Song Yin inquired with curiosity. I do not know. He only stated that he wishes to speak with the young mistress directly. Xiao Yun relayed Shen-mo's request to Song Yin. Very well, let him come to the carriage. We shall hear what he requires and decide whether to accommodate him, Song Yin replied, opting not to refuse outright, but rather to listen to Shen-mo's needs first. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yun led Shen-mo to the vicinity of the carriage, accompanied by Shen Wanxian and Shen Lingyu. Young mistress, I have brought him here, Xiao Yun announced. Song Yin lifted the curtain beside the carriage, revealing half her face. This was the first time the two could clearly see one another. Previously, at the porridge stall, Song Yin had only been able to glimpse a silhouette, while Shen-mo had not even paid attention to the person serving the porridge. As Song Yin assessed Shen-mo, she could not help but nod inwardly. Despite his seemingly unkempt appearance, his features were undeniably handsome. Shen-mo, catching only a partial view of Song Yin's face, found himself momentarily entranced. In his past life, Shen-mo had encountered numerous women, yet none could compare to the beauty before him. The saying from the Southern Kingdom, there are beauties whose radiance rivals that of peach and plum blossoms, had once seemed an exaggeration to him. However, he now realized that he had been narrow-minded. Such breathtaking beauty truly existed in the world. Though the moment was fleeting, the proximity between them was palpable. Song Yin was acutely aware of Shen Mo's gaze. She had encountered many such stares before, yet this was the first time it felt so intimate, separated only by the carriage. Realizing he had been somewhat impertinent, Shen Mo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I am merely a humble commoner, who has never encountered a lady as exquisite as yourself, and thus I may have lost my composure. I beg your pardon. You jest, young master. However, what is it that you seek? Song Yin replied, acknowledging Shen Mo's previous indiscretion but recognizing the sincerity in his subsequent apology and the openness in his gaze, which mitigated her initial discomfort. Your kindness in bringing my sons and me into the city is a tremendous favor, one I should not have the gall to request further. However, for the sake of the children, I must humbly implore you, Shen Mo began, but was interrupted by Xiaoyun. You are their father, but you appear to be in your early 20s, while these two children seem to be around 10. Xiaoyun exclaimed in surprise. In truth, she was not alone in her astonishment. Song Yin shared her disbelief, as Shen Mo seemed too youthful to be a father, making him appear more like a brother to the children. I am 33 this year, Shen Mo replied with a wry smile, then gestured to the two children. This is my eldest son, Shen Wanxian, and this is my second son, Shen Lingyud. To be candid, I was once a teacher in my family's school. However, a recent flood separated me from their mother, and now we find ourselves homeless. I had hoped to devise a plan upon entering the city, yet I worry for my children, who are still so young and might suffer alongside me. Earlier, during a casual conversation with several gentlemen, I learned that the young mistress is the daughter of Song Mingyuan. Dr. Song, my wife, often ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs to support our family, and the children possess a modest understanding of herbal knowledge. Therefore, I must beseech you, young mistress, to take these two children under your wing. They could be of assistance. Shen Mo's expression turned sorrowful, with a glimmer of desperation in his eyes, as he hoped for Song Yan's agreement. Seeing the look on their father's face, Shen Wanxian and Shen Lingyu exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken message. Father truly knows how to act. Song Yan's expression faltered. Her family currently did not require additional help. Yet, gazing at the two children and then back at Shen Mo's earnest eyes, she felt a pang of compassion. It was indeed a dilemma for her. Ordinarily, they did not lack for assistance. As for taking on apprentices for herbal gathering, that was a decision for her father to make, and it would be challenging for her to agree. Nevertheless, you may bring the two children with me to seek my father's counsel. We shall see what he has to say. Thank you, young mistress. You are truly a kind-hearted person, Shen Mo exclaimed. For Song Yin to go this far demonstrated her benevolence, and he knew he could not expect her to make a commitment on the spot. It seemed he would have to exert some effort with Dr. Song later on. Following Song Yin to the Song residence, she instructed Xiaoyun to escort Shen Mo to the main hall while she went to find her father. Having made a promise, it was only right that she discuss it with him. The two children appeared exceptionally endearing, and it would be hard for her to ignore their plight and allow them to wander the streets. However, with so many disaster victims, she could not save everyone. Thus, it was imperative to consult her father's opinion. Upon finding Song Mingyuan, she briefly explained the situation regarding the disaster relief efforts and shared the story of Shen Mo and his two sons. Song Mingyuan sought to understand his daughter's thoughts. The Song family could certainly support a few additional individuals, and if his daughter was inclined, it would not be a burden to keep them. Indeed, Song Yin wished to retain the three of them, yet she did not want her decision to solely stem from her own desires. If the two children could contribute in any way, they could stay. Otherwise, a simple monetary aid would suffice. It was not feasible to take in every unfortunate soul simply because they were pitiable. There were far too many in need. Understanding his daughter's reasoning, Song Mingyuan nodded slightly. While his daughter was compassionate, she also possessed her own principles, which filled him with pride as a father. As they arrived at the main hall, Shen Mo slightly bowed and was about to introduce himself when Song Mingyuan raised his hand. I heard some details from my daughter on the way here. I understand that the two children can identify some medicinal herbs. I would like to test their knowledge. Should they meet my expectations, they may remain in my Ji Shi Tang. However, if they do not meet the required standards, we cannot keep idle hands, and I hope you can understand. Shen Mo's heart soared at these words, and he stepped forward, presenting the children. Thank you, Dr. Song. Please feel free to test them. If they do not meet your criteria, I shall accept the outcome without protest. He held no doubts that the children would meet the expectations. Having devoted 2 years to their learning, a peculiar sensation washed over Shunimo when Dr. Song expressed his intention to examine the children. It felt as though he was immensely confident in their abilities. Though Song Mingyuan found this curious, he proceeded to inquire, "What are the properties of licorice?" Shen Wanxian answered promptly, "Licorice is neutral in nature and sweet in flavor. It can dispel phlegm, relieve cough, tonify qi, alleviate pain, and has detoxifying properties." Dr. Song continued to question about a dozen different herbs, all of which Shen Wanxian answered correctly. He then employed the same method to test Shen Lingyu, who also performed admirably. This surprised both Song Mingyuan and Song Yin. It seemed the children genuinely possessed knowledge of herbal medicine. With both children proving their abilities, Dr. Song found no reason to refuse them, and thus welcomed them into his fold. As their father, Shinamo pondered that taking in only the 2 children seemed somewhat inappropriate. After all, they could share a single meal. Having been educated, he could also serve as a bookkeeper. Thus, the 3 of them smoothly settled into Ji Shirtang. Chapter 12. Corpse poison. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a serene glow over the tranquil streets, where the occasional chirp of cicadas brought a sense of inner peace. Yet, within the confines of the room, a figure sat with furrowed brows, seemingly burdened by unspoken worries. This marked the 3rd summer that Shanimo had welcomed in Yuhua City, where the father and his 2 sons had resided in Jishir Hall for 2 years and 7 months. The time had come for the 2 children, who had been diligently studying, to conclude their formal education. Having arrived at Jishir Hall, the brothers engaged in practical applications of the knowledge they had previously struggled to comprehend through rote memorization. Their increasing exposure to herbal medicine allowed them to gain a deeper understanding of the properties of herbs and the art of medicinal compounding. Their remarkable progress even caught the attention of Song Mingyuan, who had not anticipated the depth of the brothers' understanding of pharmacology. Although their early endeavors were theoretical, it wasn't long before they adeptly handled the herbs in practice. After observing their conduct and capabilities, Song Mingyuan decided to take them under his wing, personally instructing them in the art of healing. Shinamo had no objections to this arrangement. Perhaps in the future, it would serve them well in their medical pursuits. Under Song Mingyuan's guidance, the brothers advanced rapidly in their studies, with even Song Mingyuan expressing astonishment at how quickly they absorbed his teachings. They were now capable of assisting him in diagnosing and treating patients. This achievement was undoubtedly linked to the solid foundation they had established, for beyond the mere memorization of medical texts, Shinamo had encouraged them to embrace inquiry without fear, urging them to ask questions persistently until they grasped the concepts fully. Shinmo's greatest concern was that the children might hesitate to inquire due to shyness. Many in his past life struggled academically for this very reason. After a few failed attempts to understand, they sometimes feared reprimand and ceased to ask questions, ultimately falling behind out of course. Shen Wanxian and his brother displayed similar tendencies, but they communicated amongst themselves first. If one failed to comprehend, the other would step forward to inquire. And if clarification was still needed after several attempts, they would persistently seek answers the following day until the matter was resolved. Their relentless pursuit of knowledge enabled them to master the material with astonishing speed, prompting even Song Mingyuan to marvel at their rapid progress. In addition to Song Mingyuan's daily teachings, the brothers also delved into the medical texts Xiaonamo had previously acquired, further honing their skills. The residents of Yuhua City soon came to recognize Jishir Hall as home to 2 young miracle healers, and their popularity soared. Despite the smooth progression of his son's development, Shinamo found himself sighing in solitude within the room. What troubled him? Previously, he had cultivated some spirit micrograss in his small world, which had matured 2 months prior. Ideally, he should have harvested it for his eldest son's cultivation. However, he was at a loss as to how to present it. The existence of his small world was a secret he could not divulge, not out of fear of his children betraying him, but rather due to concerns that they might inadvertently disclose it or become targets of more powerful cultivators seeking to exploit such knowledge. Consequently, he grappled with how to discreetly extract the spirit micrograss. After much contemplation, he still found no reasonable justification for its existence. Fortunately, within his small world, the grass continued to grow over time, and its medicinal potency would likely increase with age. Once he resolved the matter of the current batch of spirit micrograss, it would soon be time to return. Throughout these 2 years, Shen Wanxian's cultivation had stagnated. The mortal realm was not devoid of spiritual energy, yet it was exceedingly scant, rendering Shen Wanxian's efforts nearly futile. In contrast, Shen Lingyu had made significant strides in martial arts. The brothers had once engaged in a clandestine contest outside the city, resulting in Shen Wanxian being soundly defeated. According to Shen Wanxian, Shen Lingyu's speed was overwhelming, making it impossible for his spells to land. Upon returning that day, Shen Imo nearly failed to recognize Shen Wanxian, who was vociferously lamenting Shen Lingyu's harshness, claiming that he showed no respect for his elder brother. Shen Lingyu countered, asserting that had he not held back, he might not have been able to avoid Shen Wanxian's attacks, and the physique of a cultivator was inherently stronger than that of an ordinary mortal, leaving him uncertain about how to temper his force. As for the truth of the matter, only Shen Lingyu could truly know. Shen Imo also opened the system panel to assess Shan Yumiao's situation. From what he could see, Shen Mo's cultivation had progressed over the past 2 years largely due to Shan Yumiao's efforts. However, Shen Yumiao had not yet reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Indeed, his low aptitude posed significant challenges for cultivation. The next morning, after briefly addressing lingering financial matters from the previous day, Shen Imo took out a book to pass the time. This had become his preferred method of leisure over the past 2 years. Not long after, Song Yin entered the room. Approaching Shen Imo, she feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Brother Shen, are you reading again?" Shen Imo nodded lightly, inquiring about her unexpected visit. "I thought you might want to hear a story from Brother Shen. The last tale you told about Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai was so moving that I nearly cried," she replied. This was a result of Shen Imo recounting stories to the 2 children, during which Song Yin had fortuitously passed by and found herself captivated by his narration, leading to a growing familiarity between them. Shen Imo, recognizing her as a young woman, sought to cater to her interests by telling her the love stories she cherished, albeit inadvertently creating an atmosphere that was somewhat ambiguous. "Oh, you nearly cried? My memory has been rather poor lately. I thought someone else had shed tears," Shen Imo quipped, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Brother Shen, you tease me." Song Yin puffed her cheeks in indignation. Moments later, Shen Imo could no longer withstand her glare and quickly changed the subject. "Today, let me tell you the tale of the legend of the White Snake." After an hour of storytelling, Shen Imo concluded the tale. "Why this time?" Song Yan's eyes were glistening with unshed tears as she gazed intently at him. "Brother Shen, do you believe there truly exists unwavering love in this world? Perhaps there is. In the future, you too shall encounter someone like that." Shen Imo replied with a smile, offering his blessing. "Hope my future husband will be like Brother Shen, someone who tells stories, is gentle and incredibly thoughtful," Song Yin said, her gaze fixed on Shen Imo. "Your future husband will undoubtedly be even better than I, far more exceptional. But I must attend to some matters now. Let us leave the story for today," Shen Imo asserted, attempting to shift the focus. Yet, Song Yin did not take her leave. Instead, she posed a question. "Brother Shen, have you ever considered remarrying?" Over the years, Song Yin had frequently sought Shen Mo's company, engaging in poignant discussions of love. Whenever she faced difficulties, he would offer her diverse perspectives to alleviate her troubles. Some concepts she had never contemplated before, and her curiosity about him deepened. She realized that if a day passed without seeing Shen Imo, it felt as if something vital was missing. She was well aware that Shen Imo had a wife, but given the deluge that had struck his home, she had not heard anything for so many years. He might have. Furthermore, she shared a good rapport with his 2 children, leading her to entertain thoughts that were perhaps inappropriate. Shen Imo, under her scrutinizing gaze, felt increasingly uncomfortable, unsure how to shift the atmosphere. Just then, a piercing wail echoed through the air, reaching Shen Mo's ears. Being in the back hall, he would typically be insulated from any commotion originating from the treatment area. Could something have transpired? Exchanging glances with Song Yin, they moved toward the source of the cries. They soon encountered a man sprawled on the ground, his arm grotesquely decayed, strange black markings marring his face, while his chest exhibited faint rises and falls. He was still alive, albeit with weak vital signs. A woman was collapsed over him, weeping desperately. "My dear husband, how could this happen to you? What will become of us if you are lost?" This lamentation was the very sound Shen Imo and Song Yin had heard moments ago. Song Mingyuan was nearby, rifling through medical texts, having never encountered such an ailment before. He searched for any clue within the tomes, realizing that this particular affliction was entirely foreign to him. Shen Imo discreetly summoned Shen Wanxian and Shen Lingyu to the back courtyard, ensuring no one else was present before earnestly asking Shen Wanxian, "What is the situation?" "Father, the man on the ground is a villager from a nearby hamlet. The woman weeping over him is his wife. They say that last night there was some commotion in their courtyard, and when he ventured out to investigate, he did not return for quite some time. Concerned, his wife went out to find him, only to discover him in this state. His arm appears to have been bitten by something, and despite seeking help from the villagers, they could do nothing, so they brought him to our Jishur Hall. Master has no leads either, and we can only speculate that he may have been bitten by some creature, though what kind remains a mystery, Shen Lingyu replied, while Shen Wanxian gazed at the fallen man. Sensing something amiss, "What troubles you, Wanxian? You appear quite conflicted," Shen Imo observed, sensing that his son might possess some insight. "Father, I suspect that this man has been bitten by a zombie. He must have been afflicted with corpse poison." Shen Wanxian ultimately decided to share his hypothesis with his father. Chapter 13. Investigating the zombie, Shen Mo's pupils dilated as he scrutinized the man lying on the ground. The two sharp puncture marks at the site of the decay on his arm indeed hinted at something sinister. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he pulled his sons to the rear courtyard of Jishur Hall. Once assured that they were alone, he inquired seriously of Shen Wanxian, "What leads you to this conclusion?" "Father, I have no definitive evidence. I merely recall reading about corpse poison in a text, and the symptoms of the afflicted man bear a striking resemblance to those described," Shen Wanxian confessed, having only encountered such information in literature. Never having witnessed it firsthand, if it were truly corpse poison, then the man could only await his grim fate. Shen Imo and his son lacked any therapeutic spells. If it were a case of self-poisoning, they might have been able to forcibly expel the toxin in its early stages using spiritual energy. However, the man before them was merely an ordinary individual. Judging by his pallor, the poison had already spread throughout his body, rendering any hope of salvation futile. It was uncertain whether he had been turned into a corpse or a zombie, yet regardless of the classification, it was undeniably bad news for them. Shen Imo stroked his chin, deep in contemplation that a corpse was, in fact, a type of zombie, albeit one that had been crafted through some nefarious secret technique by a specialist in that dark art. If that were the case, it suggested the presence of a malevolent practitioner lurking nearby. "Father, I believe this transformation was likely caused by an accidental absorption of yin energy," Shen Wanxian ventured his opinion. "Oh? What leads you to that conclusion?" Shen Imo inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. "Before you arrived, I had inquired with that woman. It seems their village has been plagued by mysterious poultry deaths of late. If it were a corpse, it wouldn't be preying upon the blood of livestock." Shen Wanxian had clearly conducted some research. Upon hearing his son's explanation, Shen Imo also grasped the situation. Typically, corpses were created by malevolent practitioners through sinister methods, and once successfully crafted, they would possess at least the cultivation level of the qi refinement stage. Such beings would directly feast upon human blood to enhance their strength more rapidly, in cases of accidental transformations. These zombies exhibited an intense craving for blood, yet remained too feeble, akin to their living selves. At that point, even an average adult male could overpower them. Initially, such zombies would adhere to their primal instincts, avoiding humans and instead preying on livestock at night to bolster their strength. As their power grew, they would eventually turn to human blood. If a zombie were sufficiently strong or under someone's control, it would not resort to petty thefts of poultry but would directly seek human blood. The man who had been bitten could not possibly still be alive. Not only he, but even his wife was unlikely to escape such a fate. In the coming days, they would need to venture outside the city to investigate. If zombies truly roamed the area, they would have to devise a means to eliminate them. Uncontrolled zombies could sometimes be even more terrifying than those that were manipulated. Zombies rarely developed intelligence, acting solely on instinct. Should no one intervene during this period, they could ultimately wreak havoc throughout Yuhua City. At that point, Shen Imo and his son might not escape unscathed. Presently, the zombie appeared weak, prompting Shen Imo to contemplate whether it was feasible to eliminate it. If it proved unmanageable, he would have no choice but to flee with his two sons, at most notifying Jishur Hall and urging Song Mingyuan and Song Yin to escape together, followed by sending an anonymous letter to the authorities of Yuhua City. The following day, Shen Imo requested leave from Song Mingyuan, citing news of his estranged wife and his desire to confirm her whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Song Yin felt somewhat despondent. Shen Imo intended to eradicate the zombie, and his two sons initially wished to accompany him. Their strength was on par with Shen Mo's, and if any danger arose, Facing it together would be preferable to Shen confronting it alone. I am merely going to ascertain whether it is a wild zombie. If it is weak, I shall dispose of it. If not, we shall retreat. There is no danger in three of us going together. Shen firmly declined his brother's entreaties. But we could be of assistance, Shen Lingyu insisted, a hint of stubbornness etched upon her face. Your father is still here, so it is not your turn to take risks. Shen gently patted his son's heads, smiling tenderly. Trust in your father. He would prefer not to see your mother widowed. Under Shen Mo's persistent insistence, the two brothers ultimately relinquished their plans to accompany him. Shen then arrived at the village where the man resided, spending some money to inquire with the family about where the deceased villagers were interred. If a transformation had indeed occurred, the most likely location would be where the dead were buried. Though the village housed only 100 families, if an incident occurred far from the village, they might not arrive in time. Thus, he focused on the most probable sites. Upon reaching the cemetery, Shen surveyed the area, attempting to discern which grave might hold the problematic corpse. He detected no abnormalities. Had he misjudged? Yet, the cemetery was steeped in the heaviest energy. Even if the transformation had not originated from here, it remained the most likely hiding place for a zombie. He decided to wait until nightfall. If nothing materialized here, he would explore other locations the following day. As night deepened, Shen felt a tinge of fear while waiting. The grave mounds and tombstones lent an eerie, foreboding atmosphere, and even the slightest breeze set him on edge. After an indeterminate period, a figure approached the cemetery, instantly catching Shen Mo's attention. By the moonlight, he could discern that it was a man, clean-shaven and likely under 30 years of age. However, Shen himself was also clean-shaven, preferring to appear younger, so this assessment might not be entirely accurate. It was rather unusual for someone to visit a cemetery at such an hour. Upon closer observation, he noticed a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from the man. It was merely a flicker, so subtle that had Shen not scrutinized closely, he might have missed it entirely. This individual seemed to be a novice cultivator who had recently manifested spiritual energy. Shen Mo's expression shifted. Encountering a practitioner with spiritual energy at this hour felt distinctly amiss. As he pondered, the man approached a stone and began to push it aside, to Shen Mo's astonishment. Beneath the stone was a hollow space, likely where the zombie was concealed, standing upright. What followed was a rather disheveled scene as the man struggled to pull the zombie from its hiding place. It appeared that the zombie was still too weak to leap out of the 2-meter pit in one motion, resulting in the awkwardness of the situation. Shen surmised that this man must have stumbled upon some dark secret technique and entered the realm of cultivation. At that moment, Shen contemplated launching a surprise attack with his wood spike technique, which would likely eliminate the man. Yet, he hesitated. There were many practitioners who raised corpses, and not all were inherently malevolent. Thus far, this man had only claimed a few poultry, and as for the man he had bitten, it was probable that he had harmed him inadvertently while feeding on his livestock's blood. While negligent homicide was indeed a crime, if it were unintentional, Shen found himself grappling with the morality of taking a life. The crux of the matter lay in his lack of psychological readiness to kill. He was not yet capable of the heartlessness exhibited by protagonists in other cultivation novels. Chapter 14. Illusionary Transformation and the Soul-Binding Bell. What are you doing? Shen stepped forward, compelled by a flicker of compassion. Eager to gauge the man's reaction. Should the man possess any hidden tricks, Shen Mo's approach would undoubtedly place him in peril. However, he had not arrived unprepared. The man remained oblivious to the creeping vines that had sprouted at his feet, ready to ensnare him should he make a move. Shen Mo's sudden appearance startled the man, who had just managed to extract the corpse. How had another person suddenly materialized? Having practiced the concealment technique, the man failed to discern Shen Mo's cultivation level, mistaking him for an ordinary mortal. Startled by Shen Mo's unexpected emergence, the man cast a fearful glance at him, then at the corpse beside him. The act of using a deceased body to create a zombie was hardly something one could boast about. Just nights prior, he had inadvertently taken a life. While it had not been intentional, it was still murder. He concluded that he must eliminate Shen Mo to ensure his own secrecy. In a hushed tone, he commanded, "Go, kill that person." The corpse responded to its master's command, lunging toward Shen Mo. Having fed on human blood just days before, this corpse had gained considerable strength, and for an ordinary person, dispatching it was no trivial matter. The man's orders echoed eerily in the night, and at the same moment, Shen unleashed his binding vines technique. Vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the man's feet. The vines rapidly spread across his body. Clearly, this was the man's first encounter with such an occurrence, and he floundered in panic. Fumbling to retrieve some artifact from his garments, Shen prepared a wood shield with his left hand, just in case, while simultaneously launching a wood spike attack at the man. Caught off guard, the man failed to react before the wood spike pierced his heart, ending his life in an instant. Though the man was dead, the corpse, now uncontrolled, continued its assault on Shen employed the wood shield to absorb the impact and then recast the binding vines to restrain the corpse. With focused intent, he unleashed his wood spike technique directly at the zombie's neck, repeating the process thrice until he successfully severed its head. Only in this manner could the corpse be truly vanquished. Mere strikes to the heart or abdomen would not suffice, as the undead felt no pain and would persist in their attacks. Only by depleting their corpse energy or severing their heads could they be eradicated. Once he confirmed that the threat had been neutralized, Shen sank to the ground, gasping for breath. The confrontation had gone smoothly, and he had sustained no injuries. Yet, being a first-time killer weighed heavily on his spirit, leaving him visibly fatigued. After resting for a while, Shen finally stood and approached the lifeless body of the man whose name he still did not know. His hands trembled as he contemplated fleeing. Yet he fought against his fear and began searching the man's person. From the man, Shen retrieved a tome of secrets and a bell. He did not examine them immediately, but instead tucked them away in his robe. He needed to find a way to dispose of the two corpses immediately. After much contemplation, Shen decided to discard the man's body in the location where he had previously concealed the corpse. Promptly covering it with stones as for the other corpse, he chose a secluded corner and obscured it with dry grass, his heart. While handling the bodies, the protagonist silently resolved that upon returning to Qinglin City, he would definitely purchase a fireball technique to practice. If all else failed, he could leave a large shovel in the small world to dig a pit. Grave sites are generally seldom visited except during the Qingming festival and memorial days. By the time others discovered the corpse, he might have already returned to Qinglin City. After completing these tasks, Shen hurried back to Yuhua City overnight. When he arrived at the city gate, it was just the right moment for the gates to open. Unlike when Shen first arrived, there were no restrictions on entering the city now. Upon returning to Jishitang, he merely greeted his two sons before retreating to his room and collapsing into bed. Shen was utterly exhausted. He had yet to build his foundation and still relied on sleep to replenish his energy. In the meantime, Shen Wanxian and Shen Lingyu had come to his room to wake him for dinner. But Shen remained asleep and did not rise. The two brothers could tell that Shen was extremely fatigued and refrained from forcing him awake. Seeing their father return safely, the brothers finally felt their anxious hearts ease. When Shen awoke and opened his door, it was already evening. After a bath, he returned to his room and gathered all the lingwei grass into a bag. That evening, he summoned his two brothers to his room. Although Shen Lingyu had no particular business to attend to, Shen did not wish for him to overthink matters. Often, he would include Shen Lingyu in discussions to convey that there was nothing to hide within the family. He urged Shen Lingyu not to dwell unnecessarily on thoughts. As he recounted the day's events, he altered the details slightly. The seemingly weak cultivator at the first layer of qi refinement transformed into a severely injured cultivator at the fourth layer of qi refinement in Shan Mo's narrative. After slaying this cultivator, he had found a manual, a bell, and 20 stalks of lingwei grass on him. Elevating the cultivator's level served to justify the bag of lingwei grass. Once yen, lingwei grass is all yours. Cultivate diligently during this period. Once you have absorbed this bag of lingwei grass, it might be time for us to return to Qinglin City. Shen pushed the grass towards Shen Wanxian. Dad, you also need resources for your cultivation. This is something you earned through hardship. I cannot accept it. Shen Wanxian declined his father's gift. He understood that many resources at home revolved around him, and that his family was using their own cultivation paths to support his journey. Feeling undeserving, he hesitated to accept the lingwei grass. Shen Mo's expression turned serious. After some persuasion, Shen Wanxian finally accepted the lingwei grass. Then, Shen produced several sheets of paper and handed them to Shen Wanxian, which detailed a technique known as the illusionary form technique. The illusionary form technique could alter one's appearance and even aura, and it was the only useful spell Shen had acquired after studying the bloody manual. That manual was rife with gruesome content, detailing not only how to craft a corpse from a mortal's body, but also how to use blood to enhance one's own cultivation. It was undoubtedly a wicked manual, but the illusionary form technique did not require such bloody methods for its practice. It was likely that wicked cultivators, if unable to disguise their appearance and aura, would easily be tracked down. Shen carefully tore out the illusionary form technique and presented it to Shen As for the manual. He had burned it after reading. Such a technique should not be allowed to circulate. If any disheartened cultivator were to acquire such evil practices, the consequences could be disastrous. Shen did not hand the bell over to Shen, as the manual had mentioned methods for ritualistically refining and utilizing it. This bell could manipulate the corpses. The bell was an inferior magical artifact, categorized into 3 grades: inferior, middle, and superior. Ritualizing a magical artifact required a special method to imprint one's aura onto it, allowing for its proper use. The man had not utilized this bell because it was unnecessary. He had fed the corpse with his own blood, and since it was of the lowest grade, the bell was superfluous. In addition to controlling corpses, the bell possessed another ability. When it rang, it could momentarily daze individuals. Naturally, the higher the opponent's cultivation level, the less effective the effect. However, in pivotal moments, this could potentially turn the tide of battle. Originally named the Corpse Control Bell, Shen felt it was an unappealing name, and since he had no corpses to control, he renamed it the Soul Capturing Bell. Chapter 15. Shen Lingyu's determination. Another month passed in Jishitang, and Shen Wanxian had consumed all the Lingwei grass and absorbed the spiritual energy contained within. His long stagnant cultivation made significant progress, and he had now reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Shenmo's cultivation had also advanced to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, and now, the purpose of their family's visit to the mortal realm had nearly been fulfilled. Shenmo pondered how to depart. Having stayed in Jishitang for over 2 years without so much as a word of farewell felt rather inappropriate. One night, just as Shenmo was about to rest, he heard a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Shenmo approached the door and opened it, only to find Shen Lingyu, looking anxious. "Lingyu, what brings you here so late?" Shen was uncertain of Shen Lingyu's intentions. "Father, may I come in to speak?" Shen Lingyu's expression was conflicted, as if he had something significant to discuss. "Is something the matter?" Shen led Shen Lingyu into the room and seated him. Shen Lingyu fidgeted with his hands, unsure how to begin. Noticing Shen Lingyu's demeanor, Shen gently said, "Having difficulty expressing yourself? It's all right, take your time to gather your thoughts." After hearing Shenmo's words, Shen Lingyu began to calm down. After a while, he spoke. "Father, I don't want to return to Qinglin City. I wish to stay in Jishitang." Shenmo's expression froze for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Shen Lingyu was intently watching his father's face. Although it was just a fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of Shenmo's reaction. His heart began to race with anxiety. Although he had anticipated a reprimand, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. "Why do you wish to stay?" Shenmo refrained from agreeing or disagreeing, eager to understand his son's thoughts. Deep down, Shenmo sensed that his child might not be easily dissuaded. Among the family, he was the only one unable to cultivate. In such an environment, it was unlikely that Shen Lingyu would be content to live a mundane and even mediocre life. Shenmo had already considered that purchasing martial arts manuals for Shen Lingyu might accelerate this process. But he hadn't expected it to come to fruition so soon. Shen Lingyu was only 13 years old. The initially anticipated reprimand left Shen Lingyu somewhat bewildered. "Father, you're not going to scold me? You rascal, do you think your father is unreasonable? First, tell me what you're thinking." Shenmo laughed while scolding. "Father, Qinglin City is a gathering place for cultivators. For someone like me, a mere mortal, returning holds little significance." Shen Lingyu replied with a wry smile. "And staying here holds significance?" Shen regarded Shen Lingyu. "Here, I can heal and save people," Shen Lingyu countered. "Just saving people?" Noticing Shenmo's ambiguous expression, Shen Lingyu felt that his father was implying something deeper. Shen Lingyu had always been the 2nd child in the family. Initially, his grandparents showered equal affection on all 3 children. However, everything began to change once his elder brother exhibited a spiritual root. When they were younger, he had merely sensed a sudden lack of attention, which felt rather strange. Reflecting now, it was likely because his elder brother was the only one capable of cultivating, leading to increased attention on him. As the eldest son, even Shan Yunmiao, the other child with a spiritual root, did not receive as much care. Many of Shen Yunmiao's techniques were taught by the elder brother. Shen Lingyu's observations were indeed astute. The Shen family's current focus was to cultivate a leader at all costs. The family's resources were insufficient to support 2 children. If they had the resources, why would the 3 of them venture out of Qinglin City for a mere handful of spirit stones? And why wait until Shen Wanxian turned 16 to begin his alchemy training? It was not that 16 was the age of peak learning ability, but rather that Shen Wanxian was 5 years old and completely clueless, making it far more challenging to teach him, thus consuming more spirit stones. Furthermore, when Shen Wanxian was 5, the Shen family's savings might not even suffice to train an alchemist. Even at 16, there was still a possibility of failure. Shen Lingyu had initially believed that he could not cultivate and that in studying or excelling in other areas, perhaps his grandparents and mother would pay more attention to him, just as they did to Shen Wanxian. However, that was not the case. It turned out that those who could cultivate had already reached their full potential, and no matter how exceptional he was in other aspects, it paled in comparison to the ability to cultivate. At times, he had blamed his parents for why his brother and younger brother both possessed spiritual roots while he had been left out. Fortunately, his father's attention had always been on him. Sometimes, even his elder brother would jest that despite being the one with the ability to cultivate, it seemed their father cared more for him. His father often spent more time focused on him, telling him stories and teaching him while Shen Wanxian engaged in other activities. This was perhaps the only source of pride he could boast among the 3 siblings. He was the favored one of Shen Imo. Later, when Shen Imo brought back the martial arts manual, it marked one of his happiest days. He has also acquired something to cultivate, and although it is not the path of immortality, he can still meditate and refine himself in the room alongside them. Every afternoon, he practices in the courtyard with his elder brother and younger siblings. Later, Shen Imo took the 2 of them out, despite the family's initial disapproval of his departure, believing it to be meaningless and that bringing along another person might increase the risks. Had it not been for his father's insistence, he might have spent his entire life in Qinglin City. He was unaware that some common folk would leave Qinglin City upon reaching adulthood. He simply thought that remaining there for his entire life would be a most dreadful fate. During his over 2 years in Yuhua City, he experienced much. No one would pay more attention to his elder brother. And as long as he put in the effort, he could gain even greater recognition than his brother. Here, he encountered a multitude of individuals, including a chivalrous hero who had come to the relief hall for treatment of knife wounds. As well as hearing many stories of gallant heroes, he yearned for this world, longing for the rivers and lakes spoken of by the knights. He aspired to the spirited adventures of wielding a sword to address worldly affairs. He yearned for the noble heroism his father once described, one that serves the nation and its people. These aspirations were unattainable in Qinglin City, hence his desire to remain. In the future, he did not intend to stay at the relief hall. He wished to venture out on his own and witness a broader world that belonged to him. Shen Imo listened as Shen Lingyu slowly finished recounting, remaining silent throughout, simply absorbing her words. Shen Lingyu was surprised by her own verbosity. Observing her father's expression, he appeared unfazed. "Father, want you say something?" Shen Lingyu cautiously inquired. "What should I say?" Shen Imo replied, looking at her with amusement. "Perhaps scold me a little or express some sentiments?" Shen Lingyu found herself at a loss with Shen Imo's current demeanor. Noticing her look of confusion, Shen Imo grew serious. "In truth, I had already anticipated that one day you would choose to venture out on your own. Qinglin City is good, yet it is ultimately not your world. I merely did not expect it to happen so soon. I thought our bond would last another 3 to 5 years. Father, I am your child. I will always be your son." Shen Lingyu knelt down, affirming that regardless of how far he roamed, he would forever be Shen Mo's child, a truth etched in his very bloodline that would never change. "Understood. In the coming month, reserve every afternoon for me. Lastly, I shall impart one final lesson to you, and summon your brother as well. Return early to sleep," Shen Imo instructed as he ushered Shen Lingyu out. Once alone, he closed the door, taking a deep breath. His child was growing up and preparing to experience the outside world, though he was uncertain if they would meet again in the future. Chapter 16. Return the following day, Shen Imo sought out Song Mingyuan to inform him of his intention to stay with Shen Wanxian at the relief hall for possibly a month, after which he would search for his wife. He had previously received news and taken a leave of absence to investigate, but found no trace of her. However, he had gathered some information suggesting she might be in Qingshui Bay, 1,000 miles from Yuhua City. "Wait, isn't your family comprised of refugees?" How did you manage to travel so far? Did you not starve on the way? How could news even reach you? Song Mingyuan's mind was filled with doubts. Shen found himself at a loss for an explanation and feigned ignorance. The news was such that it was necessary to investigate, for after all, she was Shen Mo's wife. When Shen Lingyu was mentioned, Shen remarked that Lingyu was still young, and bringing 2 children on the journey would be inconvenient. Moreover, the child himself wished to remain and learn more from his master. Song Mingyuan could not hinder someone from seeking their loved ones. Thus, he consented to their departure. Following this discussion, Song Mingyuan's attitude towards Shen Lingyu noticeably softened, and he became more earnest in his guidance of the boy. Shen intended to take Shan Wanxian with him, and prior to their departure, Shen Lingyu and Shan Wanxian cleared their schedules for the afternoons. As they would likely be apart for some time, Song Mingyuan readily agreed. Shen Mo's financial duties began to be handed over during these days as well. In the afternoons, Shen commenced training with Shen Lingyu and Shan Wanxian. What should one do when witnessing injustice? Shen queried the 2 children. Act righteously, Shan Wanxian replied as if it were the most natural thing. Incorrect. If no one notices, the best course of action is to run. The farther, the better. If you are discovered, escape according to the situation, Shan instructed, focusing their training on survival instincts. The 2 children had been raised with an idealistic education, and it was necessary to adjust their mindset. Being kind was not inherently wrong, but kindness must be predicated on self-preservation. One must first develop a moral compass that embraces kindness before learning how to protect oneself. If children are taught from the outset to prioritize self-interest, they may only become increasingly selfish, ultimately leading them down a dark path. Throughout that month, Shen imparted lessons on being cautious of poison when out in the world, advising them to be wary of any meals offered to them. If possible, they should avoid eating and preferably bring their own utensils. Some individuals might not poison the food itself, but rather the tools used to serve it. There are also wine vessels with compartments that dispense 2 types of liquor through a switch. He warned them not to judge others by appearances and to maintain a sense of caution towards everyone. He recounted tales of a great hero whose wife was taken hostage, forced to surrender his martial arts secrets. Only after he complied did he discover that his wife was in collusion with the captors. He also cautioned them to be wary of women who might throw themselves at them upon first meeting. Though the 2 brothers were not unattractive, they were not exceptionally handsome either, and such behavior would be highly suspicious. In the final days, Shen called Shen Lingyu into his room alone. You must remember everything I have said these past few days. Do not think your father is being overly dramatic. It is always wise to be vigilant. Yes, father, Shen Lingyu replied with utmost seriousness. Shen then produced the Qingmu and Xian Shui techniques from his robe. He had kept a copy of these 2 manuals in his small world, and during this month, he had found time to transcribe them. Father, I want to be able to use these. Shen Lingyu was puzzled by his father's intentions. In the future, if you start a family, your children may try their hand at these techniques. Perhaps one of them might even embark on the path of immortality. However, do not speak of cultivation to anyone, including your future children. If they succeed in practicing these techniques, you may tell them. If not, it can wait for a future day to ask for when that day would be. He would understand then. For those in the rivers and lakes, the allure of cultivation was immense. Even those without spiritual roots would seek to snatch secrets in hopes of trying their luck. Shen spoke gently. If you encounter a girl you like, and you confirm her family background and character are good, then you may pursue her. With me and your mother not around, do not let your concerns for us impede your own happiness. You are still young. I know the world outside is wondrous, but I hope you can remain at the relief hall for a few more years. Perhaps wait until you are around 18 before venturing out. I fear for you being deceived. Shen Mo's words came out in a jumble, as if he were recalling various thoughts, always wondering if there was anything he had forgotten to convey. Do not forget the way home. If you do not wish to return to Qinglin City, then whenever you tire of wandering the rivers and lakes, settle in Yuhua City. That way, I can find you. Shen had initially wished to agree on a yearly meeting. However, roads diverge, and he would have his own path to tread. If that were the case, why bind one another with promises of time? Just as Shen Lingyu departed, Shen had yet to close the door when he spotted Song Yin waiting outside. Is something the matter? Shen asked, somewhat surprised. Brother Shen, it's nothing. I just somehow found myself here this evening. Song Yin feigned indifference. During this time, Shen had not seen much of Song Yin. He had contemplated bidding her a proper farewell, yet their relationship was not substantial enough to warrant a formal goodbye, which would feel overly deliberate. After a moment, Song Yin spoke first. Brother Shen, do you think we will have the chance to meet again? Shen and Mo fell silent, and ultimately, the two of them left the relief hall, walking along the street for quite some time without uttering a word. Days later, as Shen and Mo prepared to depart with Shan Wanxian, Song Yin did not show up. He took a moment to glance back at the relief hall, bidding farewell to familiar faces. Aside from the necessary funds for the journey, Shen Mo left all his gold and silver behind for Shen Lingyu. He also instructed Shen Lingyu to pass on the cultivation techniques to Song Yin, should she ever embark on the path of immortality. Perhaps one day, they could meet again in some distant place. Ultimately, there was a tinge of reluctance, and as for the final outcome, it would be left for the future. They procured 2 horses for their journey in Yuhua City. As they exited the city, Shinimo glanced back one last time. The 2 years felt like a lifetime ago. Let us go home, Shinimo declared as he and Shan Wanxian began their return. Father, since we've been gone for so long, how is everything at home? Shan Wanxian, having not returned in quite some time, expressed eagerness to go back. I do not know. We shall find out upon our return. Father, do you think Yun Miao will be slacking off? If he is, then you shall supervise him when we return. All right, Father, do you think Ling Yu not returning will upset Mother? The father and son engaged in conversation as they traveled, and their journey back proved quicker than their arrival. In about half a month, Shinimo and his son returned to Qinglin City. Chapter 17. Learning alchemy. After Shinimo and Shan Wanxian returned home, Wang Yuexin's eyes glistened with unshed tears upon seeing her husband and child at it. Had been nearly 3 years since they had last met, with no word from them during that time. She often awoke in the middle of the night, consumed by fears that something terrible had befallen the 3 of them. But why were there only 2 of them returning? What had happened to Ling Yu? Wang Yuexin's hands trembled slightly, her entire being appearing as if it might collapse at any moment. Where was Ling Yu? Why hadn't he come back? Surely, it couldn't be. Wang Yuexin dared not let her thoughts wander further. Fearing the worst from her husband, Ling Yu as well, Shinimo quickly reassured Wang Yuexin, steadying her before she could falter. After a brief explanation, the family learned that Shen Lingyu had chosen not to return, wishing instead to venture out on his own. Furthermore, it was revealed that Shan Wanxian had already achieved the 3rd level of qi refinement, a feat accomplished in half the time it took his grandfather. In truth, it wasn't quite as extraordinary, as Shen Yu had to split his time tending to the spirit fields, leaving him little opportunity for cultivation. Having just returned home, Shen Imo indulged in a refreshing wash before guiding his father to the study. Are we to begin? Shen Yu sighed. Father, when a decision is not made promptly, it can lead to chaos. Only by mastering a true skill can our family firmly establish itself, Shen Imo urged, concerned that his father might hesitate at a critical moment. After a moment of silence, Shen Yu produced all the spirit stones he possessed, filling a small box with a total of 437 stones. This is our entire fortune, and I entrust it all to you, he declared. Shen Yu believed he lacked the resolve of his son and feared that if he held onto the spirit stones, he might falter at a crucial time. Thus, he decided to relinquish everything to Shinimo, effectively burning the boats behind him. The following day, Shinimo ventured into the city to procure materials for the pill of abstinence, while also inquiring about renowned alchemists. Upon entering Qinglin City, he made no delay in heading towards the inner city. The outer city was fraught with peril, while the inner city offered a greater degree of safety from prying eyes. Upon reaching the inner city, Shen Imo entered a modestly sized shop. The cost of 1 batch of materials for the pill of abstinence was a single spirit stone. After purchasing 20 batches, he carried a small pouch of herbs into a secluded alley, where he stored the herbs in his small world. He then used the illusion technique to alter his appearance and aura before proceeding to another shop. This cycle continued until he had gathered 100 batches of herbs necessary for crafting the pill of abstinence, along with some spirit charcoal. During his time in these shops, Shinimo engaged in conversation with the shopkeepers, gathering information. Within the inner city, 3 independent alchemists were renowned for their skills: Master Li Delin, Master Fanwenxin, and Master Bao Wuchen. Each of these masters was capable of refining pills that could enhance the cultivation of late-stage qi refinement practitioners. However, their success rates diminished with age, and they primarily focused on pills for mid-stage practitioners. Shinimo learned that the latter 2 masters were exceptionally selective regarding their apprentices, while Master Li would accept anyone willing to pay with spirit stones. His fees were quite reasonable, charging 5 spirit stones per hour. Upon learning the prices, Shen realized how lucrative this endeavor could be. If one taught 4 hours a day, that would amount to 20 spirit stones, more than the annual income of his family in just 2 days. This only solidified Shen Mo's determination to have Shen Wanxian study alchemy. After Shen Wanxian once more utilized the illusion technique, he visited Master Li Delin to seek guidance in alchemy. To receive instruction, one must make an appointment a day in advance, ensuring that Master Li would be available, though payment in spirit stones was not required up front. After meeting with Li Delin, Shen engaged in brief conversation and scheduled a weekly session, each lasting 1 hour in the afternoon. Li Delin, a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, emitted a palpable aura of spiritual energy. It was said that he had once been at the 9th level, but due to age, his spiritual energy had begun to wane, causing a decline in his cultivation. Li Delin, now too aged to refine high-tier pills, chose instead to impart his knowledge to the next generation, leaving behind a legacy. Before returning home, Shen took a detour to a deserted alley where he discreetly removed a portion of the materials for the pill of abstinence from his small world. He wrapped them in cloth, ensuring they were not too large to attract unwanted attention. He divided the materials into several batches, planning to take them out over the coming days to avoid raising suspicions among his family. This was the inconvenience of not having a storage bag. If the bundle he carried were too large, it would inevitably invite scrutiny. The next day, Shen brought Shen Wanxian to Li Delin's residence to begin his studies in alchemy. Initially, they focused not on the art of alchemy itself but on the properties of herbs, the techniques of pill refinement, and methods of controlling fire. After mastering these concepts, Li Delin demonstrated the process of pill refinement, with students providing their own materials. Should a student succeed in refining a pill under Li Delin's guidance, the resulting pill would belong to the master. After a week of diligent practice, Shen Wanxian gained a general understanding of alchemy and was ready to practice independently. However, this did not mean he would cease seeking Li Delin's counsel. As long as he had not successfully refined a pill, he would return weekly to demonstrate his techniques and receive feedback on where he might improve. Before heading home, Shen purchased an additional 20 batches of materials for the pill of abstinence, along with some seeds for the herbs required. Having previously consumed a portion of the materials during his studies, Shen, ever meticulous, ensured he replenished his stock to a full 100 batches. Since Shen had reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, his small world had expanded to 3 square meters. It seemed that growth was not exponential. He speculated that the flow of time within his small world had also increased threefold. The herb requirements for the pill of abstinence were not particularly demanding. The 3 primary herbs included the xiaoya flower, which required 3 years of growth, while the other 2 necessitated 2 years. Thus, cultivation of the xiaoya flower would be slightly more frequent to maintain a balanced supply. Although he estimated that he could only yield a few batches of materials each time. At this juncture, Shen Wanxian's studies in alchemy, along with the procurement of materials and spirit charcoal, had cost a total of 180 spirit stones. The pursuit of alchemy was undeniably a costly endeavor. Fortunately, Shen Yu had previously acquired a low-grade alchemy furnace. Otherwise, the expenses would have increased further. As per Shen Mo's instructions, Shen Wanxian was to reflect on his mistakes after each session of pill refinement. He would then restore his spiritual energy and recuperate before attempting to refine again. Following this method resulted in a relatively low efficiency, allowing Shen Wanxian to produce only 3 batches of pills per day. Even at maximum effort, he could manage only 5 or 6 batches, as prolonged sessions would lead to mental exhaustion, resulting in diminishing returns. It was only with higher cultivation that he might be able to refine a greater quantity. Nevertheless, Shen Wanxian's unwavering commitment to learning, coupled with Li Delin's guidance, bore fruit. On the 87th attempt, he finally succeeded in crafting his first pill of abstinence. The moment the pill materialized, the entire family erupted in excitement, especially Shen Wanxian, who had felt immense pressure during this period. Although his father never disclosed the exact costs involved, he was aware that his education had likely consumed around 200 spirit stones. For an ordinary person, such expenses would have nearly depleted their resources, yet this was also a testament to the foundation Shen Wanxian had built over the years. Having once been a budding healer, he possessed a profound understanding of herb properties and pharmacology. Although spiritual herbs differed from mundane plants, their underlying principles shared commonalities. Without such knowledge, even a more capable individual might struggle to achieve success. Of course, it was also true that most individuals could not endure such a lengthy process. Many would give up after 20 or 30 attempts, as frequent failures could easily lead to self-doubt. Shen Wanxian had also questioned whether it was the materials that were lacking, even contemplating abandoning alchemy altogether to pursue hunting beasts in the mountains once he reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Fortunately, he persevered. Chapter 18. Shen Mo's alchemy. The success of the first batch of pills undoubtedly bolstered Shen Wanxian's confidence and experience. He began to reflect and summarize his findings, striving to enhance his success rate in future attempts. Currently, the rate of success was insufficient for profit, necessitating further practice. The material cost for the pill of abstinence was 1 spirit stone, while the retail price was 10 spirit stones per bottle, containing 10 pills. However, the shop's buyback price was only 8 spirit stones, and in the outer city, the price for a bottle was 9 spirit stones, slightly lower than the shop price but still above the buyback rate. Purchasers of the pill of abstinence were often families seeking to support their promising disciples, allowing them to focus on their cultivation without the burden of daily sustenance. Alternatively, some were adventurers who spent weeks in the wilderness hunting beasts, for whom the pill of abstinence was essential to avoid starvation. Typically, cultivators selling their wares in the outer city were independent practitioners, as were those acquiring supplies. For these individuals, every spirit stone was precious. Shen Wanxian continued to hone his alchemical skills, producing between 3 to 7 pills per batch. Considering the spirit charcoal, he needed approximately a 2.5 success rate to break even. Prior to this, he had been operating at a loss. In the 2nd month, he successfully refined 8 out of 90 batches, and in the 3rd month, he achieved a success rate of 20 out of 90. Through relentless practice, he finally reached a point of financial equilibrium by the 3rd month. Fortunately, Shen Wanxian's current ability to break even meant that he could sustain his efforts, yet the family's savings had dwindled to just under 100 spirit stones, leaving them with enough resources to last for only 1 more month. However, now that Shen Wanxian had reached a point of stability, he remained optimistic that his success rate would gradually improve. In this very month, the Shen family deliberately procured spiritual rice and the meat of demon beasts to celebrate. Next month, Shen Wanxian is anticipated to achieve a success rate of 30%. Shinamo calculated that, after deducting costs, they could earn approximately 30 spiritual stones in a month, nearly equivalent to the annual income of their entire family. Moreover, both Shen Wanxian and Shinamo possessed the requisite skills, which is the crux of the matter. Together, they could amass 60 stones in a month. The next in line is Shen Yunmiao. Subsequently, Shinamo volunteered to accompany Lin Shuier to set up a stall in the outer city to sell fasting pills. In previous instances, it had always been Lin Shuier who managed the stall. Typically, such labor should not fall upon an elder, particularly when Wang Yuexin is only in her 30s. Cultivators tend not to exhibit signs of aging, appearing more akin to those in their mid-20s. To avoid the calamity of attracting the attention of bullies, which could lead to catastrophic consequences, they reluctantly burdened their elderly mother with this task. Shinmo spent the majority of his time observing Shen Wanxian's alchemical practices, laying the groundwork for his future endeavors in alchemy, as Shen Wanxian's successful mastery of the craft validated Shen Mo's decisions. The family finances were entirely entrusted to Shinmo. Even after Lin Shuier sold the fasting pills, the proceeds were submitted to him. Accompanying Lin Shuier to the outer city, she expertly located an available spot and settled in. Although she had only managed to concoct a few bottles of fasting pills in the preceding month, she had become familiar with several individuals, exchanging greetings and displaying her own elixirs. As for Shinamo, he merely exchanged a few words with Lin Shuier before wandering off to other stalls. Lin Shuier had no expectations of her son assisting her and allowed him to go on his way. "Brother, how much is the thorned pig meat per pound?" Shinamo inquired of the vendor selling demon beast meat before him. 0.1 spiritual stone per pound. "How many pounds would you like to take home for a taste?" The vendor, addressing Shinamo as a customer, was exceptionally warm. The thorned pig, a type of demon beast, bears resemblance to ordinary pigs but features a prominent thorn atop its head. This beast possesses immense strength, making it relatively easy to capture. Generally, such demon beasts are only at the initial stage of qi refinement, with few reaching the intermediate stage. Furthermore, not every part of a demon beast's meat retains spiritual energy. After being slain, much of it dissipates quickly, with only select areas rich in spiritual energy being marketable as demon beast meat. The classification of demon beasts is less intricate than that of cultivators. Falling only into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages, I'll take a look further. Shinamo smiled shyly and moved on to other stalls. Initial stage demon beast meat, typically costs 1 spiritual stone per pound. Should one desire a more palatable variety, it would be an additional half stone. As for spiritual rice, Qinglin City offers Qingling rice, Qiyuan rice, and the most expensive, Haisha rice. Shenmo's family cultivates Qingling rice. Haisha rice is the priciest, costing 5 spiritual stones for 10 pounds. While Qingling rice is 1 spiritual stone for 10 pounds, and Qiyuan rice is 3 spiritual stones for 10 pounds. Naturally, the spiritual energy content varies as well. For a family of 6, they consume roughly 1 pound of demon beast meat and 3 pounds of spiritual rice daily. If they were to indulge in Qiyuan rice, he and Wan Xian could barely afford it, making it unlikely to save up spiritual stones. After Yumiao begins alchemy, they would need to prepare at least 400 spiritual stones. So for now, purchasing Qingling rice would suffice, allowing them to save 20 stones over the month. Shenmo calculated his family's expenses privately, recognizing that initially, they could not afford to indulge in medicinal pills. Their family could only manage to buy some cultivation resources, while consuming pills remained too extravagant. Moreover, spiritual rice and demon beast meat have the added benefit of not causing pill toxicity. Although they provide less spiritual energy, their effects are subtle and contribute to enhancing one's foundation. However, this month, Shenmo purchased nothing. The profits generated by Shen Wanxian were insufficient to support such expenditures. Only when he was included could they sustain this level of consumption. He additionally acquired some alchemical materials, claiming he too would begin learning alchemy. Shen Yu was taken aback by Shenmo's decision, as the Shen family lacked sufficient spiritual stones, at least for the foreseeable future. This led to a fierce argument between father and son, with Shen Yu berating Shenmo for his profligacy. In Shen Yu's eyes, Shenmo was aging, with merely a decade remaining until he reached 50. Yet his cultivation was still at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Learning alchemy seemed a waste of resources. Nevertheless, Shenmo disregarded his family's objections and insisted on spending all their spiritual stones to purchase alchemical materials for himself. After accounting for Shen Wanxian's share, Shenmo spent all the spiritual stones in his possession on materials for fasting pills. Shenmo's newly acquired financial authority was swiftly revoked. The fasting pills refined by Shen Wanxian were all handed over to Lin Chuer for sale. Whereas the proceeds were originally intended for Shenmo but were now entirely surrendered to Shen Yu. Even Wang Yuexin regarded her husband with a complex expression. She did not oppose Shen Mo's desire to learn alchemy. She merely felt it was ill-timed. Besides Shen Wanxian's surplus, their household possessed only 100 spiritual stones, which could easily be saved for future learning. Why spend 100 spiritual stones to learn alchemy when Shen Wanxian had invested so many? Shen Mo's actions left his family perplexed, as he was once regarded as a person of considerable insight. Shenmo could not explain himself to his family. His actions, by conventional reasoning, indeed appeared somewhat absurd. Yet he understood that he had genuinely mastered the art of refining fasting pills, receiving immediate feedback with each of Shen Wanxian's advancements, including his prior medical skills. Shen Wanxian dared not intervene in the discord between his father and grandfather, but believed that his father's pursuit of alchemy was commendable. In Shen Wanxian's heart, his father had always been an exceptionally intelligent individual. If he could learn alchemy, then so could his father. Chapter 19. Alchemical formulas in the first month of his alchemical journey. Shenmo barely broke even, a talent that astonished all present. Shen Yu even pondered that had Shenmo learned alchemy first, perhaps they would not have had to wait an entire decade. Shenmo modestly explained that he had simply watched his son practice alchemy too often, which enabled him to progress swiftly. However, few believed his explanation. Everyone simply regarded Shenmo as possessing considerable talent. By the 2nd month, 2 young alchemists emerged from the Shen family. Shenmo quietly reclaimed control of the family finances, and from that point onward, their meals transformed into spiritual cuisine. Thus, they lived a stable life for nearly 2 years. During this time, Shen Yumiao's cultivation advanced to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, and Wang Yuexin reached the 4th layer. However, the couple Shen Yu made no progress due to their age. Feeling deeply gratified that the Shen family might soon establish themselves in Qinglin City, while their own cultivation had long ceased to be a concern, they had even suggested foregoing spiritual cuisine preparations. Believing that every little bit saved was valuable, but Shenmo remained adamant. Shen Wanxian's success rate in refining pills had also increased to 35%. Over 2 years, they accumulated over 800 spiritual stones. Now 17, Shen Wanxian and 13-year-old Shen Yumiao were both on the cusp of learning alchemy. Initially, the plan was for Shen Yumiao to start at 16, But since Shen Wanxian had progressed ahead of schedule, Shen Yumiao was compelled to follow suit. Shen Imo ventured into the inner city, purchasing a storage bag, followed by acquiring the Fireball technique, Object Control technique, and a first-tier intermediate spell, Thorny Entanglement. Thorny Entanglement is an advanced version of the binding technique. The original binding technique did not inflict damage. The vines of Thorny Entanglement, upon ensnaring an opponent, would bear thorns that extended in length with the strength of the spiritual energy. Failing to escape could result in death. In addition, he purchased 3 low-grade magical artifacts. Spirit Controlling Swords. 1 cannot learn Object Control technique without reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement, so these swords were intended for Shen Yu and his wife. He also procured materials for the refinement of 100 fasting pills from various shops. The total expenditure for these items amounted to 500 spiritual stones, with half of that cost attributed to the storage bag alone. In earlier times, it would have taken their family 5 to 10 years to afford such a storage bag. Shen Imo also inquired at nearby shops about the formulas for the Spirit Nourishing Pill and the Lesser Spirit Nourishing Pill. The Spirit Nourishing Pill is an auxiliary medication for cultivators in the intermediate stage of Qi refinement, while the Lesser Spirit Nourishing Pill is a simplified version intended to assist those in the first 3 layers of Qi refinement. However, the market for Lesser Spirit Nourishing Pills primarily caters to families rather than loose cultivators, as those at the early stages of Qi refinement are often too impoverished to afford them. It is only once they reach the 4th layer and can hunt beasts that they might possess the means to purchase such pills. But by then, the Lesser Spirit Nourishing Pill would likely lose its relevance. Thus, these pills are predominantly aimed at family cultivators, who possess a certain economic capacity to expedite the cultivation of those in the first 3 layers of Qi refinement. Shen Imo carefully stored the storage bag, and he learned that, aside from a few alchemists, only the Linlang Pavilion in Qinglin City sold alchemical formulas. The cultivation world had previously imposed strict resource restrictions, but a group had emerged, seeking to maximize their profits by clandestinely selling formulas for personal gain. While the restrictions persist, it does not mean that formulas are entirely unobtainable. Observing the 3 alchemical masters of Qinglin City, Shen Imo arrived at Linlang Pavilion, where he was immediately greeted by a maid. "May I inquire what you wish to purchase, esteemed friend?" The maid, appearing to be in her mid-20s, had a well-proportioned figure and a shrewd gaze. "Do you sell alchemical formulas here?" Shen Imo discreetly inquired. Upon hearing his question, the maid regarded him with suspicion. Dressed in ordinary clothing, he did not resemble an alchemist. "What type of formula are you seeking?" Although the maid sensed that Shen Imo did not fit the mold of an alchemist, she still responded with a smile. "Truly, Linlang Pavilion staff are exceptionally well-mannered." Shen Imo inwardly commended the service attitude of the Linlang Pavilion. In a previous life, it may have been commonplace to greet clients with a smile, but in this realm, where grand establishments possess formidable backgrounds and control indispensable resources for cultivation, the demeanor towards certain rogue cultivators can be exceedingly arrogant. "I wish to purchase the formula for the minor spirit-enhancing pill and the formula for the spirit-enhancing pill." Upon expressing his desire to the attendant, she promptly provided him with a quotation. The formula for the minor spirit-enhancing pill costs 200 spirit stones, while the spirit-enhancing pill formula is priced at 500 spirit stones. "Would you like to make the payment now?" Having just spent a considerable sum at another shop, Shen Imo hesitated, realizing he might not afford both. Embarrassed, he replied, "I will take the formula for the minor spirit-enhancing pill first." After a brief absence, the attendant returned, handing Shen Imo the formula. The minor spirit-enhancing pill requires a combination of 5 herbs, and upon inspecting the herbs, Shen Imo estimated the cost to be around 3 spirit stones per batch. He subsequently purchased materials for 30 batches of the minor spirit-enhancing pill, depleting his spirit stones once more. Witnessing Shen Imo's substantial purchase of materials, the attendant began to believe he was indeed a pill master. She retrieved a communication jade pendant from her bosom, saying, "I am Yulong. This is a communication jade pendant with a range covering the entire Qinglin City. Should you wish to sell pills in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. I assure you, the prices will be favorable." Accepting the communication jade pendant, Shen Imo introduced himself as Han Feng, assuring her that if he succeeded in pill crafting, he would certainly seek her out first. The minor spirit-enhancing pill necessitates collaboration with a shop for sales. Otherwise, it lacks a viable market, rendering it rather useless for rogue cultivators. Therefore, he was keen on finding a suitable business partner, and with Yulong's proactive approach, he was willing to seize the opportunity. The profit margin for the minor spirit-enhancing pill was significantly higher, with a retail price of 40 spirit stones. However, rogue cultivators typically could not afford this price, and it was generally sold through Linglang Pavilion to major sections. It was not that the major sects lacked alchemists. Rather, the time spent crafting minor spirit-enhancing pills would be better invested in concocting higher-grade pills. Thus, the minor spirit-enhancing pill was continuously procured from various shops, sold to major sects at around 35 spirit stones per vial, while the purchase price was typically 30 spirit stones per vial. The difference of 5 spirit stones allowed the intermediary to pocket 2 spirit stones. Leaving behind the communication jade pendant, Shen appeared unlikely to craft minor spirit-enhancing pills for now, but who could predict the future? It was wise to cultivate a good relationship. Content: Shen departed from Linglang Pavilion, oblivious to the fact that someone had stealthily followed him. This time, Shen did not reveal his true appearance. After changing his visage several times, he finally exited Qinglin City. Damn it. How could I lose him so easily? I was so cautious, changing my face multiple times. I let my guard down for just a moment, failing to use my spiritual vision, and he vanished into the crowd. The individual trailing Shen was a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement. He possessed the ability of spiritual sight, which allowed him to see through Shen Mo's disguise. He had unintentionally noticed Shen emerging from a shop and, upon observing Shen changing appearances while entering Linglang Pavilion, realized that this seemingly insignificant cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement might possess some wealth worth pursuing. As for why Shen did not employ concealment technique within the inner city, it was because commoners were barred from entering, and given that he was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, there was little need to suppress his cultivation level. Thus, he did not hide his spiritual energy fluctuations. Chapter 20. Entangled in trouble at this moment, Shen remained unaware that he had attracted unwanted attention. However, for the time being, he would not venture out much, as the materials for 100 batches of the Bagu Dan would suffice for his family's alchemical needs for an entire month. A month later, when Shen finally ventured out to procure materials for the Bagu Dan, the 6th level Qi refinement cultivator had not reappeared. Perhaps he had other matters to attend to. It was unlikely that he would remain at the city gate indefinitely. Considering that there were other potential targets besides Shen upon arriving in the inner city, Shen noticed an increased number of guards, piquing his curiosity as to why there were so many more. The streets were also patrolled by numerous enforcement teams, leaving him perplexed at their newfound diligence. He transformed into the guise he had worn during his previous visit to Linglang Pavilion and promptly notified Yulong. Previously, she had given him a communication jade pendant, and he speculated that those serving in the shop likely received a commission from transactions. Han Daoyu, it has been a month. Yulong greeted him as she emerged. Yulong, it has been too long. Has something happened in the inner city? I just noticed an unusual increase in the enforcement team, Shen inquired with a questioning gaze. Recently, there have been reports of malevolent cultivators, leading to numerous members of the 3 prominent families being slain. It is said that the head of the Zhou family lost his most cherished son. Yulong sighed. The Zhou family was one of the 3 foundational families of Qinglin City. Alongside the Chu and Bai families, no wonder the enforcement team had grown in size. The emergence of malevolent cultivators indicated that recent times were decidedly unsettled. Shen sighed softly in a hurry. He purchased materials for 200 batches of the Bagu Dan from Linglang Pavilion and departed. Originally, he had intended to buy some materials for the minor spirit-enhancing pill, but now he felt it prudent to refrain from returning to Qinglin City for the foreseeable future. The 200 batches of Bagu Dan materials, combined with what he had left over from the previous month, would be sufficient for him and his son to practice alchemy for 4 months. After acquiring the herbs, Shen returned home. In the outer city market, he found an alley and, in a customary fashion, changed his appearance. However, he encountered an unexpected twist. A woman walked directly into the alley, and Shen scrutinized her closely. She differed from his wife and Song Yin in that she exuded an alluring charm. With her fair skin, exquisite features, and ample assets, one could say that while Song Yin was the most beautiful woman Shen had encountered, this woman was the most captivating. It was as if every movement she made possessed the power to enchant. From the moment Shen laid eyes on her, he felt a fire igniting within him. Yet, he quickly realized that something was amiss. His state of mind was compromised. Thus, Shen regained his composure. This surprised the woman, who was astonished that someone could withstand her charm. especially a mere cultivator at the third level of Qi refinement. Shen noticed that the woman appeared to have sustained an injury, and upon sensing her spiritual energy fluctuations, he discerned that she was at the ninth level of Qi refinement. Shen felt a surge of caution. The presence of a ninth-level Qi refinement cultivator in this vicinity was decidedly unusual. He formed hand seals, ready to release his wood shield technique at any moment. Sister, I'm just passing by. Farewell, he said. Attempting to move towards the alley's exit, however, the woman smiled at him, unwilling to let him escape so easily. With a swift motion, she unleashed a silken artifact towards him. In an instant, Shen activated the wood shield technique, then followed up with the thorn bind. The wood shield technique shattered upon impact with the silken artifact, yet Shen Mo's rapid response intrigued the woman. After the wood shield was destroyed, the silken artifact struck him, sending him flying deep into the alley. To his dismay, he watched as his own spells were effortlessly dispelled by a silver needle-like artifact. Sister, spare me. I have an elderly father and 3 young children depending on me, he pleaded, realizing he was outmatched. The woman, however, did not waste her breath on idle chatter. Shen felt himself enveloped by the silken artifact and subsequently lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. His entire body, save for his head, was bound by the silken artifact, and upon glancing outside, he saw that night had fallen. Where am I? Hadn't I just been defeated by that unknown woman? It was late, and his family would surely be worried about him. He had never returned home this late before. Hello there, young man. You're awake? A voice, sweet and alluring, reached his ears, causing Shen Mo's heart to race. Yet, he was acutely aware of his precarious situation and quickly regained his composure. What do you intend to do with me? He demanded, fixing his gaze on the woman who had captured him. He was still alive, which suggested that she had some use for him. As long as he was useful, he could remain alive. The woman approached Shen and gently brushed her fingers across his face, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that was quite pleasant. But after a few moments, he sensed something was wrong. Was there poison? Shen recalled the properties of common spiritual herbs quite vividly, thanks to his experiences with Shan Wanxian. Although he couldn't identify all the components of the fragrance, he recognized one particular herb, fragrant grass. The name sounded delightful, but it possessed the lethal capacity to induce death within 3 hours. Your expression suggests you realize I have poisoned you, the woman observed, her smile growing more mischievous. What do you want me to do? Shen asked, his voice low. The woman didn't need poison to kill him. It was likely that the toxin had a delayed effect. For now, he assumed he was safe. It seems you are quite astute. I won't beat around the bush. I am injured and, due to certain circumstances, unable to procure herbs. I require someone to assist me. Although surprised that Shen possessed medical knowledge, the woman did not mince words. The people who captured you know what herbs you need? Are these herbs common? Shen expressed concern, fearing that he had just purchased the necessary herbs only to be intercepted. Rest assured, they will not know what I require. The poison I administered will activate every 7 days. You must come to me regularly to provide the herbs I need, or you can imagine the consequences. The woman once again gently brushed her hand across Shen Mo's cheek, curious to test the strength of his resolve. I understand now. Please write down the herbs you require, and also provide me with the corresponding spirit stones. I find myself lacking in spirit stones. Shen could not possibly pay for them himself. If she wanted him to perform a task, it was only reasonable for her to compensate him. The woman then jotted down the types of herbs Shen was to bring tomorrow, each possessing medicinal properties exceeding 30 years, with a single herb valued at dozens of spirit stones. After completing the list, she handed it to Shen and leaned closer, eager to gauge the extent of his composure. Realizing that her charm seemed ineffective against him. Moreover, he was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, a stage where one had yet to develop their spiritual awareness. Having concluded the serious matters, she now noticed how handsome he appeared up close and decided to tease him once more. Shen was not entirely indifferent, however. He remained preoccupied with concerns for his safety, striving to maintain a clear and composed mind. This had nothing to do with the strength of his spiritual awareness, but rather stemmed from a primal fear of death, compelling him to stay vigilant. After negotiating terms with the woman, Shen Mo's taut nerves finally relaxed. He then inquired, Might I ask for your name, fair lady? I am Yu Qi. Remember it well, she replied, playfully tracing a finger along his jawline. Shen recalled a time in his past life when netizens frequently asked how to defend against such alluring women. An impulse surged within him. How to defend? Why defend at all? Just go for it and see who ends up at a disadvantage. In a moment of heated recklessness, he leaned in and kissed her. Their lips meeting, leaving both of them momentarily stunned. Shen inwardly chided himself for his impulsiveness. Yuqi, too, was taken aback by Shen Mo's audacity. Bound as he was, how could he dare to be so forward? Chapter 21. A fragrance lingers. Yuqi slapped Shen liberating him from her grasp. As he emerged, he surveyed his surroundings. He was in the impoverished districts outside Qinglin City. This area was populated by mortals and numerous low-ranked cultivators, all of whom shared a common trait. They had either offended the overseers of the three major families, rendering them unable to cultivate spirit fields, or were individuals who looked down upon farming yet possessed no particular skills. The district was a chaotic mix of people, devoid of protective formations. The greatest advantage of being a spirit planter was that it offered a modicum of safety compared to the lives of those around him, who were entirely unprotected. Shen had originally planned to procure this batch of herbs and avoid returning to Qinglin City for a while, hoping to evade trouble. Yet misfortune struck. He encountered the so-called evil cultivators on his way back. Fortunately, he also gained some benefits, receiving a storage bag containing thousands of low-grade spirit stones, along with 3 first-tier high-level talismans as a means of self-preservation. The classifications for formations, talismans, and medicinal pills corresponded to cultivation levels. Qi refinement was first tier. Foundation establishment was second tier, and golden core was third tier, with distinctions made for early, mid, and late stages of cultivation. In haste, Shen returned home only to find Wang Yuexin waiting at the door, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Upon entering, he learned that Shen Yu and his wife had gone out searching for him, worried about potential dangers that might befall him or Shen Wenxian. By nightfall, the outskirts of Qinglin City were far more perilous than during the day. Hence, the couple preferred to seek him out themselves rather than risk their offspring encountering any issues. Shen chose not to enter but instead waited outside with Wang Yuexin for his parents. After half an hour, Shen Yu and his wife returned safely. Due to the circumstances, the family had foregone dinner, eagerly awaiting Shen Mo's return. This sight warmed Shen Mo's heart. It was comforting to be surrounded by family who cared for one another in times of trouble. Although occasional quarrels occurred, such days were indeed quite agreeable. Father, why is your left cheek so red? Did someone hit you? Shen Yu Miao, oblivious to the subtleties, asked directly, drawing everyone's gaze toward Shen Only Wang Yuexin continued eating, maintaining an air of calm, yet her occasionally darting glances at Shen revealed her underlying concern. Upon his return, she had noticed the fragrance lingering on him, reminiscent of another woman. She recalled that a few months prior, a maid from Linglang Pavilion named Yulong had gifted her husband a communication jade pendant. Today, he had left home ostensibly to purchase herbs, yet how could a normal transaction result in such a scent? Furthermore, he had returned significantly later than usual. She initially planned to wait until they were alone to interrogate him, but Shan Yunmiao inadvertently broached the subject first. With everyone's attention fixed on him, Shen realized that a plausible explanation was necessary if he wished to enjoy his meal in peace. I encountered some evil cultivators on my way back. The family's eyes widened in alarm. Evil cultivators were notorious for their disregard for human life, often engaging in extreme violence and employing gruesome practices, including the consumption of human life essence to enhance their powers and using human skins to craft talismans. It was inconceivable that Shen could return safely after such an encounter. Quickly, Shen fabricated a tale, claiming he had encountered a female evil cultivator who had struck him before he could react. He added that he had lost consciousness, only to awaken after hearing the voices of the enforcement team. However, his words were a mix of truth and fabrication, as there had been no enforcement team. He had indeed been captured. Nevertheless, Shen Yu and his wife were somewhat convinced, as they were aware that the enforcement team had recently been apprehending individuals in the area. Lin Shui remarked, "Emoer, you truly are fortunate." Of course, Shen Mo's account had many inconsistencies, such as why the assailant had chosen to use her hand rather than a weapon, and the lingering fragrance he bore. Yet, before Shen Yu and his wife, Wang Yuexin refrained from probing further. After washing up, Shen returned to his room and found his wife sitting at the bedside, seemingly waiting to discuss something with him. "What troubles you, my dear?" he inquired, sensing that her demeanor was somewhat off. He suspected it might relate to his late return and the mark left upon his face. As a skilled practitioner of medicine and alchemy, Shen was acutely aware of the scent that clung to him. There was no hiding it, no matter how he explained. It would be futile. Wang Yuexin yearned to ask but was at a loss for words. Feeling that as a wife, she ought not to doubt her husband in this world, where polygamy was not uncommon, even her father had many wives and concubines. Lying on the bed, Shen suddenly embraced Wang Yuexin from behind, gently nibbling her earlobe. Indeed, actions often speak louder than words when it comes to expressing affection. The following day, Shen ventured out again, which struck his family as peculiar. However, they often found it challenging to grasp his intentions. They were aware that under his guidance, their lives were steadily improving, so they paid little heed to his actions. Shen assumed various identities to procure the spirit herbs, arriving at the location where he had been taken the previous day. After a prolonged wait, the door finally opened to reveal a woman who appeared to be at the third level of qi refinement, though her demeanor seemed somewhat unnatural. Shen hesitated, thinking he might have come to the wrong place. But the woman spoke. "You have brought the herbs, Haven to you? Come inside." Upon hearing the familiar voice of Yu Qi, Shen Mo's curiosity was piqued. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the woman before him was a puppet. Puppets are a branch of the crafting arts, their creation more intricate than regular weapon forging, capable of being animated using spirit stones. How Yu Qi managed to project her voice through this puppet was a mystery to him. Once inside, he found Yu Qi waiting. Today, she exhibited a demeanor markedly different from the previous day, appearing rather cold, perhaps still nursing resentment over his earlier boldness. Unbeknownst to Shen he had inadvertently secured a place on Yu Qi's hit list. Having been so brazenly disrespected the previous day, her singular desire was to eliminate him. For the moment, he remained useful, which was why she refrained from taking action. After Shen presented her with the requested herbs, Yu Qi coldly instructed, "Leave now. I must prepare my elixirs." Upon hearing that she was about to engage in alchemical work, Shen Mo's eyes lit up. "May I observe?" It was not that Shen Mo was incapable of learning the myriad arts of cultivation. Rather, he often lacked the motivation to do so. As long as his son mastered something, he would inevitably benefit as well. Yet, he sensed that Yu Qi's alchemical skills surpassed even those of Li Delin, making it worthwhile for him to stay and learn from her. Chapter 22. Let us bring sister over. Yu Qi paused at Shen Mo's request, taken aback. "You are an alchemist as well?" However, given that he had detected her poison the day before, it was plausible that he possessed some knowledge of alchemy. "I can only concoct the pill of abstinence," Shen admitted candidly, feeling no shame in starting from the basics. Yu Qi chuckled at his declaration. "Is that truly worthy of being called an alchemist? One must learn to progress. After all, may I ask, fair Yu Qi, if you would permit me to observe?" Shen pressed, unabashed, lowering his stance as necessary. Recognizing that he was of use to her, he felt confident in making a request without risking his life. At worst, he could simply choose not to watch. Shen was more concerned with contemplating what would happen once Yu Qi completed her work. Though she had initiated the flirtation, it was he who had succumbed to temptation the day before. However, such behavior is likely to exacerbate the risk of death. Even under ordinary circumstances, some individuals would never abandon themselves. Yet now, he finds himself unable to seek assistance. What if this poison can only be resolved by her, or if the antidote is prohibitively expensive? He is merely a minor character, and even if he were to report Yuechi to the three great families, who would be willing to pay a significant price on his behalf? To put it bluntly, a cultivator of his caliber is hardly more esteemed than the dogs of those immortal families. It is precisely because he has contemplated so much that Shen has grown increasingly audacious. He perceives himself as a man with little time left. If he wishes to survive, he can only hope for a spark of conscience from the other party. Subsequently, Yuechi fell silent and did not permit Shen to leave, tacitly allowing his presence. She then produced an alchemy furnace, conjuring a swirl of pink flames before her. Upon witnessing those flames, Shen felt his desires stirring within him, nearly losing himself in their allure. Although he forcibly suppressed his emotions, he maintained an outward appearance of calm, yet the inner tumult of his desires remained unquenched, and his gaze upon Yuechi grew somewhat peculiar. He slapped himself a few times to regain composure. Yuechi, noticing this scene, seemed to finally grasp the situation and cast a spell to diminish the influence of the flames. Only after this did Shen manage to exert a semblance of control over himself. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his emotions had intensified considerably, likely to linger for several days. Heavenly Spirit Fire. It is indeed Heavenly Spirit Fire. Though he could not discern its specific type, Shen was acutely aware that this was the essence of Heavenly Spirit Fire. He felt as if he had glimpsed something he ought not to have seen. The more he learned of Yueqi's methods, the less confidence he harbored in his own future. She appeared unperturbed by the possibility that she intended for him not to survive. Suppressing his profound unease, Shen earnestly observed her alchemical techniques, which seemed markedly distinct from those commonly practiced in the market, whether in the activation of medicinal properties or the fusion of herbs. It appeared to be a far more advanced method of alchemy. However, despite this, Yueqi experienced a failure before successfully producing the elixir. Shen resolved to document the transformations of the herbs utilized in the recent alchemical process for the benefit of future generations. Perhaps it might serve as a valuable reference. He then proceeded to inquire about some of the herb transformations he had just witnessed. Yueqi offered no response, merely stating, "I need to heal." Shen understood her reluctance to divulge further information and did not press the matter. Retreating instead, Shen's daily excursions over the past few days had raised suspicions among his family. Wang Yuexin speculated whether he might be keeping a woman outside, given his late return that day and his subsequent daily departures. That evening, as Shen entered his room, he found Wang Yuexin already fast asleep. In these recent days, due to Yueqi's presence, he was uncertain whether he could continue living, his heart heavy with anxiety and dread. Leaving him oblivious to Wang Yuexin's unusual behavior, the following day, Shen ventured out again, unaware that Wang Yuexin had followed him. She trailed him to the outer city, only to lose sight of him shortly thereafter. Shen had been overly cautious, altering his appearance several times in the outer city. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yuexin lost track of him. Unable to locate Shen, she returned home. Promptly summoning her son, Shen Wanxian, to her room. "Son, you have the closest relationship with your father. Have you noticed any strange behavior from him lately?" Wang Yuexin inquired, regarding Shen Wanxian. "Father has indeed been going out more frequently, but perhaps he has his own reasons for it." Shen Wanxian thought to himself. He held a grand image of Shen in his mind, always believing that his father must have his own plans. Thus, he did not dwell on it too much. "Oh, you think it's possible that your father is keeping a woman outside?" Wang Yuexin expressed her concerns regarding Shen Mo's recent behavior. "That seems unlikely. Doesn't he have an excess of spirit stones, does he? Although all the spirit stones in the house are in his possession, he keeps meticulous accounts of every single one." Shen Wanxian responded skeptically. Could it be that his success rate in alchemy has improved, and he is hiding some spirit stones? Wang Yuexin pondered all possible scenarios with earnestness. Father shouldn't he engage in such things? If he were to do so, wouldn't he be able to in Yuhua City? Shen Wanxian began to sense something amiss and ceased his remarks. "Yuhua City? What did your father say while in Yuhua City?" Wang Yuexin seized upon this crucial point. Shen Wanxian appeared reluctant to speak. "Well, am I not your mother? Why would you hide this from me? Clearly, you and your father are in cahoots." Wang Yuexin was somewhat agitated. Realizing that her son had allied himself with Shen mother, Ihaven T. Shen Wanxian relented and recounted everything he knew about Song Yan. Had Shen been present, he would undoubtedly have reprimanded Shen Wanxian. His relationship with Song Yan was entirely innocent. They had never even gone out together, aside from sharing a few stories. Yet, hadn't he shared those tales daily in Qinglin City? "So, your father has even left behind the Qingmu decision and the Xian Shui decision for Song Yan?" Wang Yuexin queried. "Seems so. That's what Ling Yu told me," Shen Wanxian replied. "Wonderful, such a significant matter, and you return home without uttering a word." Wang Yuexin felt disappointed in her son. Father said he and Sister Song have nothing going on, and that immortals and mortals are two different paths. There will be no intersections in the future. Saying that is pointless. You would still be angry. Shen Wanxian had thoroughly defended Shen Wang Yuexin chose not to press further. Retreating to her room to contemplate alone, previously asserting that they were not on the same path, yet leaving behind 2 volumes of cultivation methods. Could it be that they were now aligned on the same journey, leading them to Qinglin City? As Wang Yuexin spiraled into her thoughts, Shen had returned. He entered his study, intending to read for a while before continuing his alchemy, but upon his return, Shen Wanxian pulled him aside. After listening to Shen Wanxian, Shinamo gave him a light smack on the head. What nonsense are you spouting now? I must hurry to appease your mother. Shinamo resolved to return to his room to comfort his wife. Shen Wenxian inquired, So, father, you're not keeping a woman outside? Shinamo replied with annoyance, What woman? With my cultivation level, how could I keep one? Wang Yuexin had not been mistaken. In recent days, Shinamo had indeed been visiting another woman. Though not for the sake of love, as he spoke, he made his way to his room. Wife? He called out, but Wang Yuexin, seated at the head of the bed, showed no reaction. Shinamo sat beside her. Wife, don't listen to that boy Wenxian. I truly have nothing going on with Song Yin. Then what have you been doing out every day? Wang Yuexin asked pointedly. This was indeed a question he found difficult to answer. And observing Shinamo's silence, Wang Yuexin began to suspect that something was amiss. The two fell into a moment of silence, and just as Shinamo was about to speak, Wang Yuexin interjected. Let us bring your sister back home. It would be nice for our family to have someone to look after. Chapter 23. Are you not afraid of death? Wife, what are you talking about? Shin-Imo maintained an outward facade of calm, yet internally he was inexplicably exhilarated. If his conjecture was correct, his wife was suggesting that if there were someone outside, they could bring her home. Though he did not have anyone at present, what about in the future? Indeed, traditional values still held sway over women. Host, I despise you. The system suddenly interjected in his mind, but he paid little heed to its words. As no one could hear it, Wang Yuexin had also reflected deeply in her room. Had she perhaps been overreacting? Her father, Wang Jin, had more than one woman. He had a dozen. She had no idea how many siblings she had in the mortal realm. Yet she herself shared a loving bond with Shen-Imo, and Shen Wenxian was nearly 18 in this world. As long as one possessed the capability, having multiple wives was quite normal. Not to mention, for women with strength, maintaining several male companions posed no issue whatsoever. She wondered if perhaps her years of marital bliss had made her too greedy. Shin-Imo's elation was short-lived as he recalled the deadly poison coursing through his veins. With his life hanging in someone else's hands, how could he even contemplate the future? This thought plunged Shin-Imo into deeper gloom, his expression darkening as he gently embraced Wang Yuexin. Wife, you are being overly anxious. I truly have no one outside. I have merely encountered a formidable alchemist recently and have been observing their techniques. Hearing Shin-Imo's tone gave Wang Yuexin some relief, as she found his words credible. Although she feigned nonchalance in her acceptance, how could she truly harbor no misgivings? She believed Shin-Imo's words because she had already expressed her acceptance. Thus, he had no need to deceive her further. Little did she know, the so-called alchemist was indeed a woman, and she could only imagine what she would feel if she knew. That night, Shin-Imo sat alone in the study, deep in thought. He contemplated his wife and child, realizing that their hearts would surely be shattered if he were to perish. Subsequently, he considered the possibility of dying due to an unforeseen calamity and took up his pen to compose a will. He concealed the will in the study, thinking that perhaps one day, if he never returned, they might find solace in it. The next day, Shin-Imo ventured out once more, but this time Wang Yuexin refrained from questioning him. She chose to trust him. It is possible that a certain renowned alchemist from the inner city has taken notice of Shen-Mo's extraordinary talent, Wang Yuexin mused. After all, it was evident to her family that Shin-Imo possessed remarkable alchemical aptitude. Today, however, Shin-Imo felt somewhat despondent. Last night, after contemplating deeply and penning a farewell letter, he found himself in an even more distressing state. Ever since witnessing Yuqi's alchemical prowess, his emotions have fluctuated significantly, yet he maintained a facade of composure, and for the time being, no one in the Shen family seemed to realize the turmoil beneath. As time progressed, he could sense that Yuqi's injuries had healed considerably. He pondered incessantly over a method to break the impasse, yet it appeared futile in the face of overwhelming strength. Today, Shin-Imo ventured out not merely to deliver medicine to Yuqi, but also to consult the steward of the inner city regarding potential housing. He yearned to relocate. The land owned by his family should yield a harvest in a few months. He believed that had he not left the inner city initially and instead established a home there, everything would have been different. He felt that by now, his family could afford to reside in the inner city, which was undoubtedly safer, if time permitted. He hoped to ensure his family's well-being before any eventualities arose. As he traversed the path to the inner city, he suddenly experienced a surge of spiritual energy. He had broken through. he had ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Upon accessing the system panel, he discovered that it was Shen Wanxian who had made the breakthrough. Shen Imo sensed a profound change within himself. At the 4th level of Qi refinement, he had begun to cultivate divine consciousness, allowing him to retrieve objects with spiritual energy from a distance. In the foundation establishment stage, mere divine consciousness could exert pressure on Qi refinement practitioners. However, Shen Imo refrained from examining the changes within himself, as he was still in public, and it was not the appropriate moment to ponder the implications of his newfound power. Upon arriving at the housing rental center in the inner city, he approached the cultivator responsible for this matter. After inquiring, he learned that it was currently impossible to process residency applications for the inner city. He was informed that the malevolent cultivators had yet to be captured, and thus, a large-scale search was underway, prohibiting anyone from renting out properties in the inner city to prevent the infiltration of these nefarious individuals. This decision had sparked discontent among many, with numerous individuals sharing Shen Mo's sentiments. Having heard of the evil cultivators, they sought to move into the inner city, only to be met with the news that it was off-limits. Shen Imo may not have been fully aware, but in recent nights, violent crimes in the outer city had become increasingly brazen, with several individuals falling victim to murder. Many seized the opportunity to create chaos. Upon hearing this, Shen Imo turned to leave, shaking his head at those who were arguing with the staff. These individuals still failed to recognize the harsh reality. In this world, power ultimately dictated the rules. What semblance of order existed was merely a construct established by those in power to secure their own interests. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Mo's emotions began to unravel. For nearly 40 years, he had diligently toiled without malice towards others, yet he found himself unreasonably poisoned by those in power. What more could he do? He could only wear a smile to appease them. Non-compliance meant death, and an inexplicable sense of frustration surged within him, as if something significant was about to transpire. If the host does not wish for this, he may strive to expand and strengthen his family. In the future, the rules will be dictated by you, the system suggested. Perhaps it won't be long before you find yourself switching hosts. Occasionally, venting his frustrations to the system proved a welcome distraction, for only the system knew that he had once belonged to another world. After purchasing today's herbs, he departed once more. He had once contemplated why he didn't simply buy everything in bulk, but the response had been that acquiring a large quantity of healing herbs at once would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Reflecting on this, it made sense. Even procuring 100 portions of alchemical materials required visits to several shops. The herbs utilized were all at least 30 years potent, and purchasing too many in a single day would surely invite scrutiny. After acquiring the medicine, Shen Imo brought it before Yu Qi. Intending to take his leave, "You have broken through," Yu Qi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Yet, you seem rather unhappy." In recent days, Yu Qi felt her injuries had nearly healed and anticipated being able to leave in a few days. While she was in good spirits, she couldn't help but notice Shen Mo's glum expression. Life and death were not within one's control. Such a minor level of cultivation should not make a significant difference. Shen Mo's inner turmoil caused him to speak without thought, but before he could exit, the doors suddenly slammed shut. Shen Mo's words caught Yu Qi by surprise. The technique she practiced was inherently beguiling, and she was particularly attuned to the emotions of others. Shen Mo's remarks seemed to indicate he suspected her intentions were lethal. Did he fear she would kill him? Yet, Yu Qi was puzzled. How could Shen Imo know she intended to harm him? She had promised to provide an antidote once her objectives were achieved. Despite her own intentions to not spare him, Shen Imo remained unaware. And even if she did plan to kill him, it was not at this moment. Yu Qi felt a twinge of concern. Allowing him to leave unchecked carried significant risks, in the face of fear and death. Individuals often acted unpredictably. She did not wish for Shen Imo to act rashly and betray her. Shen Imo gazed at the closed door, interpreting Yu Qi's action as a sign of her murderous intent. Though he felt a pang of reluctance regarding his current life, he also sensed a degree of relief. Was recovery finally at hand? Yu Qi paused, realizing she still needed him to procure medicine. She had no intention of killing him, at least not for now. Did he genuinely believe she intended to take his life? Yet as Shen Imo turned, Yu Qi perceived a hint of tranquility in his demeanor. She had witnessed many faces before death, but encountering someone so composed was a rare experience. Chapter 24. Psychological barriers. Are you not afraid of death? Yu Qi speculated that Shen Imo had misunderstood her intentions. Yet she was genuinely curious about why he could confront death with such equanimity. Previously, she had employed seductive techniques on Shen. Although he had shown signs of attraction, it was evident that his formidable self-control had prevailed. She had encountered others who resisted her charms, but such individuals either possessed superior cultivation and formidable divine consciousness or were exceptional talents unafraid of death, solely seeking the path to enlightenment. Shen, however, was different. He valued life and harbored desires, yet he could restrain himself even in the face of ignited passions. Just as now, his nonchalance seemed incongruous for someone of his humble standing. According to her master's teachings, those who could face life and death with equanimity were invariably significant figures of the righteous path, such as the scholarly Zhenren or the Jade Sword Zhenren. Of course, I fear death, but fearing death does not grant you the right to kill me, Shen retorted, seemingly resigned to his fate. Having spoken so boldly, he felt little apprehension about expressing his thoughts further. If you kneel before me and plead, perhaps I shall spare your life. Yuqi jested lightly. Thud. Shen knelt with determination, following up with, So, will you grant me the antidote and spare my life? Shenmo's prompt submission contrasted sharply with Yuqi's expectations. Many who feared death would kneel, yet there was a sense of dignity in his demeanor that set him apart from the common supplicants. I am not entirely satisfied with your kneeling, Yuqi remarked, longing to witness the tearful, desperate pleading that conformed to her preconceived notions of those who feared for their lives. Truly, if I were to shed my dignity and plead for mercy, would you truly let me go? If you would show compassion upon seeing me grovel, then I might consider it, Shen replied. How would you know unless you try? Yuqi said, a smile playing on her lips. However, at that moment, Shen seemed somewhat entranced. Why life and death rest in your hands. Whether I plead for mercy or uphold my dignity in hopes of gaining your respect, both are contingent upon your whims. Since it is all a gamble, I choose not to relinquish my dignity. Some find satisfaction in the supplication of others, while others admire those who remain resilient, thus sparing their lives. Yet, was this not absurd? The value of a life reduced to the whims of another. Throughout his life, Shen had never committed any heinous acts. Was it justifiable that he should perish for lacking the fortitude to stand for himself? Or should he die simply for refusing to flatter another? As Shen articulated these thoughts, Yuqi found herself momentarily speechless. At merely over 20 years of age, she had never contemplated such profound questions. Raised by a malevolent sect, her master had imparted techniques and taught her cultivation. From the very beginning, she had been an evil cultivator with no choice in the matter, though she did not wish to be loathed by all. Her background was not something she could change at will. Moreover, in contrast to the capriciousness of evil cultivators, she had witnessed numerous so-called righteous practitioners stab others in the back. Their actions were hardly more admirable than those of the malevolent. She was taken aback by Shenmo's unexpected rebuttal, and he, believing this to be his final day, spoke earnestly to Yuqi. The distinction between right and wrong is not defined by one's origins. It is a matter of conviction. Uphold your principles, maintain righteousness, do not harm others without cause, and do not allow greed to lead you astray. This is what constitutes righteousness, independent of others' perceptions, even if misunderstood. It does not alter the truth. Yuqi fell silent, for the first time truly considering the significance of this lowly yet relatively aged man. Though she could not yet grasp the complexities of such profound truths, her attitude towards Shen had begun to shift. Finally, she said, as long as you do not betray me, I will allow you to live. Do not overthink it. This time, Yuqi genuinely relinquished her murderous intent towards Shen. All right, Shen replied, sensing a sincerity in Yuqi's words. Then, a vial of pills was presented to him. Your condition seems unusual today. It may be that you were bewitched by spiritual fire in the past few days, giving rise to inner demons. This vial of tranquil heart pills will help calm your mind. Take it and reflect quietly. Inner demons are omnipresent. Once one succumbs to confusion and fear, they can manifest at any moment. If a cultivator is unable to dispel their inner demons, they will ultimately lose their sanity and become a lunatic. Shen took the elixir and pondered over his actions of the day. Realizing that they indeed seemed somewhat irrational, he hurried home, consumed the tranquil heart pill, and began to meditate earnestly, allowing his mind to regain clarity. The onset of his inner demons was not entirely without warning. Even when he was assigned the role of a mere tool for procuring medicinal herbs, he had already felt a sense of unease. For days, he had been caught in a state of anxiety between life and death, plagued by the profound terror that accompanies the knowledge of imminent mortality while remaining ignorant of the exact moment it would arrive. The desire to find a solution only deepened his sense of helplessness. Leaving behind a letter of intent the previous day had exacerbated this psychological burden. Although Shen had made a breakthrough today, he understood that such progress would not significantly alter his circumstances. His attempts to rent a place in the inner city were met with obstacles, further dampening his spirits. This led to a tumult of distracting thoughts and a sense of self-abandonment. Fortunately, with Yu Qi's timely reminder, he became aware of his plight. Had he not recognized it in time, an imbalance in his Tao heart could have driven him to extremes. Isn't it true that only those who cultivate can fall into demonic obsession? Why am I experiencing this? Shen pondered with curiosity. Host, your descent into obsession stems from issues with your mindset, or perhaps it is a psychological barrier. Anyone can experience this, even mortals. The system's explanation seemed valid. Indeed, inner demons are a form of psychological affliction, magnified by the power of cultivators. Many evil cultivators are prone to such obsessions, as their methods of cultivation lack humanity, resembling a group of individuals who tread the fine line of human morality in pursuit of profit, making them more susceptible to extremism and the loss of their humanity. Of course, if an individual possesses an extraordinarily resilient mind, neither the righteous nor the malevolent paths will sway them. After Shen had regained his composure, he finally settled down to study his spiritual consciousness, the fourth level of Qi refinement. He was now capable of practicing the art of manipulation, subsequently levitating a book from a distance. As the book floated effortlessly into the air, Shen mused that it was time to procure a flying sword for both himself and Xian. He had delayed this purchase for too long, observing others wielding magical artifacts while he remained empty-handed. Now that he had reached the fourth level of Qi refinement, it was indeed the right moment to acquire some magical tools for himself. Next, he intended to use his spiritual consciousness to lift a chair, only to find himself unsuccessful. System, could it be that my spiritual consciousness is only half of someone else's? Shen thought, a bit speechless. From every angle, he felt he was inferior to his own son, with all experience being derived from his child. Host, your expectations are quite high. Your abilities will undoubtedly improve gradually with the passage of generations. If only you had more children, it would be simpler. Indeed, the quickest way to accrue cultivation power would be to continuously bear children with spiritual roots and wait for them to cultivate, thereby amassing power. Yet, he could not guarantee that he would be able to care for each child. Was it not tragic to give life without the means to nurture? Furthermore, Wang Yuexin was not merely a vessel for childbirth. Each child born would weaken her vitality. He hoped that Wang Yuexin would eventually reach the foundation establishment and golden core stages, remaining by his side. He understood how to maximize the system's potential. But to neglect his family in pursuit of personal gain would strip away his humanity, rendering his efforts meaningless. The compassion he felt when he first took a life, now transformed into an obsession, was merely a reflection of his desire not to lose himself. Cultivating was not solely about seeking immortality, it was about attaining true freedom. Yet, if one were to forsake their morals in the name of cultivation, ultimately losing their sense of self, could that truly be called freedom? If all actions were driven by the maximization of self-interest, even if one reached the pinnacle of power, they would find themselves irrevocably altered, unrecognizable from their former selves. Hence, such a path was unequivocally not Shen's choice. Chapter 25. Killing Zhu Qian. Following the incident with his inner demons, Shen felt a newfound clarity in his thoughts. He speculated that if he were to cultivate further, his speed of advancement would undoubtedly increase. Today, he visited the apothecary as usual, only to notice a small group of about 10 individuals at the 7th level of Qi refinement, hastily moving in a particular direction. The movements of the enforcement team were of little concern to him, and he paid them no mind. After purchasing his medicines, he acquired a flying sword. Now that he had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, it was certainly useful. I finally found this brat. The man who had lost track of Shen during his previous surveillance unexpectedly spotted him today. This man, named Zhu Qian, typically made a living by hunting monsters and cultivators in the mountains, occasionally trailing unsuspecting prey in Qinglin City. Having previously lost Shen Mo's trail, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. After collecting his necessities, Shen Mo headed towards the outer city. Blissfully unaware that he was being followed, as he reached the outskirts of Qinglin City, he suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle. Old Ghost, using strength to bully the weak. Shen Mo heard Yu Qi's voice as those in the outer city who were selling goods hurriedly packed up their wares. Then, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from the periphery of Qinglin City. Shen Mo was oblivious to the cultivation levels of those fighting, but he felt the overwhelming energy fluctuations. Had he been in their place? He might have been defeated in a single blow. The sounds of battle quickly faded into the distance, suggesting they were moving away from Qinglin City. An ominous feeling gripped Shen Mo as he made his way towards the impoverished district. Soon enough, he discovered that the place where Yu Qi had once resided had been reduced to ruins, with several nearby houses also demolished. A large contingent of the enforcement team patrolled the area, consisting mostly of late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, including 3 or 4 at the 9th level. They guarded the vicinity of Yu Qi's former dwelling, preventing anyone from approaching. Shen Mo thought to himself, as expected. The battle involved Yu Qi. She must have been discovered. If she were to die or sustain severe injuries, wouldn't my antidote be doomed? However, remaining in the outer city would yield him no solutions. He could only return home to await news. By the time Shen Mo returned, the enforcement team had already restored order. Yet, he was too preoccupied to care, eager to return home, for this period might be his last with his family. Reflecting on this life, he had lived slightly longer than in his previous one. Combined, they amounted to over 60 years, not such a loss, after all. As he contemplated this, a sudden chill coursed through him. As if foreboding something dreadful, instinctively, he leaned to the right. Upon closer inspection, he realized someone was attempting to ambush him from behind with a flying sword. "Teske, I thought I could secure a one-hit kill." Zhu Qian lamented, feeling regretful as he spotted Shen Mo clearly for the first time. A middle-aged man with stubble, gazing at him with disappointment. 6th level of Qi refinement. When did I offend such a formidable foe? Could it be that the enforcement team has discovered my previous dealings with Yu Qi? No, that couldn't be right. The enforcement team would not send just one person. Shen Mo's mind raced, but he couldn't recall any information about the man before him. Before he could gather his thoughts, a mid-level first-tier fire snake spell shot towards him. Shen Mo hastily employed the wooden shield technique. Fortunately, he had practiced the basics with his brother, and though it was only a fundamental spell, it barely managed to block the attack. Impressive spell proficiency, Zhu Qian remarked, slightly astonished that Shen Mo could withstand his fire snake spell with the wooden shield technique. Shen Mo did not hesitate. He unleashed the binding technique, momentarily delaying Zhu Qian. At that moment, he grasped the 3 advanced first-tier talismans Yu Qi had entrusted to him. He first activated the most potent single-target offensive talisman. The lightning spell talisman, and a bolt of lightning descended from above. Zhu Qian, at only the 6th level of Qi refinement, would likely perish if struck directly by this talisman. He quickly retrieved a shield-like artifact from his storage bag, straining to defend himself. Meanwhile, Shen Mo did not remain passive. He deployed the thorny bind from below to disrupt Zhu Qian. Zhu Qian barely managed to fend off the lightning spell, but now he had no time to regard Shen Mo. The previous binding technique was merely a means to buy Shen Mo time to use his talismans, while the thorny bind aimed not only to restrain Zhu Qian but also to injure him. The thorns ensnared Zhu Qian's hand, and as he attempted to sever the vines with his flying sword, Shen Mo had already conjured several wooden spikes. In a dire situation, Zhu Qian raised his shield to block, his complexion paling, and even his flying sword fell to the ground. He had just expended a significant amount of spiritual energy to withstand the lightning strike. Zhu Qian was in a precarious position, and Shen Mo was no better off. To deny Zhu Qian a moment's respite, Shen Mo poured nearly all his spiritual energy into the wooden spike technique, aiming to exhaust Zhu Qian's energy. Seeing Shen Mo also on the verge of exhaustion, Zhu Qian, though pale, felt a flicker of excitement. Soon, victory would be his, however. Shen Mo was determined not to let him have his way. He activated the 2nd offensive talisman, the Rain of Fire spell, a wide-area attack spell. Zhu Qian was forced to raise his shield to defend himself, but this time 10 fireballs rained down from above with tremendous force. Zhu Qian could only block 3 or 5 of them. his insufficient spiritual energy leaving him overwhelmed by the onslaught of fireballs. In the moment he was struck by the first fireball, he may have already begun to regret his choices. Alas, regret was of no consequence now. Hastily, Shen collected Zhu Qian's storage bag and the two fallen artifacts before making a swift exit, leaving no time to even touch the corpse. The commotion from their battle had likely drawn attention. If he lingered, he would have no means to defend himself against any ill-intentioned newcomers. As Shen returned home, he fortuitously encountered Wang Yuexin. However, he was in disarray, having sustained considerable injuries from a recent explosion. Wang Yuexin inquired about the events that had transpired, and Shen felt compelled to recount the incidents he had faced on his journey back. Wang Yuexin was understandably alarmed. After all, they were dealing with a practitioner at the 6th layer of qi refinement, while her husband had only reached the 3rd layer. To avoid arousing suspicion regarding the synchronization of their cultivation levels, Shen had concealed a layer of his own cultivation when Shen Wanxian ascended to the 4th layer, leading Wang Yuexin to believe he was still at the 3rd layer. Yet, she was perplexed about how her husband had acquired a first-tier high-level talisman, a consumable that cost dozens of spirit stones, something the Shen family could hardly afford. Shen pondered that since death was imminent, he might as well share the entire truth of recent events with Wang Yuexin. Upon hearing his account, her eyes reddened, glistening with unshed tears. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" she implored. Shen, feeling a sense of calm, replied, "I was merely trying to spare you the worry. Now that the rogue cultivator is surrounded by the enforcement squad, I fear I may not have long left." Chapter 26. Antidote. Let us seek out a physician. There may still be hope, Wang Yuexin suggested, recalling that there should be adept practitioners in Qinglin City who specialized in detoxification. "Indeed, we shall go tomorrow." Shen had not previously considered seeking assistance. In his mind, Yueqi was a seed practitioner destined to establish her foundation, and he had never thought that there could be a solution within Qinglin City. However, upon reflection, it seemed worthwhile to inquire, for there might indeed be someone with a remedy. In such dire circumstances, attempting something was certainly preferable to waiting for death. "Let us not inform my parents or the children," Shen expressed, wishing to spare his family further distress. He confided in Wang Yuexin because they were united as a couple, and it was essential for someone in the household to be aware of the situation. If a solution proved elusive, discussing it would only burden the entire family without providing any assistance. It was far better to wait until his final day to disclose the matter. Afterward, Shen opened his storage bag to examine his spoils. The flying sword he had acquired was a medium-grade artifact, the name of which he did not know, but due to its golden hue, he decided to call it the Golden Light Sword. The shield, however, was extraordinary. Upon channeling his spiritual energy, he discovered that a significant portion had been drained, revealing it to be a superior-grade artifact. Had it not been for Zhu Qian's spiritual energy being depleted, he might have been able to withstand 3 talismans with the aid of this shield. Given its properties, it appeared to be of the earth element, thus he named it the Thick Earth Shield. As he continued to assess his findings, he noted that Zhu Qian was quite impoverished, possessing only 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills, 1 bottle of food avoidance pills, 100 low-grade spirit stones, and a storage bag. The most valuable item was undoubtedly the storage bag. However, the cultivation manual he acquired was noteworthy as well. The Golden Yuan Formula, a gold attribute cultivation technique, which would enhance the family's resources. Additionally, he found a first-tier high-level spell, Spirit Eye Technique, a first-tier intermediate spell, Fire Serpent Technique, and the spells Sharp Metal Technique and Object Control Technique, along with a comprehensive manual on basic spells that included all commonly known first-tier beginner spells. The Spirit Eye Technique allowed one to see through the disguises of others, including alterations in appearance and hidden fluctuations of spiritual energy. The Fire Serpent Technique was a fire-based offensive spell with greater power than the Fireball Technique. The Sharp Metal Technique was not an offensive spell per se, but rather a means to enhance the sharpness of a flying sword during an assault. As for the first-tier beginner spells, Shen deemed the Wind Riding Technique and Wood Healing Technique to be the most useful, one for increasing speed and the other for healing. He intended to give the spirit-nourishing pills to Shen Wanxian. While the spells could be practiced by the entire family, the storage bags would be distributed to his mother and Shen Wanxian. This ordeal had solidified Shen Mo's resolve to relocate his family to the inner city, where they would be safer and no longer have to worry about being followed when entering or exiting Qinglin City. He could inform Wang Yuexin that with Shen Wanxian's current income, They could manage the transition. In the future, should Yun Miao learn to refine pills, the Shen family could potentially have a member reach the 9th layer of qi refinement within 2 or 3 generations. As for establishing a foundation, that would depend on fate. The following day, Shen Imo and Wang Yuexin ventured into the city, hoping to find someone who could assist them. They sought out the 3 most skilled wandering cultivators, but were dismayed to find that they could not even ascertain whether Shen Imo was poisoned. Wang Yuexin began to doubt whether her husband had been deceived, while Shen Imo remained convinced of his affliction. Listening to the ongoing discussions among the inhabitants of the inner city, Shen Imo gleaned that the battle in the outer city had involved the ancestor of the Zhou family. He was somewhat surprised, yet it seemed reasonable. Such a commotion could hardly be the work of mere qi refiners. However, could Yueqi have escaped? Shen Mo had never entertained the thought of her winning. She had been injured prior, likely by a foundational cultivator, and now, with her wounds unhealed, she was surely no match for them. If she managed to flee, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Yet, Shen Imo shook his head. Even if she escaped, there was no need for her to return to save him. That night, Shen Imo found himself unable to sleep, so he quietly rose, intending to sit in the courtyard for a while. Awake? The sound sent his heart racing. It was Yueqi's voice. She was alive. Had she truly come to deliver the antidote? When Yueqi appeared before him, the first thing Shen Imo noticed was the frost on her face. As if she were prepared to kill him. "You have betrayed me, haven't you?" she said coldly. Shen Imo sensed a misunderstanding and attempted to explain, but Yueqi would not be swayed. "Who else could it be but you? Today, I shall end your life." As she prepared to strike, Shen Imo realized that he could not afford to wait for death. He had to resist, but Yueqi effortlessly deflected his flying sword, and one by one, she dismantled his spells. Even the last talisman she had given him failed to breach her defenses. Yueqi advanced step by step, placing a package of pills into Shen Mo's hand, then leaned in close to whisper with a smile. "Surprised, are you? Here is your antidote." With that, she departed as if she had never been there. Shen Imo stood in a daze for a long moment, bewildered. Had she come merely to frighten him? He glanced at the pills in his hand. Feeling no doubt, she had come personally to deliver them, and if she had intended to kill him, she could have done so easily. He swallowed the pills without hesitation, as he prepared to dispose of the wrapping. He muttered to himself, why bother wrapping a single pill? At that moment, he noticed there were words on the paper. Although it was nighttime, as a cultivator, Shen Mo's body had been nourished by spiritual energy. Granting him enhanced capabilities, he could discern the text clearly, which detailed 3 different pill recipes. The spirit-nourishing pill for mid-stage qi refinement, the ginseng essence pill for late-stage qi refinement, and the rejuvenation pill for healing. The combined value of these recipes exceeded 1,000 spirit stones. Reflecting on this, Shen Imo realized that Yueqi had treated him quite well, free from worries. Shen Imo felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he returned to his room. Meticulously contemplating the chaotic events of the past days, life, it seemed, was replete with unexpected twists. He hoped for a period of tranquility ahead. Their family's cultivation levels were still too low. They lacked the ability to protect themselves. Not only in the realm of cultivation, but even within Qinglin City, a period of peaceful development was essential until their children grew up and could establish a foothold. What he needed most at present was time. Meanwhile, Yueqi, having departed the Shen family, reunited with her sect. "Junior sister, where have you been?" her elder sister inquired, intrigued by Yueqi's absence. "Nowhere, just retrieving something." "Sister, let us return to the sect," Yueqi replied, refraining from disclosing her recent actions. During the fierce battle, Yueqi had nearly perished, only escaping thanks to her sister's intervention, which had repelled the foundational cultivator from the Zhou family. Had it not been for Yueqi's vow to return and seek revenge in the future, the Zhou family's ancestor might not have made it back home. However, after that battle, the Zhou family adopted a more low-profile approach, with rumors circulating that they were secretly relocating some of their clan members. Chapter 27. A hasty 5 years. Daoistly, have you returned from hunting demonic beasts? Shen Imo greeted his neighbor, Li Xing, with a smile. How about you, Daoist Shen? Would you like me to set aside a portion for your family? Li Xing countered, inquiring if Shen Imo wished to purchase some of his demonic beast meat. Certainly, please save a piece for us, Shen Imo replied cheerfully. 5 years had elapsed since Yueqi's departure a year later. The Shen family relocated to the inner city. The rent in the inner city was exorbitant, 20 spirit stones per month, to be paid in a lump sum for the entire year. However, the Shen family's move was not solely due to the cost of spirit stones. The battle in the outer city had unsettled many. Although it had occurred in a slum, for some, the outer city had become exceedingly unsafe. Given the recent events in the slum, would the next conflict occur in another part of the outer city? In a short span, those who had previously been able to afford the inner city but had hesitated due to the high rent began to flock to the inner city. The Shen family, being numerous, struggled to find suitable housing. After waiting another year, they finally secured an appropriate residence. With 6 members in the Shen family, even sharing 2 to a room necessitated 3 separate rooms, Shenmo's study, and at least 2 alchemy rooms for the 3 alchemists in the family. Standard accommodations could not meet the Shen family's requirements, as most cultivators preferred solitary living. Even those with partners typically shared a room while the children stayed together. The Shen family also needed to accommodate Shen Yu and his wife, along with 2 alchemy rooms and a study. After much effort and the assistance of connections, a small 3-story loft was finally secured, satisfying the requirements of the Shen family. However, the monthly rent was rather steep at 40 spirit stones. Originally, Shen Yu had hoped that Shinamo and the others would merely bring their grandchildren into the inner city. At that time, Shen Yu felt that, being elderly, there was no need to impose an additional financial burden on the family for their sake. They could continue to cultivate their spiritual fields here, which also constituted a source of income. Yet, one night, Shinamo sought out Shen Yu, and after a lengthy discussion, he looked at his father and asked, "Could you stay with the children for a while longer?" Seeing the earnestness in Shanmo's gaze, Shen Yu recognized his son's filial piety and ceased to refuse. Nevertheless, the 3-story loft was somewhat peculiar. It was rare for solitary cultivators to rent such a high building. Thus, Shenmo's family publicly claimed to be sharing the space, with Shenmo and Shen Yu still considered a family, while the 2 brothers assumed the names Lin Feng and Lin Yu for external purposes. Over the past 5 years, the Shen family made significant advancements in alchemy. They had largely ceased producing fasting pills, as Shen Wanxian had mastered the art of crafting spirit-nourishing pills, while Shen Yunmiao and Shinamo primarily focused on refining lesser spirit-nourishing pills. Shen Wanxian had only recently acquired the skill for spirit-nourishing pills, so Shinamo could not directly showcase his own abilities yet. Consequently, he continued to project an image of financial struggle, though in truth, he had deliberately misrepresented his success as failure, secretly saving a bit of pocket money. Despite Shinamo holding the family's financial reins, all accounts were transparent, a measure he had insisted upon since they were family. Wishing to avoid conflicts over money, the Shen family currently subsisted on the meat of mid-stage qi refining beasts and the rice known as qi yuan, occasionally indulging in the flesh of late-stage qi refining beasts. They procured this meat from their neighbor, Li Xing, who at 37 years old was already a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator. Li Xing made a living by hunting late-stage qi refining beasts and would casually hunt some mid-stage beasts upon his return. Thus, the Shen family frequently purchased beast meat from him. However, Shinamo was cautious not to place all their resources in one basket, to prevent others from discovering that his family lived quite lavishly. He would also venture out to buy beast meat. The Shen family now rarely consumed pills, primarily relying on spiritual food to enhance the efficiency of their cultivation techniques. Shinamo had invested in a first-tier basic spirit-gathering array 2 years prior. The progress of the Shen family's alchemy studies remained somewhat slow. Both Shen Wanxian and Shen Yumiao were at the 6th layer of qi refining, and since Shen Wanxian had just learned to make spirit-nourishing pills, they had become ineffective for the brothers. Purchasing medicinal pills externally might expedite their cultivation, but the family's finances did not permit the brothers to indulge in such luxuries daily. Therefore, their primary means of assisting their cultivation remained the spirit-gathering array, spiritual food, and the daily use of a low-grade spirit stone for training. Though the effects were not as rapid as taking pills, the daily supply allowed for considerable progress. Shen Wanxian, now 23, and Shen Yumiao, 19, had already surpassed many in Qinglin City in terms of cultivation speed. Shinamo believed that the 2 brothers could reach the 9th layer of qi refining by the age of 35. Surprisingly, the highest cultivator in the family was Wang Yuexin, at the 7th layer of qi refining, while Shinamo only displayed a 5th layer cultivation level. Due to their abstention from pills, the foundation of the Shen family's spiritual energy was remarkably solid. The brothers often sought Li Xing's assistance for practice, and he had remarked on their dedication to training in techniques and combat, honing their spiritual energy through these means, resulting in a purity superior to that of other cultivators. The changes extended beyond mere daily living. Now, aside from Shen Yu and his wife, each family member possessed a first-tier high-grade flying sword and a first-tier high-grade defensive shield, and their alchemical furnace had also been upgraded to a first-tier high-grade artifact. The high-tier techniques at their disposal included Qian Sea Sword Technique, Rain of Fire Technique, Wooden Prison Technique, Poison Vine Technique, and Swift Step Technique. Although employing high-level techniques and artifacts consumed considerable spiritual energy for mid-stage Qi refiners, through relentless practice, they managed to master them, as long as they did not encounter cultivators with powerful backgrounds. Even late-stage Qi refiners could be evaded among loose cultivators. The reason the Shen family only operated 3 furnaces daily was to allow time for practice. Shen led by example, training alongside them. He would even seclude himself in his study, feigning cultivation while actually engrossed in reading. Over the years, he had acquired numerous intriguing tales from the realm of cultivation. These 5 years had been the most stable for Shen, as the family had found their footing. After deducting expenses from the income generated by the 3 of them refining pills each month, they were left with a surplus of over 100 spirit stones. Once Shen Wanxian mastered the spirit-nourishing pill, profits were expected to increase further. During a casual conversation with Li Xing, Shen had mentioned the Foundation Establishment pill, noting that such pills were not available in the market of Qinglin City. Rumor had it that Foundation Establishment pills had surfaced in Yueshan City, 1,000 miles from Qinglin City, 2 decades ago, but none had appeared since, and other cultivation cities were still distant from Qinglin City. For cultivators, the most stable way to obtain Foundation Establishment pills was to join a sect. Only after joining could one potentially acquire these pills through sect tasks or contributions. Ninth-layer Qi refiners, unwilling to join a sect, had largely departed Qinglin City, seeking opportunities for Foundation establishment in other cultivation cities. While those who remained were primarily aspiring to join sections next spring would mark another recruitment season for sects, and Li Xing intended to attempt joining IT, was anticipated that the recruitment would once again ignite fierce competition among loose cultivators for entry qualifications. Chapter 28. Sect Recruitment and Opening of the Secret Realm. Outside Qinglin City, 3 teams were arrayed, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone significant. At the forefront stood 3 individuals. One, a burly man with a fierce countenance, was none other than the Foundation Establishment Patriarch of the Zhou family, Zhou Lin. The second, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, exuded an air of refinement. He was Bai Fan, the Patriarch of the Bai family. The third, Chu Yuan of the Chu family, was short in stature but shone with keen intelligence. Before long, approximately a dozen individuals riding on celestial cranes alighted at the gates of Qinglin City. Leading them was an elderly man with a full head of white hair, exuding warmth and geniality. He was Ning Yun, a Foundation Establishment cultivator representing Ziyun Pavilion. Taoist Zhou, Taoist Chu, Taoist Bai, thank you for your patience. The old man greeted the 3 Foundation Establishment patriarchs. Not at all, Ziyun Pavilion was the earliest to arrive. Zhou Lin's voice boomed, startling several disciples behind him. However, a few familiar faces displayed no surprise at his demeanor. Oh, has Jingfu sect and Jianyun sect not arrived yet? Ning Yun had not anticipated that he would be the first to arrive. He had expected the sword cultivators of Jianyun sect to lead the way. As if summoned, the sound of slicing air echoed, and soon a group of over 10 individuals descended from the sky, landing gracefully in front of Qinglin City. Typically, ordinary Qi refining cultivators could not fly on swords. But the techniques of Jianyun sect were capable of breaking this limitation. The newcomers radiated an aura of sharpness, and the leading figure emanated an intense sword intent. He was Ling Xiao of Jianyun sect. Ling Xiao offered a slight bow as a greeting, but remained silent thereafter, a characteristic common among the aloof practitioners of Jianyun sect. While the others paid little heed, a flying vessel gradually approached Qinglin City. Disembarking from it were the members of Jingfu sect, led by a portly man, Zhu Tao, the representative cultivator of Jingfu sect. Among the 3 major sects, Ziyun Pavilion was the orthodox Taoist sect, embodying principles of balance and encompassing various disciplines. Jianyun sect, as its name suggests, predominantly focused on sword cultivation, with their practitioners generally exhibiting superior combat prowess compared to those of the other 2 sections. Jingfu sect mainly comprised talisman cultivators, wielding talismans as weapons, and was considered the wealthiest among the 3 sections. They were also regarded as the most troublesome, as their members often possessed more artifacts than those of the other sects. and one could scarcely predict how many talismans a mere fourth-layer chi refining cultivator might produce. This year marked the quinquennial recruitment of the sects, and the Foundation establishment cultivators had arrived early to enjoy some tea, while their disciples commenced preparations for the recruitment activities. The first day was dedicated to recruiting cultivators with 3 spiritual roots under the age of 15. These younger practitioners were easier to instruct, fostering a sense of belonging within the sect. The next day would outline the requirements for recruiting loose cultivators aged 15 and above. Inside a private room, 6 Foundation establishment cultivators convened to deliberate matters. Is it true that significant changes are afoot in this recruitment cycle? The patriarch of the Bai family inquired. The resources within the Qinglin Mountains secret realm are nearing depletion, and in recent years, many sect cultivators venturing into the secret realm have suffered heavy casualties, while the spiritual treasures brought back have dwindled significantly. In light of this, the sect has decided that any chi refining cultivator, regardless of their level of cultivation, may enter the secret realm. Upon exiting, their storage bags will be inspected, and loose cultivators may retain half of what they acquire within the secret realm. Ning Yun elucidated the new regulations for the sect selection process. The other 2 sect representatives offered no objections, indicating that an agreement had been reached among the 3 sects. No restrictions on cultivation level? The patriarch of the Chu family asked. Indeed, there are no restrictions. Anyone interested may enter the secret realm. Zhu Tao of Jingfu's sect affirmed. In that case, many cultivators lacking self-awareness may attempt to enter the secret realm, and I fear numerous lives may be lost. The patriarch of the Bai family lamented. Those who overestimate themselves and seek their own demise have only themselves to blame, the patriarch of the Chu family remarked indifferently. The demise of these loose cultivators held no impact on him. The gains from this expedition into the secret realm would solely belong to the 3 major families. However, it remains essential to inspect the storage bags. Should there be items required by our 3 sects, we shall recompense them with equivalent spirit stones, Ning Yun added. For a moment, the expressions of the 3 ancestral figures varied. While their words were pleasant, the underlying sentiment was clear. What they deemed unworthy would be yours. Yet should they desire it, it rightfully becomes theirs. Nonetheless, with the presence of Golden Core Masters overseeing the 3 sects, how could mere foundational families, especially those with but a single foundational cultivator, possibly contend with them? The cultivators of Qinglin City were merely pawns exploited by the 3 families, who in turn served the 3 sections the following day. After the 3 sects announced their recruitment rules, a tremendous uproar ensued throughout Qinglin City. Even some nascent cultivators were stirred with excitement. After all, this was a secret realm, traditionally controlled by sects or prominent cultivation families. The resources within the secret realm far surpassed those of the Qinglin Mountains. Whispers circulated that the secret realm was teeming with spirit herbs. Despite the stringent requirement of inspecting storage bags and claiming half of the spoils, for those who had never ventured into a secret realm, it was a land of dreams. Father, I wish to see that secret realm, Shen Yunmiao declared. As he grew, his restless nature flourished. He longed for the outside world, yearning for adventure beyond the confines of his home. Yet, each time, he was staunchly thwarted by Shen Imo, who had established a rule prohibiting any outings until reaching the 7th level of chi refinement. Upon hearing of the 3 sects opening the secret realm, his restless heart stirred once more. Shen Imo, observing Shen Yunmiao's excited demeanor, delivered a light smack to his forehead. If it were truly profitable, would the 3 sects offer it to you? Do they lack chi refinement cultivators? Do they need to provide you with opportunities for riches? Shen Imo found himself somewhat exasperated with his son, who failed to grasp such a straightforward matter. Although the reasons behind it were unclear, it certainly did not appear as favorable as the rumors suggested. If the Shen family were struggling, one might consider taking risks. However, there were no obstacles until reaching the 9th level of chi refinement. So why venture into danger? Dejected, Shen Yumiao returned to his room, having been scolded. Shen Wanxian, upon seeing his expression, surmised he had been refused. Shen Yumiao relayed Shan Mo's words to Shen Wanxian, who concurred with Shan Mo's reasoning. Is it the benefits I care about, brother? Are we not pursuing freedom in cultivation? Our days consist solely of wandering the streets and refining pills. I long to see the world beyond, Shen Yunmiao expressed, filled with anticipation for the outside. This sentiment contrasted with Shan Wanxian, who had ventured out in his youth. Though he did not encounter the harshness of the world, he had seen enough. Moreover, as the eldest son of the Shen family, He understood his father's hopes for their generation to uphold the family legacy. Thus he could not, nor should he, take unnecessary risks. Chapter 29. Conditions for exchanging the Foundation establishment pill formula. While the outside world buzzed with excitement over the three-sex recruiting, Shen remained at home, studying and refining pills. At that moment, Yulong reached out to Shen via a communication jade pendant, informing him that she had urgent matters to discuss. Shen felt puzzled. Yulong seldom initiated contact. Their relationship was primarily that of collaborators. Over the years, the Shen family had profited considerably, and Yulong had also reaped substantial rewards. Notably, Yulong's cultivation had reached the 8th level of qi refinement and was nearing the 9th. With the assistance of Linlang Pavilion, she was likely to secure a Foundation establishment pill. Through years of communication and understanding in the inner city, Shen learned that Linlang Pavilion was a chain establishment. The realm of cultivation where Shen resided was merely a corner of the southern cultivation world, often referred to as the Southern Cultivation Realm. Linlang Pavilion's business spanned this entire region, with approximately 80 of the cultivation cities encompassing Linlang Pavilion. Despite his doubts, Shen ventured forth to Linlang Pavilion. Upon meeting Yulong, he was ushered into a private room. "What urgent matter brings you to me?" "Taoist Yulong?" Shen inquired, his expression one of curiosity. "Are you aware of the recent recruitment by the three sects, Taoist Hanfeng?" Yulong did not rush to answer Shenmo's question, but instead inquired if he was familiar with the sect's recruitment. "I have heard a little, however. I am accustomed to a leisurely life and have no intention of joining a sect," Shen replied, taking a sip of the tea before him, appearing quite nonchalant. Yulong could likely surmise Shenmo's thoughts. A cultivator like him, capable of refining spirit-nourishing pills for sale, would no longer require any task recognition to join any sect. The recruitment was not merely for those who could perform menial tasks. Skilled talents like Shen could easily gain entry, even if he would not enter the inner sect. Yet, Shen remained a loose cultivator, indicating his unwillingness to be bound by a sect. Recently, he had even subtly inquired about the Foundation establishment pill formula, suggesting he wished to refine it himself. "What is your perspective on the secret realm, Taoist Han?" Yulong asked, regarding Shen intently once more. "The three sects have never done such a thing before. The opening of the secret realm may not necessarily be a good thing," Shen replied, puzzled as to why Yulong sought him out. Wondering if she wanted him to enter the secret realm. Originally, this secret realm was located within the Qinglin Mountains and only allowed cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage to enter, opening once every 5 years. This is why the three sects only come to Qinglin City to recruit every 5 years, Yulong explained. "I see. But why allow loose cultivators to enter this time?" Shen cooperated, following Yulong's lead in questioning. Previously, the three sects would only come to Qinglin City to recruit after their disciples had undergone trials in the secret realm. However, in the past few instances, the losses incurred by the three sects in the secret realm were significant, and the treasures they brought back were scant. According to the disciples who returned safely, the beasts within the secret realm had significantly improved in strength, rendering it even more perilous. Hence, they opted to open the secret realm this time. Yulong confided, revealing the three sects' secrets to Shen constructing a platform for the cultivators of Qinglin City to perish out of greed, while they incur no losses, thereby claiming half of the treasures gathered by the cultivators in the secret realm. What a clever scheme. Yet, this bears little relevance to me. Shen discerned the three sects' ulterior motives, yet he had no intention of participating. "Taoist Han, do you wish for the Foundation establishment pill formula?" Yulong suddenly shifted the topic. Fixing her gaze on Shen why the sudden inquiry about the Foundation establishment pill formula, "Taoist Yulong? How does it relate to the secret realm?" Shen squinted slightly, contemplating the connection between the two. Could it be that there exists a primary ingredient for the Foundation establishment pill within the secret realm that is unavailable in the outside world? Shenmo's earlier leisurely demeanor faded. "Taoist Han, you jest. There are numerous formulas for the Foundation establishment pill, none of them specify ingredients that are unavailable in the outside world. They may simply be difficult to obtain in this remote region. Linlang Pavilion, with its extensive reach across the southern cultivation realm, certainly lacks nothing," Yulong spoke with pride. Shen inwardly scoffed, realizing that despite the scale of Linlang Pavilion, Yulong was merely an employee, and thus, it bore little significance to her. However, he maintained a composed exterior. "Is that so? In the secret realm, there indeed exists something our branch master desires, known as the Dingyin fruit. If Daoist Han can retrieve the Dingyin fruit from the secret realm, I shall gladly present you with the Foundation Establishment pill formula or grant you the opportunity to purchase it. Yulong finally articulated her purpose. Shan Mo's mind raced with information regarding the Dingyin fruit, which was known for its ability to delay the aging of one's appearance. The Dingyin fruit tree takes a century to mature, flowering every 20 years and bearing fruit every 20 years thereafter. Its effects can preserve one's youthful visage for 20 years, and if refined into Dingyin pills, it could extend that to 30 years. Given Linlang Pavilion's extensive business network, did they not possess Dingyin fruits? Shen felt perplexed. While the Dingyin fruit was indeed rare compared to ordinary herbs, it was not entirely non-existent. The cultivation conditions for the Dingyin fruit tree were stringent, making it exceedingly difficult to grow in the outside world. Although Linlang Pavilion might have Dingyin fruits, they were highly coveted by many female cultivators and thus rarer than the Foundation Establishment pill itself. This time, it was not Linlang Pavilion seeking the Dingyin fruit, but rather our branch master. Yulong patiently elucidated the situation to Shen thus. Shen understood that Linlang Pavilion did have Dingyin fruits, but their branch master could not procure them. Instead, he sought someone to venture into the secret realm and gather them on his behalf. What if the Dingyin fruit is not yet ripe, or if I manage to retrieve it, but the three sects detect it and force me to sell it for spirit stones? How should I handle such a situation? Shen, although not fully informed, had gleaned many rules from Shen Yumiao's incessant chatter the previous day. If Daoist Han agrees, Linlang Pavilion will provide you with a boundary-breaking talisman. After you obtain the Dingyin fruit, you may use it before the secret realm closes. At that time, it will transport you out of the secret realm, though I cannot guarantee where you will end up. As long as you do not use it at the entrance, you should avoid the gaze of the three sects, Yulong assured him. If the Dingyin fruit is not yet ripe, you may wait for the next opportunity in 5 years. In the near future, the opening of the secret realm to loose cultivators will likely become a regular occurrence. According to the news, the Dingyin fruit should mature within these 5 years, Yulong revealed, producing a spirit talisman from her storage bag and placing it on the table. Shen examined the talisman for a long while before hesitantly asking, I must inquire one last question. Even the most basic boundary-breaking talisman costs 800 low-grade spirit stones. In Qinglin City, there are dozens of qi refinement cultivators at the 9th level, and even more in the later stages. Why choose me? Daoist Han, you are being overly modest. You have purchased numerous high-grade artifacts and advanced spells from Linlang Pavilion. I dare say that even ordinary late-stage cultivators may not be your match. Most importantly, I have a strong premonition that Han Daoyu has a significant likelihood of accomplishing this task. Of course, it is not solely Han Daoyu. Several of the maids serving in the Linlang Pavilion can also find a trustworthy individual to assist them. However, the other helpers sought by them are unknown to me. Chapter 30. Upgrading equipment. Shen pondered for a long time. And Yulong did not urge her. Over the past 5 years, having interacted with Shen for quite some time, she had come to understand Shen character, knowing well that Shen was not one to take risks lightly. Although she was unclear about Shen strength, she still held a degree of faith in her abilities. Shen had purchased 4 first-grade superior flying swords and spirit shields in the Linlang Pavilion. Along with some high-level spells, these were items traded between her and Shen over the years. Just by looking at the quantity of these magical tools, she felt that an average 9th-layer qi refinement cultivator might not be able to defeat Shen with certainty. At this moment, Shen had made up her mind to obtain the Foundation Establishment pill formula without fail. Only by being free from external constraints could her family continue to thrive. A Foundation Establishment pill appeared only once in several decades. Relying solely on purchases, the Shen family might reach their limit as a Foundation Establishment family. However, Shen still needed to acquire some items for her armament. Yulong's offer was indeed tempting, yet I must first ascertain the spiritual herb materials required for the Foundation Establishment pill, it, would be beneficial to gather them within the secret realm. Yulong did not immediately agree, but instead left a message for the Division Pavilion Master via a communication jade talisman, then awaited a response. Since she had already given her word, Shen needed to upgrade her equipment. Her first-grade superior spirit sword was the Qi Jin sword, a rather conventional golden elemental spirit sword, which, enhanced with the sharp metal technique, could be described as extraordinarily sharp. The defensive shield was the thick earth shield, known for its high defensive capability, able to withstand attacks even from 9th-layer qi refinement cultivators for a time. However, this was a standard configuration, since she was about to embark on an adventure. It was imperative to purchase some magical tools. May I inquire, Yulong Daoyu, if you have any suitable magical tools to recommend? Shinamo asked. Why Yulong understood that Shinamo was preparing for an adventure. What kind of magical tools does Han Daoyu require? I desire footwear magical tools, a set of needle-type magical tools, one magical tool for attacking the mind, and a piece of inner armor, preferably all of superior first-grade quality. Shinamo was quite protective of her life and sought to utilize all conceivable magical tools. Listening to Shen Mo's requests, Yulong secretly thought, she truly intends to be armed to the teeth. Even a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator would not be so extravagant. The magical tools Han Daoyu requested were quite rare, and she needed to check within the pavilion to see if there were any tools available that her fellow cultivators required. Shen Mo nodded slightly, sipping her tea, as this was likely the first time she had willingly exposed herself to danger. However, cultivating immortality was inherently a contest against fate. How could it be devoid of risks? Originally, Shinamo had intended to wait for the next 5 years, but she feared the potential damage to the Dingyan fruit tree, or that the 3 sects might change their minds again, prompting her decision to go this time. Moreover, it would only be necessary this once. What she needed was to uproot the entire Dingyan fruit tree and transplant it into her small world. Given the current flow within the small world, 30 years would have passed in that realm after 5 years. Thus, even if the Dingyan fruit had not matured yet, it would undoubtedly be ripe in 5 years. As for the boundary-breaking talisman, she felt it was entirely unnecessary. She could place the more precious items in the small world and bring out the more common ones. While Shinamo was sipping her tea, idly waiting in the private room, Yulong finally brought over the 4 magical tools. The Flying Cloud Boots, a first-grade superior magical tool, could enhance speed for a short duration. The Scorpion Venom Needle, crafted from the tail needle of a first-grade high-level demon beast, the heart-corroding scorpion, was imbued with potent toxins. Even a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to expel the poison if struck. The silk armor, woven from the silk of a first-grade high-level demon beast, the crystal silk silkworm, boasted resilience that could withstand full-force attacks from a first-grade high-level magical tool without easily breaking. It also possessed the ability to repel water and fired, AS for the mind-attacking magical tool. Linglang Pavilion only had one first-grade middle-level magical tool, the Bewitching Flute. When its sound resonated, individuals with weak consciousness would be ensnared in an illusion for the duration of a tea's brewing. However, its effectiveness diminished for late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Gazing at the 4 magical tools before her, Shinamo found them quite impressive. She slowly inquired, Yulong Daoyu, how much do these 4 magical tools cost in total? Yulong smiled and replied, in total, it amounts to 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Hiss, Shinamo inhaled sharply, realizing that the entire fortune of the Shen family amounted to roughly 1,500. Would this all be gone in an instant? Might I inquire if there is room for a discount? Shinamo asked Yulong Han Daoyu. You truly put me in a difficult position. The price I just provided is already the lowest possible. I am aware of your reasons for purchasing these magical tools. Why would I intentionally inflate the price? If you truly acquire the Dingyan fruit, it would also benefit me, Yulong said, her expression revealing her predicament. Observing Yulong's demeanor, Shen Mo believed her to be sincere, and reluctantly, she handed over the 1,500 low-grade spirit stones with a heavy heart. To be fair, 1,500 for these 4 items seemed somewhat steep. Typically, first-grade superior magical tools ranged from 200 to 300. The 3 superior items and 1 middle-grade item had cost Shinamo 1,500. However, after returning and conducting a slight test, she found that their quality indeed surpassed that of ordinary superior magical tools, instilling her with a modicum of confidence. Unbeknownst to her, Yulong had selected the strongest items to enhance Shen Mo's strength, disregarding cost-effectiveness solely for functionality, which accounted for their elevated prices, as for the materials for refining the foundation establishment pill. They had already been entrusted to Shenamo. What remained were the ratios of the herbs and the order of refining, along with the control of the heat. These aspects were of utmost importance. If one were to experiment without any prior knowledge, it would likely take over 30 years to yield any results. Gazing at the materials for the foundation establishment pill, Shinamo felt a headache coming on. The primary materials amounted to as many as 7 types, and including the auxiliary spiritual herbs, there were over 30 types in total. The main herbs required a century of aging, while the auxiliary spiritual herbs needed a minimum of 30 years. compounded with the 30 types of herbs, making the refining process exceedingly challenging. This was indeed a cunning scheme. The Foundation Establishment Pill was not a singular concoction. The efficacy and formula varied between sections. It was rumored that the most streamlined version required only a dozen types of herbs. Yet, with over 30 types here, it was among the most complex formulas for Foundation Establishment pills. Shen shook her head, but she knew she had to use it. Even knowing it would deplete resources, it was a necessity. However, this batch of materials would likely cost 200 to 300 spirit stones, and if truly refined, the resource consumption would be enormous. Fortunately, during this period of training in elixirs, Shen was no longer as he had been at the start, requiring hundreds of attempts for each elixir learned. There were indeed commonalities among them, allowing for reference and adaptation. Nevertheless, it seemed the Shen family would struggle to refine the Foundation Establishment Pill in the short term and would need to seek out purchases instead. Chapter 31. Shen Yumiao stealing into the secret realm. Shen communicated with Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin regarding the situation. Now that Shen Wanxian had grown up, there was no need to avoid him in any matters. The secret realm would be open for about a month, requiring the two of them to help watch over the family. Wang Yuexin expressed her intent to go herself, as the highest cultivator in the family. Shen was well aware of her own capabilities and believed she could evade scrutiny, leaving behind the majority of their possessions. Yet, this could not be explained, leading to a sparring session between Shen and Wang Yuexin. Although Wang Yuexin was more powerful, Shenmo's experience with spells from her two sons gave her the upper hand, and it was only natural for Wang Yuexin to be defeated. Shen Wanxian, as the eldest grandson, understood that the family would generally not allow him to take risks, so he could only focus on his own responsibilities at home. Shen proceeded to the designated location of the three sects, where they would gather everyone and transport them to the secret realm. As Shen mingled with the crowd, she couldn't help but exclaim at the sheer number of people. Although she had no exact count, there were likely around 1,000 individuals present. With only 5,000 or 6,000 cultivators in Qinglin City, she noticed several youngsters at the first layer of qi refinement. Were they courting death? Could it be that some truly believed themselves to be destined children? However, most participants were mid-level qi refinement cultivators. Not only Shen but even the Foundation Establishment cultivators from the three sects were taken aback by the scene before them. So many people. Each sect only sent out 100 disciples to the secret realm every 5 years. Combined, the three sects only accounted for 300, while the crowd before them numbered over 1,300. Yet, the greater the number, the more disdainful the three sects became. These commoners truly believed they could reap immense profits. However, transporting them to the secret realm was also a hassle. The three families had to contribute their flying boats. Dividing them into 3 groups to transport everyone, it was Shen first time aboard a flying boat, which felt somewhat akin to an airplane from her past life, though the experience was inferior. The boat was overcrowded, leaving no space even to sit cross-legged, forcing everyone to stand tightly packed. After what felt like the duration of an incense stick, Shen sensed the flying boat come to a halt. She found it odd that with so many entering the Qinglin Mountains, no demon beasts were causing disturbances. Yet, this was not something Shen could investigate at the moment, so she suppressed her curiosity and disembarked. Soon after, she witnessed the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators each produce a round orb, casting spells upon it in a place that was originally devoid of anything. Ripples seemed to materialize, growing increasingly tumultuous, eventually revealing a white void. No one could discern what lay within this void, but a foundational cultivator from the Ziyun Pavilion called out, instructing everyone to enter at their own discretion. This was likely a portal, and one by one, the cultivators began to step into this secret realm. Shen, however, did not rush in. He preferred to wait until the end to observe how many late-stage qi refinement practitioners would enter. Thus far, over 20 cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement had already ventured in. As the flying boats continued to arrive, Shen unexpectedly spotted a familiar face among the crowd. Shen Yumiao had sneakily escaped from home. Just moments ago, he had entered the portal without even disguising himself with any illusion techniques, boldly stepping inside. Shen was taken aback by Shen Yunmiao's appearance. After witnessing him enter, he decided to follow suit. With both father and son entering together, they would at least ensure a measure of safety, preventing the possibility of losing each other after waiting too long. As Shen stepped through the portal, he felt as though the world was spinning, and he soon found himself on a patch of grass. He observed the wary expressions of those around him, each person on high alert, fearing an ambush. In truth, Shen Mo's concerns were unfounded. Many had come seeking spiritual herbs, and upon entering this secret realm, no one harbored thoughts of robbing the impoverished. However, once everyone had gathered some gains, their intentions might well change. After searching through the crowd for quite some time and failing to locate Shen Yunmiao, he cursed the boy for his swiftness before choosing a direction to venture off alone. The secret realm indeed boasted a plethora of spiritual herbs. Yet it also harbored numerous perilous areas. Although he typically refrained from hunting demonic beasts, Shen Mo was well aware that the Qinglin mountain range still housed several low-level demonic creatures. Most of the beasts Shen Mo encountered within the realm were mid-stage Qi refinement beasts. And even when he occasionally stumbled upon early-stage ones, they tended to move in packs. While individual strength might not be formidable, hundreds gathered could easily compel even a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner to flee. Whenever he encountered higher-level demonic beasts, Shen Mo made it a point to steer clear. In the past few days, Shen Mo had made considerable progress, collecting numerous seedlings required for foundational elixirs. Yet, these were merely seedlings. Given that the three sects entered the secret realm every 5 years, it was rare to find herbs with decades of potency left. This scarcity was precisely why the three sects would open the secret realm. Yet for a mountain like Qinglin, which had been ravaged by daily foraging, the resources within the secret realm were still significantly more abundant. As for Shen Yunmiao, his audacity was remarkable. He left a letter for his family and slipped away secretly. He found life at home dreadfully monotonous, filled with daily practices of spells, alchemy, and cultivation. Occasionally, he would venture out, but merely to stroll within the city limits, and his parents seldom permitted him to stray far from home. Insisting that he always accompany his brother, unacquainted with the world's treachery, he could hardly believe that someone might attack him on the road. 1819. He was filled with curiosity and anticipation for the world around him. Upon hearing that the three sects were opening the secret realm, he recalled tales of cultivators who inadvertently stumbled into such realms only to experience meteoric rises in their powers, ascending to greatness. He promptly expressed his desire to embark on an adventure within the secret realm to his father, only to be firmly rebuffed. After days of contemplation, a bold idea took shape in his mind. One he could not shake off, and it intensified with each passing moment. He left a note for his family and quietly departed. Upon arriving in the secret realm, Shen Yunmiao encountered a demonic beast. Fortunately, only a mid-level first-tier creature. With his equipment, he faced little difficulty despite his lack of combat experience. After defeating the beast, he prepared to collect the spiritual herbs he had discovered when he suddenly felt a chill creep up his back, prompting him to lurch forward. Upon regaining his senses, he saw an ice spike embedded deeply in the ground where he had just been standing. Shen Yunmiao's expression darkened. He had narrowly escaped death. He turned to confront the cultivator who had attacked him, noting the opponent's cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The attacker, Shen Yunmiao, with his 6th level cultivation, seemed an inconsequential adversary in the days prior. He had encountered no other cultivators, merely engaging in battles with demonic beasts. It was only now that he realized his father's words were true. In the world of cultivation, some would indeed kill for treasures. Even if no prior grievances existed between them, the 8th level cultivator did not grant Shen Yunmiao the chance to speak, immediately wielding a hooked weapon to assault him. Shen Yunmiao swiftly raised his Yuanming shield to block the strike. The opponent, eyeing the shield with avarice, noted the rarity of a high-quality artifact in the hands of a 6th level cultivator. He himself possessed only a hook of similar quality, acquired for this secret realm venture. Should he capture Shen Yunmiao, his own strength would undoubtedly increase. In his view, while Shen Yunmiao wielded a high-quality artifact, he wondered how long the boy could withstand the assault in terms of spiritual energy. Shen Yunmiao was no match for him. Raising his hand, he launched several more ice spikes at Shen Yunmiao. Employing the fire serpent technique, Shen Yunmiao countered the ice spikes and then activated the swift steps technique to enhance his speed, darting around while occasionally launching counterattacks with the fire serpent technique. The assailant was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shen Yunmiao's ability to employ acceleration spells if Shen Yunmiao chose to flee. The attacker doubted he could pursue him. Yet, the boy had opted to engage in a battle of attrition instead. The outcome would depend on whose spiritual energy would deplete first. The attacker drew forth a mid-quality defensive artifact to shield himself. planning to wait until Shen Yunmiao exhausted his energy before striking. However, not long after, he felt something amiss beneath his feet. A wooden prison ensnared him. Shen Yunmiao's earlier attacks had been merely a distraction, designed to trap him. With his vision obscured by the wooden prison, he hastily summoned his weapon, aiming to break free, especially as losing sight of his opponent meant losing awareness of his capabilities. Just as he extricated himself, he saw a streak of sword light hurtling toward him. He positioned his defensive artifact in front of himself, yet it was futile. The sword pierced through him as he breathed his last. The 8th level cultivator's final thought was of the high-quality artifact now embedded in his chest. Shen Yunmiao, ensuring the opponent was truly dead, unleashed the fire serpent technique upon the assailant's head, confirming his demise before feeling at ease. He then collected the man's weapon and storage bag, lamenting the destruction of the shield but recognizing its worth nonetheless. Peering into the storage bag, he found it befitting an 8th level Qi refinement practitioner. Filled with numerous pills for replenishing spiritual energy, various herbs, and materials harvested from demonic beasts. The artifacts, however, were considerably less impressive, consisting only of a few mid-quality ones, which he would need to test later. After consuming a bottle of energy-replenishing pills and restoring his condition, he set off once more. Meanwhile, Shinamo was advancing with the map provided by Yulong. This map was said to have been crafted by cultivators who had previously explored the secret realm. Following its guidance, he traversed the realm, discovering dozens of late-stage Qi refinement practitioners gathered near a swamp, seemingly waiting for something. Yet, Shinamo held little interest. The greater the number of people, the less inclined he was to join the fray. Moreover, upon activating his spiritual sight, he discerned at least 3 or 5 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners among them. Although he was unaware of what treasures they sought, it was beyond his capability to contend for them. He resolved to focus on completing his task and harvesting a few seedlings instead. Adhering to this principle, Shinamo walked and gathered spiritual herbs along the way, encountering several cultivators of notable strength. Yet he skillfully evaded them using the concealment technique. At that moment, he noticed 2 individuals approaching him from a distance. He activated the concealment technique again, seeking a place to conceal himself. Spotting a large tree nearby, he believed it would effectively hide him from 3 or 5 people. However, upon taking refuge behind the tree, he was startled to find a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner already there. Shinamo inwardly lamented his misfortune. Yet, this individual did not attack him. Instead, he politely clasped his hands in greeting. As the footsteps grew closer, Shinamo deemed it unwise to reveal himself and returned the gesture, both of them hiding behind the tree. In this shared concealment, Shinamo seized the chance to scrutinize the man beside him. The individual possessed a countenance as exquisite as jade, with eyes resembling blossoming peach flowers that seemed to captivate the soul. Shinamo realized that such beauty truly existed in men, pondering whether he might be a woman in disguise. With this thought, Shinamo stole a few more glances. At that moment, 2 women swiftly darted past the tree, followed closely by a man and a woman, likely pursuers of the 2 women. After a brief interval, Shinamo ascertained that the group had departed. He inclined his head in farewell to the man before preparing to leave when he heard footsteps approaching from afar. Utilizing his spiritual sight, he discerned 2 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners. Among them, one appeared pallid, suggesting poor health, while the other was a robust man holding a snake. Presumably his tamed demonic beast. It seemed he would need to hide once more. Shinamo reluctantly concealed himself behind the tree. However, it appeared that these 2 9th-level practitioners were not merely passing by. Shinamo observed that the nobleman beside him had withdrawn a sword and a rope from his storage bag, evidently preparing for battle. Could it be? Shinamo also drew forth his weapon, naturally reluctant to be embroiled in a conflict among 3 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yet, should an unforeseen event arise, he would have no choice but to devise a strategy of fighting while evading. By Shinji, stop hiding. I know you are nearby. At this moment, the voice of one of the 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators echoed. Shinamo couldn't help but scoff, wondering who would dare to emerge. What if it was a ruse? Then he witnessed Bai Shinji stepping forward. Is this child truly so earnest? Since Bai Shinji was willing to confront the situation, Shinamo found himself quite pleased. He harbored no concern for their past grievances. His benevolence extended only to refraining from malevolence, with no inclination to meddle in the affairs of others. You finally emerged. You killed my elder brother and now wish to flee. The frail-looking cultivator addressed Shen with a voice imbued with a sinister softness. It is clearly you three who sought to conspire against me. I barely escaped with my life. Oh, not invert the truth, Baishinji retorted furiously, and without further ado, the trio clashed. Baishinji was visibly straining, and it appeared that he would soon falter at that moment. Perhaps by accident, the gaunt man unleashed a blade of wind directed at the tree behind Shinamo. Shinamo hastily dodged, exposing himself to the two assailants, while the nearby tree was cleaved in two. Fortunately, Shinamo had evaded just in time. Otherwise, he might have been bisected. Surprisingly, there's still one dodging. The sturdy man expressed his astonishment. Why, younger brother is merely passing through. I shall take my leave now and not disturb you three. Shin-Imo maintained this line of reasoning, although he suspected with high probability that they would not permit his escape. Since you've been seen, how can you simply walk away? The frail man was evidently not inclined to let Shin-Imo go. And they exchanged glances before he charged at Shin-Imo. Wait. This friend has nothing to do with our grievances. Baishinji shouted in anger as he observed the frail man preparing to strike Shin-Imo. Shin-Imo was somewhat taken aback by Baishinji's words. This truly was a commendable youth. Beauty and kindness describe him well. Originally, he had developed a favorable impression of Baishinji for not forcibly dragging him into the fray. And now he wished for his adversary to spare him. Reflecting on himself, Shin-Imo felt a twinge of shame for merely observing from the sidelines. Nevertheless, he pondered whether he would dare do so again. Is young master by jesting with me? If he steps out and reveals that it was we who killed you, how could my brother and I continue to reside in Qinglin City? The frail man mocked Baishinji's naivety with a sneer. Words are futile. If you wish to take my life, let us see how capable you are. Shin-Imo, fully aware that his opponent would not release him, refrained from uttering any pleas for mercy and instead unsheathed his flying sword to engage in battle. As Shin-Imo was drawn into the fray, a flicker of guilt surfaced on Baishinji's delicate face. I am sorry to burden you, friend. You need only to hold off one of them. I shall deal with the other and come to your aid. Shin-Imo had no time to respond. As the adversaries were already upon him, one opponent struck from a distance, delivering a powerful palm strike, and Shin-Imo swiftly employed the Feiyun boots to evade the attack. When the initial strike failed, a dagger was hurled towards Shin-Imo. In an instant, he conjured the thick earth shield to block the assault. The unexpected onslaught of two high-quality magical artifacts astonished all three participants. They had initially believed that defeating a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator would be a mere formality. Yet the current circumstances suggested otherwise. Seeing Shin-Imo manage to hold his own momentarily, Baishinji redirected his focus entirely to the burly man. Although Shin-Mo's magical artifacts were impressive, his cultivation level imposed limitations. While he could defend himself adequately, overcoming his foe would prove challenging. Thus, he aimed to swiftly vanquish his opponent. The frail man, recognizing Shin-Mo's wealth of resources, understood the urgency to subdue him quickly. As individually, they were no match for Baishinji. If they allowed their brother to be defeated by Baishinji, the tables would surely turn to that moment. He cast several wind blades to restrict Shin-Mo's speed while simultaneously summoning a water dragon to attack him. Shin-Imo could only struggle to withstand the onslaught with his thick earth shield, yet the assault was far from over. He frequently employed entangling techniques, but today, he found himself ensnared by vines that bound his feet. Observing Shin-Mo's inability to escape, the frail man unleashed another dagger artifact toward him. This dagger, being a high-quality magical artifact, posed a significant threat, and given the opponent's superior spiritual energy, Shin-Mo's thick earth shield may not endure for long. In a moment of desperation, Shin-Imo retrieved the mesmerizing flute and activated its power. While its effectiveness diminishes against those above the 7th level of Qi refinement, he desperately needed a brief moment of respite to attempt a counter. Indeed, the mesmerizing flute emitted its effects, plunging all present, including Baishinji, into an illusion. However, this trance lasted mere moments before everyone regained their senses. At this juncture, the scorpion venom needle had been released by Shin-Imo, targeting not the vital points of his adversary but rather his legs. Simultaneously, he directed his flying sword towards the opponent's key vulnerabilities. Thus, he had no strength left to continue maintaining the thick earth shield. As anticipated, the adversary's focus remained on Shin-Imo, who brandished a shield to block the incoming attack. but the crimson gold sword made no progress. Just as the foe believed he had successfully parried Shen Mo's strike, the scorpion venom needle pierced his thigh, with the poison rapidly coursing through his bloodstream. The opponent immediately sensed something amiss within his body and glanced at his leg, where a slender needle was embedded. He glared at Shen Mo with malice and hastily summoned his spiritual energy to temporarily suppress the toxin, though his defenses had nearly been breached by the crimson gold sword. Shen Mo, witnessing that the opponent seemed largely unaffected, felt a twinge of regret as his own body swayed slightly. The adversary, realizing that Shen Mo appeared to be low on spiritual energy, seized the opportunity to strike with the dagger. Now that the toxin was momentarily subdued, the crimson gold sword could not possibly breach his defenses in such a short span. With lightning speed, the dagger was upon Shen Mo's chest. He envisioned the scene of the dagger piercing through him and relaxed his guard. Yet, at that moment, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Shen Mo was merely knocked back by the dagger's force. Instead of rising immediately, he swiftly employed the sharp metal technique alongside the thousand-thread sword technique. In an instant, the crimson gold sword blazed with brilliance, breaking through the opponent's defenses in the moment of their relaxation. How is this possible? The adversary gazed at Shen Mo in disbelief, realizing only then that Shen Mo was clad in a high-quality inner armor. He had been deceived, as the crimson gold sword pierced through his chest. The adversary collapsed, lifeless. Shen Mo quickly produced a spirit stone to replenish some of his magical energy and, using the flying sword, severed the head of his fallen foe, finally feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, on Baishinji's side, the adversary had already been at a disadvantage. Upon witnessing the frail man's demise, panic ensued, and he sustained a wound to his waist. He could only hold on desperately. Defeat was merely a matter of time. However, Shen Mo had no intention of assisting him. Although he had narrowly avoided a fatal blow thanks to his inner armor, the recoil had still injured him, and employing multiple magical artifacts had drained his spiritual energy considerably. Fortunately, the inner armor recommended by Yulong proved reliable. Otherwise, he might have lost his life today. Shen Mo, summoning his remaining strength, approached the fallen frail man and collected his storage bag and magical artifacts. If Baishinji was duplicitous, then he possessed no capacity for resistance. Thus, Shen Mo clutched the spirit stones in hopes of swiftly recovering his energy. In his eagerness to acquire equipment, he had neglected to purchase restorative spiritual herbs, leaving him reliant on the gradual recovery offered by spirit stones. Next time, I shall definitely procure more spirit stones for restoration. Shen Mo resolved in his heart. The sturdy man, now severely injured, found it increasingly difficult to endure, and within a short while, he was slain. Baishinji picked up the fallen man's storage bag and approached Shen Mo. Shen Mo regarded Baishinji with caution, and Baishinji, noticing his demeanor, clarified, "Do not misunderstand, friend. You have aided me, so this storage bag is for you. Additionally, I possess healing and energy-restoring pills." Baishinji placed the pills and storage bag before Shen Mo, then positioned himself 5 meters away to guard Shen Mo. However, the sturdy man's spirit pet and spirit beast bag were not handed over, as they were of great significance to Baishinji. Shen Mo declined Baishinji's offerings, instead discovering restorative pills within the frail man's storage bag and promptly sat down to recover. Throughout this time, he remained vigilant of Baishinji's every move. At last, Shen Mo fully restored his energy, though discomfort lingered in his chest. It was not enough to impede his combat capabilities. He stood up, accepting the storage bag, feeling justified since he had been unjustly embroiled in this conflict. Given that this young master seemed uninterested, he had no reason to be polite. My name is Baishinji, a scion of the Bai family. Baishinji, seeing that Shen Mo had completed his recovery, stepped forward to pay his respects. While Shen Mo had heard the names of the two men earlier, this was their first formal introduction. Shen Mo returned the gesture slightly, and their conversation unfolded. It turned out that the three assailants were notorious in Qinglin City, frequently ambushing cultivators to seize their resources. Due to their formidable cultivation levels and their trio, no one dared to confront them. Not long ago, Baishinji had encountered these three while foraging for spiritual herbs. In a moment of greed, they attempted to rob him, but after Baishinji unexpectedly slew one, they fled. After exchanging information, Shen Mo resolved to take his leave. Baishinji expressed a desire to accompany Shen Mo, though he appeared to be somewhat lacking in cultivation. However, judging by the recent performance, although there seems to be some suspicion of cunning tactics. The array of magical artifacts is indeed astonishing. Furthermore, Shinji is not a fool. He can discern that although Shen appears aloof, he is not a villain. After recently experiencing an ambush by multiple attackers, he realizes that having a few more trustworthy allies is beneficial. Yet, Shen does not consent to team up with him. Their acquaintance is merely superficial, and while their initial impressions are favorable, the idea of joining forces to confront adversaries is not something he can accept at this moment. Shen utilized the ignorance of the sickly specter to eliminate it, showcasing his resourcefulness. If he were to team up with someone unfamiliar, even in the event of betrayal, he would still possess the strength to fight back. However, Shinji is already aware of Shenmo's capabilities, which far exceed his own, leaving Shen feeling uneasy. Shen continues his search for the Dingyan fruit, following the map provided by Yulong, which indicates that the fruit grows on a cliff within a secret realm. He conceals his cultivation level in traces, taking several days to reach his destination. Upon arriving, he gazes at the Dingyan fruit tree hanging precariously from the cliff, only to discover two individuals standing below. Not far from them is a massive monkey, likely the guardian beast they had vanquished. Both individuals are at the 7th level of chi refining, and their mutual restraint prevents either from making a move. One of them bears a few wrinkles, suggesting that, despite the longevity of cultivators, he is likely over 50. The other is a woman clad in fitted attire, her expression unfriendly and suggestive of a formidable presence. Shen is not surprised. Although he possesses a map that allows him to arrive swiftly, Yulong had mentioned that the Linlang Pavilion had entrusted multiple individuals with this task, and he is merely one among them. Choosing to remain hidden, Shen contemplates that revealing himself now may not yield favorable outcomes, especially since he does not trust that only chi refining 7th level cultivators have been dispatched by Linlang Pavilion. There may be others with higher levels of cultivation lurking in the shadows or arriving later. After ensuring he is well concealed, he observes the Dingyan fruit tree. The tree is relatively small, measuring approximately 30 to 50 centimeters, and thrives in areas devoid of sunlight. 3 ripe fruits dangle from its branches, alongside several unopened buds. Failing to collect them now would mean waiting at least 30 years for the next harvest. Shortly thereafter, a burly man resembling a bear arrives, his smile unsettling despite his jovial demeanor. His cultivation surpasses the others, standing at the 8th level of chi refining. He gazes at the Dingyan fruit tree and then at the two individuals below, cheerfully declaring, "Perfect, there are 3 of us. Each can have one without causing any discord." With that, he strides directly towards the tree. Although the tree clings to the cliff's edge, it poses no significant danger to a cultivator. However, before the man can reach the fruit tree, 2 flying swords rush toward him, forcing him to dodge. "Your words are well spoken. 1 fruit each sounds fair, as we are all entrusted by Linlang Pavilion. But who knows if Linlang Pavilion will fulfill their end of the bargain after receiving their share?" The older man quips. Shen muses that there is merit to this line of reasoning. The offer made to him by Linlang Pavilion is unlikely to yield a Dingyan fruit, as its value is astronomical in the eyes of female cultivators, yet considered somewhat trivial by the majority of cultivators. Securing a single Dingyan fruit would render one unhurried for at least 20 years, leaving the willingness to honor commitments to others a matter of uncertainty. The situation has reached a stalemate. Despite the burly man's superior cultivation, he lacks the confidence to take on 2 opponents. Furthermore, it is likely that the individuals entrusted by Linlang Pavilion are among the elite of their tier. The 3 find themselves in a precarious balance, yet the burly man's demeanor betrays a sense of urgency, as if he is pressed for time. "Why, fellow cultivators," he begins, "to my knowledge, there are at least 6 or 7 individuals entrusted by Linlang Pavilion. Excluding the 3 of us, there are others who will inevitably arrive. Their tardiness will only lead to greater chaos. It would be prudent for us to each take a fruit now. Afterwards, whether Linlang Pavilion honors their commitments will depend on our respective swiftness." The underlying urgency in his voice is palpable. "Why the haste?" inquires the older man, having sensed the burly man's anxiety. The latter glances at the 2, contemplating that prolonged indecision could exacerbate the chaos. "Do you not find it peculiar? A shop as grand as Linlang Pavilion has failed to enlist even a single 9th level chi refining cultivator?" The burly man counters. This indeed raises a valid point. Causing Shen to pause in surprise. It is indeed unusual. The attendants of Linlang Pavilion should have access to 9th level cultivators. How could not a single one be present? The conditions Linlang Pavilion offered Shen included the formula for foundational pills or the opportunity to purchase them. Although the purchasing privilege does not guarantee the pills themselves, in Qinglin City, there are no avenues to acquire them. Even the nearest cities require auctions for procurement, often attracting the attention of various foundational families. Linlang Pavilion's privilege allows one to obtain foundational pills at market price, making it an enticing offer for any ninth-level cultivator, given its safety and reliability. While individual needs and conditions may vary, the fact that they can provide purchasing privileges for foundational pills indicates that their other offerings are likely to hold considerable value. Yet, among the four, the highest cultivation level is merely 8th, which certainly defies logic. Upon hearing the burly man's words, the other two express their bewilderment. Perhaps you know the reason? The woman interjects for the first time. It is not that Linlang Pavilion failed to recruit. Rather, they have been delayed. If this drags on, once matters settle, will we still be able to confront each other as we do now? It is likely that none will secure a fruit, the burly man asserts, causing the other three to waver. Indeed, while they may be among the elite of their tier, the ninth-level cultivators summoned by Linlang Pavilion are unlikely to be lacking in prowess. If you have something to say, do not hesitate, the man prompts. Chapter 35. The contest for the Dingyan fruit in a certain area of the secret realm. A pure heart lotus is on the verge of blooming, drawing all qi-refining ninth-level cultivators toward it. The burly man explains. Upon hearing the name Pure Heart Lotus, the others present are taken aback. Shen is well aware of the Pure Heart Lotus. It is an exceptionally rare spiritual plant. Throughout its lifetime, it blossoms thrice. The first bloom yields 5 to 9 seeds, each of which can enhance a qi-refining ninth-level cultivator's success rate in foundational cultivation by 20%, rivaling that of foundational pills. Yet with a gentler effect. The second bloom produces a lotus heart, which provides pure spiritual energy conducive to strengthening one's physique during foundational cultivation. The third bloom can serve as a material for a golden core cultivator's life-bound magical treasure. The pure heart lotus blooms once every 200 years, hidden within the mire until just days before flowering. It only emerges from the mud shortly before blooming. The flowers last for 3 days before closing again, retreating to concealment until the next bloom. Recalling his previous encounters, Shen realizes that just days prior, he had indeed stumbled upon a group gathered near a marsh, among them several qi-refining ninth-level cultivators. They had likely only recently discovered the pure heart lotus, and now it seems all ninth-level cultivators will flock to it. What could be more enticing for a qi-refining cultivator than an opportunity to enhance their success rate in foundational cultivation? Observing the current situation, Shen understands that no one knows when the pure heart lotus will bloom. However, when it does, it is likely to result in considerable casualties among the qi-refining late-stage cultivators within the secret realm. The burly man's words resonate with Shen, who recognizes the urgency. All ninth-level cultivators, regardless of whether they secure the opportunity, will want to witness this event. Even many late-stage cultivators, despite not having reached the ninth level, linger nearby in hopes of luck. Once the pure heart lotus blooms, if more individuals arrive, they will undoubtedly be ninth-level cultivators. Thus, the burly man wishes to conclude the confrontation swiftly. Of course, it is also possible that he seeks to end this conflict quickly in order to pursue his own chance at the lotus. Regardless, the situation is ill-suited for prolonged stalemate. Had the two engaged in combat earlier, Shen might have remained uninvolved. Instead, their hesitance stems from a fear of being ensnared by unforeseen circumstances. Although the burly man's arguments hold merit, who among them is willing to risk harvesting the spiritual herb? Will they truly adhere to the agreement of 1 fruit each, or might one seek to monopolize? What if someone schemes in the shadows? These uncertainties keep the other two from committing. At that moment, the burly man suddenly produces a meteor hammer, striking the older man before he can react, sending him flying and causing him to cough up blood from his injuries. With the equilibrium shattered, the woman swiftly reacts, and the two engage in combat. Fellow cultivators, we must adjust our strategy. Our only chance lies in uniting against him. The woman attempts to fend off the burly man. Yet the disparity in their cultivation levels looms large. If this continues, they risk falling into a disadvantageous position. If another were to assist, their odds would significantly improve. You all dither too much. I shall send you all to the afterlife. The onslaught of the burly man grew increasingly fierce, causing the woman to retreat step by step. At that moment, a slightly older man, despite his injuries, intervened, leading to a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. In this 2-on-1 scenario, the burly man could only defend for the time being. However, if the battle dragged on, the older man might falter first, which would present the burly man with an opportunity to counterattack. Yet, time was not on the side of any of the three. Shen swiftly activated his Feiyun boots and ascended the cliff, quickly plucking 2 fruits before fleeing into the distance. Little thief. How dare you? The burly man had initially believed that defeating the 2 in front of him would allow him to seize the Dingyin fruit, unaware that another individual was lurking in the shadows. The Feiyun boots proved their worth as high-grade magical artifacts, propelling Shen away at remarkable speed. Nevertheless, the burly man was unwilling to concede and prepared to pursue. The older man, eyeing the last remaining Dingyin fruit, calculated his next move. Having been injured by the burly man, he understood that neither the burly man nor the woman would allow him to claim the fruit. However, with the sudden introduction of Shen into the fray, the dynamics shifted, potentially offering him a chance. With this thought, he swiftly reached for the last Dingyin fruit, but before he could grasp it, the woman's flying sword aimed for his hand. The burly man, now aware of the situation, realized that although the boy had taken 2 fruits, there was still this final one. If he could not catch up, it would mean that nothing would be gained. This delay allowed Shen to escape even further, and the 3 adversaries resumed their skirmish. The woman and the older man found their alliance fractured due to the recent events as for what transpired next. It was beyond Shen's considerations. Detecting no pursuers behind him, Shen did not feel entirely at ease until he had run for several miles before finally stopping. After a day of rest, he stealthily returned, intent on relocating the entire Dingyin fruit tree to his small world. The Dingyin fruit was worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. In times of urgency, its value could soar even higher. With a day having passed, the 3 should have determined their victor, and the last fruit would surely have found its rightful owner. They were unlikely to be malicious enough to destroy the tree itself. So Shen's return should pose no risk. That said, Shen proceeded with utmost caution. Upon arriving back at the cliff base, he found only 2 corpses. The burly man's body was nowhere to be seen, and the last fruit on the cliff had vanished, indicating the victor was clear. Shen surveyed the 2 lifeless forms, which bore testament to a brutal struggle. The man's skull was shattered, blood and brains strewn about, while the woman's chest was caved in. Although Shen had taken lives before, the sight still made him retch. Once he regained his composure, Shen uprooted the Dingyin fruit tree and transplanted it into his small world. He realized that cultivating a large number of spiritual herbs for wealth in his small world would be impossible, yet transplanting a few precious spiritual plants would still offer some convenience. Indeed, the greatest advantage was using it as an alternative storage space. Currently, the Dingyin fruit tree occupied 1 square meter, and in order to store spirit stones or herbs, he had allocated another square meter, leaving him with 4 square meters of space. Sometimes, Shen pondered whether it would be simpler to utilize this lackluster small world purely as a storage area. With everything organized, Shen's objectives had been accomplished. Next, he would seek out the spiritual plants needed for Foundation establishment pills. He had only found 20 types so far, with over 10 still unaccounted for. Chapter 36. The dispute between father and son as Shen roamed the secret realm in search of spiritual herbs. He had encountered few late-stage chi refinement cultivators in recent days, likely due to the news of the heart-purifying lotus about to bloom. By avoiding the heart-purifying lotus, he had encountered significantly fewer disturbances. However, Shen himself was conflicted, pondering whether to wade into this murky situation. At the age of 44, Shen was 4 years older than Wang Yuexin, who was now 40, with roughly a decade remaining before the optimal age for Foundation establishment. Should it be for the sake of their 2 children, there was still time. Yet, for Wang Yuexin, the urgency was tenfold. Foundation establishment pills did not guarantee success, and if possible, he hoped his wife could accompany him for a longer journey. Just as Shen was lost in thought, he spotted 3 cultivators. Their cultivation levels were not particularly high, 2 at the 6th layer of chi refinement and 1 at the 5th. As Shen prepared to conceal himself to avoid conflict, he recognized a familiar face. One of them was his 3rd son, Shen Yunmiao. Observing Shen Yunmiao's companions, Shen noted that the 2 young women appeared to be around 20. One notably more demure while the other exuded vivacity, though their actual ages were difficult to discern. Given their laughter and conversation, it seemed the three had met in the secret realm and decided to travel together. Seeing no immediate danger, Shenmo approached Shen Yumiao directly. Shen Yumiao, you possess quite the audacity. Upon Shen Mo's sudden appearance, the trio regarded him with caution, ready for a confrontation. However, the fact that he called out Shen Yumiao's name suggested familiarity. Shen Yumiao scrutinized Shenmo from head to toe, his mind racing through the faces he knew. Unable to place this one, I apologize, but I do not recall where I have encountered you. Shenmo was currently employing a transformation spell, making it impossible for Shen Yumiao to recognize him. Yet, the trio exhibited commendable vigilance. The moment Shenmo appeared, they prepared for a potential skirmish, ready to draw their magical weapons. Utilize your spiritual eye technique and see who I am, Shenmo said with irritation, having no intention of dropping his disguise. He was unaware of the relationship between these two women and Shen Yumiao and could not risk revealing his true identity. Shen Yumiao was taken aback, wondering how the stranger knew of his abilities. Upon using the spiritual eye technique to glimpse Shen Mo's true form, he initially felt a surge of joy, only for his expression to falter as realization dawned. Yunmiao, who is this person? The more demure woman inquired, noticing the drastic shift in Shen Yunmiao's demeanor. He is my father, Shen Yumiao exclaimed, having unexpectedly encountered his father in this secret realm, anticipating a scolding. Ah! Both young women wore expressions of disbelief, visibly tensing at the revelation. How could you not recognize your own father? The more vivacious girl remarked, puzzled by Shen Yunmiao's initial failure to identify Shenmo. When Jing, uncle must have used a transformation spell, which is why Yumiao did not recognize him, the quieter girl speculated, piecing together the situation before Shen Yumiao and Shenmo could explain. Hello, uncle. I am Luo Wenchuan. And this is my sister, Luo Wenjing. The more demure girl introduced herself gracefully. Greetings, uncle. I am Luo Wenjing. And this is my sister, Luo Wenjing stammered, clearly overwhelmed. I am Shenmo. It is a pleasure to meet both of you. I trust my son has not caused you any trouble, Shenmo replied, offering a courteous nod. Not at all, uncle. Without young Master Shen, my sister and I might have perished, Luo Wenchuan remarked, indicating that Shen Yumiao had rescued them. It turned out that a few days prior, the Luo sisters had encountered trouble while gathering spiritual herbs. They were unwilling to part with their hard-earned finds, yet their opponents were both at the 7th layer of Qi refinement with considerable combat experience. After a brief struggle, the sisters realized they would likely perish if the fight continued. Seizing an opportunity, they fled, but their pursuers were determined to catch them. At that moment, they crossed paths with Shen Yumiao, who was searching for herbs. Upon witnessing the couple pursuing the two women, he gallantly offered to help, effectively becoming their hero. Though the initial disparity in cultivation was minimal, with Shen Yumiao's involvement, the woman was slain, and the man fled, injured. Thus, the three decided to journey together, getting to know one another over the past few days. Father, what brings you to the secret realm? Shen Yumiao asked, surprised to see Shenmo and eager to redirect the conversation. You little rascal, do you intend to instruct me? Shouldn't you clarify why you are here instead of at home? Shenmo feigned anger. Father, I can't just stay at home all the time. The world is vast. And I wish to explore it, Shen Yumiao retorted, already prepared for reprimand. All right, now that you've had your fill, it is time to return. Shenmo did not wish to stifle his children, but their current cultivation levels only allowed them to barely protect themselves in Qinglin City, which was not entirely safe. Father, I want to explore more. I've heard the heart-purifying lotus is about to bloom, and the three of us want to take a chance, Shen Yumiao protested, clearly dissatisfied with Shen Mo's decision. You still wish to chase after the heart-purifying lotus? Do you have any idea how many late-stage Qi refinement cultivators have flocked there? Many late-stage Qi refinement cultivators are also hoping to take advantage of the situation. If you go now, what if someone plots against you? Your safety cannot be guaranteed. Shenmo was astounded at Shen Yunmiao's reckless desire to join the fray. I have grown up. I can take care of myself. Shen Yumiao was fed up with his parents' incessant warnings about danger. He had faced numerous perils during this trip to the secret realm and had managed to survive. He believed he had matured significantly during this time, gaining ample combat experience, while his father merely insisted he return home at the sight of him. He himself has only reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, yet he has come here. The Luo sisters, observing the quarreling father and son, felt it inappropriate to interject. After all, this is a matter between them. They are mere outsiders. Shen sighed as he looked at the now irritable Shan Yunmiao. It is not that his father is unwilling for him to venture out, but the pure heart lotus is indeed perilous, with far too many formidable cultivators in that vicinity. Shen Yunmiao ignored Shen, still fuming from their recent argument, unwilling to concede or heed Shan Mo's advice, and instead chose to leave on his own. The Luo sisters glanced at the father and son before ultimately deciding to accompany Shen Yunmiao. Chapter 37. Waiting for the Blossom. Shen vowed that upon their return, he would certainly give this rebellious son a good thrashing. This lad truly deserves it. However, for now, it is paramount to ensure the safety of both father and son on their journey back. Shen trailed behind Shan Yunmiao, while the Luo sisters sought to persuade him, reminding him that they are still family and that there is no need for further conflict. Shen Yunmiao is not one to be oblivious to reason. He simply wishes to assert his independence. He is unwilling to return in such a manner, for he cannot bear the thought of being confined to the small town of Qinglin for the rest of his life. Nor can he tolerate spending every day immersed in alchemy and cultivation. As Shen and Shen Yunmiao made their way towards the direction of the pure heart lotus, they encountered numerous cultivators at the qi refinement stage, each possessing considerable prowess. Their objectives were all aligned. The time for harvesting the spiritual plants had not yet arrived, and engaging in conflict outside would be utterly futile and not worth the risk of injury. Upon returning to this place, Shen found it vastly transformed from when he had last visited. Previously, there were only 3 or 5 cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement, along with dozens at the 7th level. Now, however, he observed over 20 cultivators at the 9th level amidst the crowd, likely accounting for half of the total number in Qinglin City. Additionally, there were approximately 200 to 300 cultivators, primarily at the mid to late stages of qi refinement. Such a significant assembly indicated that many were harboring the hope that Lady Luck might favor them. In the center of the crowd stood a lotus flower, quietly emanating an aura of wonder. Although it grew in a marsh, there were no signs of filth surrounding it. Despite thriving in muck, it radiated an air of purity, as though it belonged to a realm entirely distinct from the mire. The flowing spiritual energy of the marsh had also become remarkably refined due to its presence. Though it had yet to bloom, the pure heart lotus possessed a mystical ability that heightened everyone's anticipation for its flowering. Shen observed the throngs of people before him, refraining from pushing his way into the crowd. He scanned the surroundings in search of a tree from which he could gain a higher vantage point. This way, he could remain alert to any developments. Upon looking up, he realized he was not alone in this desire, as many others shared the same inclination. Eventually, he found a tree at the back and settled in to observe the situation. For the time being, everyone was exhibiting restraint. Prior to the blooming of the pure heart lotus, there was an unspoken agreement among the crowd to refrain from conflict. However, Shen noticed some individuals moving through the throng, likely seeking allies with shared interests. Unlike the second or third bloom, the primary yield from the first flowering is the lotus seeds. There would not be just one seed. If interests were aligned, temporary alliances could be formed to jointly divide the harvest of the pure heart lotus. Initially, it was a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement who discovered the lotus, but before the bloom could occur, a 9th level cultivator also stumbled upon the site. Naturally, such a heavenly spirit would not be shared with others. The 9th level cultivator acted first, yet the 7th level cultivator was no pushover and managed to escape. Upon his escape, the 7th level cultivator decided that since he could not possess it himself, he would stir up trouble, and thus the news spread. A few 9th level cultivators arrived initially, and they cooperated to drive away other cultivators. Knowing that with the potential for foundational opportunities at stake, the fewer people present, the better. However, as more and more individuals arrived, even if all the 9th level cultivators banded together, they would still struggle to manage the crowd. They had no choice but to permit those cultivators to remain. Among the throng, Shen also spotted by Shinji, who was surrounded by several 9th level cultivators, indicating that they had likely formed a preliminary alliance. Not only by Shinji, but most of the 9th level cultivators Shen observed were grouped in teams of 3 to 5. Only a couple of 9th level cultivators stood out, conspicuously alone in the crowd, while some unwilling to cooperate were not present, preferring to hide like Shen observing the unfolding events from the trees. Soon after, he noticed his foolish son being led away by a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement. The 8th level cultivator had said something to Shen Yunmiao, leading him to follow to a certain location. Shen glanced briefly and saw a dozen cultivators there, with many possessing varying levels of power. The highest among them was the one who had lured Shen Yunmiao, but he was merely at the 8th level. Shen was not particularly fond of such makeshift alliances. Currently, the cooperation stemmed from the inability of individuals to contend against the others present. However, when the time comes to rely on teammates, trustworthiness is uncertain, and rather than expend energy contemplating combat strategies while also worrying about potential betrayal, it is far preferable to act alone. Among these individuals, Shen noticed a plump man who had gathered over 20 followers, marking the largest group he had seen to date. This portly man was also at the 9th level of Qi refinement. His appearance was not particularly fair, but he wore all white, making him resemble a white ball from a distance, hence Shen referred to him as the White Fatty. Though he had amassed many cultivators, he alone held the highest cultivation level within the entire team. Initially, Shen thought this was a deliberate tactic to secure his core position within the group, but upon closer inspection, he realized that was not the case. He had also extended invitations to other 9th-level cultivators, but those individuals were disinterested upon seeing him recruit those of lesser cultivation levels. The prevailing sentiment among many of the 9th-level cultivators present was the same. Those with lower cultivation levels would only create further chaos and could not be relied upon as allies. After an indeterminate amount of time, the fatty approached Shen Mo's tree and inquired whether he wished to join forces. Shen instinctively prepared to decline, but the fatty's words piqued his interest. The man's name was Bai Xinyun, and like Bai Xinji, he was a scion of the Bai family. Both were 9th-level cultivators, and they appeared to be under 50 years of age. These two seemed to be the next generation the Bai family sought to cultivate as foundational seeds. For reasons unknown, these two from the Bai family had not chosen to ally with each other. Bai Xinyun spoke plainly, expressing his desire to acquire the lotus seeds from the pure heart lotus. If Shen were willing to assist him, he would first provide Shen with a medicinal herb aged at least 20 years. Should they succeed, Shen could later approach the Bai family to claim 100 spirit stones. Previously, Bai Xinyun had used benefits to attract many to join him, and 100 low-grade spirit stones would take even a 7th-level cultivator about a month to earn. Many had initially come hoping to take advantage of the situation, merely gambling on their luck. Now, with the offer of free spirit stones, even those unwilling to assist could benefit from a medicinal herb. However, Shen did not immediately accept. While he had a decent amount of medicinal herbs and spirit stones, he did not feel particularly in need of them. Moreover, the 20-year-old medicinal herb felt more like a down payment, rather than something of extraordinary value. Thus, while there were over 20 individuals gathered, most were at the 5th or 6th levels of Qi refinement, with only 3 or 4 at the 8th level. Chapter 38. Chaotic Battle. Shen Yunmiao, along with the Luo sisters and a dozen individuals of similar cultivation levels, gathered to converse among themselves. They were getting acquainted, preparing to form a team to contend for the lotus seeds when the time for blooming arrived. The person who had invited the three of them was named Yu Yang, who struck Shen Yunmiao as fervent and spirited. In this circle, Shen Yunmiao and the Luo sisters were not particularly powerful, yet Yu Yang had managed to gather a dozen cultivators like them. He informed them that the strongest group present consisted of merely 7 9th-level cultivators, while they had a dozen individuals, providing them with the advantage of numbers to potentially face off against these teams. At this moment, Bai Xinyun had yet to begin recruiting assistants to seize the lotus seeds. During that time, Yu Yang's small group was undoubtedly the largest assembly present. If Shen Yunmiao were in a normal state of mind, he would likely harbor doubts regarding this arrangement. However, having just quarreled with Shen and eager to prove himself, he was inexplicably swayed by Yu Yang and joined the small team alongside the Luo sisters. The Luo sisters, possessing more outdoor survival experience than Shen Yunmiao, were naturally cautious about placing their trust in this individual named Yu Yang. However, since Shen Yunmiao had saved them, they were not the type to turn their backs on a debt of gratitude. Concerned for Shen Yunmiao's safety, they followed him into this alliance. The primary function of this small group was to serve as a mutual defense alliance, led by Yu Yang, with all members required to set aside their personal thoughts. When Yu Yang directed who would defend and who would attack, compliance was non-negotiable. Given their inherent weakness, they could not afford to be scattered, as that would render them even less competitive against others. Hence, to stand a chance against their rivals, they needed to unify. This notion was met with the consensus of the majority within the team, as they were unwilling to have come all this way in vain. Moreover, Yang pledged that should they seize the lotus seeds, regardless of the quantity acquired, they would sell them after presenting their share to the three sects upon departure, and the proceeds would be equally divided amongst them. Whether such a promise could ultimately be fulfilled remained uncertain, yet for the time being, it constituted an arrangement that the entire team could accept. These individuals were still some distance from establishing their foundations, and they were not at a loss. If the seeds were exchanged for spirit stones, they might even reap a profit. Each person was calculating their own gains. And as they pondered, a sudden waft of fragrance filled the air. Shen, positioned quite far away, did not catch the scent immediately. However, he had been keenly observing the blossoming of the pure heart lotus. The moment it bloomed, someone darted towards it with astonishing speed, seemingly appearing beside the flower in an instant. His confidence in his speed bordered on arrogance, and amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, this self-assurance quickly turned to hubris in the blink of an eye. Before the man could even touch the lotus, he was transformed into a porcupine, as several practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement sprang into action before anyone could react. The man's grotesque demise served as a catalyst, inciting many other 9th level practitioners to join the fray, leaving no reason to halt their aggression. Within a foot of the pure heart lotus, no one could approach. Anyone who dared venture near became a target. Numerous practitioners, hoping to take advantage of the chaos, fell beside the lotus. Initially, the skirmishes were confined to the vicinity of the flower, with many observing cautiously, fearful of being swept into the fray. Yet, beyond the struggle for the lotus, there were also practitioners intent on murder and plundering other storage bags. Following the first encounter, it was as if a firecracker had been ignited. And in an instant, the entire scene erupted into chaos, as Shen surveyed the tumultuous battlefield below. His heart raced with trepidation. The spectacle of hundreds of combatants clashing was indeed overwhelming. Originally, he had entertained the notion of seizing a lotus seed amidst the turmoil, much like he had previously pilfered the Ding Yin fruit. However, before he could make a move, that senior had demonstrated the formidable challenge of swiftly absconding with an item under the watchful gaze of all. Shenmo's immediate thought was to retrieve Shen Yunmiao and take her home, for the situation was perilous. Many attacks lacked precision, with one such blow aimed directly at him in the midst of this chaotic melee. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. After a brief search, he located Shen Yunmiao's position. They were encircled by a group of 16 or 17 individuals, commanded by Ye Yang, who had already claimed 3 lives in the span of mere moments. Initially, their coordination was lacking, yet they faced no opponents of significant prowess on the periphery. Through continued collaboration, they gradually developed a modicum of synergy within a short half-hour. Observers on the battlefield began to recognize their formidable nature, subtly steering clear of them. Seeing that Shen Yunmiao was unharmed, Shen felt a wave of relief. He needed to devise a way to safely reach her and escort her away. However, the current circumstances rendered entry difficult. Despite appearing well-equipped, he knew that in such a chaotic battle, no one could guarantee a victory. Meanwhile, Bai Xinyun's team confronted dozens of 9th level Qi refinement practitioners. Bai Xinyun had almost succeeded in plucking the lotus, and with over 20 practitioners by his side, he became the primary target in the eyes of all. As this conflict raged, Yang was not idle. He launched a powerful strike against the nearest 9th level practitioner. The latter attempted to evade but was too late, sustaining severe injuries without succumbing to death. Just as Yang prepared to deliver a finishing blow, an unexpected 6th level practitioner emerged and pierced the 9th level warrior's chest with a sword. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to escape with the storage bag but was intercepted by several 7th level practitioners. Watching the fierce battle unfold, Shen Yunmiao grew anxious for her father, knowing he had also come along. This was a fight where anyone could meet their demise in the blink of an eye. It was Shen Yunmiao's first encounter with such violence, leaving her unable to act independently. She felt that should she stray from the group, she would likely become an easy target, and thus could only pray for her father's safety amidst the turmoil. On Shenmo's end, he ultimately entered the fray, employing a mid-grade defensive artifact to shield himself. Wary of others harboring ill intentions towards his high-grade artifacts, he also possessed a high-grade inner armor, which alleviated his fears of being swiftly eliminated. The ground was already littered with over 100 corpses, with 5 or 6 9th-level practitioners among the fallen. Shen, encountering the unfortunate demise of the slain, quietly gathered their storage bags that had not yet been claimed. Meanwhile, Bai Xinyun's team, despite engaging several 9th-level practitioners, seemed to hold the upper hand, likely due to their numerical advantage. Just then, within their ranks, a 6th-level practitioner experienced a sudden surge in power, ascending to 9th level and making a beeline for the pure heart lotus. In an unexpected turn of events, the lotus was swiftly harvested, yet before it could be secured in the storage bag, the hand of the practitioner was severed. The pure heart lotus plummeted into the mire. And although no one had yet succeeded in claiming it, the ferocity of the skirmishes intensified. Shen had approached Shen Yunmiao's vicinity but found it impossible to draw closer. Approaching Ye Yang's group would likely result in being attacked as an enemy. He could only strive to protect himself nearby, yet due to his lack of aggressive intent and relatively low cultivation, he was seldom targeted for attack. In contrast, Bai Xinyun's team was thrown into disarray by the emergence of a traitor, catching everyone off guard, leading to mutual suspicion within the group. In a short span, several members fell victim to one another, and the entire team teetered on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Ye Yang's faction had surprisingly become the largest group without any casualties. However, their sheer size kept them at a distance from the pure heart lotus. Ye Yang was devising strategies to advance his team closer to the lotus, and Shen, in accordance with Ye Yang's movements, adjusted his position as well. As Ye Yang approached the heart of the conflict, his team garnered the attention of all. Soon, they were intercepted by a faction of practitioners. The members of Ye Yang's group engaged in combat with a band of 9th-level practitioners. Given their lower cultivation levels, everyone understood that defiance at this juncture could cost them their lives. No one dared voice dissent against Ye Yang's directives. Their compliance was merely a means of self-preservation. Yet Ye Yang continued to command them forward toward the pure heart lotus. The closer they drew, the more fierce the attacks became. Traversing a mere dozen meters proved arduous. Ultimately, one practitioner lost their head and perished. Their willingness to heed Ye Yang's commands stemmed initially from his organizational skills and superior cultivation. Subsequently, it was due to his ability to lead them not only to survive the battle, but also to gain substantial rewards. Although the storage bags of the slain were held by Ye Yang, it appeared each individual would at least receive one. Furthermore, they had previously slain a 9th-level practitioner, which bolstered their confidence. Thus, even when faced with numerous 9th-level practitioners, they felt emboldened. Yet, when confronted with the reality of battle, they were overwhelmed by the weight of the pressure. Many contemplated retreating, but they were aware that should their formation falter, they too would be unable to escape. And so they continued to be swept along by Ye Yang's leadership. At that moment, one individual fell, causing a ripple of uncertainty within the ranks. The subsequent death of a second member acted as a catalyst, igniting panic. In a moment of desperation, a 7th-level female practitioner broke from the group and soared outward. With the first act of defection, many others followed suit, brandishing their defensive artifacts in a bid to flee. In an instant, the cohesive unit disintegrated, yet the external foes showed no mercy. While some did manage to escape amidst the turmoil, the majority met their demise. Shen Yunmiao, along with 2 others, managed to reach the outskirts as a result. Having no intention of seizing the pure heart lotus, they were not pursued. In contrast, Ye Yang, seeking to emulate the earlier fleeing practitioners, darted toward the pure heart lotus and swiftly claimed it. Yet, no one believed he could escape. He seemed destined to meet the same fate as the previous 2, ultimately falling victim to the encirclement. However, just as all assumed Ye Yang was doomed, he took possession of the lotus and did not hastily flee. Instead, he scrutinized the surrounding practitioners and the ones advancing toward him, revealing a victorious smile. Then, in an instant, he sank into the swamp, vanishing before everyone's eyes. None had anticipated such a turn of events, and all attacks directed at Yang fell wide of their mark. This was Ye Yang's cunning strategy. The so-called team had merely served as a means for him, a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement. To approach the pure heart lotus, he required assistance to draw near, and once close enough, he could employ his unique escape technique to submerge into the mire. As for sharing the spoils, that was utterly implausible. He was at the 8th level of Qi refinement and was on the verge of establishing his foundation. How could he possibly relinquish a spirit herb that could enhance his chances of success? Who would genuinely place their trust in a band of strangers? They were merely facilitators for Ye Yang's approach to the pure heart lotus. As for evading scrutiny from the 3 sects, that was a concern he need not entertain. In attendance were numerous cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, the majority of whom had procured the boundary-breaking talisman. Although it cost 800 spirit stones per talisman, should they encounter any unwillingly relinquished heavenly materials or earthly treasures. That some would undoubtedly be worth it. Of course, the three sects were not naive. They had already plundered half of the spoils from the lower-ranked cultivators. As for the higher-ranked ones, let us not forget that to gain entry into the sects, they must also surrender the designated herbs demanded by the three sections. Many believe that only by entering the sect could they hope to obtain foundation establishment pills, ultimately leading to the inevitable forfeiture of their spiritual possessions. Thus, it could be said that the vast majority of individuals' gains would eventually find their way back into the hands of the three sects through various means. Moreover, the three sects had nearly ascertained the types of spiritual herbs found within the secret realm over the years. There were even rumors that the sale of boundary-breaking talismans was orchestrated by the Pure Talisman sect, although it was noted that the heart-purifying lotus only bloomed once every 200 years. And the three sects were indeed unaware of such a spiritual plant's existence in this secret realm. Yu Yang vanished into the marsh, prompting all the 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators to attack the mire. Hoping to flush him out, however, the marsh remained unresponsive. Beneath the surface, Yu Yang felt fortunate to possess an unknown evasion technique, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly through the water and soil. Observing the assaults above, he could not help but smirk at the futility of their efforts. In the end, they were merely crafting a wedding gown for him. Not only had he acquired the heart-purifying lotus, but he also possessed several storage bags, transforming him into a wealthy individual. With this newfound fortune, he could easily procure a foundation establishment pill later on. That moment, a pair of eyes fixated upon Yu Yang, specifically on the heart-purifying lotus in his grasp. Sensing something amiss, Yu Yang turned to look, his mouth agape as if he had encountered a horrifying sight, and he contemplated fleeing. Yet, his speed within the marsh paled in comparison to that of the pursuer. Meanwhile, the cultivators at the marsh's edge, frustrated by their fruitless assaults, were filled with regret. They had fought for so long, only to have the prize snatched away by an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Some attempted to infiltrate the marsh, but those at the Qi refinement stage could not survive long in such conditions, and no one knew what methods Yu Yang had employed. With the heart-purifying lotus now claimed, the rationale for combat dissipated. Even those on the periphery who had contemplated taking advantage of the chaos to kill and seize treasures found themselves devoid of reasons to fight. Chapter 40. The giant serpent. Some cultivators of lower rank began to prepare their departure. With time still remaining until the secret realm's conclusion, they intended to search for more treasures, perhaps other heavenly materials hidden within. Just as everyone believed the contention over the heart-purifying lotus had concluded, Yu Yang burst forth from the marsh. Upon his sudden appearance, many cultivators, without hesitation, charged towards him. Displaying remarkable decisiveness, Yu Yang tossed the heart-purifying lotus away, redirecting the rushing cultivators toward the coveted prize. Meanwhile, Yu Yang's thoughts were solely focused on escaping. He feared that the creature lurking beneath the marsh was about to emerge. In a flash, a figure erupted from the mire, colliding with all those seeking the heart-purifying lotus and charging directly toward the cultivator who had seized it. Shen, observing from a distance, gained clarity. The creature measured over 20 meters in length and 3 meters in girth, its body caked in the muck from the marsh, with a gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs. Its crowned head indicated a formidable presence, as it had reached the late stage of Qi refinement, wielding spiritual power surpassing that of any 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator present. Shen had seen a serpent resembling this in a book. It was said to be a celestial crowned serpent, rumored to possess the ability to control water and evade fire, its scales impervious to ordinary attacks. The cultivator was immediately bitten, and it appeared that the serpent's fangs were laced with potent venom. Upon being struck, the cultivator promptly lost all combat capability and was swallowed whole. The appearance of such a creature was unexpected. While it was well known that heavenly materials and earthly treasures were guarded by demonic beasts, no one anticipated the serpent's emergence after such a long period. Throughout the pursuit of the heart-purifying lotus, no demonic beasts had been sighted, leading many to believe the lotus had concealed itself effectively, eluding even the beasts that resided in the secret realm, or perhaps the earliest discoverer of the lotus had slain the guardian beast. Yet now, this creature had suddenly surfaced and devoured the heart-purifying lotus. Catching everyone off guard as the serpent attempted to retreat into the marsh, someone shouted, "Do not let that serpent escape. It likely has not yet digested the spiritual item." If we can eviscerate it, we might retrieve the lotus seeds. This declaration redirected everyone's focus toward the serpent. After the skirmishes, only a little over 10 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement remained on the scene. However, those who survived were not to be underestimated, including the 2 young masters from the Bai family. Determined, they all launched their attacks against the demonic beast, unwilling to allow it to flee in the face of their onslaught. They quickly discovered that the serpent's scales were exceedingly tough, leaving many unable to inflict damage. A collective frown spread among them. How could they fight? If the opponent's defenses were impenetrable, they were left simply staring helplessly. Our attacks are not entirely useless. My flying sword left a white mark on its scales just now. I believe if we continuously strike the same spot, we can break through its defenses. By Xing proposed. Furthermore, while its scales are tough, we should seize the opportunity to blind its eyes. Once we trap it, we will surely uncover its weaknesses, another cultivator suggested. The chance to attain a foundation establishment opportunity lay before them, and many present could not afford to miss such an occasion. Not only the 9th level cultivators, but also a portion of the 8th level ones remained, as they too were nearing the 9th level and had to consider their future aspirations. Roughly estimating, around 30 individuals had decided to stay. However, this celestial crowned serpent not only boasted remarkable defense, but could also expel a corrosive liquid, potent enough to erode magical artifacts. Shortly after its appearance, numerous snake-like demonic beasts emerged from various directions, most of which were only at the initial stage of Qi refinement. Yet they swarmed in droves, filling the area with serpents. If it had been just one demonic beast, they would not have feared it. Yet now, the landscape was rife with serpents, with no end in sight. Most of the cultivators had recently engaged in internal conflict, exhausting their spiritual power, and some had even sustained serious injuries. Should any cultivator's spiritual energy falter, they would be overwhelmed by the snake horde. Moreover, alongside the celestial crown serpent were a dozen or so late-stage Qi refinement serpents, evidently its minions. Shen had no intention of confronting the celestial crown serpent. He swiftly dispatched the lesser serpents and moved closer to Shen Yunmiao, urging him to evacuate the perilous area. He was particularly concerned that his son, in his naivety, might wish to remain for treasure. "Father, you are still here," Shen Yunmiao exclaimed, having not noticed Shen beside their group, believing his father had either fled or perished. At that moment, Shen Yunmiao was too overwhelmed to bicker with Shen. It was the most death he had ever witnessed in his life. Furthermore, the massive python was clearly beyond their capacity to handle, rendering any further presence meaningless. In an instant, the father and son reached a mutual understanding. Shen swiftly allocated tasks. One would forge ahead while the other provided support, with the remaining 2 focusing on recovery. When the lead cultivator exhausted their spiritual energy, the next would take over, ensuring they could swiftly exit this treacherous place. The 4 worked in unison, managing to avoid any significant mishaps along the way. Their coordinated efforts caught the attention of many nearby surviving cultivators, who also sought allies to form temporary teams in a bid for survival. Some even attempted to join Shen Mo's group, but he declined them all, though Shen had not interacted much with the Luo sisters. Shen Yunmiao had saved their lives. During the collapse of Yu Yang's team, it was their mutual support that allowed Shen to feel slightly at ease. If others harbored ulterior motives, there was always the risk of betrayal. Shen dared not entrust his life to uncertain factors. Moreover, he had not been entirely remiss. He always retained a portion of his spiritual energy, lest he find himself unable to retaliate in dire circumstances. Having escaped the marsh by a mile, the number of demonic serpents gradually diminished, allowing Shen to breathe a sigh of relief. This distance, a normal person could traverse in 6 or 7 minutes, had taken them an entire incense stick's worth of time, necessitating continuous effort and periodic adjustments. Shen Mo's left arm bore the mark of a serpent's bite. Fortunately, the beasts were not particularly powerful, merely leaving him with a slight numbness and not a deep poison. Turning back to glance, he saw the battle still raged on in the distance, the celestial crowned serpent and the glint of flying swords persisting in their conflict. Chapter 41. Heavenly Thunder. After Shen and his companions exited the fray, they persevered against fatigue, walking for several more miles until they confirmed that no further serpents lurked nearby. They then sought a concealed spot to rest and recuperate in shifts. The duration of this battle had spanned only about half a day, yet they had repeatedly danced on the precipice of death, exhausting their spiritual energy and recovering, only to be thrust back into combat before fully recuperating. The relentless cycle imposed tremendous mental strain upon them, necessitating a moment of respite. Similar circumstances unfolded within the marsh, where some sheltered others as they recuperated. By Xian bore traces of unwashed blood upon his face, leaving uncertain whether it belonged to the serpent or a fellow cultivator. The once elegant young gentleman now appeared somewhat haggard, as Bai Xinyun stood beside Bai Xinji, his garments tattered and his face smeared with dirt. Scattered across the ground lay numerous corpses of demonic serpents, with many eager to rush forth to assist the cultivators who had expended considerable effort in vanquishing several early-stage qi-refining beasts. Meanwhile, over a dozen late-stage qi-refining beasts now lay lifeless on the ground. As for the human side, their situation was not significantly better. Only 7 cultivators at the 9th level of qi-refining remained. And with the addition of those at the 8th level, their numbers totaled a mere 13. The staggering casualties, however, were not without gain. The scales of the celestial crown serpent had been shattered in several places. One of its eyes exploded, leaving blood pooling around it. At this juncture, the celestial crown serpent was on the brink of collapse. With just a bit more effort, they could extract the purifying lotus from its belly. All eyes were fixed greedily upon the celestial crown serpent, while these 13 individuals began to entertain their own ulterior motives. Though the serpent was not yet dead, they were already contemplating how to minimize the distribution of the spoils. Yet their thoughts were still rather navi. Bai Xinji observed the celestial crown serpent before him. He was taken aback to discern a sense of determination reflected in its eyes. This was the first time he had witnessed a beast exhibit emotion. It was said that only foundation-building beasts possessed such intelligence. However, he had never encountered a foundation-building beast, though there were claims that particularly gifted demonic beasts could awaken their intellect prematurely. Bai Xinji felt a twinge of confusion, but then he noticed the celestial crown serpent's aura surging. Its previous lethargy entirely vanished, now even more formidable than when it had first appeared. The onlookers braced themselves for what was to come. They had no inkling of what had transpired with the celestial crown serpent, but an instinct warned them that this was its last desperate struggle. Seeing the serpent's revitalized aura, Bai Xinyun quietly advised Bai Xinji, "Let us withdraw. This celestial crown serpent is already digesting the purifying lotus. By the time we slay it, it may have already finished." The surge in the serpent's aura was indeed due to its digestion of the purifying lotus. He assisted Bai Xinyun to rise, and the two discreetly moved backward. The celestial crown serpent's aura continued to escalate, surpassing the threshold typical for qi-refining beasts. Was it attempting to break through to foundation building? Someone murmured tremulously. Such an aura was certainly beyond what a qi-refining beast could possess. Even the cultivators at the 9th level of qi-refining had slain late-stage beasts before, yet this one was more powerful than any they had encountered. Initially, it had not appeared overly formidable, thus still fitting within their understanding of qi-refining beasts, but now it was different. The magnitude of its aura transcended the realm of qi-refining. Had the celestial crown serpent possessed such overwhelming power from the outset? None would have dared to contest with it. The celestial crown serpent no longer cast its gaze upon the human cultivators. Instead, it seemed to sense something and looked skyward. Every movement it made drew the attention of the cultivators, compelling some to look up as well. They had not felt anything amiss until they noticed dark clouds gathering overhead, oppressive in appearance, with flickers of lightning flashing ominously within it. Seemed as though a thunder dragon would burst forth from the clouds at any moment. What is this? Will there be a thunder tribulation upon advancing to foundation building? Someone muttered, half questioning others, half questioning themselves. How could there be thunderclaps accompanying a qi-refining breakthrough to foundation building? This scene shattered the understanding of all present. The clouds above grew ever denser, an ominous darkness looming as though some malevolent deity were about to descend. Meanwhile, 6 foundation-building cultivators sat not far from the entrance of the secret realm. Engaged in conversation, wary of any disruptions that might arise when others emerged. That moment, the entrance of the secret realm trembled violently, causing the entire space to become exceedingly unstable, as if it might shatter at any moment. The 6 foundation-building cultivators were startled. They scrutinized the entrance for some time, yet could not fathom the cause of this disturbance. Perhaps something had gone awry within the secret realm, but as foundation-building cultivators, they were barred from entering. Only those below foundation building could access the secret realm. Anyone attempting to force their way in would be repelled by the realm's laws. Should someone of a higher cultivation attempt to resist these rules, the secret realm itself would collapse in the distance. Shen gazed at the swirling black clouds above the marsh, sensing a potent destructive force brewing within them. By the marsh's edge, no cultivators remained. Everyone had retreated at least 1,000 meters away from the celestial crowned serpent. The power contained within those clouds was unmistakably beyond their capacity to contend with, and although they were uncertain why thunderclouds appeared during a chi refining to foundation building advancement, none wished to linger. A stray bolt of thunder could inflict grievous injuries upon them. Yet they did not depart too far, waiting for the thunder to subside, reasoning that even if the celestial crowned serpent survived, it would be severely wounded, and perhaps they could still glean some rewards. Though the purifying lotus might be lost, the serpent's body contained many materials that could fetch a handsome price. Not to mention, its scales were excellent materials for crafting defensive talismans. The serpent regarded the thunderclouds for some time, and suddenly a flash of lightning erupted from the clouds, hurtling straight toward the celestial crowned serpent. The serpent did not evade. Instead, it braced itself, enduring the strike with its resilient flesh. However, it sustained numerous injuries. The scales that even the 9th-level chi refiners had struggled to shatter now marred and battered by the thunderous blow. The first strike did not annihilate the being below, but the subsequent thunderclap was even more ferocious, followed by 3 consecutive strikes that fell simultaneously. Under this onslaught, the celestial crowned serpent finally succumbed. Collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless, its body charred in multiple places, in a final act of defiance, it expended the last of its strength, expelling a fist-sized egg from its tail. This egg had long existed. But the celestial crowned serpent had never anticipated that it would be born under such dire circumstances. Yet if it did not lay it now, it would likely perish alongside it beneath the thunder. Sensing that the serpent had not yet fully succumbed, the thunder descended once more, this strike more violent than the last. The celestial crowned serpent used every ounce of its power to shield the serpent egg beneath its body, exhibiting a human-like expression of unwillingness before ultimately collapsing. Chapter 42. Serendipitous encounter at Yeyang. As the thunder dissipated, the cultivators who had remained nearby approached the marsh once more. The celestial crowned serpent's formidable presence rendered its remains invaluable. Of the 13 cultivators, 8 turned back, but this time the 2 young masters of the Bai family were absent. Faced with the lifeless giant serpent, struck by lightning and devoid of vitality, the remaining cultivators refrained from competing for it. Perhaps due to the consecutive battles, many were growing weary in body and spirit. Furthermore, unlike the purifying lotus, this serpent could not assist others in foundation building. As they discussed the division of spoils, their discourse was surprisingly amicable. However, a piercing cry suddenly pierced the air, and the sky darkened once more. The assembled individuals braced themselves, fearing another onslaught, only to discover a group of Bai Tu-ing, a demonic beast that had somehow advanced to late-stage chi refining. Swirling above them with its entourage of subordinates, gazing up at the dozens of Bai Tu-ing, all at mid-stage chi refining, the cultivators felt a chill of trepidation. This situation was not like before. Previously, with over 100 cultivators, they had been unafraid of any singular group of demonic beasts. Now, with just 8 individuals, they had no desire to engage in direct confrontation with this flock. The 8 chose to gradually retreat. But most chi refining beasts were yet to awaken their intellect, and the Bai Tu-ing were particularly aggressive. The highest-ranking Bai Tu-ing let out a shriek, and its flock charged toward the 8 cultivators. In the end, only 20 or so Bai Tu-ing corpses remained, alongside 6 human corpses that had been pecked beyond recognition. Had it been any other time, the Bai Tu-ing would have never dared to approach this marsh. Yet with the thunder subdued, the Bai Tu-ing king, though not fully awakened in intelligence, sensed that its old adversaries might encounter some unforeseen mishap, prompting it to lead its subordinates to investigate. With the celestial crowned serpent deceased, its body was a veritable treasure for other demonic beasts. Thus, it commanded its minions to carry the serpent's remains back, including the egg it had left behind. Shen and his companions, of course, heard the shrill calls of the eagles, yet this did not concern them, and they paid it no mind. Had they chosen to investigate, they might have witnessed a flock of Bai Tu-ing hauling the celestial crowned serpent's corpse through the air. Shen Imo instructed Shen Yunmiao to retrieve their gains from the secret realm over the past few days. The father and son reunited, sorting through their spoils and gathering the materials listed in the foundation-building elixir recipe. Shen Imo sought herbs based on the recipe provided by Yulong, although most of the spiritual herbs might lack sufficient potency, as long as they were acquired and planted in their small world. They would yield harvest within 20 years at the latest. Though the yield from this small world was not particularly high, it ensured that their family could save several times the cultivation time compared to others. Yet they still lacked one primary herb, the Xinjiang flower, along with 3 auxiliary herbs required by the foundation-building recipe. Upon learning which spiritual herbs were missing, Shen Yumiao recalled having seen the Xinjiang flower before. It grew in a canyon cloaked in yellow sands, inhabited by a flock of Baitu Ing. The strength of these Baitu Ing was not formidable. The most powerful one he encountered was only at mid-stage qi refining. At the time he spotted the Xinjiang flower, he also noticed the flock of Baitu Ing and realized that if he were to be besieged, it would be exceedingly perilous. Thus he refrained from harvesting it. Being alone, any reckless action could lead to his demise should he be overwhelmed. Now there are 4 of them, capable of dividing their tasks and collaborating. Point 2 act as decoys to divert the majority of the azure-headed eagles, while another assists in slightly fending off the remaining eagles, leaving the last one to swiftly harvest the Xinjiang flower. Several days have passed since they decided to gather the Xinjiang flower. On their way to the canyon, they traversed a grassy field, where they took a brief respite before preparing to continue their journey. Suddenly, they encountered a scene of someone being pursued, a situation that left Shen Imo exposed, standing amidst the grass without any cover to conceal his presence. Naturally, they were detected, and the person being chased, Shen Yunmiao, along with the Luo sisters, recognized him. It was none other than Yu Yang, who had previously rallied them to form a team. Upon seeing Shen Yunmiao and the Luo sisters, Yu Yang quickly recalled that these 3 had once joined his ranks. They were surprisingly still alive. Although these 4 possessed modest cultivation, their numbers exceeded that of their adversaries. With their assistance, the odds were not entirely unfavorable. Although Shen Imo did not know them, he could still drag them into the fray. Shin Daoyu, Luo Daoyu, save me, Yu Yang called out, feigning familiarity with the 4. The 3 pursuers behind him, upon hearing Yu Yang's words, became wary of Shen Imo's group. Was there actually assistance here? The 3 confronting Yu Yang scrutinized Shen Imo's group, assessing their cultivation levels, only to discover that none of the 4 were particularly formidable. Since they were in a group, and the Luo sisters lacked concealment techniques, even if Shen Imo hid his own power, the spiritual fluctuations of the others would betray him. Thus, Shen Imo chose not to deliberately obscure his cultivation anymore. Brother Yu, why are they pursuing you? Shen Yumiao stepped closer to Yu Yang, quietly inquiring. Yu Yang merely explained that they coveted a medicinal herb of his, intending to kill him and seize it. Such occurrences were commonplace in this secret realm, and Shen Yunmiao naturally believed him. In truth, the 3 had also been present in the marsh, having witnessed Yu Yang's decisive disposal of the pure heart lotus. They could not fathom such a decisive act. Had it been them, they would have been utterly incapable. They suspected that Yu Yang might have secretly hidden a lotus seed, perhaps more than one. During their time in the marsh, they had stealthily followed Yu Yang, but many cultivators were present, all striving to break free. Yu Yang had not sensed anything amiss. It was only after escaping the marsh that he realized these 4 harbored ulterior motives. Although he explained that he had not hoarded anything, how could they believe him? Only by personally inspecting their storage bags could they be convinced. Yet, to examine another's storage bag, what guarantee was there that they would return the herbs Yu Yang had harvested or the beast he had slain? Naturally, Yu Yang refused to allow such an inspection, leading to a confrontation. Yu Yang was no match for the 3 and had intended to escape using his evasion techniques. However, it was unclear what means they employed. No matter how he tried to flee, they would relentlessly pursue him. Shen Yunmiao's choice to assist Yu Yang, without questioning the reasons or considering whether the situation was safe, did not go unnoticed by Shen Imo. If not for her being his own daughter, he would never have chosen to team up with someone like her. Upon returning, he would certainly confine Shen Yumiao for at least a month of danger prevention training. Originally, Shen Imo had not planned to let Shen Yumiao venture out so soon. He had not paid much heed to such matters. The Shen family had always prioritized educating their children. Shen Yumiao, inherently kind-hearted, had acted to rescue the Luo sisters, which explained her current behavior. In her eyes, the world remained pure, and Yu Yang had indeed guided them well in the past. The The subsequent collapse of the team could not entirely be blamed on Yu Yang. It could only be said that their strength was lacking. Nevertheless, Yu Yang had not exhibited any treachery, so Shen Yunmiao retained a degree of trust in him and was willing to assist him in his predicament. Chapter 43. The death of Yu Yang. As the adversaries remained cautious of Shenemo and the others, Shenemo was likewise scrutinizing the three opponents. Among them, 2 were at the 8th level of Qi refinement, while 1 was at the 7th, making a 4 against 3 scenario not without its chances. As for Yu Yang, he was being relentlessly pursued, with numerous wounds adorning his arms, some still bleeding. He was uncertain how much fighting strength Yu Yang still possessed. The 3 pursuers, witnessing Shen Yunmiao's actions, became even more convinced that Shenemo's group was Yu Yang's allies. Although their numbers were greater, their cultivation was relatively low, and with Yu Yang injured and continuously hunted, he could barely muster half of his combat prowess. Possibly due to the chance of a foundational opportunity and not being formidable foes, the 3 exchanged glances and decided to strike first. Each selected one opponent to attack swiftly. If any one of them succeeded, their chances would increase significantly. The 3 targeted Yu Yang and the Luo sisters. Yu Yang had been on guard and managed to evade their attack. Meanwhile, the Luo sisters, though accustomed to combat, quickly reacted, but their cultivation was ultimately inferior, and even their defensive magical artifacts were merely mid-tier. Although they managed to block the attack, they sustained significant injuries. Seeing their opponents had taken action, Shen Imo acted decisively, unleashing the 1,000-thread sword technique against the one with the lowest cultivation. The essence of the 1,000-thread sword technique lies in its intricate strikes, relentless as threads, leaving no room for respite. With his sword flying towards the Qi refinement 7th level practitioner, that individual, who had just attempted a sneak attack, was caught off guard by Shenemo's swift counter. Unprepared, he nearly suffered severe injury, but narrowly escaped. However, having lost the initiative and sustaining some wounds, he found himself being overwhelmed by Shenemo in this battle. Shenemo relished the thrill of dominating a weaker opponent. The last time he had fought alongside by Shinji, their adversary had not only possessed superior cultivation but also formidable magical artifacts. Now, facing an opponent whose cultivation was only slightly above his own, armed with merely an ordinary mid-tier flying sword, and having already been injured by Shenemo, it was evident that victory was within his grasp. Observing the situation, Yu Yang also engaged in combat. Initially concerned that Shenemo and the others would be unable to contend with the 3 attackers, he had intended to flee. However, witnessing Shenmo's rapid response and his ability to suppress one adversary, Yu Yang recognized an opportunity to eliminate the 3 pursuers once and for all. One wished to remain a target of relentless pursuit. The Luo sisters joined forces to restrain one opponent. Having sustained injuries, their ability to do more was limited. Yu Yang, severely wounded, could not face one adversary alone, prompting Shen Yunmiao to assist him against the same foe. Thus, a temporary balance was struck. If Shenemo could quickly subdue his opponent, the equilibrium would be irrevocably shattered. As Shenmo's swordplay grew increasingly ferocious, the other 2, realizing that time was of the essence, understood that if they did not act swiftly to overcome their opponent, they might very well perish here. Amid the escalating danger, Luo Wenjing, the weakest among them, found herself exposed, and an opponent seized upon her vulnerability, launching a strike aimed at her heart. Upon witnessing this, Shen Yunmiao immediately abandoned her own opponent and produced a high-quality defensive artifact to shield Luo Wenjing. This intervention spared Luo Wenjing from a lethal blow. However, Shen Yunmiao's sudden withdrawal left Yu Yang momentarily vulnerable. The assailants capitalized on this opportunity, and one managed to decapitate Yu Yang with a single strike. Yu Yang's head soared into the air, a shocking turn of events that left Shenemo and the others utterly unprepared. Shenemo, employing the sharp metal technique, enhanced the lethality of his flying sword. Although initially pressed, the adversary had some understanding of Shenmo's assault. However, Shenmo's decisive maneuver shattered their expectations, resulting in the adversary's demise. With one death on each side, the situation reached a fragile equilibrium once more. The foe's remaining opponent dashed towards Yu Yang's corpse, while the Luo sisters and Shen Yunmiao were preoccupied. Shenemo might not react swiftly enough. Their primary objective had been to seize Yu Yang's storage back. If they could accomplish that, there would be no need for further conflict. While their plan was commendable, Shenemo discerned their intentions and produced a soul-confounding flute, playing it to affect those present. Excluding himself in that instant, Shen propelled his flying sword towards the assailant, aiming for Yu Yang's storage bag. The adversary, intent on plundering the bag and unprepared for defense, fell victim to the flute's influence. The sword pierced through his abdomen, and Shen deliberately manipulated the sword to twist, ensuring the opponent's demise. The last remaining foe, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, was momentarily dazed by the flute's effects, but quickly regained his senses. Upon awakening, he was met with the sight of his comrade's tragic end at the hands of Shen. In a panic, he turned to flee, unaware that the Luo sisters and Shen Yunmiao still remained under the flute's influence. This weapon, indiscriminately released, could ensnare allies as well. Given the Luo sisters and Shen Yunmiao's lower cultivation, the flute's effects were even more profound. Nevertheless, even if he realized this, Shen was confident in his ability to provide assistance. Shen first searched through Yu Yang's corpse, discovering several storage bags, relics of the battles fought during their time in the marsh when he had commanded the team to slay foes. Contemplating whether to collect the other 2 storage bags, he considered that the Luo sisters had also contributed and pondered if he should let them take these bags. While he had thought of keeping all the bags for himself and distributing unnecessary items to the Luo sisters, he felt that such an action would be somewhat demeaning to them. With a sigh, he addressed the 2 sisters. "You may take the storage bags from these 2, Uncle Shen. That's not right. You killed them. And we didn't contribute much at all." Luo Wenxuan was taken aback when Shen unexpectedly decided to share the spoils with them. "Uncle Shen, indeed, if it weren't for Yun Miao, I would have faced the same fate as Luo Wenjing." Though Luo Wenjing's words trailed off, Shen comprehended her intent. He feigned displeasure, stating, "If you wish to go, then go. Without you to hinder me, how would I have had the opportunity to claim them?" It was only after Shen insistence that the 2 sisters began to search the others for storage bags, which surprised them as both individuals possessed 5 or 6 bags each. This was rather commonplace. In the marsh, among the 200 to 300 cultivators, it was likely that fewer than 100 would emerge alive. The weak would gain nothing, while it was not unusual for the strong to possess 5 or 6 storage bags. Shen himself had scavenged 7 or 8 on the battlefield. Yet, for the Luo sisters, possessing even 1 storage bag felt excessive, and they lacked the audacity to accept 5 or 6. Ultimately, Shen decided that each sister could take 3 storage bags, while he would claim the remainder. That evening, after organizing the storage bags, he intended to display the magical artifacts. Anything that could bolster their combat strength would be utilized without reservation, as they were to face adversaries together and could not afford to be stingy in this regard. Chapter 44. Unexpected acquisition of lotus seeds. As Shen distributed the spoils, Shen Yunmiao stood beside Ye Yang, using a magical artifact to dig a grave, gently laying Ye Yang within. He gazed silently at the small mound. After Shen dispatched a fireball to incinerate the 2 individuals, he observed his son standing there like a statue, immobile. Shen Yunmiao's actions did not escape Shen notice, but he recognized that Shen Yunmiao was still too naive. Or perhaps Shen himself was inherently simple-minded. Having raised all 3 children with care, Shen had protected them exquisitely, which contributed to their innocence. As night fell, Shen led the 3 of them for quite some time, finally settling down in a relatively secluded spot. By evening, Shen Yunmiao's spirits remained notably low, while the Luo sisters, having grown up amidst trials and tribulations, were no strangers to the death of companions. As long as the sisters were unharmed, that was sufficient for them. However, Ye Yang was hardly considered a companion. He was merely someone they had previously collaborated with, hardly exchanging more than a few words. In the secret realm, Shen Yunmiao had witnessed life and death, having seen many perish. Indeed, many from his own team in the marsh had fallen. Yet this time, after Ye Yang's demise, his father had immediately seized the other storage bag, distributing the spoils with indifference. Shen held a significant position in his son's hearts. Unlike others of this era, he rarely resorted to punishment except in instances of grave misdeeds, instead guiding them to discover their own answers. Yet this time, Shen Yunmiao felt his father's coldness, a stark contrast to his previous gentle and loving demeanor. There was nothing inherently wrong with his father's actions, nor did the Luo sisters react. Such conduct was commonplace in the realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, he found it peculiar. One moment they fought side by side, and the next, they were claiming the possessions of the deceased. "Yunmiao, may I have a word with you?" Shen inquired, seemingly seeking Shen Yunmiao's consent, yet he sat beside him without waiting for a response. Shen Yunmiao remained silent, not uttering a single word. Yunmiao, do you think it excessive for me to take Yang's storage bag? Shen Mo's tone softened. Although Shen Yunmiao did not respond, his expression conveyed everything. Let me pose a question. If one day, you were pursued by an insurmountable enemy, one you knew I, your mother, and your brother could not defeat, and then saw us three, what would you do? Shen Mo left this question hanging for Shen Yunmiao. Upon hearing the question, Shen Yunmiao's expression shifted. If he understood that his family could not prevail, he would certainly face the danger alone, never wishing to place his loved ones in harm's way. Reflecting on how Yang had sought their aid despite knowing they were outmatched, a tumult of emotions stirred within him. Observing the change in Shen Yunmiao's demeanor, Shen Mo continued, helping him is a matter of sentiment. Not helping is merely a matter of duty. If he has perished, should I leave these belongings for others? With that, Shen Mo departed, not deliberately avoiding the Luo sisters as he spoke. After his departure, the Luo sisters approached Shen Yunmiao, seeking to console him. In the eyes of the Luo sisters, the Shen family was exceedingly kind-hearted. Even if Shen Yunmiao perceived Shen Mo's demeanor as cold, to them, it was inconceivable that someone as powerful as Shen Mo would share any spoils with them. In the world of cultivation, they had witnessed far too much, even having encountered rivals who turned against each other after hunting demonic beasts together. Had it not been for their swift escape, they too might have met their end. Shen Yunmiao's excessive kindness led him to intervene on behalf of others, which endeared him to the Luo sisters. Yet they understood that in this world, being overly kind could lead to one's own downfall. Noticing the Luo sisters beside him, Shen Yunmiao refrained from remaining silent, as he had with Shen Mo earlier. Shen Mo was oblivious to the conversation among the three, but he sensed that Shen Yunmiao's spirits had improved considerably. Seizing the opportunity during their dialogue, Shen Mo excused himself to scout the surroundings, seeking a hidden spot to inspect his spoils. He concealed his actions from them, as the items acquired could be of great significance, worth pursuing by those at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Especially since Yang had once interacted with the pure heart lotus, the implications of what they sought were already evident. Thus, Shen Mo had promptly intervened to prevent the other from seizing Yang's storage bag, claiming it for himself during the division of spoils. Whether these treasures truly existed remained uncertain. It was merely speculation, and only by thoroughly examining the storage bags could he ascertain their contents. One by one, Shen Mo sifted through the bags, inspecting their weapons and collected spiritual herbs. While he discovered several pairs of footwear that were magical artifacts, they were only of average quality, suitable to enhance the capabilities of Shen Yunmiao and the Luo sisters. Many of the weapons were rather conventional, lacking the sophistication of Shen Mo's own equipment, which was a source of regret for him. Others had obtained exceptional gear, while his first kill had yielded only a bell, now left and used at home. The subsequent items were all rather mundane, and within the secret realm, many had retained only medicinal artifacts and spiritual herbs, for they had taken nothing else into the realm. Finally, within one of the storage bags, he discovered a jade vial. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, prompting Shen Mo to swiftly transport the vial to his small world. Once there, he took on a human form and opened the vial, only to find it contained pure heart lotus seeds. Regrettably, there was only one. Had there been two, he could have planted one in this realm, and in 200 years, given the current rate of 6-fold growth, it would only take 30 years to mature. In 30 years, it could blossom, yielding new seeds in abundance, thus ensuring that even without foundation-building pills, his family would have sufficient seeds to secure their future. However, there was only one seed, which left Shen Mo in a quandary. He was concerned for Wang Yuexin. She could not afford to wait for the next harvest of lotus seeds. If he planted it now, and over the years he failed to find a channel to procure foundation-building pills, she might never have the opportunity to establish her foundation. Subsequently, Shen Mo placed the lotus seed back into the jade vial, deciding to hold on to it for the time being and contemplate his options further. Shen Mo meticulously organized his items, consolidating all magical artifacts into a single storage bag while placing the spiritual herbs into others. This arrangement freed up 3 or 4 additional storage bags, the largest measuring 3 cubic meters, with most being 1 cubic meter. He chose to retain these storage bags for the future, ensuring that the cultivators and his family would each have one. Prior to entering the secret realm, they had only 2 storage bags, one he brought along and another secretly taken by Shen Yunmiao. Now, they had acquired more than 20, marking a significant advancement. Chapter 45. luring the eagle flock after the Luo sisters provided their counsel. Shen Yunmiao and Shen Imo resumed their normal interactions. Shen Imo shared all the magical artifacts he had acquired, and after some persuasion, the Luo sisters graciously selected several mid-grade artifacts that could enhance their strength. A day later, they arrived at the valley inhabited by the blue-headed eagles. Shen Imo resolved to first investigate whether the Xinjiang flower remained in its original location. However, the valley was teeming with eagles. Although the concealment technique could mask their presence, it could not render them invisible. With so many eagles possessing keen eyesight, evading detection amidst them proved exceedingly difficult. They observed from the periphery for 3 days, ultimately discerning that each afternoon, for a brief hour, the male eagles would venture out to hunt. During this time, the nest would be relatively unguarded, providing an opportune moment to explore and assess how many blue-headed eagles remained. They speculated that Shan Yunmiao had managed to escape previously due to the majority of the eagles being away on their hunt. Seizing the opportunity while the eagles were out, Shen Imo infiltrated the valley, only to be discovered shortly thereafter. He dashed through the flock of blue-headed eagles, activating his spirit eye technique to scrutinize his surroundings, and indeed confirmed the presence of the Xinjiang flower, at the same time. He observed the guarding eagles. Approximately a dozen Xinjiang flowers were scattered about, each located in different areas. A cursory glance revealed that none had reached a century of age and still required cultivation. The number of first-level intermediate blue-headed eagles left behind was scant, amounting to only 5 or 6. If we disregard the relatively weaker fledgling eagles and female eagles, Shen Imo and his 3 companions could easily vanquish these guards. However, if these first-tier low-level demon beasts coordinate with the remaining guards to encircle them, they would find themselves in a predicament upon the return of the hunting squad led by the blue-headed eagle. Therefore, it is imperative to devise a strategy to lure away these more formidable blue-headed eagles, allowing for a brief distraction with the remaining ones. Without the assistance of first-tier intermediate blue-headed eagles, those gathering spirit herbs would have a significantly easier time making their escape. Shen Imo also noticed a cave nestled within the cliffs of the gorge. Although he couldn't discern what lay within, he had an unsettling premonition that something extraordinary resided inside. He contemplated investigating further, but the remaining blue-headed eagles mounted a fierce assault against him, preventing him from approaching the cave's entrance, forcing him to retreat instead. As a result of Shen Mo's actions, the number of blue-headed eagles stationed there increased dramatically over the next few days. To ensure their safety, Shen Imo and his companions patiently bided their time. A week later, the blue-headed eagles finally lifted their alert status. Upon realizing this, Shen Imo resolved to take action the following day. Shen Imo and Luo Wenxuan would draw away a significant number of blue-headed eagles, while Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenjing would focus on gathering spirit herbs. Shen Yunmiao would divert a portion of the stationed blue-headed eagles, while Luo Wenjing would be responsible for harvesting the herbs, swiftly departing once she had obtained them. Shen Imo reiterated that they only had the duration of an incense stick to complete their task. Once that time elapsed, regardless of their success, they must retreat. The next day, the 4 of them readied themselves and awaited the departure of the blue-headed eagles for hunting. Shen Imo boldly led Luo Wenxuan into the gorge. The stationed blue-headed eagles, upon noticing the intrusion, immediately charged to attack. Shen Imo quickly injured one, drawing the attention of the remaining blue-headed eagles toward him and Luo Wenxuan. As they prepared to flee, Shen Mo's thoughts returned to the cave. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to turn back. Unable to approach the cave directly, he reluctantly drew forth a mid-grade flying sword and unleashed a strike toward the cave's entrance. In response to this unexpected event, the blue-headed eagles became increasingly frantic, and from within the cave emerged a blue-headed eagle that was twice the size of its brethren, indicating its status as a first-tier high-level creature. Shen Imo surmised that this must be the blue-headed eagle king. At this moment, Shen Imo realized he could no longer linger. Should he remain, he would likely be besieged by the combined forces of the first-tier low-level blue-headed eagles, which would surely be a dire situation. Moreover, it was crucial to lure them out of the gorge to create an opportunity for Shen Yunmiao and the others. The blue-headed eagle king, initially feasting on the body of the heavenly crowned serpent within the cave, was startled and enraged by the sudden intrusion of the flying sword out of the cave, glaring at Shen Imo and Luo Wenxuan, rallying its underlings to charge at them. Shen Imo felt an immense relief upon seeing the blue-headed eagle king he had drawn out. Thankfully, he had tested the waters first. Had the Eagle King appeared while Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenjing were gathering spirit herbs, they might have been in grave danger. The emergence of the Eagle King significantly increased the pressure on Shinamo, as its cultivation level rivaled that of a 9th-tier Qi refining practitioner. Fortunately, the intelligence of Demon Beast was generally low, allowing Shinamo to maneuver and barely keep pace. Meanwhile, Luo Wenxuan struggled against the remaining 5 first-tier intermediate Demon Beasts. Despite her enhanced equipment, facing 5 opponents proved to be an overwhelming challenge, with the slightest misstep potentially leading to her demise. Shen Imo recognized her predicament. At present, Luo Wenxuan relied solely on a first-tier mid-grade magical artifact for evasion. Lacking any defensive capabilities, utilizing the Thousand Silk Sword technique, Shen Imo sought to alleviate Luo Wenxuan's burden, but the blue-headed Eagle King would not idly observe as Shen Imo aided its subordinates. It lunged at Shen Imo, its sharp claws aimed directly at him. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Imo employed the thick earth shield to block the Eagle King's assault and swiftly unleashed a scorpion venom needle into its body. As the venom took effect, the Eagle King's speed and attack power began to diminish. Shen Imo capitalized on this moment to slay 2 blue-headed eagles, significantly easing Luo Wenxuan's burden. If this continued, the blue-headed Eagle King would eventually lose its ability to resist due to the venom, and at present, it could barely exert the strength of a first-tier intermediate beast. Seizing another chance, Shen Imo dispatched yet another blue-headed eagle. Though Luo Wenxuan was now severely drained of energy, seeking to recover her spiritual power nearby, Shen Imo found himself facing the remaining 2 blue-headed eagles along with the Eagle King. However, the Eagle King, deeply poisoned, showed reluctance to engage further, attempting several times to retreat with its subordinates. Though Shen Mo's spiritual energy was also significantly depleted, he understood the necessity of finding a way to stall these 3. Granting Shen Yunmiao and the others ample time, he could not allow the blue-headed eagles to return. If they coordinated with the eagles within the gorge, the situation would become perilous. Just then, the blue-headed Eagle King emitted a long cry. Initially, Shen Imo was uncertain of its intent as he exchanged glances with Luo Wenxuan. While she was not able to fully respond, Shen Imo had reached his limit. Luo Wenxuan managed to maintain a defensive position for a short while, but time was swiftly elapsing. They were nearing the completion of their task. After the Eagle King's long cry, it ceased its attacks and instead lay in the distance, suggesting that the scorpion venom had begun to spread through its system. Consequently, Luo Wenxuan felt a significant reduction in pressure. However, after a brief period, the sounds of blue-headed eagles began to echo from nearby. Only then did Shen Imo comprehend that the Eagle King had been summoning its companions. Without delay, he urged Luo Wenxuan to flee. If they were cornered, escape would be impossible. As for Shen Yunmiao and the others, they had managed to stall for nearly the duration of an incense stick, and he hoped they had successfully harvested the spirit herbs. Chapter 46. Beast Egg. Shen Imo and Luo Wenxuan had successfully lured the blue-headed eagles away, while Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenjing concealed themselves nearby. Observing that there were no longer any formidable demon beasts within, the 2 ventured inside. They discovered 2 to 3 dozen juvenile eagles that had yet to fully mature, a sight that could not escape their notice. With the powerful blue-headed eagles having all departed, the slightly more mature first-tier low-level eagles instinctively organized themselves to attack Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenjing. Shen Yunmiao employed advanced techniques and high-tier artifacts, effectively drawing the majority of the enemy's fire. The few remaining blue-headed eagles were swiftly dealt with by Luo Wenjing. She quickly located a Xinjiang flower, but soon realized that it had not yet reached the age necessary for medicinal use, prompting her to shift her focus. The Xinjiang flower requires 20 years to become medicinal, and a 100-year-old specimen can serve as a primary ingredient for foundation-building pills. Most individuals, when gathering spirit herbs, prioritize those that have reached the requisite medicinal age. However, Shen Imo had never considered this aspect, failing to mention the necessity of age requirements for the herbs. Luo Wenjing naturally assumed that Shen Imo sought Xinjiang flowers suitable for medicinal use. Discarding the nearly harvested seedling in favor of searching for older specimens, as she scanned her surroundings, she discovered several Xinjiang flowers that met the age criteria. However, the most impressive ones were those near the cave, which Luo Wenjing estimated to be around 50 years old. After collecting them, Luo Wenjing noted that there was still ample time remaining before the incense stick would burn out and observed that Shen Yunmiao appeared to be handling the situation with ease. She contemplated searching for additional spiritual items, suspecting that the cave might harbor precious treasures. Unlike Shen, who would leave immediately upon accomplishing his goal without a second thought, Luo Wenjing, having frequently harvested spirit herbs and hunted demon beasts in the Qinglin mountain range, could not bring herself to overlook a potential treasure trove, especially with no apparent risks involved. Thus, Luo Wenjing boldly entered the cave, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. It was not the presence of rare treasures within the cave that startled her, but rather the sight of the heavenly crowned serpent, now only half its original size and unrecognizable due to the ravages of time and the blue-headed eagle king's pecking. After a moment of silence, Luo Wenjing confirmed that the cave posed no immediate danger and began to examine her surroundings. She soon spotted 60-year-old luoyue grass and 80-year-old Ingjian grass, both of which could directly enhance her cultivation. If used for alchemy, their efficacy would be even greater. She swiftly harvested all these spiritual herbs and then scanned the area for any other valuable items. To her astonishment, she noticed an egg beside the heavenly crowned serpent. The egg was roughly the size of a fist and appeared to be a beast egg. Approaching a nearby stone, she discovered a nest containing 2 larger eggs, each approximately 3 to 4 times the size of the smaller egg. Why were these 2 eggs so much larger? Could it be that the blue-headed eagle's nurturing was inadequate, leading them to discard the smaller one? Luo Wenjing could not fathom that the fist-sized egg did not belong to the blue-headed eagles, but was instead a source of nourishment for the blue-headed eagle king after it had devoured the heavenly crowned serpent. This egg was merely food, and its placement was inconsequential. As storage bags could not accommodate beast eggs. Luo Wenjing had no choice but to remove a piece of her clothing from her storage bag, tear it into strips, and wrap the 3 eggs before carrying them away. Beast eggs held considerable value, often surpassing that of the beasts themselves. A beast raised from infancy would be more closely bonded with humans. And although blue-headed eagles were notoriously difficult to cultivate to the foundation-building stage, they proved to be extremely convenient for reconnaissance and message delivery. Such a valuable item was certainly worth taking. Upon exiting, she signaled to Shen Yunmiao, who immediately understood that Luo Wenjing had completed her collection, prompting the two to prepare for their retreat. However, for reasons unknown, upon seeing Luo Wenjing, the remaining blue-headed eagles went into a frenzy, attacking her with wild abandon. Shen Yunmiao hurriedly shielded Luo Wenjing as the two combined their powers to fend off the swarm of blue-headed eagles before swiftly making their escape. The persistent green-headed eagles relentlessly pursued them out of the canyon. Fortunately, their cultivation was not particularly high, and after several turns, they finally managed to shake off the eagles. What could have incited such a frenzy among the green-headed eagles? Shen Yunmiao was perplexed by their sudden agitation. Luo Wenjing stuck out her tongue. Perhaps it was because I pilfered their eggs? A wave of silence washed over Shen Yunmiao as he gazed at the object wrapped in cloth on Luo Wenjing's back. Realizing it was indeed the eagle's eggs, this revelation made sense, though they were unaware that these 2 eggs belonged to the Eagle King. Subsequently, they regrouped with Shen at the predetermined location. Thankfully, none of the 4 faced significant peril during their ploy to lure the enemy, and they reaped considerable rewards. Only Shen, who had injected his scorpion venom needle into the body of the green-headed Eagle King, had to flee before retrieving it due to the arrival of reinforcements. The scorpion venom needle was an exceptionally useful magical artifact, and its loss weighed on Shen's mind. With no means to rush back into the canyon to retrieve it, he could only hope that Linlang Pavilion would have similar artifacts available in the future. Luo Wenjing laid out all her gains from the canyon for everyone to share, with Shen naturally taking the lead in the distribution. Although Shen and his son had cultivation levels comparable to Luo Wenchuan, Shen's combat prowess was extraordinarily high. It was during this excursion into the secret realm that Shen Yunmiao realized just how formidable his father was. If Shen were aware of their thoughts, he would likely chuckle and remark, "With enough investment, you too can grow stronger." As Shen examined the items presented, he noted several rare medicinal herbs with decades of age, the most impressive being one that was 80 years old. His gaze shifted to Luo Wenjing with newfound intrigue. Given the Shen family's current revenue capabilities, while these decades-old herbs were indeed precious, they were not exceedingly rare. However, all he truly desired was a single Zhenyang flower. Luo Wenjing could have easily kept her findings for herself, yet she displayed no inclination to hoard them, treating them as family instead. Shen claimed the 50-year-old Zhenyang flower, then stated, "You 2 sisters can divide the rest. All I require is this Zhenyang flower." Uncle Shen, There's an 80-year-old Ingjian grass here, which can enhance the cultivation of Qi refinement practitioners beyond the 7th layer, and it even aids in breaking through bottlenecks. Are you not interested? Luo Wenjing exclaimed, her eyes wide. The 3 prominent families of Qinglin City were not on par with the Shen family. She felt that since the 2 sisters had accompanied Shen Imo and his son on such a perilous endeavor, it was only fair they did not return empty-handed. Shen Imo carried an expression of utter nonchalance. Luo Wenxuan interjected, Uncle Shen, our assistance has been minimal, and you are only taking the Zhenyang flower. It is evident that you are at a disadvantage. After much contemplation, Shen Imo pointed to the 3 beast eggs on the ground, declaring, then I shall take these 3 beast eggs. I have been meaning to raise some magical beasts. Chapter 47. Departure from the secret realm. The 4 of them meandered through the secret realm for a few more days, discovering a portion of auxiliary materials for foundational elixirs. The time to exit the secret realm drew near. They ceased their collection activities and returned to the original teleportation portal. Shen Imo communicated with the others about their parting, as he possessed a boundary-breaking talisman that allowed him to exit the secret realm from other locations, thus avoiding the 3-sec scrutiny of their storage bags and preserving their spoils. The boundary-breaking talisman could only transport 1 person. He needed to act alone. The fact that Shen Imo had a way to evade inspection and carry his belongings out left the others in disbelief. After a brief moment of consideration, the Luo sisters placed the majority of their collected items before Shen Imo, hoping he would safeguard them. Shen Imo regarded the storage bags before him, questioning, are you not concerned that I might abscond with your possessions? Uncle Shen would never do such a thing. Over the course of their time together, Luo Wenxuan had developed a solid understanding of Shen Imo and held a deep trust in him. Indeed, and besides, Uncle Shen, your son is still in our possession, Luo Wenjing added. Observing his son, who could easily provoke his ire, Shen Imo retorted, he is hardly worth the trouble. The Luo sisters chuckled at Shan Mo's candid assessment of Shan Yunmiao, who indignantly protested, though Shen Imo paid him no heed. Shen Imo instructed them to mix some spiritual herbs and store them in the bags. Take one with you. This is merely to prepare for external inspections. It would be unreasonable to return after a month with nothing to show for it. Once all of their storage bags were properly marked, Shen Imo parted ways with the others. After walking a short distance, he changed his appearance and continued toward the 3-sex teleportation portal. The boundary-breaking talisman merely opened a temporary teleportation node, and its destination was uncertain. Should he be transported to the territory of a foundational stage magical beast, it would spell disaster. Shen Imo had initially planned to dispose of the majority of the storage bags and the 3 beast eggs into a small world, thus preventing the 3 sects from uncovering them. He only needed to prepare 1 storage bag to satisfy the sect's inspections, sacrificing some inconsequential spiritual herbs for a far greater security. Along the way, he encountered a few scattered cultivators, all of whom were cautious and intent on their own paths. The closer they drew to this moment, the more likely it was for higher-level practitioners to rob those of lesser cultivation. Shen Imo was intercepted by a practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, who demanded he relinquish his storage bag. Without further ado, Shen Imo drew his flying sword and engaged in combat. After a brief skirmish, the opponent realized Shen Imo was not to be trifled with. Perhaps we should cease hostilities. There are many travelers about, and if we were to become mutually injured, we would only provide an opportunity for others to take advantage. His reasoning was sound, although Shen Imo was not necessarily intimidated by the burly man. Excessive expenditure of spiritual energy could draw unwanted attention. It was sufficient to showcase his strength to deter any would-be assailants. Shen Imo retracted his flying sword, warily observing his opponent. The man, recognizing Shan Mo's reluctance to continue the fight, turned and departed. Unperturbed by this minor encounter, Shen Imo pressed on, finally arriving near the teleportation portal. He spotted Shen Yunmiao and the others, who traveled together, deterring even stronger practitioners from confronting them. Throughout their journey, they had not encountered any incidents akin to Shan Mo's. Shen Imo quietly surveyed the surroundings. Where there had once been over 1,000 individuals, now only a scant 200 remained, predominantly those at the later stages of Qi refinement, with those below 5 layers virtually non-existent. Curiously, only a few practitioners of the 9th layer remained, and the Bai family was notably absent from this number. Was it possible they had perished while confronting the Tianguan snake? Though many practitioners of the 9th layer had met their demise in the marshes, over 20 still survived, and it was implausible that they had all perished. They must have bought boundary-breaking talismans and exited the secret realm from other locations. As the portal began to shimmer gently, Shen knew the entrance was about to open. The spatial ripples intensified, and the white light reappeared, prompting the gathered individuals to begin their exodus from the secret realm. Among those departing, Shen noticed a chi refinement practitioner at the first layer, the means of their survival a mystery to him. Disregarding others, Shen followed suit after Shen Yunmiao, and the others exited the secret realm. Upon emerging, Shen presented his storage bag for inspection by the disciples of the three sects, adhering to the standard procedure without any anomalies. He was even inquired whether he had encountered anything unusual within the secret realm. Due to the spatial disturbances at the time, foundational stage practitioners could not enter, necessitating inquiries directed at the scattered cultivators who had. The yield from the secret realm had diminished significantly in recent years. Yet the three sects remained unwilling to relinquish it, eager to uncover the mysteries of what had transpired within. However, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Only 13 individuals had witnessed the Tianguan snake's forced advancement into the foundational stage. These 13, at the very least, were at the 8th layer of chi refinement, and a small fraction had perished during their encounter with the green-headed eagle horde. It was likely that more sacrifices would follow, and those who survived had likely purchased boundary-breaking talismans, ensuring they would not appear here. After Shan Mo's inspection concluded, he surrendered half of his spoils to the three sects before sitting nearby to await the return vessel. Unexpectedly, a practitioner at the 8th layer of chi refinement bolted from the teleportation portal, attempting to flee and injuring one of the sect's inspecting disciples with a sword strike. Shen couldn't help but admire the courage of this individual. Did he not notice the 6 foundational stage practitioners present? As anticipated, he was swiftly dispatched by a foundational stage practitioner from the Sword Cloud sect. The foundational stage practitioner did not even rise from their seat to intervene, merely sending forth a vague white light, and the chi refinement practitioner was left in tatters. Such brutality instilled a sense of caution in the onlookers, and many were left with a profound impression of the might of foundational stage practitioners. Observing the scene before him, Shen felt assured that he would not be far from reaching such heights himself. Within 20 years at the latest, someone from the Shen family would surely succeed in advancing to the foundational stage. Subsequently, a unified conveyance from the 3 prominent families transported everyone back to Qinglin City. Shen arranged to meet the Luo sisters and Shen Yunmiao at the Zhuexiang Lu in the outer city. He deliberately arrived earlier, taking a detour through a small alley to revert to the appearance the Luo sisters were familiar with, arriving at Zhuexiang Lu slightly later than the 3 of them. Though Shen held considerable trust in the 2 sisters, he remained cautious about revealing his true identity. As for Shen Yunmiao, that fool who wandered about in his true form would certainly receive a stern lecture upon their return. He returned the marked storage bags to the 3 individuals, reminding them to thoroughly check for any discrepancies. Lower-tier storage bags lack the ability to imprint one's aura upon them, making them accessible to anyone who could open them. Originally, the Luo sisters had intended to treat Shen and his son to a meal at Zhuexiang Lu, concerned about his family's thoughts. Shen decided to return home to reassure them. In Chapter 48, upon acquiring the Foundation Establishment pill formula, Shen brought Shen Yunmiao back home. Upon seeing the father and son return together, Wang Yuexin embraced her husband tightly. Unlike the previous occasion when Shen Wanxian accompanied them outside, this time they were to compete for opportunities against numerous cultivators, and Shen Mo's cultivation level was relatively low, naturally raising concerns. After soothing Wang Yuexin, Shen turned his attention to Shen Yunmiao. He and Wang Yuexin took Shen Yunmiao to the study, where they expressed their disapproval of his impulsive actions, venturing into the secret realm without informing his family. Wang Yuexin, typically gentle, was quite furious with Shen Yunmiao. Fortunately, Shen intervened. Otherwise, Shen Yunmiao might have faced a severe reprimand. Yet, Shen Yunmiao remained steadfast in his belief that he had done nothing wrong. He did not wish to continue living a life confined to the vicinity of his home. He had arranged to meet the Luo sisters the following day, and if needed, the 3 of them could venture into the Qinglin Mountains to gather spirit herbs and hunt demon beasts. Shen Yunmiao insisted he was blameless, which only served to infuriate Wang Yuexin further. Shen understood that the boy had been confined for too long. He now viewed his home as a shackle. Pushing against it, perhaps this incident would recur. He kept Shen Yunmiao back, agreeing to his desire to venture out in the future, but emphasized that he must not conceal such intentions from the family. He also began to point out the flaws in Shen Yunmiao's recent behavior in the secret realm. relying solely on impetuous enthusiasm to rescue the Luo sisters and aid Yu Yang. Although the sisters were indeed good-hearted, could lead to trouble if he incessantly intervened in matters of injustice. The Shen family was still in its nascent stages of cultivation. Should they encounter a minor bully from a Foundation establishment family, it could lead to conflict. Shen Yunmiao's past encounters, though fortunate, were not guaranteed to recur. His naivety regarding the world was evident. Despite having experienced the secret realm and witnessed the harsh realities of the cultivation world, his sense of right and wrong remained rigid in his eyes. The concepts of right and wrong were too absolute. His father's teachings had not truly taken root in his heart. After Shen Yunmiao left that night, Shen Imo sought out Shen Wanxian. He inquired if Shen Wanxian also wished to see the outside world. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Wanxian nodded. However, unlike Shen Yunmiao, Shen Wanxian had witnessed the harshness of life at the Jishir Hall, where he saw his parents unable to pay for medical treatment due to severe illness, while none of their children offered to help. The indifference of people in the medical field, caught between life and death, was often more chilling than bloodshed. What Shen Wanxian desired was not the thrill of adventure or the bravado of heroism, but the beauty of the world's scenery. However, Shen Imo felt he could not fulfill this wish for Shen Wanxian at present, unless he had grandchildren. Currently, Shen Wanxian was considered the third generation of the Shen family. Excluding Shen Lingyu, who could not cultivate, at least one of the two brothers must remain at home for stable development. The family required at least 2 alchemists to sustain their income and expenditures. Shen Imo understood he could not retain Shen Yunmiao, so he needed Shen Wanxian to remain with him. During this conversation, Shen Imo hoped Shen Wanxian could settle down and avoid the tumultuous path Shen Yunmiao had taken, while also expressing his guilt for constraining Shen Wanxian's life. Shen Wanxian shook his head. As a member of the family who had grown up with its resources, he felt it was his duty to assist the household. The next day, Shen Imo arrived at the Linglang Pavilion and opened the wooden box containing the Dingyan fruit, placing it before Yulong. Upon seeing the Dingyan fruit, Yulong smiled, evidently pleased. Daoist Han has truly not disappointed me. As Yulong reached out to take it, Shen Imo halted her, asking if she was aware of the Foundation establishment pill formula. After stepping away momentarily, Yulong returned with a jade slip, a high-level information transmission tool in the cultivation world that could be scanned with one's divine sense, imprinting the content directly into the cultivator's mind. Crafting a jade slip required at least a Foundation establishment level. Though it had limited uses, this was Shun Mo's first encounter with a jade slip, and he wondered how many uses this one had left. However, since it was produced, he assumed it would certainly have at least one use. After handing over the Dingyan fruit, he received the jade slip from Yulong, utilizing his divine sense to scan it and gradually digesting the knowledge imparted. During this time, Yulong remained patiently, believing that Shen Imo must have acquired more than just a Dingyan fruit in the secret realm and that he likely had other treasures to discuss. Once Shen Imo had processed the information, he inquired whether the Linglang Pavilion could provide the herbal materials necessary for the Foundation establishment pill. The herbs required for such a pill typically needed to be at least 30 years old. Herbs of this age were generally harvested and preserved through special methods, but most had lost their vitality and could no longer be cultivated. Shen Imo had gathered these herbal materials in the secret realm for the purpose of cultivation. Also as a precaution in case the Linglang Pavilion could not provide them in the future, or if they ceased to sell them altogether. However, relying on cultivation to concoct the Foundation establishment pill seemed a distant goal for Shen Imo. He required the Linglang Pavilion to supply him with a significant quantity of herbs for practice. From Shen Mo's desire to acquire the Foundation establishment pill formula, Yulong understood he aimed to independently refine the pill. Other auxiliary spirit herbs were manageable, but the primary herbs for the Foundation establishment pill consisted of 700-year-old spirit herbs. It was not that Linglang Pavilion lacked them, but rather that Qinglin City was too impoverished. Typically, there would be no demand for such spirit herbs. Even the 3 major Foundation establishment families seldom purchased 100-year spirit herbs from Linglang Pavilion, usually opting for a few pills to enhance their cultivation. If Shen Imo were to occasionally purchase them, Linglang Pavilion might accommodate him, but substantial purchases would raise eyebrows. Such actions could attract unwanted attention. Shen Imo had previously miscalculated. A full set of herbal materials for the Foundation establishment pill would cost around 500 spirit stones, and mastering its refinement would require hundreds of attempts, amounting to a substantial sum of spirit stones. Linglang Pavilion was not lacking in these 100-year spirit herbs, but it did not mean that the people within were without need. Moreover, A sudden influx of buyers for 100-year spirit herbs in Qinglin City would certainly draw the attention of some discerning individuals. Wei Yulong and Shen Mo's collaboration was quite harmonious, resulting in considerable profits for both. She was keen to avoid attracting undue attention to Shen Mo, so she shared her concerns with him, informing him that, without raising suspicion, Linglang Pavilion could likely provide materials for only 3 foundation establishment pills each month. Shen Mo remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Wei Yulong was correct. If he truly drew attention, he would be unable to safeguard his own strength. However, acquiring materials for 3 foundation establishment pills each month would cost 500 spirit stones, which the family might not be able to bear. Additionally, the jade slip indicated that refining the foundation establishment pill would also require the use of earth fire, as charcoal fire lacked the necessary temperature for the process. Chapter 49. Yu Mountain City. Shen Mo understood that he might need to seek out another cultivation city. Qinglin City lacked earth fire and could not provide the conditions necessary for refining the foundation establishment pill. The Shen family was not yet equipped to refine the foundation establishment pill. The difficulty of its refinement was far greater than that of other pills, and even selling the Shen family would not cover the costs. The process of refining the foundation establishment pill would take time, so there was no rush to relocate. After careful consideration, Shen Mo decided to sell off unnecessary magical artifacts and spirit herbs gathered from the secret realm, alongside the Yun Soul pills that Shen Wanxian had refined over the past month. Altogether, this yielded 2,000 spirit stones. Shen Mo purchased materials for 200 Yun Soul pills and spent another 1,000 spirit stones. At this point, Shen Mo had gained a clearer understanding of his capabilities. Even against a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, he was no longer without the ability to fight back. Consequently, he no longer needed to be as cautious in his purchases as before. Unless facing a foundation establishment cultivator, no one would dare to rob him. However, foundation establishment cultivators typically did not target those in the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Subsequently, Shen Mo inquired with Yulong about the availability of high-quality magical artifacts such as the Soul Mesmerizing Flute and Scorpion Venom Needle. The Soul Mesmerizing Flute, being only a medium-grade artifact, could only provide Shen Mo a fleeting opportunity against late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, failing to keep an opponent incapacitated for long. Having lost the Scorpion Venom Needle in the secret realm, Shen Mo intended to replace it, while Yulong appeared somewhat troubled, noting that artifacts targeting divine sense were indeed rare. The Soul Mesmerizing Flute was currently the highest-grade artifact available at Linglang Pavilion. However, she mentioned that they had recently crafted a new high-grade artifact, named the Phantom Stinger, which was incredibly swift and elusive, akin to a specter, making it hard to defend against. Daoist Han, would you be interested? Please bring it forth. Daoist Yu. Shen Mo expressed keen interest in such stealthy weapons. Yulong presented the artifact, resembling a needle and only the size of a finger, with a considerable value of 300 low-grade spirit stones. After purchasing it, Shen Mo inquired whether this artifact could be poisoned. Yulong gave him a sideways glance, indicating that it could not. Not all artifacts were suitable for poison application. Applying poison to certain artifacts could significantly diminish their effectiveness. Thus, learning that it could not be poisoned left Shen Mo with a tinge of disappointment. Before leaving Linglang Pavilion, Shen Mo gifted Yulong a wooden box as a token of appreciation for their years of collaboration, as well as a response to her recent caution regarding the potential dangers of procuring too many foundation establishment materials. He handed the box to Yulong and departed without waiting for her to open it. After Shen Mo departed, Yulong opened the wooden box, revealing a stunning Ding Yin fruit nestled within. Shen Mo had bestowed upon Yulong a second Ding Yin fruit. While this fruit may be deemed superfluous to cultivators, it holds an unparalleled allure for many young female practitioners, present. Yulong, not yet 35, appears no older than 25 or 26. Should she consume the Ding Yin fruit, she would be free from the worries of aging for at least the next 2 decades. Reflecting on Shen Mo's initial arrival at Linglang Pavilion, where he appeared somewhat embarrassed due to financial constraints, it is surprising to consider that now, Han Daoyu likely possesses ample resources even before reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. Gratefully accepting the Ding Yin fruit, Yulong could not help but feel a profound sense of appreciation. For Shen Mo, who had uprooted an entire tree, it would take a mere 7 years before he could reap another harvest of Ding Yin fruits. Regrettably, he could not openly sell the Ding Yin fruits, fearing the attention of formidable female cultivators. Upon returning home, Shen Mo encountered Li Hang, who was standing at his doorstep. During his time in the secret realm, Shen had not seen Li Hang and was uncertain if he had joined a sect. Fortunately, he had matters to discuss with Li Hang. "Greetings, Li Daoyu," Shen said. "It has been a month since we last met. I wonder if you have fulfilled your aspirations?" "Indeed, Shen Daoyu," Li Hang replied, his face beaming with a smile. "This journey into the secret realm has allowed me to achieve my goals. I have just finished packing and was about to bid farewell to you and the Lin brothers." Shen was pleasantly surprised to learn that Li Hang had indeed joined a sect, a most fortuitous development, though it meant he could no longer procure beast meat from Li Hang. Li Hang had made a special trip to bid farewell to his neighbors, but unfortunately, Shen Yumiao was absent and could not see him off. Before Li Hang departed, Shen engaged him in conversation for some time. Inquiring about Yu Mountain City, he had initially learned about Yu Mountain City from Li Hang, who mentioned that a foundational pill had circulated 20 years prior. The resources available in Qinglin City were nearly exhausted, and it was imperative for Shen to seek new opportunities in other cultivation cities, with Yu Mountain City as his target. According to Li Hang, Yu Mountain City is situated about 1,000 miles south of Qinglin City, nestled within a mountain range that enjoys a perpetual spring climate. This mountain range is known for its highly active fire element, with subterranean magma flowing beneath. Compared to Qinglin City, Yu Mountain City is far more expansive, boasting 6 foundational families, the largest of which is the Lin family, which has 5 foundational cultivators, the strongest of whom has reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. The head of the Lin family also serves as the city lord of Yu Mountain City. Yu Mountain City is affiliated with 3 other sects: Falling Wind Valley, 100 Medicinal Gate, and Spirit Control Sect. The strength of Yu Mountain City does not imply that these 3 sects are stronger than those backing Qinglin City. All 6 sects are Golden Core sects, with variations in strength, but none so disparate as to create an insurmountable divide. It is important to note that a Golden Core sect cannot solely control a single cultivation city. Qinglin City happens to be one of the weaker cities under the jurisdiction of the 3 sections every 3 years. Yu Mountain City hosts an auction, during which 3 foundational pills were previously sold, fetching prices as low as 3,000 spirit stones and as high as over 6,000 spirit stones. However, there have been no further reports of foundational pills being auctioned since then. Additionally, the underground magma in Yu Mountain City is leased to outsiders, allowing numerous alchemists and artifact smiths to rent its USEDI in the future. The Shen family will undoubtedly need to relocate to Yu Mountain City. However, their current strength is insufficient, allowing them to remain in Qinglin City for the time being. Shen believes that once he reaches the 9th level of Qi refinement, he can first take Shen Wanxian to explore the area and test the magma. Beyond Yu Mountain City, Shen also intends to gather information about other cities, as foundational pills may be available elsewhere. In this regard, consulting Yulong might yield fruitful insights, given that Linlang Pavilion operates extensively throughout the southern cultivation realm, and she may possess valuable insider knowledge. Previously, she had even mentioned that if one did not require a foundational pill recipe, she could offer a purchasing qualification for a foundational pill, indicating that Linlang Pavilion could indeed acquire foundational pills. Furthermore, it is essential to accumulate a substantial amount of spirit stones, at least 8,000, for safety's sake. In the short term, it may not be feasible for Shen to concoct foundational pills, and he anticipates that by the time the Shen family can produce foundational pills, some members may have already succeeded in foundation establishment. After contemplating the future direction, the Shen family returned to their former tranquility. The only difference being that Shen Yumiao no longer practiced alchemy but spent her days hunting beasts in the Qinglin mountain range. As for the question regarding foundational pills, many have expressed skepticism about their inexplicably low price. Let me clarify the author's thoughts on this matter, and readers can decide their stance. If anyone finds it unreasonable and wishes to challenge the author, please address the following questions first. Once these are resolved, you may proceed with your rebuttal. If your reasoning is indeed more sound, it may contribute to the next worldview. Firstly, in many novels, a bottle containing Tenchi refinement pills costs only a few hundred. In contrast, a single foundational pill can be priced at tens of thousands, creating a price difference of several hundred times. What kind of spirit herb could account for such a disparity between Qi refinement and foundation establishment? If we assume that the spirit herbs used for Qi refinement take decades to mature, does it imply that foundational herbs require a millennium or more? And what about golden core herbs? By this logic, a nascent soul herb with a lifespan of a mere 1,000 years would necessitate spirit herbs that are millions of years old. Thus, the notion of such a substantial price increase is evidently unrealistic. The herbs typically used for foundation establishment are generally within a 300-year maturation period. The transition from qi refinement to foundation establishment, even if it is a significant breakthrough, should not entail a costlier production than mid to late-stage foundational pills. After all, the materials used for lower realms must inherently be less costly to procure. Therefore, my premise is that the material costs for foundational pills have been kept low, though I recently discovered that because I have reduced the value of all elixir materials, the value of foundational pill materials has risen to over 10 times that of qi refinement materials, indicating that I have not adequately designed this aspect. Theoretically, it is not that qi refinement cultivators cannot afford them, but rather that they cannot access them, resulting in the protagonist's first foundational pill being sold at an exorbitant price. Under normal circumstances, its actual value should not exceed 1,000. After all, if foundational pills are guaranteed to be worth tens of thousands, then other elixirs must similarly rise in price, leading to a scenario where even the cheapest foundational-related items would cost tens of thousands, thus rendering the value of spirit stones meaningless. This is why I have controlled the price of foundational pills, to enhance the purchasing power of spirit stones. My premise posits that foundational pills are not necessarily more valuable than other elixirs at the foundational stage. If the price of foundational pills skyrockets by several hundred times without a corresponding increase in other elixirs, the cheaper raw materials for foundational pills would yield profits far exceeding those of other foundational elixirs, incentivizing alchemists to focus on producing foundational pills instead. As for the recipes, with such high profit margins, would no one endeavor to research them? Therefore, for other elixirs to exist, they too must align with the soaring prices of foundational pills. Now, the question arises, is it truly worth inflating prices by several hundred times? Assuming a spirit stone has a power of 1 and an absorption efficiency of 1, while qi refinement elixirs possess a power of 3 and an absorption efficiency of 1.5, it would be quite normal for me to pay slightly more than 5 spirit stones. However, at the foundational stage, if I spend 100 spirit stones on an elixir that perhaps only has a power of 6 and an absorption efficiency of 2, is that justifiable? For those with ample resources, it may be worth it, but for those desiring to conduct business with everyone, it simply would not be feasible. As for why foundational elixirs are priced as they are, it is because the disparity in raw material potency does not reach several times. I have even exaggerated that aspect. It is crucial to understand that spirit stones are currency, but they are not mere paper money. Spirit stones are not only for trade but also aid in cultivation. Do not assume that prices multiplying by several hundred times is trivial. Such inflation represents substantial resources. If one is not particularly wealthy, the outcome will be a singular result. Elixirs become unaffordable, and individuals will inevitably opt for less efficient means of cultivation, relying on spirit stones that can be reused indefinitely. Additionally, there are those who emphasize the scarcity of herbs. How can a golden core sect not be capable of cultivating foundational herbs independently? If foundational cultivation relies solely on luck, what of golden core or nascent soul cultivators? The economic foundation determines the superstructure. If they cannot cultivate these herbs, how can these sects sustain themselves? If foundational cultivation depends solely on chance, what hope is there for golden core or nascent soul cultivators? Relying on luck is no different from waiting for death. No one would passively await their fate. I have recently encountered individuals asserting that foundational pills represent a gateway to another tier of existence, prompting me to leave several questions for assistance from those more knowledgeable than myself. Point 1. If the price of foundational pills skyrockets, what of the other elixirs? Cultivation in the realm of immortality is bound to become increasingly arduous. Surely, no one believes that advancing from the 1st to the 9th level of foundation is easier than progressing from qi refinement to foundational establishment. Thus, should the profits from foundational pills inflate by over 100 times? Would alchemists still be willing to produce other elixirs? How would foundational cultivators lacking alchemical skills then engage in their cultivation? Would they truly pay exorbitant prices for elixirs? Are spirit stones merely paper currency that can be printed at will? 2. Regarding monopolies, how can they exist? Would dozens of sects simply cease all alchemical production at a single command? Would alchemists be so obedient as to sacrifice their potential gains for the sake of their sect? These resources may represent their path to longevity, and in the fiercely competitive realm of cultivation, they would undoubtedly prioritize their own interests. However, how would the situation be handled if alchemists engaged in malicious price gouging? Without real name verification, information registration, or satellite tracking in the realm of immortality, how can one apprehend them? The desire to impose restrictions is inevitable, but what if one is unable to investigate? Should one forsake all cultivation time solely for the sake of inquiry? That would indeed be quite noble, sacrificing one's own path of advancement to seek out a potentially elusive individual, possibly using a false name and identity, merely to repay the sect. Furthermore, if the Foundation establishment elixir is immensely profitable, and other elixirs pale in comparison, it stands to reason that golden core cultivators might also involve themselves in the matter. Would that necessitate assigning golden core practitioners to pursue the investigation? The third question, thus, becomes intertwined with the previous one. If monopolization proves unattainable, will the exorbitant profits not incite some individuals to engage in frenzied production? In a climate of fierce competition, will prices not be driven down to stimulate sales? Some might argue, why lower prices when this commodity is hard currency, warranting a hundredfold profit? Yet if only the affluent can afford the Foundation establishment elixir, and these wealthy patrons lose interest, what then? The alchemist would either cease production or reduce their profit margins to attract a broader clientele, striving for a strategy of selling in volume at lower prices. However, for alchemists, if the profit from the Foundation establishment elixir remains significantly higher than that of other concoctions, would they truly desist? These are the inquiries I hope those who assert that the Foundation establishment elixir must be priced at a hundredfold premium can elucidate for me. Additionally, many perceive spirit stones as mere currency. However, spirit stones are not purely monetary. They represent resources from mining sites that can aid in cultivation. In modern society, currency is based on credit, stabilizing with the trustworthiness of the state. Should this credibility falter, its value diminishes beyond mere collectible worth. Spirit stones, however, do not share this vulnerability. Moreover, the exorbitance of luxury goods in contemporary society stems from the excess wealth of the affluent, who have little else to spend their money on. The essence of luxury is not utilitarian but rather tied to brand prestige, design philosophy, and a modicum of social comparison, such as limited editions. Luxury goods are predominantly a game for the wealthy. Yet, in the world of cultivation, one cannot simply assert that the Foundation establishment elixir, while identical to others in enhancing success rates by 20%, commands a price several times higher solely due to its aesthetic appeal or the innovative designs of certain alchemists. I anticipate some may question why the protagonist later acquires items at a premium during an auction. I have never denied the possibility of a premium, yet such premiums must not become excessive. The monopolistic constraints I mentioned earlier may have occurred, but due to the issues I outlined, a complete monopoly proved unfeasible, resulting in a distorted reality. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that this announcement was made 3 months prior, and it has been explicitly stated that an additional 3 years have been intentionally allowed for scattered cultivators to seize the opportunity and profit more. This makes the protagonist's situation unique. The subsequent time frames will still be compressed. There are also claims that a 6th-layer cultivator could never defeat a 9th-layer one. As I have previously stated, one can reach the pinnacle of martial arts and contend with a 5th-layer gaseous cultivator. In some of my own critiques, I have mentioned that a 9th-layer gaseous cultivator must exercise caution to avoid being outmaneuvered by a mere mortal. The setting for the gaseous phase is not one of absolute superiority. They are simply mortals endowed with power. Moreover, the disparities between small realms are not as immense as one might assume, as there exist variations in foundational strength among golden core factions, Foundation establishment factions, and scattered cultivators of the same tier. I won't assert that the ratio is definitively 2 to 1, but it serves as a general guideline, a trend rather than an absolute. Of course, there may still be areas of inconsistency, which is why I refrain from claiming that all I propose can be flawlessly executed. After all, I initially underestimated the complexities and sought to suppress all prices uniformly, hence the potential systemic issues still remain. Chapter 50. Shen Yunmiao's Dilemma. The Shen family has regained tranquility for a year. Shen Imo and Shen Wanxian have begun profiting from the spirit refining elixir, while Shen Yunmiao has taken to concocting elixirs at home. Though he no longer expects to concentrate solely on alchemy, he frequently ventures with the Luo sisters into the Qinglin mountain range to hunt monsters, often bringing back the beast meat that graces their table. Currently, the Shen family dines on the most exquisite black sand rice from Qinglin City, complemented by mid-stage gaseous beast meat. Were it not for the rarity of late gaseous beasts, they would have sought to purchase such creatures, allowing them to save over 100 spirit stones each month. With Shen Yumiao's occasional assistance, their profits could soar to 200 spirit stones monthly. The primary objective for the Shen family now is to accumulate funds for the purchase of Foundation establishment elixirs. Additionally, the 3 beast eggs have yet to hatch, leaving them uncertain of how much longer they must wait, or if they are merely 3 dead eggs. Shen Imo is unsure. Over the course of a year, Wang Yuexin has reached the 8th layer of gaseous cultivation. Shen Wanxian and Shen Yumiao remain at the 6th layer, yet Shen Mo's spiritual power is steadily increasing, indicating that the brothers' cultivation is also progressing. Upon returning from another hunting expedition, Shen Yunmiao appeared somewhat unwell. His complexion had darkened considerably from his time outdoors, and he appeared more robust than before. The frequent encounters with monsters had imbued him with a certain ferocity, making him far more seasoned than Shen Wanxian, who had yet to experience real combat. Today, however, Shen Yunmiao seemed preoccupied, scarcely touching his food and staring blankly at his bowl, lost in thought. What transpired during the hunt? Shen Imo observed his son's peculiar demeanor. Although Shen Yunmiao seemed somewhat dazed, he still responded to Shen Mo's call, assuring him that all was well and that the hunting had gone smoothly. Then why the distant gaze? Shen Imo inquired directly, wanting to understand what troubled Shen Yunmiao. The latter's insistence that nothing was amiss left Shen Imo at a loss for further questioning. After dinner, Wang Yuexin sensed something was amiss with her son and intended to inquire about his troubles. However, Shen Imo advised her to wait, suggesting that since Shen Yunmiao had been reticent, it was unlikely he would open up to her either. Surely we cannot continue to observe Yunmiao in this state. Wang Yuexin expressed her concern. Yunmiao learned many techniques from Wanxian as a child, and they share a close bond. Perhaps tonight he will confide in Wanxian, and tomorrow we can seek him out for clarification. If he chooses not to share, we can always ask later. Shen Imo waved his hand, acknowledging that Shen Yunmiao's reluctance to speak might stem from a desire not to burden his parents. Shen Imo had a deep understanding of his son. Once the brothers returned to their room, Shen Wanxian prepared to begin his cultivation, only to be halted by Shen Yunmiao. After much hesitation, Shen Yunmiao finally spoke up. "Brother, what would you do if you found yourself in love with 2 women?" Shen Wanxian, an eternal bachelor, had only ever encountered the concept of love through stories. This question struck at the core of his ignorance. He fell silent, pondering how to respond, uncertain if he possessed the right answers. "I apologize, brother. I forgot you have yet to find a partner. You likely do not understand this matter well enough to answer." Shen Yunmiao quickly added, as if realizing his faux pas. Shen Wanxian's expression darkened. "What is this? Such heart-wrenching remarks. Were it not for the fact that I might not best you in a fight, I would make it clear who the elder brother truly is." The day had begun like any other, with plans for hunting, yet just before they returned home, Luo Wenjing rushed back, her face flushed. After a moment's hesitation, she addressed Shen Yunmiao. "Yunmiao, would you consider becoming my partner?" Before Shen Yunmiao could respond, Luo Wenjing added quickly, "But please, do not rush to reply. Take the time to think it over, and let me know your answer in 3 days." As if that were not enough, Shen Yunmiao caught sight of Luo Wenxian hiding nearby, tears streaming down her face. Confused as to why she was crying, he felt a pang of discomfort and pressed her for an explanation. Initially reluctant to share, Luo Wenxian eventually revealed that she too harbored feelings for Shen Yunmiao. How could she compete with her own sister for a man? Hearing her sister confess her feelings only deepened Luo Wenxian's sorrow, and tears fell unbidden. She had not intended for this to happen, but she found herself unable to control her emotions. Go both sisters. Shen Yunmiao was exceptionally special in the secret realm. When they feared for their lives at the hands of others, it was Shen Yunmiao who selflessly aided them without seeking anything in return. At that moment, they had both thought, how could someone be so kind? Most individuals they had encountered were selfish and callous, some even treacherous. But Shen Yunmiao stood out as a uniquely benevolent figure, inspiring in them an instinctive trust and a desire to rely on him. Over the course of the year, these feelings had only intensified. However, Luo Wenxian was more apprehensive, at 29, and with Luo Wenjing being 24. Both were older than Shen Yunmiao. Luo Wenjing was only 4 years his senior, while Luo Wenxian was a full 9 years older. The thought of developing feelings for someone younger brought her a sense of embarrassment. Her gentle and generous nature led her to consider her sister's feelings, prompting Luo Wenjing to approach Shen Yunmiao first. This left Shen Yunmiao in a quandary. Both women were teammates he had known since entering the secret realm, and they had shared countless life and death experiences over the past year. He had developed affections for both, yet he remained uncertain of the nature of these feelings. It was only today, as they bared their hearts to him, that he realized he had feelings for both of them. It was simply too abrupt, and he was at a loss regarding the choices before him, and no matter whom he chose, another person would inevitably be heartbroken. Thus, upon returning, he found himself in a state of disarray. Unlike the respect he held for his father, he felt a deeper kinship with Shen Wanxian, sharing everything with him. Consequently, when faced with such a dilemma, he hoped Shen Wanxian could provide him with a solution. Fortunately, just as he was about to agree, Luo Wenjing interrupted him, granting him 3 more days to ponder this matter thoroughly. That night, the two brothers remained sleepless, Shen Yunmiao wrestling with his emotional turmoil, while Shen Wanxian contemplated the kind of girl he might encounter in the future and the nature of the feelings that would accompany her. Would she, too, be as troubled as Shen Yunmiao? One thing he could ascertain, however, was that he would never be as fickle as Shen Yunmiao. Chapter 51. All of them a day later, Shen Yunmiao still appeared disoriented and did not venture out to hunt beasts. Wang Yuexin noticed this and first called Shen Wanxian into the study. Wanxian, do you have any idea what is troubling Yunmiao? Did he mention anything to you last night? Shen Wanxian nodded and recounted Shen Yunmiao's words from the previous evening to his mother. So it's about this matter. In the blink of an eye, her son had reached the age of discussing marriage, and he had developed affections for 2 girls. However, it was understandable. Yunmiao was now 20 years old. Much like Shen Imo, who had married at the same age. Raising her gaze, she also observed the now 24-year-old Shen Wanxian, her eldest son, who was commendable in every aspect except for his lack of social interaction and failure to meet girls. She needed to discuss Shen Wanxian's marriage with Shen Imo, as she had little expectation of being able to establish a foundation herself. Her only wish was for her son to settle down, and if he could establish a foundation, that would be even better. Having completed his alchemy session, Shen Imo spotted Shen Yunmiao gazing vacantly at the sky in the courtyard. His mood had not improved since yesterday. Was he experiencing emo? Shen Imo intended to check in with Shen Wanxian to gather details so that he could provide targeted guidance later that evening. Yet, where had Shen Wanxian gone? In the study. Shen Wanxian and his mother were engaged in deliberating over who Shen Yunmiao's affection might be directed towards. The Luo sisters were unfamiliar to both Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin. Over the past year, they had not inquired, and Shen Yunmiao had not made any effort to disclose. All they knew was that Shen Yunmiao had teammates with whom he hunted, and whenever he boasted at home, it was about his remarkable achievements. As a result, aside from Shen Imo, others were not particularly acquainted with Shen Yunmiao's teammates, and they often struggled to remember any mentions of them. Unable to locate Shen Wanxian outside, Shen Imo returned to the study to peruse some books to pass the time. Upon entering, he found Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin deep in thought. After inquiring what they were discussing, he felt somewhat exasperated. Have you two been pondering for so long without considering simply asking Yunmiao directly? Wang Yuexin whispered. We forgot amidst our discussion. However, I think I might know who it is. Shen Imo did not need to think hard. The 2 sisters who were always with his child were the only logical candidates. Which girl is it? Wang Yuexin looked at Shen Imo, and Shen Wanxian's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Shen Imo recounted the events surrounding Shen Wanxian's encounter with the Luo sisters in the secret realm. So, Yunmiao harbors feelings for these 2 sisters? Wang Yuexin pondered. Whether true or false, discussing it here serves little purpose. Wanxian, summon Yunmiao. Why not ask the person involved directly? He himself has yet to come to terms with it. Shen Imo instructed Shen Wanxian to call Shen Yunmiao into the study. Brother, you betrayed me. Shen Yunmiao glared resentfully at his elder brother. The reason he confided in Shen Wanxian was precisely because he was reluctant to communicate with his parents. He believed they could never comprehend such matters, given their own experiences with arranged marriages. Shen Wanxian felt a twinge of embarrassment from Shen Yunmiao's accusation and sheepishly replied, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. Seeing Shen Wanxian apologize, Shen Yunmiao had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Eventually, his parents would have to know. Yet, he did not believe they could offer any valuable advice. After all, his parents had also come together through arranged marriages. How could they understand his feelings? When Shen Yunmiao entered the study, Shen Imo reiterated to him what he had discussed with Shen Wanxian. Is this the reason for your gloomy demeanor since yesterday? Shen Yunmiao silently nodded. Yunmiao, tell mother, which one do you prefer? I can help you propose. Wang Yuexin appeared keen to take charge of her child's affairs. Shen Yunmiao shook his head. I cannot articulate my feelings. Which is precisely why I am so troubled. Then, why not describe the personalities of both girls to me? I can help you weigh your options. One should marry a virtuous wife, Wang Yuexin suggested. Considering that a comparison might aid in choosing a better-suited partner, Shen Yumiao then provided a brief overview of the two girls' basic situations. It was the first time Shen Imo learned their ages, and that their parents had tragically lost their lives during an adventure when Luo Wenxuan was merely 16, leaving her to care for her younger sister as they struggled to survive. Shen Imo marveled at how the sisters had managed to thrive despite the odds. At such a young age, Luo Wenxuan had already reached the second level of qi refinement. After a year had passed, the Luo sisters had utilized the resources from the secret realm to sell some elixirs, with Luo Wenxuan now at the 7th level of qi refinement and Luo Wenjing at the 6th. Ultimately, the elder sister is more capable and suitable, though she is older. Wang Yuexin seemed more pleased with Luo Wenxuan. Who wouldn't he desire a daughter-in-law who is gentle and gracious? Moreover, having raised her sister since childhood, she would undoubtedly be a competent homemaker. After hearing his wife's assessment, Shen Imo secretly scoffed. After all, she was merely 10 years older. Some protagonists at 30 might have already secured their futures, not to mention. He recalled that his father-in-law, Wang Jian, had taken concubines even in his 60s. As a cultivator, he had passed away in his 70s, perhaps due to the numerous women in his life. Upon hearing his mother's suggestion, Shen Yumiao frowned, clearly unconvinced by her perspective. Have you never considered wanting them both? Shen Imo thought to himself. This was a world of cultivation, and the concept of monogamy did not seem prevalent in the realm of immortals. Shen Mo's words struck like thunder, drawing the attention of everyone present, including Shan Wanxian. They had all been sidetracked by Shen Yumiao's tangled thoughts, perhaps due to the long-standing tradition of monogamy in the Shen family, which had instilled in the two children the belief that they could only marry one wife. How could this be? Shen Yumiao was in turmoil, while the other two looked distinctly perplexed. Shen Wanxian regarded his father, feeling that his understanding of him was somewhat lacking. Wang Yuexin's expression was even more nuanced, as she had long suspected Shen Imo of harboring secrets. Now, he spoke so matter-of-factly. Something was amiss. Why are you all staring at me? We are here to resolve Yumiao's issue, and your gazes feel quite unsettling. Shen Imo felt a chill run down his spine under the scrutiny of Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin. Noticing Shen Yumiao still frowning, Shen Imo sighed. Yumiao, have you considered expressing your feelings to them? If they are unwilling, then do not force it. Aren't we all seeking a mutually beneficial solution? Yumiao, I believe your father has a point. You might discuss this with the Luo sisters. Perhaps they would be amenable as well? Though Wang Yuexin did not wish for her husband to have multiple partners, if it was her son, it was a different story altogether. Chapter 52. Shen Yumiao establishes a family. Seeing his parents so supportive, Shen Yumiao felt a surge of determination. Perhaps this was indeed feasible. Eagerly, before Shen Imo and the others could react, he dashed out of the house. This child, why the rush? Wang Yuexin shook her head in exasperation as she watched Shen Yumiao sprint away. With hope in his heart, Shen Yumiao sought out the two sisters. Yet he was also anxious about the possibility of rejection. In this state of uncertainty, he felt it would be better to resolve the matter sooner rather than later. Arriving at the sisters' residence, he knocked on the door and waited quietly outside. The one who answered was the younger sister, Luo Wenjing. Upon seeing Shen Yumiao, she recalled that it was only the second day since their last encounter. Did he already have an answer? She felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation, fearing that the answer might not align with her hopes. Shen Yumiao did not immediately reveal his answer, instead requesting that she fetch Luo Wenxuan. Luo Wenjing, not realizing that Luo Wenxuan had been present yesterday, assumed Shen Yumiao wished to announce this matter in front of her sister. Without further thought, she went to bring her sister. Upon Luo Wenxuan's arrival, she felt a twinge of awkwardness as memories of yesterday resurfaced, leading her to contemplate escaping. However, with her sister still present, she hesitated. Shen Yumiao gathered the two sisters and, after much hesitation, finally managed to voice his feelings. I wish to marry both of you. At Shen Yumiao's declaration, the expressions of both sisters turned to astonishment. What did this mean? Luo Wenjing was utterly perplexed. Not only did he wish to marry her, but he also sought to marry her sister. Glancing at Luo Wenxuan, she noticed tears glistening in her sister's eyes. Having been each other's only support, she understood her sister's feelings all too well. Without responding to Shen Yumiao, she took Luo Wenjing by the hand and retreated into their chamber, leaving Shen Yumiao standing outside. Sister, do you also like him? Luo Wenjing inquired, gazing at Luo Wenxuan. Luo Wenxuan silently nodded, refraining from uttering a word, harboring a tinge of guilt regarding the matter. Sister, why didn't you tell me sooner? Luo Wenjing expressed a hint of grievance. Upon hearing her sister's complaint, Luo Wenxuan's expression grew somber. Then, Luo Wenjing continued, if it were someone else, I certainly wouldn't be willing to share my husband with her. However, with you, sister, it is not entirely unacceptable. I do not wish to be separated from you. Though Luo Wenjing spoke with a magnanimous tone, Luo Wenxuan could discern the slight grievance in her sister's heart. She embraced her sister, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, sister, I won't compete with you. Luo Wenjing, in turn, offered reassurance. Sister, I am not blaming you, nor do I wish for you to be unhappy because of me. We are sisters. It's just that the scoundrel benefits from this. As the two sisters, their eyes reddened, stood before Shen Yunmiao, he contemplated inquiring about their tears. However, they cast him a disapproving glance, choosing not to divulge the matter. Later, the Luo sisters' response filled him with elation, and after a hearty conversation with them, he hurried home, eager to share the news with his family. In truth, Shen Yunmiao felt no obligation to announce it. His beaming smile upon returning home indicated that all had indeed gone well. Upon hearing that her grandson was to wed, Shen Yu, despite her advanced age, revealed a long-lost smile. At the age of 99, she was on the brink of celebrating her centenary, uncertain how many years remained in her life. Nonetheless, with Shen Yunmiao starting a family, she felt compelled to live a few more years, at the very least to witness the arrival of her great-grandson. Shen Yunmiao's marriage would, however, bring the most profound impact upon Shen Wanxian. Being 4 years older than Shen Yunmiao, Shen Wanxian had been apprehensive these days, especially since Wang Yuexin had even contemplated arranging a blind date for her. This notion made Shen Wanxian dread encountering Wang Yuexin. Furthermore, preparations were underway for Shen Yunmiao to marry the Luo sisters, and the Shen family had invested significantly in this endeavor. Shen Yunmiao even resolved to rent the neighboring Li family residence. With Shen Yunmiao settling down, it was inevitable that he would desire children of his own. Currently, the household comprised 6 members, along with a pill-refining chamber and a study. It would soon become cramped if they continued to expand. Thus, renting the adjacent Li family residence seemed a prudent choice, allowing Shen Yunmiao to move out while still enjoying shared meals with his family. The housing in the inner city required an upfront payment of a year's worth of spirit stones, which Shen Yunmiao graciously covered for Shen Yunmiao. However, thereafter, Shen Yunmiao would need to manage his own expenses. Subsequently, Shen Yunmiao procured 2 superior-grade flying swords and 2 superior-grade shields from Yulong. This was a customary provision for each member of the Shen family. And naturally, it was indispensable for entering into wedlock. On the day the Luo sisters arrived, they finally beheld Shen Mo's true visage, having previously only encountered his magically altered appearance. Following that, there was little further interaction between Shen Mo and the 2 sisters. Shen Yunmiao's wedding did not involve any formal invitations. Their only familiar neighbor, Li, had already departed, and the Luo sisters lacked any deeply connected friends outside. Thus, it was merely a family gathering for a meal. That night, Shen Yunmiao spent at home, and as he watched his 2 wives depart, Shen Yunmiao couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia in the blink of an eye. His son had wed, and not just to one, but to 2 wives, an enviable happiness surpassing his own. Shen Yunmiao's marriage signified a new chapter for the Shen family. While it seemed inconsequential at present, it was crucial that Shen Yunmiao no longer entrusted all his spirit stones to Shen Yunmiao for centralized allocation. In the past, Shen Yunmiao had done so to prevent concentrating the family's resources on a single individual, which may have hindered the family's current prosperity. For Shen Wanxian's pill refining, Shen Yu and her husband had expended at least 30 years of savings. Without their selflessness, Shen Wanxian would not have mastered the art of alchemy, and the Shen family would not have attained its current status. Thus, at that time, centralized management was indeed sensible, focusing efforts on a singular task. However, as the Shen family progressed, it was essential to branch out, altering the approach of pooling all resources into one person's control. The more descendants there were, the weaker the bonds of blood would grow, leading to dissatisfaction with the so-called equitable distribution, as some would yearn for a larger share of resources. Although Shen Yunmiao did not require family resources, it was imperative to avoid concentrating certain resources. If each member pursued their own path, it would be challenging for the family to produce a foundational cultivator. Therefore, some family resources must be directed to Shen Yunmiao for allocation, allowing for concentrated training of particularly promising individuals, thereby elevating the family's overall potential and leveraging higher cultivation for family benefit, achieving a virtuous cycle. Thus, the new system must ensure family profits while also allowing individuals to obtain more through their endeavors, thereby maintaining a balance of interests. This included prohibitions against familial strife. However, Shen had no intention of restricting the learning of techniques. Everyone was free to study any method. He even planned to dedicate a room as a repository for techniques. Chapter 53. New Family Regulations. Shen locked himself in his study, pondering the future of the family. The fourth generation must ensure that at least one or two individuals could master alchemy, guaranteeing the continuity of the family's economic resources. As for others, they could choose freely, no longer confined to the limited options that the two brothers had faced. Respecting individuality, he sought to allow them to develop independently. Though he would not oppose those who wished to pursue alchemy, no longer would everything be entrusted solely to him for distribution. Such an arrangement would inevitably lead to discontent. Those wishing to learn alchemy would have their materials provided by the family, with each receiving 500 units of materials for each type of pill. After that, no further materials would be supplied, and those utilizing family resources would naturally owe a return to the family. If they succeeded in mastering alchemy, the initial 500 units would be considered a family investment, and all subsequent materials could be sourced from the family. For every 10 units of materials, a fee of 15 successful pills would be charged. As typically, 10 units would yield around 10 successful pills, with the additional 5 serving as a return on the family's investment. Naturally, those who profited from the family's support in becoming alchemists would be expected to produce at least 30 batches of pills each month, preventing anyone from solely profiting for themselves. Any surplus could be personally retained or sold to the family at market price. Once the foundational requirement of 30 batches was met, individuals could refine pills independently, selling them as they saw fit. They could purchase materials from the family or procure them from external vendors. In the future, once Shen attained sufficient strength, he aspired to open a shop, profiting from the sales of pills produced by his family. If they failed to learn alchemy, they could repay the family through earnings from hunting demonic beasts. During the initial stage of chi refinement, each member would receive 10 spirit stones monthly as family-provided cultivation resources, increasing to 15 in the mid-stage and 20 in the later stages. Though this may seem modest, a spirit herb farmer would also earn a similar amount annually. Additionally, during the initial chi refinement stage, each member would receive a vial of minor spirit-nourishing pills monthly, 1 vial of spirit-nourishing pills in the mid-stage, and 1 vial of core awakening pills in the later stage. Although still inexperienced in refining core awakening pills, Shen had successfully achieved it several times. Having established its foundation in alchemy, the Shen family's income would significantly rise if future disciples learned the craft. The 500 units of materials, based on the experiences of the two brothers, would suffice to master a specific pill, potentially achieving a success rate of 30%. Moreover, producing 30 batches of pills monthly would not be overly burdensome, as Shen had managed to maintain this output even while balancing his cultivation. Aside from alchemy, regulations concerning talisman crafting, weapon forging, and array studies would be established, though he was not well versed in those areas to determine suitable metrics that would ensure family profitability while also enabling individuals to gain benefits. With the new regulations roughly drafted, upon noticing the light still on in the study, Shen entered. Observing Shen, he presented the newly written family regulations. Xian, take a look. How do you find the family rules I've drafted? Shen called him over. Family rules? Why is father establishing these? Who has done something wrong? Shen murmured, then picked up the document, realizing his misunderstanding. Yet, Shen remained puzzled about the purpose behind his father's actions. Shen gradually explained, and Shen began to comprehend the significance of these family rules. These rules will come into effect tomorrow. I will also inform Yunmiao. Henceforth, he must contribute a portion of his pills to me each month. Or he can offset it with spirit stones at market value. You won't have to toil so hard anymore, Shen remarked, looking at Shen Shen no longer imposed strict requirements upon Shen. Presently, though he managed the family's expenses with difficulty, he was still capable of sustaining them. After the introduction of the family rules, Shen Yunmiao glanced through them but did not dwell on their significance. To him, they were all family. It mattered little to whom the spirit stones were given. Nevertheless, he did not voice any opposition. Producing 45 pills a month would not be overly taxing for him. He estimated he could accomplish it in just 2 or 3 days. During the days when the Luo sisters dined with them, they discovered that the Shen family feasted on the finest spirit rice available in Qinglin City, complemented by meat from mid-stage demonic beasts. The Luo sisters were not entirely unacquainted with such fare. However, adventurers typically prioritized purchasing pills for a quicker cultivation boost. Additionally, when injured or if their spiritual weapons were damaged by demonic beasts, there was always the risk of incurring losses. Thus, most hunted demonic beasts were sold rather than retained. Subsequently, Shen presented 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills and 1 bottle of origin-restoring pills to the couple, Shen Yunmiao and his wife. This gesture was a fulfillment of Shen Mo's promise following the establishment of the family system. The origin-restoring pills were concocted by Shen Wenxian during this month of study in alchemy. It was only in recent days that they discovered that the entire Shen family, including Shen Mo and his father, were all alchemists, with the exception of Shen Yunmiao, who was somewhat lacking in this regard. There were plans initially for Shen Yunmiao to learn about the spirit-nourishing pills, but his preference for adventuring in the Qinglin mountain range overshadowed any desire to study. The Luo sisters felt a sense of helplessness regarding their husband. Everyone believed that being an alchemist held greater prestige, yet their husband preferred hunting magical beasts. The 2 sisters resolved to ensure that Shen Yunmiao would master the art of alchemy, as hunting inherently carried risks. Thus, Shen Yunmiao was compelled to study alchemy at home for a month, during which he expended 300 portions of materials. At last, he successfully learned to concoct the spirit-nourishing pills, reaching a break-even point. Shen Mo had claimed that the family would generously sponsor 500 portions, but to his astonishment, the spirit stones accumulated over the previous year were entirely depleted after sponsoring the 300 portions. Shen Wenxian was focused on mastering the origin-restoring pills, while Shen Yunmiao dedicated himself to the spirit-nourishing pills. Consequently, the family's finances relied solely on Shen Mo, who had no choice but to devote himself entirely to alchemy, leaving no time even for reading. Throughout that month, the 3 of them were fervently engaged in alchemy, with Shen Wenxian striving to produce spirit-nourishing pills alongside his studies. After enduring a frenzied month, Shen Yunmiao could no longer tolerate it and protested to his 2 wives. Shen Mo suggested a balance between work and rest, which ultimately allowed Shen Yunmiao to regain his composure. The Luo sisters, always living on the edge, were eager to seize every moment. Perhaps due to their impatience, Shen Yunmiao's success rate in alchemy did not significantly improve, leaving him no room for reflection on the right or wrong. It was only after regaining his composure that the 2 months of frenzy bore fruit, allowing Shen Yunmiao's alchemical endeavors to finally become profitable, while the Shen family's depleted spirit stones began to accumulate once more. After 2 months, Shen Wenxian's success rate for the origin-restoring pills barely reached a break-even point, and with the loss from the 2 brothers mitigated, the Shen family began to regain its footing. Due to the new family regulations, the contributions of pills from Shen Yunmiao and Shen Wenxian to the family were significantly reduced. Only the pills concocted by Shen Mo were fully contributed, resulting in a basic balance of income and expenditure for the family at the outset, though this would gradually increase each month. Chapter 54. News. A year passed in the blink of an eye, during which the Shen family underwent several transformations. Shen Yunmiao and Shen Wenxian had both reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, and not only they, but the Luo sisters were also expecting. Luo Wenxian was 2 months ahead of Luo Wenjing in her pregnancy, and the 4th generation was about to make its appearance. However, due to their pregnancies, both women made little progress in their cultivation over the year. Shen Yunmiao, with both wives expecting, refrained from venturing into the Qinglin mountain range, and instead stayed home to care for them, with Shen Wenxian successfully concocting the origin-restoring pills. He sold them to outsiders as well as to family members. Shen Yunmiao often purchased the pills from him. Originally, Shen Wenxian intended to gift them directly to his brother, but Shen Mo insisted that Shen Yunmiao pay with spirit stones. He did not wish to foster a habit of taking advantage of familial ties. The pills were sold to Shen Yunmiao at the acquisition price, rather than at market value. This arrangement had little impact on Shen Wenxian, while it proved quite economical for Shen Yunmiao. Throughout the year, aside from the spiritual medicines that the 2 brothers were obliged to contribute to the family, Shen Mo assisted in handling the other pills they concocted. Initially, Shen Mo had intended for them to sell the pills independently, but he discovered that they were being followed. It turned out that 2 alchemists had suddenly appeared in Qinglin City, one of whom was capable of producing origin-restoring pills suitable for late-stage qi refinement cultivators. This piqued the curiosity of many merchants, who followed the two alchemists closely. Fortunately, Shen had previously accompanied the brothers, fearing their inexperience, and managed to shake off their pursuers. Otherwise, their identities would have been fully exposed. It was then that Shen realized that Linlang Pavilion was indeed formidable. He had never encountered such situations there before. During this time, Shen Yunmiao expressed a desire to learn the art of concocting origin-restoring pills. But Shen rebuffed him, stating that the 2,000 spirit stones he had just accumulated should be reserved for purchasing foundation establishment pills, leaving no resources to facilitate Shen Yunmiao's short-term study of the origin-restoring pills. The brothers made significant strides in their cultivation over the year. Although they remained at the 7th layer of qi refinement, they were nearing the 8th layer, progressing 2 years faster than normal cultivation practices. This was still under Shen restraint, as he wished to prevent his sons from excessively consuming pills, which could lead to unstable internal energy. Thus, he controlled the frequency of their pill consumption. He took them to practice their techniques at the outskirts of the Qinglin mountain range daily, helping them adapt to their internal energy. By depleting their internal energy and then recovering, they could refine their internal energy through this repetitive and extreme process. The home environment was no longer suitable for their practice, so he led the two brothers to a secluded area in the mountains where no one would disturb them. Has Daoist Han received any news? Yulong inquired casually. When Shen arrived that day to sell the pills, he heard Yulong's question and immediately recalled the previous turmoil caused by the evil cultivators, particularly his encounter with Yu Qi. Although he had ultimately gained 3 alchemical formulas from that incident, Shen wished to avoid experiences where his life was not in his own hands. Is there another uprising by the evil cultivators? Shen asked, feeling a sense of unease. Daoist Han has misunderstood. It is about the foundation establishment pills, Yulong replied, and Shen emotions fluctuated before he quickly regained his composure. Foundation establishment pills? Are you saying that foundation establishment pills have appeared in Qinglin City? Shen maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Is Daoist Han aware of the situation in Yu Mountain City? Yulong inquired. I have heard a little. Are foundation establishment pills appearing in Yu Mountain City? Shen felt puzzled, as he had not yet had the chance to investigate Yu Mountain City. If the foundation establishment pills had indeed emerged, his savings might not suffice for the purchase. After this year's auction in Yu Mountain City, they released news that the next auction will feature 3 foundation establishment pills, Yulong said with a smile. 3 foundation establishment pills. Yu Mountain City holds an auction every 3 years, meaning the next one will be in 3 years. By then, the Shen family should have accumulated a considerable amount of spirit stones, allowing them to purchase at least 1 foundation establishment pill. Ideally, it would be best to acquire all 3, Shen exclaimed. Are you not curious why the organizers of this auction are announcing the foundation establishment pills now? Yulong poured a cup of tea for Shen. I have a rough idea of the reason, Shen said, taking a sip of the tea, appearing quite unperturbed. Oh? You already know? Yulong looked at Shen with some surprise. They likely hope that the loose cultivators who receive this news can earn some profit over the next 3 years, aiming to drive the price of the foundation establishment pills even higher in the following auction. Shen was not overly surprised. After all, for many years, the power had remained in the hands of these individuals. Loose cultivators could not obtain foundation establishment pills through other channels, so they had to fight for them here. Who would be willing to remain stagnant before reaching the foundation establishment stage? Daoist Han certainly stands out. Yulong regarded Shen with admiration. Having received this information, Shen resolved to begin working diligently to concoct pills. Aiming to quickly amass 30,000 spirit stones, he estimated that around 30,000 spirit stones would suffice. Shen diligently brewed dozens of furnaces of pills each day, ultimately producing 4 times the usual amount. His family was bewildered by their father's fervor, but it soon became clear to them what he intended to achieve. The news of the foundation establishment pills spread throughout Qinglin City, and all cultivators at the 9th layer of qi refinement were eager to make their preparations. Those at the 7th and 8th layers who had yet to break through to the foundation establishment stage were also gearing up. It had been over 30 years since the last appearance of foundation establishment pills. Who could afford to wait another 30 years? Even if they knew they might not have the financial means to compete, they were still accumulating resources. Upon hearing this news, the two brothers quickly connected the dots to their father's actions. Understanding the situation at hand, they too fell into a frenzy of pill concocting, as they were all part of the family and recognized that the emergence of foundation establishment pills would bring about tremendous changes for them all. When Shen excitedly brought the pills to Yulong, She was somewhat taken aback by the quantity, as it had always been Shen trading with her. Shen had brought all the pills concocted by the father and sons, leading Yulong to believe that he was presenting the entirety of his month's production. However, the volume he brought this time astonished Yulong. Shen had exhausted the family's savings once more to buy materials for refining. Yet, Yulong found herself unable to accept them, as the news of the Foundation establishment pills had dampened the purchasing desires of many cultivators during this period. The pills crafted by Shen and Shan Wenxian were all origin-restoring pills, which were not useful for those at lower stages. The quantity Shen brought was not something Linlang Pavilion could absorb without affecting the interests of their own internal alchemists. Each branch of Linlang Pavilion had its own alchemists, and the pills produced by these alchemists were prioritized for sale. This was the only way to consider others. Previously, with so many cultivators in Qinglin City, Shunmo's few dozen bottles of pills could easily be sold. However, now, following a recent calamity, many late-stage cultivators had either died or joined sects, leaving only a third of them remaining in Qinglin City. This has resulted in the internal alchemical creations of Linlang Pavilion during this period potentially remaining undigested. Consequently, Linlang Pavilion has temporarily ceased the acquisition of Can Yuan Dan. However, the purchase of Yunling Dan can continue, as there remains a considerable number of cultivators in the mid-stage, despite the unfortunate demise of quite a few. Chapter 55. Collaboration. Shunmo originally contemplated selling various elixirs to other shops, yet they proved difficult to sell, with only a few Can Yuan Dan being offloaded. Linlang Pavilion, as the leading establishment, also leveraged channels from other families to absorb a portion of the excess. In contrast, other shops in Qinglin City are unable to achieve the same, as Can Yuan Dan is regarded as excessively high-end, leading them to exercise caution and procure sparingly. Nevertheless, various shops maintain a keen interest in Shenmo, the cultivator capable of selling Can Yuan Dan. After all, just because it is temporarily unnecessary does not imply it will remain so in the future. Several shops dispatched individuals to track him, yet he evaded them skillfully. The following day, Shinamo was engrossed in reading in his study while his son practiced cultivation. Due to the unsold elixirs, they had not needed to refine any for several months, allowing the Shin father and son to enjoy a newfound leisure. Suddenly, Shinamo sensed a disturbance in the formation at the door. Someone was knocking. Before he could reach the entrance, Wang Yuexin had already gone ahead to open the door. To Shanmo's surprise, the visitor was Bai Xinji, whom he had encountered in the secret realm. "Is Shen Dayu available?" Bai Xinji inquired politely upon seeing Wang Yuexin. Wang Yuexin felt a tinge of curiosity. When had her husband made such an acquaintance? The family had often criticized Shanmo's overly cautious nature. Aside from within the confines of their home, he had never revealed his true face outside, making it difficult for her to fathom how an outsider would know her husband's real name. While Wang Yuexin remained perplexed, Shinamo emerged, having overheard Bai Xinji's words. He was genuinely curious, for he had never interacted with Bai Xinji under that identity. How could the other party locate him? Shinamo feigned confusion and asked, "May I inquire who you are?" "Shen Daoyu, have you forgotten so soon since our parting in the secret realm?" Bai Xinji remarked, directly referencing their previous encounter. Hearing Bai Xinji's words, Shinmo's expression darkened. He had always donned a disguise when away from home, and his appearance at home was entirely different from that in the secret realm. The fact that the other party had managed to uncover his residence and surname suggested a thorough investigation had been conducted. Noticing Shanmo's grim demeanor, Bai Xinji feigned ignorance and smiled. "Shenxiong, would you not invite me in for a moment?" Shinmo was unclear about Bai Xinji's intentions but was acutely aware that his true identity had been exposed. The Bai family was not a faction he could afford to offend, so reluctantly, he invited Bai Xinji inside and led him to the study. Bai Xinji surveyed the room, which was filled with books, predominantly on strange tales and writings by renowned scholars of the mundane world rather than cultivation techniques. A flicker of surprise passed through Bai Xinji's eyes. Many cultivators often scoffed at such ordinary texts. Yet Shinmo's collection was considerable. He too had an affinity for reading, and perhaps they could forge a friendship. However, Shinmo had no desire for such companionship and coldly inquired, "How did you come to know my identity?" Bai Xinji first offered an apology, then recounted how he had come to learn of Shanmo's identity. The previous day, Shinmo had used his appearance from the secret realm to deal with the surplus elixirs. Catching Bai Xinji's attention, initially, Bai Xinji merely wished to reminisce and explore the possibility of enlisting Shanmo's assistance. He held a favorable view of Shen Mo's ability to kill a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator despite being only in the 6th layer. Intending to recruit him into the Bai family, after observing Shen Mo enter a narrow alley, Bai Xinji noticed different faces wearing the same outfit, leading him to conclude that Shen Mo was employing some form of disguise. Subsequently, when someone from the Bai family shop called out to him, he instructed his subordinates to follow Shen Mo, tracking only the clothing and not the person, hoping to locate him again. The Bai family shop sought out by Xinji due to the reappearance of a mysterious alchemist who had surfaced a year prior. Selling Qinyuan Dan, although the face varied with each visit to the shop, the ability to produce Qinyuan Dan made it easy for observant individuals to take note. After all, currently, only one person in Qinglin City could concoct Qinyuan Dan. The renowned master who had once taught Shen Wanxian, Li Delin, had passed away, and another had entered old age, leaving only one remaining, who had been honored as a guest elder by the Zhou family. With his elixirs no longer available for public sale, the sudden appearance of two individuals selling Yunling Dan and Qinyuan Dan a year ago had left no trace within a day. Now, with one individual reappearing, they suspected a connection to the previous duo. Despite the change in appearance, high-grade first-tier elixirs are not easily refined, and the shopkeeper suggested that they might be backed by an alchemist who supplied elixirs to his subordinates for sale. Based on the shopkeeper's description, it was none other than Shen Mo, whom Bai Xinji had encountered in the secret realm. Bai Xinji felt an intriguing turn of events unfolding as his subordinates tracked Shen Mo to his residence. In Qinglin City, all residences are controlled by the three prominent families, allowing Bai Xinji to easily uncover the details of this particular residence. Although Shen Mo had not provided his real name, many individuals in his household did not use aliases, including Xin Yu and her husband, whose real names were recorded. By peeling back the layers, it was discovered that the Shen family had previously operated as spirit plant cultivators outside the city. Further inquiries among outsiders, combined with Shen Yu's identity and family circumstances, revealed that the records indicated two wandering cultivators residing within the house, leading to the conclusion regarding Shen Mo's identity. Shen Mo regarded Bai Xinji, pondering the purpose behind such an investigation. Had he ever wronged Bai Xinji? One could even argue that he had inadvertently saved him, though not actively. Though Shen Mo felt a strong aversion to being scrutinized so thoroughly, he restrained his irritation and inquired, "May I ask, young Master Bai, what is the purpose of your investigation? I originally intended to recruit Shan Shtong into our Bai family as a guest elder. Yet upon learning of your dealings in Qinyuan Dan and discovering your limited interactions with outsiders, I suspect you might also be an alchemist," Bai Xinji remarked, looking at Shen Mo as if anticipating a response. Shen Mo remained silent, merely observing Bai Xinji, signaling him to continue. "With your remarkable alchemical skills, it is clear you would not be content to remain obscure within the three prominent families. Thus, I have decided to abandon that notion and propose a collaboration instead." Bai Xinji continued, speaking with a sense of self-assurance. "Collaboration? In what manner do you propose we collaborate?" Shen Mo finally expressed interest in Bai Xinji's words, realizing that this was about the elixirs from his family. "I am quite familiar with the offspring of the three families in Qinglin City. Do not be misled by our familial connections. We possess limited resources. I am aware of your elixir sales. Yet various shops cannot accommodate an excess of inventory. Therefore, you must devise a means to sell your elixirs," Bai Xinji said, smiling as he regarded Shen Mo. "And how much can you assist me in offloading?" Shen Mo inquired earnestly. 10 bottles of Qinyuan Dan. Bai Xinji replied earnestly, maintaining eye contact with Shen Mo. What? Shen Mo could hardly believe his ears. 10 bottles? His family had amassed around 40 to 50 bottles, comprising hundreds of elixirs. Was the Bai family truly so impoverished? He felt deceived. Bai Xinji, observing Shen Mo's reaction, understood that Shen Mo was not fully aware of the current situation. Chapter 56. Arrival in Yu Mountain City. Shen Mo had always been cognizant of the acquisition prices for elixirs, but had never considered the income levels and purchasing power of cultivators in Qinglin City. Qinyuan Dan is an elixir intended for late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. However, the income of late-stage cultivators is often insufficient to afford even one bottle in a month, and they may not even require one for 2 or 3 months. In the Qinglin Mountains, late-stage Qi refinement beasts are not easily found. Many cultivators lacking specialized skills must rely on hunting mid-stage beasts for survival. If they do not encounter beasts frequently, their monthly income may even fall below 100 low-grade spirit stones, with most barely exceeding 100. Yet, when factoring in rent, The cost of supplementary elixirs like Bai Gu Dan and Hui Chun Dan, spirit rice, as well as additional expenses for talismans and magical artifacts. A late-stage Qi refinement cultivator may find their savings insufficient for even a single bottle of elixir in a month. Cultivators from families fare slightly better, but the distribution of resources within families is often uneven. Each family may have dozens of cultivators, and when accounting for guest elders and servants, there could easily be over 100 cultivators relying on the family for cultivation resources. Moreover, their ancestral figures claim a significant portion of these resources. Should any individual be deemed lacking in utility, the resources provided can dwindle drastically, or even be covertly withheld. For the Bai family, late-stage cultivators receive a monthly stipend of merely 50 spirit stones. Not including elixirs.as for families like the Shen family, where the younger generation is trained in their craft, the situation is even more challenging. Shen Wenxian, despite his solid knowledge of pharmacology, had to refine nearly 100 furnaces before achieving success. For family cultivators, facing failures in dozens of furnaces would not justify continued support from the family. They tend to prioritize nurturing those with talent, resulting in a scarcity of family alchemists. The few existing alchemists are often older and lack the energy to produce even 3 furnaces in a single day, making it impossible for each to receive a bottle. Only the most talented descendants might receive a monthly allocation of spiritual herbs. Upon hearing Bai Xinji's explanation, Shen found the situation undeniably challenging. Yet he wondered about the auctions for foundational elixirs. Did they not hold any interest? Bai Xinji was forthright with Shen, explaining that within the family, purchases could be made through the Golden Core sect. Unaffected by the auction, with each elixir priced at 3,000 spirit stones. Even with the foundation establishment pills, success is not guaranteed. Thus, the ancestors of the 3 families, each over 100 years old, have yet to cultivate a second foundation establishment practitioner. Bai Xinji is aware that his resources are somewhat limited, yet he can still explore additional avenues. It is merely a matter of not yet having established his reputation. He assures Shen that this is only a temporary situation. And as his reputation gradually grows, he will be able to sell to a broader audience, including items like the spirit nurturing pill. Shen finds this somewhat exasperating, as the spirit nurturing pill can be sourced from Yulong. But expanding channels is ultimately beneficial, so he concedes to Bai Xinji's request. The price Bai Xinji offers for the items he acquires from Shen is 2 spirit stones higher than that of the Linlang Pavilion, but it amounts to merely an additional 20 spirit stones over the course of a month. Thus, they can only wait for him to develop the market further. Shen perceives that Bai Xinji is no ordinary individual. He may indeed become the second foundation establishment practitioner of the Bai family in the future, and thus it is wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Initially, Shen believed this would secure a promising future for the elixirs. Yet it merely restored them to their original state. It seems that to earn profits, one must still delve into the spirit-nurturing pill. However, Shen no longer dares to hoard elixirs. He only feels comfortable refining an extra batch or 2 each day. 3 years have swiftly passed, during which Luo Wenxuan has given birth to a son and a daughter, while Luo Wenjing has welcomed a daughter and is expecting another. Observing that Shen Yunmiao now has 4 children, Shen contemplates that the future growth and prosperity of the family may rest upon Shen Yunmiao. The daughter born to Luo Wenxuan is named Shen Xian. The son is called Shen Qingping, while Luo Wenjing's daughter is named Shan Xian. They plan to name the unborn child once she arrives. Throughout these 3 years, the 2 brothers have reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, and Wang Yuexin has attained the 9th level. During this time, Shen has accumulated over 12,000 low-grade spirit stones and, with the assistance of Yulong, exchanged them for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The remaining 2,000 low-grade spirit stones can be kept for convenience, serving as pocket change. Upon first encountering mid-grade spirit stones, Shen is struck by their pure spiritual energy, far surpassing that of low-grade stones. Indeed, the effects of cultivating with mid-grade spirit stones may even exceed those of the Canyuan Dan. With only 3 months remaining until the auction in Yu Mountain City, he wishes to arrive early to assess the situation. He sets off to Yu Mountain City accompanied by Wang Yuexin and Shan Wenxian. At Linlang Pavilion, Shen also prepares several superior-grade magical artifacts for Wang Yuexin and Shen Wenxian, including shoes and inner armor. However, the alluring shadow-like artifacts have yet to reappear. To prevent any nefarious schemes following the successful auction of the Foundation establishment pills, Shen nearly summoned everyone in the household. Ultimately, he reflects that should any unforeseen events arise, The elderly and pregnant women at home need to be cared for. Over the past 3 years, Shen Yumiao has also mastered the Kanyuan Dan if, by chance, all three were to falter this time. The presence of Shen Yumiao would ensure the Shen family's resilience. With a map in hand, Shen Imo sketches directions and instructs Shan Wanxian to release the Bai Tu Ying for reconnaissance. The Bai Tu Ying hatched 2 years ago, and Shen Wanxian even learned to concoct spirit-nourishing pills specifically for these little creatures. Shen Imo also purchased the techniques for forming master-servant contracts with spirit beasts and spirit beast bags. However, it is Shen Wanxian who is to formalize the contracts. From time to time, Shen Yumiao takes these 2 spirit beasts to roam the Qingshan Mountains, allowing them to bask in nature, as the constraints of Qingshan City tend to suppress their natural instincts. Although no one in the Shen family is fluent in the language of birds, the Bai Tu Ying can comprehend basic reconnaissance commands and responds with nods and shakes of its head. It is most fitting to send it out for scouting. The smallest egg, however, remains dormant, and Shen Imo once showed it to someone who remarked that its life signs were weak and it might ultimately become a dead egg. Shen Imo mused that since it is not yet dead, he would leave it be. Who knows, it might hatch one day. Wang Yuexin, embarking on her first journey away from Qingshan City, is filled with curiosity about the outside world. Even more so than Shen Imo and Shan Wanxian, a 44-year-old woman, she now resembles a little girl, gazing down at the vast earth from atop a mountain, her wonder palpable. Due to Wang Yuexin's inquisitiveness about the world, they stop multiple times in bustling human cities, and Shen Imo willingly indulges her. After more than half a month of travel, they finally arrive near Yu Mountain City. Nestled in a region where spring prevails year-round, Yu Mountain City is characterized by abundant underground fire elements and features a dormant volcano that has not erupted for centuries. Shen Imo suspects it to be an extinct volcano, and the presence of geothermal energy is likely due to this very feature. Before even entering Yu Mountain City, they are intercepted by 4 practitioners at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Since Shen Imo and his companions have concealed their cultivation levels, the 4 are unable to see through their ruse. In this confrontation, Shen Imo refrains from intervening, while Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin have only engaged with spirit beasts in the Qingshan Mountains under Shan Mo's guidance, and have little experience facing late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. They have yet to fight against other practitioners, and Shen Imo believes this presents an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills, despite several chances to take the lives of their opponents. Their hesitation allows the adversaries to escape. The 4 adversaries, realizing they are at a disadvantage, attempt to retreat, but Shen Imo views them as mere sharpening stones for his companions and will not allow them to flee so easily. Each time they try to escape, he drives them back with his sword. Such a prime opportunity for training cannot be squandered. The 4 realize that if they do not fight with all their might, none of them will survive. Through their desperate struggle, Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin find themselves somewhat at a loss. Pressured to their limits, they are forced to strike with lethal intent, resulting in the demise of the 4 adversaries at the hands of the mother and son duo. After the killing, Shen Wanxian remains relatively composed, having studied medicine and witnessed death many times. While it is Wang Yuexin's first experience with taking a life, she gazes at the deceased with trepidation, and Shen Imo embraces her, providing her with a modicum of comfort. Shen Wanxian, feeling somewhat exasperated by the constant displays of affection between his parents and brother, decides to distance himself and walks ahead. Shen Imo and his wife follow closely behind, and after a short while, they finally enter Yu Mountain City. The trio arrives at Yu Mountain City in search of an inn, only to discover that the prices are exorbitantly high. The cheapest inn demands 40 low-grade spirit stones for a month, which is significantly steeper than the costs in Qingshan City. Even when broken down to a daily rate, Qingshan City charges a mere 1 spirit stone for 30 days of accommodation, with monthly packages proving even cheaper. However, lacking alternative lodging options, they reluctantly reserve 2 rooms for 3 months, planning to return home after the auction concludes. After resting for a day, Shen Imo, accompanied by Shen Wanxian, intends to venture out and familiarize themselves with Yu Mountain City. Wang Yuexin is reluctant to stay in the inn, having just taken a life the previous day, and felt uneasy throughout the night. Needing Shen Imo to feel secure enough to sleep, it is entirely reasonable for her to not wish to be alone today. As Shen Imo inquires around, he learns of a place in the inner city called the Refinery. The refinery rents out fire rooms, which are equipped with formations that can actively summon geothermal energy for alchemy and artifact crafting. Shen Imo takes Shen Wanxian to the refinery, allowing him to familiarize himself with the use of geothermal energy. According to the staff at the refinery, the fire rooms are divided into 3 grades: A, B, and C. The A-grade fire room is singular, while the B grade has 10 rooms, primarily utilized by second-tier alchemists or artifact crafters in Mountain City. And these rooms are not available for public use. The C-grade fire rooms total 64 and are the only ones available for rent, costing 1 low-grade spirit stone per hour. Upon payment, a number token is issued, which corresponds to the designated fire room for using geothermal energy. This token also serves as the key to activate the fire room's formation. Shenimo hands Shen 100 spirit stones, enabling him to use the facilities as needed. From Qingshan City, they also procured a substantial amount of spiritual materials, including 30 portions each of the Bai Gu Dan, Minor Spirit Nurturing Pill, and Kanyuan Dan, to adapt to the changes brought about by the geothermal energy in alchemical processes. After Shenimo departs, Shen Wanxian rents a fire room for 3 hours, preparing to enter with the C-grade token number 1. When the attendant hastily stops him, it turns out he inadvertently took the wrong token. The C-grade token number 1 belongs to Lin Jia's young master Lin Yin. The attendant, having neglected to check carefully, realizes his mistake and rushes to reclaim the token. Before Shen Wanxian can comprehend what is happening, young master Lin Yin strides in, accompanied by 2 lackeys. "You worthless scum, hand over my token," he bellows upon entering, prompting Shen Wanxian to furrow his brow, forming an exceedingly poor first impression of the man. Though this does not directly concern him, he lacks the inclination to engage, only observing as the attendant snatches the token from him and presents it to Lin Yin. Shen Wanxian, puzzled by the attendant's actions, refrains from causing a scene, considering that he can always rent another fire room. However, Lin Yin witnesses this exchange and exclaims, "Why is my fire room token in this person's possession?" The attendant bows, apologizing profusely, "It was my mistake. I accidentally gave young Master Lin's token to him." Accidentally? Lin Yin narrows his eyes, scrutinizing the attendant before taking hold of his hand, the smile on his face transforming into a sinister grin, which culminates in a sharp crack as the attendant's hand is twisted painfully. The attendant cries out in agony, but Lin Yin swiftly covers his mouth, exclaiming, "You're too noisy. You're disturbing my ears." The attendant is left with no choice but to stifle his cries. "This time, I'll let you off, but don't let me see you again," Lin Yin snarls. Hearing these words, the attendant, despite the pain, kneels and repeatedly bows, "Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin." Among the 6 great families of Mountain City, Lin, Wang, Li, Yang, Mu, and Lai, the Lin family stands at the forefront, with the Lin family patriarch also serving as the city lord. The attendant's deference to Lin Yin, coupled with his arrogant demeanor, leaves little doubt that he is indeed a member of the Lin family. Shen Wanxian merely observed the scene in silence, unwilling to provoke trouble. However, his desire to avoid conflict did not imply that trouble would not seek him out. The current situation arose from the blunder of that wretched individual, and yet, Lin Yin, with an air of arrogance, declared, "I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply kneel and apologize to me, and I will let you go." Shen Wanxian thought to himself, "Is this person perhaps suffering from some grave affliction? What does the mistake of that fellow have to do with me? Moreover, I have never insisted on monopolizing the Bingy fire chamber. To demand an apology while kneeling? Is he quite all right?" Shen Wanxian's intuition was correct. Lin Yin indeed harbored some psychological issues. Lin Yin, or rather, Lin Shao, was the second son of the Lin family's patriarch. As an alchemist, he possessed considerable talent in cultivation, being a practitioner of the 3 spiritual roots, and was 4 years younger than Shen Wanxian, yet had already reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Unfortunately for him, he had an elder brother whose talents eclipsed his own. Had his brother's abilities been significantly superior, Lin Yin might have accepted his fate. However, both the eldest and second sons of the Lin family possessed 3 spiritual roots, and most of the family's resources were allocated to the eldest son. This disparity fueled Lin Yin's jealousy, which only led to a further decline in the public's perception of him, thereby amplifying the excellence of his elder brother. Lin Yin failed to recognize his own shortcomings and naively believed that his predicament stemmed solely from being the second son. Thus, he developed an almost obsessive fixation on this notion. Among the household servants, none dared to address him as Lin Shao. They referred to him simply as Lin Shai in the alchemy workshop. No one ever dared to encroach upon his Bingy fire chamber. To him, The mere touch of Shen Wanxian upon the Bingyi plaque felt akin to an affront to his possessions, an indignity he could not tolerate. Moreover, he had no intention of taking Shen Wanxian's life. He merely required an apology delivered in a kneeling position, eye in his eyes. His willingness to resolve the matter in this manner was a display of great respect. How could Shen Wanxian acquiesce? He knew that he would likely be unable to utilize the fire chamber today and turned to leave, wondering if he could reclaim the 3 spiritual stones he had spent. Unfortunately, Lin Yin, accustomed to his domineering ways, would not permit Shen Wanxian to depart so easily. His 2 lackeys, both at the 9th level of Qi refinement, obstructed Shen Wanxian's path. Chapter 58. Supreme Magical Artifact. Shen Wanxian regarded the trio with a somber expression and drew forth his flying sword. Over the past 3 years, Bai Xinji had visited the Shen residence on numerous occasions, and Shen Imo had thought it prudent to accept the free practice sessions, thanks to Bai Xinji's guidance and his own diligent efforts. Shen Wanxian had become formidable enough to hold his own against anyone below the foundation establishment stage. Although facing 2 opponents at the 9th level of Qi refinement posed a challenge due to their superior spiritual energy, he did not fear these 3. The atmosphere in the arena was palpably tense when a pair of siblings approached the front. Lin Yin, what do you intend to do? The young woman spoke first. Clearly unafraid of him, Lin Yin glanced at the newcomers and smiled. Ah, it is the Liao siblings. What brings you here? Do you wish to meddle in my affairs? Liao Hao and Liao Qing were the favored children of the Liao family patriarch. Though the Liao family was not as powerful as the Lin family, they held considerable prestige in Yu Mountain City due to their mastery of both formations and weaponry. Thus, Lin Yin, a mere second son, felt no trepidation before them. The siblings had already acquainted themselves with the situation before arriving. Liao Qing, with her fiery temperament, spoke directly. Lin Yin, this friend of ours was unaware that you frequently utilized the Bingyi fire chamber. Nor did he intend to compete with you over it. How dare you be so aggressive? Liao Hao restrained his sister, wishing to avoid further antagonizing Lin Yin. His demeanor was far more composed than Liao Qing's. As the legitimate son of the Liao family, he exhibited superior refinement and temperament. Lin Xiao, it was a misunderstanding on the part of the servants. This matter stems from our Liao family's oversight. How about this? You may freely use the Bingyi fire chamber for a year without any additional payment of spiritual stones. Could you grant us this favor and let the matter rest? Liao Hao's words provided Lin Yin with sufficient face, and despite his mental issues, he was not foolish. He understood the necessity of maintaining a good relationship with the Liao family and thus relented. Allowing Shen Wanxian to leave unscathed, as Lin Yin made his way to the Bingyi chamber, Shen Wanxian approached the Liao siblings to express his gratitude. I am most thankful to both of you. It is not your fault. Besides, the Bingyi fire chamber does not belong to him. Anyone may use it, and he was merely given some face. Liao Qing replied without reservation. Liao Hao cautioned his sister to be prudent in her words. A gentleman is easily deceived, but a rogue is difficult to provoke. We must tread carefully around Lin Yin. One can never know when he might resort to underhanded tactics. Though the siblings held no fear of Lin Yin in terms of status, they were wary of potential conniving actions behind the scenes that could be quite troublesome. May I still use the fire chamber? Shen Wanxian inquired, hoping to borrow the earth fire for alchemical purposes. His father had already provided him with the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill, which both he and Yun Miao had memorized. Shen Wanxian understood that his father desired the Shen family to master the art of alchemy independently, ensuring the emergence of numerous Foundation Establishment practitioners in the family's future. Dio, you still wish to borrow the fire chamber? Liao Qing asked, concern etched on her face. Liao Hao advised Shen Wanxian to leave and avoid Lin Yin. However, Shen Wanxian did not accept the siblings' goodwill. He believed that if Lin Yin truly wished him harm, escape would be impossible. After some insistence from Shen Wanxian, Liao Qing provided him with a new fire chamber token. Once inside, she also offered some spiritual stones to the injured servant, instructing him to rest and consider finding another job to avoid future confrontations with Lin Yin. Upon entering the fire chamber and utilizing the earth fire, Shen Wanxian initially struggled with the temperature, leading to the ruin of several batches of pills. Yet within an hour, he gradually mastered the technique of manipulating the earth fire and began crafting various types of pills. He became engrossed in observing the changes occurring within a particular spiritual herb in the alchemical furnace, something he had never done before. Previously, he had relied solely on the experiences of others. Beginning the alchemical process when certain conditions were met without ever conducting his own research. Meanwhile, Shinemo wandered about with Wang Yuexin, first familiarizing himself with local prices. He noted that the cost of goods was similar to that in Qinglin City. Though the inns were indeed exorbitant, he soon discovered that the inflated prices were due to the auction event, which had prompted the inns to raise their rates. Shinemo learned that to enter the auction, apart from the local elite, other attendees needed to spend a minimum of 1,000 spiritual stones at any of the 7 major shops. Observing this regulation, he found it somewhat absurd, as it clearly constituted a form of coercive salesmanship designed to stimulate consumption. The so-called 7 major shops comprised establishments owned by 6 prominent families along with the Linlang Pavilion. The latter was allowed entry due to the 6 families' respect for its influence. Thanks to his connection with Yulong, Shinemo naturally chose Linlang Pavilion as his first destination. He took Wang Yuexin's hand and entered, where they were greeted by a standard-issue smiling attendant. Upon entering, Shinemo promptly inquired whether Linlang Pavilion had any supreme magical artifacts. Typically, magical artifacts lacked classifications such as supreme, but occasionally, due to unforeseen mishaps during the crafting of spiritual artifacts meant for Foundation establishment, items with greater power than high-grade magical artifacts but weaker than true spiritual artifacts emerged. These were referred to as supreme magical artifacts. Such items were absent from the market in Qinglin City, hence Linlang Pavilion did not offer them. However, given that the highest cultivation level in Mountain City had yet to reach Golden Core, each of the 6 families had at least 3 Foundation establishment practitioners, and the number of late-stage Qi refinement cultivators was significantly higher. Thus, the likelihood of supreme magical artifacts existing in Mountain City was quite high. After making his inquiry, the attendant escorted Shinemo and Wang Yuexin to a private room and brewed a pot of tea before excusing herself. Shortly thereafter, a refined middle-aged man entered. "I have heard that you seek to purchase supreme magical artifacts?" he inquired. "I am Li Feiyu. May I know how to address you?" Shinemo smiled at the cultured gentleman. "Greetings, Daoistly. I am Zhang Jun." Zhang Jun took a seat beside Shinemo, asking, "What type of supreme magical artifacts does your esteemed pavilion possess?" After sipping his tea, Shinemo casually inquired. "Linlang Pavilion has 4 supreme magical artifacts: the Feiyu Blade, the Qingyu Sword, the Lingwei Garment, and the Mother and Child Needles," Zhang Jun elaborated. The first 2 are merely enhanced versions of standard magical artifacts, while the Lingwei Garment is a strikingly beautiful outer garment for women. However, Shinemo found it unappealing. Such a conspicuous item would only invite envy and covetousness, rendering its protective qualities moot. The Mother and Child Needles, on the other hand, consist of a primary needle complemented by 12 subsidiary needles, capable of merging into a single elongated needle with tremendous power, yet can also separate in an instant, catching opponents off guard. Among the 4, he favored this one the most, though the price was also steep: 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The first 2 weapons were priced at only 800 low-grade spiritual stones, making this 200 stones more expensive. Chapter 59. Preparations for the auction. After pondering for a moment, Shinemo asked, "Does your esteemed pavilion purchase pills? Pray tell, what sort of spiritual medicine do you wish to sell?" Zhang Jun inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Shinemo. Shinemo produced a vial of Shun Yuan Dan from his robe. Upon inspection, Zhang Jun noted that it was an ordinary batch of Shun Yuan Dan, offering only 70 spiritual stones for the entire vial. "Could it be that you are also an alchemist?" he mused. "The elixir is naturally available for acquisition. Regardless of how many you possess, you may bring them to Linlang Pavilion for sale." With this assurance, Shinemo felt a sense of relief, as it appeared that the market in Mountain City was indeed far more substantial than that of Qinglin City. He produced 20 mid-grade spirit stones, expressing his desire to purchase both the Mother and Sun Needles and the materials for 100 refining yuan pills. "The excess shall serve as a deposit. And I kindly request Daoist Zhang to reserve the other 2 exquisite offensive artifacts for me. I shall certainly return within 3 months to complete the purchase with the remaining spirit stones." Zhang Jun regarded the 20 mid-grade spirit stones laid before him and nodded in agreement. With these stones, Shinemo naturally secured his eligibility for the auction. Given Shanmo's financial capacity, he could have purchased all 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts on the spot. Yet he harbored concerns that should the elixirs fail to sell, he might find himself short on spirit stones at the auction. Previously, Shinemo and his family had exerted their utmost to refine elixirs, nearly losing everything in the process. Thus, he approached this endeavor with heightened caution. With just over 8,000 spirit stones remaining, acquiring a Foundation establishment pill should pose no significant issue. Upon returning to the inn, Shen Wanxian was still engrossed in alchemical pursuits within the alchemy chamber. It was not until the late hours of the night that he finally emerged, thoroughly satisfied with his day's work. Throughout the afternoon, Shen Wanxian had been deeply engrossed in the study of the changes in medicinal properties, momentarily losing track of time. Had it not been for his concern for Shen Imo, he would have preferred to remain in the alchemy chamber indefinitely. When Shen Wanxian stepped out, he noticed Lai Qing still present and recalled the assistance the siblings had provided him earlier. Although it was not entirely his fault, the goodwill of others was appreciated. Thus, he placed several vials of elixirs before Lai Qing as a gesture of gratitude. Lai Qing gazed at the elixirs in astonishment, realizing that he was indeed a first-tier high-ranking alchemist. Such a caliber of alchemist was considered above average in New Mountain City, and regardless of which family he allied with, he would be treated with respect. She was about to speak, but was cut off as Shen Wanxian turned and departed without granting her the opportunity. After leaving the alchemy workshop, Shen Wanxian sensed that he was being followed. Suspecting it to be Lin Yan's doing, he navigated through several streets and alleys, changing his appearance multiple times before finally evading his pursuers. Upon learning of Shen Wanxian's escape, Lin Yan berated his two subordinates for their incompetence. To Lin Yan, Shen Wanxian was merely a loose cultivator, so he had dispatched two individuals to teach him a lesson, not anticipating their utter ineptitude. However, with just over 2 months remaining until the auction, Lin Yan, being a member of the Lin family, could not afford to tarnish their reputation at this juncture, and thus decided to let the matter rest. Unbeknownst to Shen Wanxian, he had avoided a potential predicament. Upon returning to the inn, the father and son exchanged accounts of the day's events and their respective gains. Shen Imo, upon hearing of Shen Wanxian's close call, felt a sense of danger. If Bai Xinji could uncover his true identity in Qinglin City, then Lin Yan would surely have the means to do so in New Mountain City. It was only a matter of time or desire to pursue it. Shen Imo contemplated taking preemptive measures. Should he find himself followed again, he would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. However, with the auction approaching, it was likely that New Mountain City would tighten its security, as the 6 prominent families would not permit any disruptions to the city's reputation. Shen Imo understood that Shen Wanxian was advancing his understanding of alchemy, which could significantly enhance his skills. He encouraged Shen Wanxian to continue his research while he focused on the alchemical processes himself, assuring him that they could resume their collaborative efforts once he had made sufficient progress. As both father and son engaged in alchemy, Shen Imo was naturally concerned about Wang Yuexin being alone. Thus, he invited her to accompany him to the alchemy chamber. The following day, Shen Wanxian donned a new guise to enter the workshop, while Shen Mo and Wang Yuexin waited a short while before following suit to avoid arousing suspicion about their relationship. Shen Imo reasoned that if Lin Yan truly intended to confront Shen Wanxian, simply altering his appearance may not suffice for safety. He sought to keep Shen Wanxian's other 2 allies concealed, as they might prove advantageous. While refining the refining yuan pill in the alchemy chamber, Shen Imo was astonished to discover that his success rate had reached an impressive 40%. Shen Wanxian's research had greatly deepened his understanding of medicinal herbs, significantly boosting their chances of success. Not only had the success rate improved, but the newly refined elixirs also exhibited superior potency compared to before. Among the refining yuan pills, Shen Mo's creations were likely to be more sought after than those produced by others. After a prolonged period of refining, as night fell, he deemed it time to rest. Following a brief respite, he departed the workshop with Wang Yuexin, not waiting for Shen Wanxian. That evening, Shen Wanxian ventured alone outside New Mountain City, waiting at the site where he and Wang Yuexin had dispatched the 2 bandit cultivators. After half an hour, he noted the absence of any approaching figures. That moment, Shen Imo confirmed that there were no lingering threats behind Shen Wanxian. Allowing them to return with ease, Shen Wanxian had mentioned being tailed, but uncertainty lingered regarding whether he would be pursued again that day. Thus, Shen Imo had suggested a test of the waters. Should danger arise, they would confront it head-on. Unbeknownst to Shen Imo, their pursuers had dismissed Shen Wanxian entirely, considering him no more significant than an ant spotted along the road, an impulse to crush him arising only occasionally. Without the intent of dedicating substantial time to such an effort, with no immediate threats, Shen Imo and his son maintained a cautious demeanor, yet they gradually settled into a sense of stability within New Mountain City. By day, they labored in the alchemy workshop, and by night, they returned to the inn to rest. 10 days later, Shen completed the refinement of 100 batches of refining yuan pills, successfully selling them all and subsequently acquiring materials for an additional 200 batches. At this point, Shen had gained a comprehensive understanding of the various changes in the elixirs under different temperatures. Initially, he had intended to delve deeper into the nuances of medicinal interactions. But upon realizing that Shen might require his assistance, he set aside his research to help produce more refining yuan pills. Remarkably, their combined success rate had reached an astounding 50%. It is worth noting that most alchemists find it exceedingly challenging to enhance their success rates beyond a certain threshold, as they struggle to identify their own shortcomings, perpetually repeating the same processes without progress. Over the past 2 months, Shen and Shen had diligently refined elixirs, ultimately amassing over 4,000 spirit stones. After purchasing 2 exquisite artifacts, they still had 11,000 low-grade spirit stones remaining. The 2 exquisite artifacts were distributed between Shen and Wang Yuexin, significantly enhancing the trio's self-defense capabilities. With less than half a month remaining until the auction, the 3 occasionally ventured to a small grove outside Yu Mountain City to familiarize themselves with their new artifacts while engaging in sparring to enhance their combat skills. Among the trio, Shen remained the strongest, leaving Shen and Wang Yuexin nearly haunted by their encounters with him. Only once did Wang Yuexin come close to besting Shen, but he employed a soul-stirring flute to briefly distract her. Securing his victory, Shen and his companions navigated these peaceful days. Elsewhere, chaos reigned as many cultivators, feeling financially strained, began resorting to murder and theft. Within a 10-mile radius of Yu Mountain City, all was serene, yet beyond that perimeter, bloodshed was rampant. Finally, the day of the auction arrived in Yu Mountain City. The trio presented the credentials issued by Linlang Pavilion and entered the venue, discovering that the auction was housed in a 2-story building, with private boxes lining the 2nd floor, clearly reserved for the affluent and elite. Naturally, Shen and his companions were not afforded such privileges. They opted for a seat towards the back, huddling together. Chapter 60. The auction. Upon entering the auction, Shen and his companions waited patiently as the number of attendees swelled. Shen estimated that there were already 300 to 400 individuals present. All these individuals were cultivators who had spent over 1,000 spirit stones in the 7 major shops. This indicated that within just 3 months, the patrons gathered in this hall had contributed tens of thousands of spirit stones to Yu Mountain City's economy. Most attendees were undoubtedly drawn by the allure of Foundation establishment pills, though a select few sought other items, such as the young lords on the 2nd floor, who may not necessarily be in need of Foundation establishment pills. With the crowd gathered, the curtain at the front was drawn back, revealing a lean old man standing at the center, behind a table crafted from blue iron fur. "Good evening, fellow Taoists. I am the proprietor of the Yu Mountain shop, and I believe some of you may be familiar with me. I will be the host of this auction in Yu Mountain City," the old man announced. Before commencing the auction, the old man laid down some ground rules. 1. Bidding will be conducted with absolute fairness and justice. The highest bidder wins, and no one shall leverage their cultivation level or family background to coerce others. 2. Do not engage in malicious bidding. Should you participate, you must present the corresponding spirit stones or collateral of equivalent value. Anyone found guilty of malicious bidding who fails to produce the spirit stones may find it difficult to leave this auction house today. I hope all of you will heed my words and avoid putting each other in difficult positions. Now, let us proceed to our first auction item. Shen, unfazed by the old man's customary speech, observed the first item up for auction, an exquisite offensive artifact, whose power surpassed that of any of Shen's own exquisite artifacts. However, his interest was singularly focused on acquiring a Foundation establishment pill today. At last, this exquisite magical artifact was auctioned off for 1,500 spirit stones. Subsequently, several other artifacts and spiritual herbs emerged, each fetching around 1,000 spirit stones. Then, a sea blue tear appeared, igniting in Shen the desire to compete for it. The sea blue tear, a tear from the rare sea blue fish beast, aids practitioners of water-based cultivation techniques, enhancing their chances of foundational establishment by half. Although it pales in comparison to a Foundation establishment pill, it is still considered a pivotal spiritual item. If it could be acquired for under 3,000, he would seize it. The initial price was set at 800 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100, while others called out bids of 1,000 and 1,200. Shen boldly declared 1,800, demonstrating his unwavering determination to possess it. Ultimately, he secured it for 2,300 spirit stones, in his family. Only Wang Yuexin was known to possess a sea blue tear. Shen, accompanied by his maid, proceeded to the backstage, where he settled the payment and placed the sea blue tear into his storage bag. There were several spiritual herbs that piqued his interest, yet he refrained from bidding, feeling a tinge of anxiety regarding his reserve of spirit stones amidst the multitude present. The item that captivated Shen Mo's attention the most was a disposable artifact known as the Thunder Pearl, rumored to unleash an explosive power equivalent to a foundational strike upon being thrown. It was a lethal weapon capable of turning the tide in critical moments. It was purchased by an unknown cultivator in the hall for 1,700 spirit stones. However, it was perplexing that the Thunder Pearl, in theory, should not have been more expensive than a top-tier artifact, yet it commanded such a high price. The moment the Thunder Pearl was introduced, Shen contemplated whether the three of them could withstand its might. He had initially considered bidding for it, but ultimately relinquished the idea when the price soared to 1,007, fearing his funds would fall short. Finally, the Foundation Establishment pills made their appearance, displayed in 3 jade vials, with each pill to be auctioned off individually. The instant the Foundation Establishment pill was unveiled, Shen sensed the heavy breaths of those around him. This was the ultimate goal of the individuals gathered in the hall. The starting price was set at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100. As soon as the old man's words fell, bids began to emerge, swiftly surpassing 2,000. 3,000. Shen declared an additional bid of 1,000. Beside him, Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin were somewhat bewildered. They were not well versed in the intricacies of the auction, mistakenly believing a gradual increase would suffice. However, 3,000 was a level that could have secured a Foundation Establishment pill over 30 years ago, and now it was far from adequate. Soon, others began to raise their bids beyond 3,000. Without hesitation, Shen countered with 4,000. The competitors were left pondering, who was this person, so extravagant? Bidding had always been increment by 1,000, yet 4,000 was within many people's tolerance. Some continued to raise their bids. 5,000. Shen once again upped the ante by 1,000, startling the crowd, who now needed to reconsider their positions. The previous highest bid had only been a little over 5,000, and they questioned whether it was worth risking 5,000 spirit stones for a single Foundation Establishment pill. Many turned their gazes toward Shen, who had consistently raised his bids by 1,000 spirit stones, showcasing his resolute determination to secure this particular pill. Yet another competitor, unwilling to concede, called out another bid, prompting Shen to retaliate with 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this point, all semblance of competition evaporated. The majority thought 6,000 spirit stones was higher than what had been previously seen for Foundation Establishment pills, and with 2 more pills yet to be auctioned, there was no need to exhaust themselves for this one. Perhaps the next would be priced lower. Ultimately, Shen acquired a Foundation Establishment pill for 6,000 spirit stones, a price he had not anticipated, as he had initially surmised he would need to bid 7 or 8,000. Yet, securing it at a lower price was undeniably fortuitous, even if Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin failed to comprehend Shen Mo's strategy. In their eyes, 6,000 was undoubtedly an inflated price, as previous Foundation Establishment pills had generally hovered around 3,000 to 4,000, with the highest only exceeding 5,000 slightly. Shen discerned their confusion but opted not to elaborate, signaling them to continue observing. The Foundation Establishment pills would be settled collectively after all 3 were auctioned off, necessitating Shen Mo's patience until the conclusion of the auction. The bidding for the second Foundation Establishment pill commenced, and without Shen Mo's presence, the bids were notably restrained this time. However, the slight increments of 100 or 200 led competitors to believe that with just a little more, they might secure it. The price steadily climbed, becoming increasingly uncontrollable, surpassing 5,000. Yet many remained undeterred. In the blink of an eye, it leaped beyond 6,000, ultimately closing at 7,600 low-grade spirit stones. Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin looked on in disbelief at the fervor displayed by the attendees. The final Foundation Establishment pill incited even greater frenzy, as all cultivators understood that this was the last one available. Failing to acquire it meant missing out entirely. The bidding surged toward 10,000 spirit stones, ultimately concluding at 10,600 low-grade spirit stones. It was then that Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin grasped Shen Mo's intent. He had initially bid high to convey his determination, surpassing the historical peak price, and with 2 more foundation establishment pills yet to be auctioned, competitors would shift their hopes to the remaining 2, inadvertently allowing Shen to secure the first pill at the most economical price. Chapter 61. Design. After retrieving the foundation establishment pill from the backstage, Shen hurriedly departed, having arranged to meet Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin outside the city of Yu Mountain. At the site where they had previously been ambushed, they did not leave together, as traveling in a trio could easily draw unwanted attention and reveal their identities. Shen exited the auction house alongside the 2 others who had also acquired foundation establishment pills, well aware that those who had coveted the pills but failed to secure them would be waiting outside. That night, as the auction unfolded, numerous small vendors had set up stalls along the street outside the venue. Hoping that the influential figures attending the auction would take notice of their wares, the presence of vendors naturally attracted other cultivators scavenging for useful items, rendering the street quite lively. Shen donned a rather commonplace outfit, meandering through the streets, continually moving to shake off any potential pursuers. These individuals would not dare to act within Yu Mountain City, as it would be seen as a provocation to the city's authority. However, should he break through within the city and attract the attention of other families, he would face significant disruption. The highest cultivation level in Yu Mountain City was merely foundational, so no family would welcome the emergence of a new foundational practitioner. Even members of the 6 prominent families had to be exceedingly cautious while establishing their foundations. Thus, venturing outside the city became a necessity. That evening, Shen left the city, accompanied by the 2 others who helped him share the burden of pursuit. Remaining in Yu Mountain City for too long would inevitably lead to a gathering of those who had returned empty-handed. With so many people, it would be easy for their end to come under scrutiny, complicating their exit from the city. Moreover, who could guarantee that desperate individuals would not disregard the rules and take action within Yu Mountain City? Before exiting the city, Shen managed to elude a considerable number of pursuers. However, those who remained were primarily individuals endowed with spiritual sight or other means of identifying Shen Mo's identity. Just before he reached the city gates, he unexpectedly encountered one of the other individuals who had also secured a foundation establishment pill. At this point, the pursuers behind them were no longer discreetly tracking them but rather brazenly following. Given the size of the group, what could they do? Shen and the other individual tacitly opted to separate, fleeing in different directions. The pursuers promptly divided into 2 groups, each chasing after them. Although Shen cultivation was weaker, leading to a higher number of pursuers, some believed he would be easier to capture, resulting in a more intense competition among the chasers. In the end, while Shen still had more followers, the number was significantly lower than anticipated, roughly about 40 individuals, all with cultivation levels above the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Shen speculated that if these individuals were undeterred, they might even be within the foundational realm. Finally, after having distanced himself from Yu Mountain City, Shen spotted Wang Yuexin and Shen Wanxian among the pursuers. This time, Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin did not conceal their true appearances but rather blended into the crowd, making it easy for Shen to recognize them at a glance. These cultivators understood that daring to act at the gates of Yu Mountain City would be seen as a challenge to the authority of the 6 prominent families. Hence, even a single foundational practitioner would likely meet a grim fate if they attempted to ACT. As the pursuers refrained from making a move, Shen continued forward, bolstered by the presence of Wang Yuexin and Shen Wanxian, which afforded him a modicum of reassurance. At last, someone could no longer restrain themselves and launched an attack with a flying sword aimed directly at Shen head. Shen had been vigilant of his surroundings, promptly responding by drawing out his thick earth shield to block the incoming assault. With the first attack initiated, others seemed to receive an unspoken signal and charged towards Shen. Shen found himself in a precarious position, sustaining injuries, yet fortunately, Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin appeared to attack him on the surface while covertly deflecting numerous assaults. Since these cultivators were inherently rivals, their actions did not raise suspicion among the others. After a subtle nod from Shen Wang Yuexin struck Shen shield with her flying sword. To the onlookers, it appeared that although Shen had successfully defended against the strike, he had still spat out blood, presumably injured by the rebound force. With a cold gaze fixed upon the throng of cultivators before him, Shen proclaimed loudly, "You all seek the foundation establishment pill, do you not?" At this, one individual sneered and suggested, "Why not hand over the foundation establishment pill, my friend?" I believe the rest of us would not make things difficult for you. Shen replied with a smile, with so many of you. Who should I give it to? Another voice chimed in. No need for such divisive talk. If we eliminate you, we can fight over it afterward. As he had yet to finish his words, a vial of elixir was hurled directly at him. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the vial, while Shen discreetly utilized a mid-grade spirit stone to restore his spiritual energy. He perceived that the efficacy of the mid-grade spirit stone in replenishing spiritual power surpassed that of any elixir available during the chi refining stage. The individual opened the vial, sniffed it, and then exclaimed loudly, "This is not a foundation establishment pill." Without further consideration, he tucked the vial into his bosom. It was not negligence on his part. Rather, cultivators typically do not exhibit the habit of displaying their possessions to others. Moreover, Shen had provided him with a Shan Yuan pill containing 20 of these elixirs, which even a cultivator at the 9th layer of chi refining would not casually discard. Yet, would anyone believe him when he claimed it was not a foundation establishment pill? Observing the unwavering gazes of the crowd upon him, he felt a tremor of anxiety, contemplating whether to reveal the elixir for validation, to prove that he indeed possessed no foundation establishment pill. However, the jade vials were largely indistinguishable. Who could ascertain whether he might switch it for another? Furthermore, there were two allies on the opposite side. Shen Xian, mingling among the crowd, shouted, "Who knows if you are merely swapping one for another? If we kill you, we shall ascertain your honesty." He was the first to draw his sword and strike at the end. At this moment, the others were still reeling from shock, but Shen Xian's provocation and the sight of an attack spurred them into action. The man met his demise, and soon others began stealthily eyeing the jade vial. Shen Xian and Wang Yuexin showed no discernment, launching direct assaults. Their actions reflected the typical demeanor of those accustomed to murder and plunder. And no one raised any doubts. Additionally, the conduct of Shen Xian and Wang Yuexin instilled a psychological suggestion in many present. This might be genuine, and it was time to seize it. The chaotic scene left many with no time for contemplation, forcing them to join in the fray, while Shen did not flee. Should Shen have chosen to escape, most would assume he had offered a counterfeit. Yet, his presence sparked a collective thought. Even if it were false, it mattered little. The rightful owner remained, and they could seize it later. What if it were true, and someone else claimed it? Wouldn't their efforts be in vain? Instances arose where individuals snatched the jade vials and fled, leaving no time for verification. As long as one secured it, they would be attacked. This counterfeit foundation establishment pill had become as untouchable as the genuine article. Anyone who dared to approach would become a target. Shen and his companions were somewhat astonished by the unfolding scene, not expecting such efficacy. With over 40 individuals embroiled in battle, many had already perished. Fortunately, there were not many present, and the fluctuations from the chi refining duel would not reach the city of Mountain. Otherwise, the numbers would only increase, leading to greater complications. Chapter 62. Escape at last. After more than 10 lives had been claimed, the vial of elixir fell into the hands of a burly man. He commanded the crowd to halt, preparing to pour out the contents of the vial. Sensing imminent exposure, Shen wasted no time activating his flying cloud boots and sprinting away. He had refrained from employing the boots earlier, intending to test whether this strategy could diminish the number of pursuers. Now that a third had been eliminated, it was a significant success. Upon witnessing the scattered Shen Yuan pills, everyone realized they had been deceived, yet Shen was already a mile away. Many resumed the chase, but some discovered they could not keep pace with him. Shen chosen path was not the main road but rather a grove outside of Mountain City, teeming with lesser beasts. None exceeding the foundation establishment stage, merely a woodland frequented by hunters. It was here that Shen along with Wang Yuexin and Shen Xian, had previously honed their skills with new artifacts. Shen's speed was remarkable, and his familiarity with the terrain allowed him to quickly shake off numerous pursuers. Only those particularly adept in movement techniques or familiar with the grove, including Shen Xian and Wang Yuexin, managed to stay on his tail. Their ability to keep up was not solely due to speed. Rather, a green-headed eagle soaring above provided aerial visibility, allowing them to avoid being outpaced despite potentially moving slower. At this point, nearly 30 cultivators had been scattered throughout the grove, while only 7 remained in pursuit. However, these 7 posed a significant threat. Shen utilized the flying cloud boots in conjunction with the swift steps technique to evade them. barely managing to hold his ground. Moments later, Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin arrived at the scene. Seeing them both present, Shen Imo felt a wave of relief. The remaining cultivators, upon witnessing the arrival of two more, aimed to swiftly subdue Shen Imo. Otherwise, the clash could attract even more cultivators. Their assault intensified, seeking to capture Shen Imo and the Foundation establishment pill before others could intervene. Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin summoned their artifacts, and the others were not taken aback. However, the ensuing events unfolded in a manner they did not anticipate. Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin unleashed their Qingyu sword and flying feather blade, launching a surprise attack upon the two nearest adversaries. The assailed had no time to react and were swiftly slain. During the earlier chaos, the duo had refrained from deploying their premium artifacts to avoid drawing attention, intending to secure a decisive victory when the moment arose. Now, the strategy bore fruit, as the elimination of two opponents significantly alleviated Shen Mo's burden. The remaining cultivators remained oblivious to the true situation, mistakenly believing the two sought to monopolize the Foundation establishment pill, thus inciting internal conflict. One could not help but exclaim, "What are you two doing? The Foundation establishment pill is still in his possession. If you plan to turn on each other, now is not the time." No sooner had he uttered these words than Shen Wanxian, Wang Yuexin, and Shen Imo simultaneously launched their assault in that instant. Even the dimmest of minds understood that the trio was aligned. Yet, it was too late. Their combined efforts, executed in a heartbeat with premium artifacts, rendered the man defenseless, leading to his demise. The remaining four, recognizing the perilous situation, banded together. For against three, they believed they stood a chance as long as they were not ambushed. Moreover, they feared that someone had already taken notice of the commotion nearby. If they could stall, the three would pose little threat. Shen Imo quickly pointed out one of the adversaries, signaling to Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin who their next target should be. Before producing a soul-confounding flute, the flute could even affect allies, so he needed to communicate the next target before activating it and initiating the assault. As soon as Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin processed the instruction, they launched their attacks on the designated target, striving to eliminate another adversary. However, the plan encountered difficulties. As Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin attacked, the other three emerged from the influence of the flute's effect, blocking their strikes. The needles manipulated by Shen Imo merely inflicted wounds upon the opponent, failing to secure a decisive victory. Yet, in an instant, he commanded the mother and child needles to split into 13, catching the enemy off guard. They managed to deflect 7 or 8, but the rest pierced through their head, heart, and abdomen. The two who had been blocking Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin were also struggling, as both wielded premium artifacts. If they continued to defend, they risked eventual defeat. However, if they could stall, reinforcements would surely arrive. Shen Imo engaged in combat with another adversary, acutely aware that he needed to retreat. Utilizing the mother and child needles, he launched a relentless barrage against his opponent, who could only defend. Suddenly, Shen Imo reduced his spiritual energy on the needles, and the shadow stab shot toward the individual confronting Wang Yuexin. Sensing an icy chill at his back, the man hastily rolled to the ground, providing Wang Yuexin the opportunity to inflict serious injury. Observing that only 2 adversaries remained, Shen Imo surmised they would be hesitant to pursue him alone. He swiftly collected the storage bags of the 3 slain opponents and then departed with his companions. The last of the fallen was too close to the remaining 2 cultivators, making it unwise to linger. After Shen Imo and his companions left, the gravely injured cultivator met the same fate at the hands of the other 2. After all, with the elimination of this one, each of the remaining pair could claim a storage bag, allowing for a modest profit. Now, having escaped Mountain City for 3 days, it was unlikely that anyone could trace him. The other 2 were equally at a loss, for the path of immortality was fraught with peril at every turn. Even the simplest task of purchasing something was tinged with the anxiety of potential robbery. After a brief respite from their travels, Shen Imo yearned to visit Yuhua City, pondering whether Lingyu had made a home there. Shen Mo's desire to reunite with Lingyu was mirrored by Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin, particularly Wang Yuexin, who had not seen Lingyu since she departed at the tender age of 10. And now, after 15 long years, was filled with trepidation that Lingyu might have changed beyond recognition. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of guilt as a mother for her perceived failings. The trio ambled along, taking their time, and after half a month, they finally arrived at Yuhua City. When Shen Wanxian had last departed from there, She was merely 15. Now, at 27, she found the city transformed beyond her recollections. The once familiar snack street that had delighted the two brothers had long since changed. Guided by memory, Shen led Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin to the entrance of Jishir Hall, though it seemed altered from his recollections. Naturally, after 12 years, change was to be expected. Yet, he wondered how the charming young girl from his memories had fared. Perhaps she had married and settled down. To their surprise, neither Shen nor Shen Wanxian could recognize anyone from the past within Jishir Hall. Until they spotted a familiar face, the old steward, whom Shen referred to as Steward Yang, while Shen Wanxian called him Uncle Yang. When Shen had first arrived, Steward Yang had been in his 40s, but now his hair was streaked with gray. The old steward, upon recognizing Shen Wanxian and Shen from a distance, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, only to confirm he had not been mistaken. Shen greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Yang, we have returned." Steward Yang, gazing at Shen Wanxian, could still discern the youthful visage of the girl he remembered from 12 years prior. As for Shen, he appeared far more mature than before, yet still looked to be in his 30s. He recalled how he had claimed to be 33 upon his arrival. 12 years had passed, yet he seemed untouched by time. Stepping into Jishir Hall with the two women, Shen learned that nearly 3 years after their departure, a formidable patient had arrived. A man of fearsome countenance, rumored to be the leader of the 12 thieves of Fengshan. With a heart dedicated to healing, Song Mingyuan had treated him, but after recovery, the man was treacherously slain by his own subordinates. The 12 thieves believed that Song Mingyuan's medical abilities had caused their leader's death. Without reason, they stormed Jishir Hall and the Song residence, annihilating the entire establishment. Fortunately, by then, Lingyu had made some progress in her cultivation and managed to escape with Miss Song at IT that time. Shen had been visiting his grandson, thus narrowly avoiding disaster. Shen fell silent. How swiftly the years had changed everything. Song Mingyuan, a remarkable physician, had suffered such a tragic fate. However, the 12 thieves of Fengshan had been eradicated by Shen Lingyu 4 years prior. Now, Shen Lingyu had risen to prominence, renowned throughout the martial world for her swordsmanship and profound inner strength, earning her the title of the Little Sword God. Jishir Hall had been re-established upon her return 4 years ago, and the current physicians there were her disciples. Listening to the tales of Shen Lingyu's recent adventures, Shen couldn't help but marvel at how his second son had thrived beyond their family's wildest dreams, capturing flower thieves. Embarking on distant journeys and gaining renown, he had slain 2 generals at the borders, earning the title of loyal and brave marquis from the court, with his fief located in Yuhua City, where he had also established a residence. In addition, he had received a jade token from the emperor, empowering him to act against corrupt officials without prior decree, successfully thwarting embezzlement schemes and preventing a rebellion by Prince and once. Shen had imparted to his son the noble ideal of serving the nation and its people. A sentiment that had resonated deeply within the martial community, becoming a lifelong aspiration for many. Historically, the government and the martial world had been at odds, but Shen Lingyu's emergence had softened relations considerably. Under her guidance, many from the martial realm had enlisted in the military, contributing significantly to the nation's efforts. Moreover, he had captured the daughter of the martial world's revered saint of war. And the two of them had traveled together, earning the title of divine couple. Yet, they remained childless, perhaps wishing to explore the world a while longer. It was heard that Shen Lingyu had found a girl she favored, prompting Shen and his wife to glance at Shen Wanxian. Despite being the elder brother, he seemed to be the last to find a partner, and even now, he had yet to establish a relationship. Observing his son's comfortable life, Shen felt relieved, albeit somewhat regretful for not encountering Lingyu this time, leaving him to ponder when they might reunite again. Afterward, Steward Yang led them to the residence bestowed upon Shen Lingyu by the court, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, ensuring that they could find her home on their next visit. Before leaving, Shen Lingyu had pinned a letter to Shen stating, "Father, I am well. Sister Song has successfully cultivated. During my last visit to Qinglin City, I could not find you. They informed me you had moved at IT. Turned out Lingyu had returned, but had missed them due to their relocation to the inner city." Sister Song likely referred to Song Yin, and her ability to cultivate indicated that she had successfully embarked on the path of immortality. Shen was astonished by this serendipitous turn of events, realizing that Song Yin had indeed achieved her aspirations. Wang Yuexin, standing nearby, noticed the letter and upon seeing the phrase Sister Song, felt a twinge of unease, though she feigned composure. The name of this woman had frequently surfaced over the years, always evoking a sense of discomfort within her. Although she had once promised to welcome her husband's younger sister into their home, who could genuinely claim to be unbothered by such matters? Sensing Wang Yuexin's unease, Shen gently embraced her shoulders. They chose not to rush their departure, opting to rest at Shen Lingyu's home, which had been prepared for their family. Meanwhile, far away, Shen Lingyu sat in an inn, penning his diary, an inclination he had developed since remaining at Jishir Hall. His wife, Shen, nestled beside him, curious about her husband's daily ritual. Shen Lingyu smiled, expressing that if they could not meet again, he hoped that one day someone might deliver this diary to his parents, allowing them to witness all he had accomplished over the years. Yet, perhaps such a delivery was unnecessary. He longed for the day he could stand before them and recount his experiences, sharing the tales of his journey and his endeavors. Chapter 64. Who constructs the foundation? First, the three of them left letters for Shen Lingyu before departing Yuhua City, content to know that their child was thriving, despite the sorrow of not having met him. Upon returning to Qinglin City, Shen Yumiao welcomed them, particularly amused by Shen Mo's endless banter. Aside from leaving behind a small reserve of spirit stones, Shen Mo had taken all the remaining stones with him. For the first time, Shen Yumiao felt the weight of familial responsibility, realizing the considerable financial strain on their household. Monthly rent for 2 residences, daily operations of the gathering formation, provisions, and allowances for his wives. All these responsibilities weighed heavily on him. How had his father managed to do it all so effortlessly? Naturally, Shen Mo refrained from revealing that he did not require cultivation. With his return, the financial reins of the household were once again in his hands. After acquiring the Foundation Establishment Pill, the Shen family returned to stability. Shen Wanxian also passed on her alchemical knowledge from Yu Mountain City to Shen Yumiao, who made notable progress in his own alchemical pursuits. A month after Shen Mo's return, the time arrived for the triennial recruitment by the 3 sections. However, following the last recruitment, nearly 1/5 of the scattered cultivators in Qinglin City had perished, with the majority being at the mid to late stages of qi refinement. The economy in Qinglin City had suffered greatly as a result. Consequently, the 3 families increased their efforts to recruit mortals from the mundane world to Qinglin City. This time, the 3 sects would not open the secret realm nor impose stringent recruitment standards, instead opting for a martial competition, hosting tournaments in Qinglin City where each sect would select 10 individuals from the scattered cultivators. The primary reason behind this shift was the recent discovery of the heart-purifying lotus, a rare treasure within the secret realm, leading them to suspect that other precious resources remained undiscovered, and that they were unwilling to allow the scattered cultivators to benefit from them. After all, they were aware that a portion of the scattered cultivators had utilized boundary-breaking talismans, and the potential loss of rare treasures would be a significant blow to the 3 sections. In the days that followed, Shen Mo took his wife and children to witness the festivities, observing the martial contests of others, which could also inspire new strategies for their own battles. Among the competitors, Shen Mo was surprised to see the very individual who had sold him martial arts manuals years ago. This person had now advanced to the 8th layer of qi refinement, a speed that rivaled any member of the Shen family. Moreover, his swordsmanship was extraordinary, allowing him to defeat numerous practitioners at the 9th layer of qi refinement and become one of the outer disciples of the Sword Cloud sect. 3 months later, a significant event transpired in Qinglin City. The Zhou family celebrated a breakthrough to Foundation establishment. In a fleeting moment, the situation in Qinglin City underwent a profound transformation. The Bai and Chu families found their businesses relentlessly suppressed, leading to a significant reduction in their market share. Consequently, the Bai and Chu families were compelled to forge a marital alliance. However, the losses incurred could not be easily reclaimed. The emergence of an additional Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family placed immense pressure on both clans. They eagerly yearned for their own family to produce another Foundation establishment cultivator to regain what was lost, yet they were reluctant to see the other family succeed in this endeavor, fearing it would disrupt the delicate balance within Qinglin City. During this period, Bai Xinji visibly withered upon his visits to the Shen family. 3 days prior, he had come to inform them of his preparations for Foundation establishment. In response, Shen Mo could offer no assistance beyond encouragement, wishing him success in his endeavors. Nevertheless, the intricate entanglements of grudges and grievances among the Foundation establishment families momentarily remained separate from the Shen family's affairs. With the Foundation Establishment elixir having passed, the market for alchemical products at Linlang Pavilion reopened. Shen resumed normal trading relations with Linlang Pavilion, and the Shen family gradually returned to their routine tranquility, until recently. Lately, Shen Wanxian and Shen Yunmiao observed their parents avoiding them, seemingly fearful of incurring their displeasure. Wang Yuexin had recently achieved a level of cultivation nearing completion, reaching a point where further advancement seemed impossible. At this juncture, many cultivators began to prepare for sensing the opportunity for Foundation establishment, hoping for a breakthrough. Yet, many did not possess the fortuitous circumstances necessary to attain such an opportunity through natural insight. Thus, some resorted to forcibly utilizing Foundation establishment elixirs to unlock the gateway to this critical stage. This contention arose between the two families. Shen Wanxian was 27, while Wang Yuexin had already reached 43. On that day, Shen presented the Foundation establishment elixir, Hylon Tears, and the pure heart lotus seeds before Wang Yuexin, hoping she would use them to enter seclusion for Foundation establishment. A single elixir could enhance the probability of success by 2.5 times. And her current chances, even with the stacking of medicinal effects, were already at a remarkable 50%. However, Wang Yuexin declined, insisting that Shen reserve these for Shen Wanxian or Shen Yunmiao. Shen Wanxian firmly conveyed to her that both he and Shen Yunmiao still had over 20 years before reaching 50, providing ample opportunity to await the next appearance of a Foundation establishment elixir. Moreover, they had already acquired the formula to create one themselves. All that was needed was time, and they were certain they could refine the elixir independently. Yet, Wang Yuexin remained unconvinced, recalling that there had been a 30-year gap between the two auctions of Foundation establishment elixirs in Yuanshan City. The difficulty of refining such elixirs was immense, and their family might not be able to bear the costs. As a mother, she naturally wished for her children to have the opportunity to achieve Foundation establishment. Furthermore, she argued that Shen, now 48, could likely reach the 9th level of qi refinement within 3 years. The notion of establishing a foundation before 50 was merely theoretical. Achieving Foundation establishment at 51 still held a considerable chance of success, so why should he not use it first? From every perspective, it seemed unreasonable for her to be the one to take this step first, leading to multiple disputes between the couple. This matter was naturally kept from Shen Yu and his wife. For them, Wang Yuexin's attainment of the 9th level of qi refinement was sufficient, and the priority of Foundation establishment would undoubtedly fall upon the descendants of the Shen family. Thus, no one in the family knew the true nature of the couple's quarrel. They only understood that Shen was incredibly angry, even foregoing meals for several days. The couple had effectively separated, and their children sensed that their father was attempting to pressure their mother into some form of concession through this childish behavior. Shen Wanxian and Shen Yunmiao inquired of their father, who for the first time insisted they need not concern themselves with such matters. When they approached their mother, she merely wore an expression of silent resignation, occasionally revealing a glimmer of helplessness and stubbornness in her eyes. Later, Shen Yunmiao covertly asked Wang Yuexin if Shen was keeping a mistress outside, intending to bring her home against her wishes. Wang Yuexin reassured him that such notions were unfounded and that there was no truth to them. She too was uncertain how to navigate this situation, having never before encountered her husband's temper manifested in such a childish manner, eschewing food and refusing to share a bed. Despite the immaturity of his actions, it undeniably troubled Wang Yuexin. Yet, she could not allow herself to succumb to such feelings. Above all, she wished for her husband or son to achieve success in Foundation establishment. Chapter 65. A generation comes to an end while the couple continued their discord. Shen Yu unexpectedly entered the study, shortly followed by Wang Yuexin, who supported Lin Chuier into the room. Shen Yu, seated at his desk, summoned Shen to his side, inquiring about the quarrel between the two. He expressed his ignorance of the details, but emphasized that spouses must support each other throughout their lives. Do not let years of marital affection be tarnished at the end, he urged. Shen, as a man, you have been the head of the family for over a decade. You ought not to behave childishly. Yuexin, the old man is correct. There is nothing between couples that cannot be resolved. Lin Chuier gently patted Wang Yuexin's hand, offering her encouragement. Shen, unwilling to burden the elderly couple with worry, clasped Wang Yuexin's hand. Yet, he was unable to sense any lingering spiritual energy from his father. A cultivator's physical form can store spiritual energy, but as one approaches the end of their lifespan, the aging body is no longer capable of retaining such energy. Eventually, all spiritual energy dissipates, signifying the imminent conclusion of that cultivator-esque life. Shen continuously attempted to perceive Shen Yu's spiritual energy fluctuations, but he could not detect even a trace. Shen Yu seemed to perceive Shen Mo's unease and kindly remarked, "Just moments ago, the last vestige of spiritual energy has returned to the cosmos." It became apparent that Shen Yu's life was drawing to a close, and witnessing the discord between the couple prompted him to intervene while he still could. "Why are you crying, behaving like a child?" Shen Yu chided upon seeing Shen Mo's reddened eyes. In the following days, Shen Mo devoted more time to be with Shen Yu, while Shen Wanxian and Shen Yumiao sensed the gravity of the situation and clung to their grandfather's side. Luo Wenjing had recently given birth to a son, named Shen Xingyun, and Shen Yunmiao frequently brought the children to surround Shen Yu. Surrounded by grandchildren, enjoying familial bliss, what more could one desire in life? As Shen Yu gazed at Shen Wanxian in the distance, surrounded by little ones, he thought that perhaps such a departure was not so bad after all. Reflecting on his life, Shen Yu felt he had accomplished little. In his youth, he had studied diligently and achieved the status of a scholar early on. Believing he could ascend the ranks, serve in government, and benefit the community, he envisioned wielding power and leaving his mark on history. Yet his talents proved insufficient, and he never achieved the success he sought. His parents had toiled endlessly in the fields for his education, only for him to remain unaccomplished, scraping by in the dirt. He had thought his life would continue in this manner until, in his 30s, he encountered a chance for immortality. Years spent in pursuit of the Tao led him to Qinglin City, only to discover that the so-called immortals were, like ordinary people, burdened by financial concerns and the need for skills to survive. 2 decades of mediocrity followed, during which his dreams of immortality faded in vain. Thankfully, his descendants exhibited promise, perhaps fulfilling the ambitions he could not realize in his lifetime. Despite the many regrets he harbored, witnessing the current scene brought him a sense of completion. The dusk was particularly beautiful that day. Shen Yu slowly closed his eyes in the courtyard. Once again, a cultivator in Qinglin City passed away with dreams of seeking immortality. Was there ever a day in Qinglin City devoid of death? Unlike many others, this elder had lived beyond a century. A smile gracing his lips, suggesting a life well lived. Shen Yu's passing cast a shadow over the Shen family's former merriment. He had not bestowed upon Shen Mo any extraordinary gifts, nor had he harbored any expectations for him after his own cultivation had faltered. Yet, Shen Mo had grown under Shen Yu's guidance for 40 years, sharing daily life with him. The sudden loss left Shen Mo at a loss for words to describe his feelings. It was a suffocating pain that no amount of expression or release could alleviate. During this time, Shen Mo preferred to remain in the study, devoting himself to alchemy and avoiding the outside world. Wang Yuexin would bring meals to him daily, aware that her husband was still grappling with the reality of Shen Yu's departure. When Wang Jin had died, she too had mourned for a long time, despite his less-than-kind treatment. After all, they were connected by blood. Embracing Shen Mo, she hoped to provide him with a measure of strength. Feeling Wang Yuexin's warmth, Shen Mo held her even tighter. In a hoarse voice, he murmured, "You know, I actually sensed he would leave long ago, but I still cannot accept it. Tell me, if our family had reached our current status sooner, would he have had the chance to establish his foundation?" What Shen Mo expressed, he knew deep down to be an impossibility. Shen Yu had married after relinquishing all hope of attaining immortality. No matter how hard Shen Mo tried, he could not alter Shen Yu's fate. Wang Yuexin remained silent, gently patting Shen Mo's back, hoping to soothe his spirits. "Will you stay by my side, no matter what happens?" Shen Mo asked once more. Wang Yuexin softly replied, "Regardless of the circumstances, I will always remain by your side, my husband." "Do you believe in me?" he inquired. "Of course I believe in you, my husband." Wang Yuexin nodded earnestly. Shen Mo slowly rose, retrieving the foundation establishment elixir, pure heart lotus, and Hylan tears. "You must believe in me. I have a way to establish my foundation, but it requires time. I will also ensure our sons have the opportunity to do so. I hope that in the future, no matter how many years pass, you will always be by my side. Will you trust me this time?" Shen Mo gazed at Wang Yuexin, his eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. He could not bear to lose another person he cherished. He yearned for a way to ensure that those dear to him could continue to live on, always by his side. Wang Yuexin, in return, looked at Shen Mo, her gaze beginning to falter, uncertain of how to proceed. Deep down, she wished to trust Shen Mo. as the transformation of the Shen family over the past decade had been wrought by her husband's efforts. Thus, she believed in his capacity to create miracles. Yet, she also harbored doubts about whether he could truly succeed. Their divergence lay here. Had Shen been able to produce 2 foundation establishment pills immediately, she would not have hesitated. However, the reality was that having consumed a foundation establishment pill, whether another would be available in the future remained an uncertainty. Time was not on Wang Yuexin's side. She was approaching the optimal age for foundation establishment, and after 50, her vitality would wane, significantly diminishing her chances of success. Beyond 70, the possibility of establishing a foundation would be nearly extinguished. Wang Yuexin sought to buy time. Yet Shen was unwilling to let her go, eager to extract a definitive answer from her. After much hesitation, Wang Yuexin chose to trust Shen. She genuinely wished to avoid witnessing the sorrow in her husband's expression. If he could indeed succeed in establishing his foundation, then a century hence, when she had passed, he would remain alone. The opportunity for foundation establishment, coveted by all, was something Shen was determined to bestow upon Wang Yuexin. Chapter 66. The family issues a mission. Although Wang Yuexin was preparing for her breakthrough, the matter was far from simple. She could not attempt her breakthrough in Qinglin City, as it would likely provoke the jealousy of the other 3 families, particularly the Zhou family. The Zhou family had painstakingly managed to suppress the other 2 families on their own, and the emergence of a new foundation establishment would considerably alter the dynamics of Qinglin City. Thus, they would never allow a new foundation establishment to occur. However, the critical moment of the foundation establishment phase would create a vortex of spiritual energy, drawing in the spiritual force within a radius of 3 miles. A breakthrough in Qinglin City would inevitably attract the attention of the 3 families. Yet, to successfully establish a foundation, a location with sufficient spiritual energy was essential. Otherwise, the breakthrough would encounter significant obstacles. Therefore, Shen needed to seek a safe place within the Qinglin mountain range for Wang Yuexin to enter seclusion. Furthermore, he intended to purchase a first-tier high-level spirit gathering array, aiming to gather as much spiritual energy around Wang Yuexin as possible, thereby providing her with an optimal environment for her breakthrough. However, a first-tier high-level spirit gathering array cost a staggering 6,000 spirit stones. It was no exaggeration to say that its value surpassed that of a foundation establishment pill. The high cost of foundation establishment pills stemmed from their monopoly. In reality, a single pill might only be worth around 1,000, yet due to the control exerted by major sects, loose cultivators had no means to obtain them, driving their prices to exorbitant heights. Conversely, a first-tier high-level spirit gathering array could sustain a small qi refinement family. Some families engaged solely in qi refinement utilized such arrays. It was rumored that the Chu family of Qinglin also employed multiple first-tier high-level spirit gathering arrays. The size of the array's layout determined the concentration of the gathered spiritual energy. If the layout was expansive, the concentration would diminish, while a compact layout would significantly enhance the richness of the energy. After the last auction, Shen was left with only a little over 2,000 spirit stones, needing several months to accumulate more. Wang Yuexin also required time to adjust her condition. Although she had resolved to establish her foundation, she was still plagued by uncertainty. The location for her seclusion also needed to be reconsidered, and all of this required time. Moreover, with Shen Yu's recent passing, Shen preferred to avoid engaging in too many matters during this period. Currently, apart from his daily alchemical endeavors, Shen spent his days accompanying his mother. Even when he visited the Linglang Pavilion to sell elixirs, Yulong could sense something was amiss with him. This state of affairs persisted for over a month before Shen gradually improved and began searching for a suitable place for Wang Yuexin's foundation establishment seclusion, in pursuit of an appropriate location. Shen summoned Shen Wanxian and Shen Yunmiao, gravely proclaiming, "I am issuing 2 family tasks. One is to find a suitable place for seclusion in the Qinglin mountain range, and the other is to devise a means to capture a group of spirit bees. I wonder who among you wishes to undertake these tasks. Each task carries a reward of 100 spirit stones." Pift. Shen Yunmiao couldn't help but chuckle. In their family, matters had always been under his father's complete control. Whatever he instructed was simply followed. Now, introducing a so-called task with such solemnity struck Shen Yunmiao as bizarre, prompting him to burst into laughter. "Yunmiao, what is so amusing?" Shen feigned a stern expression. Shen Yunmiao quickly composed himself, yet he remained perplexed. With only a handful of family members, was it truly necessary to establish such regulations? Furthermore, a reward of 100 spirit stones seemed trivial for their family, as all three of them could refine pills. With just a couple of days' effort, they could easily earn that amount. Unbeknownst to him, Shunmo was actually experimenting, pondering how to establish a framework. Theoretically, the first 3 generations did not require such intricacy, but Shunmo wished to lay the groundwork for the family in advance, allowing the 3rd generation to acclimatize. "Father, what do you need the spirit bees for?" Shen Wanxian inquired, having noticed there were 2 tasks this time. Both he and Shen Yumiao were aware of Wang Yuexin's foundation establishment plans and had no objections to it. But why was the pursuit of spirit bees necessary? What benefit could they possibly confer upon the foundation establishment? In truth, Shenmo had recently observed the small world and discovered several mature herbs that inexplicably lacked seeds. Upon researching, he uncovered something he had never previously considered. Certain plants required insects for pollination rather than self-fertilization. Thus, he intended to cultivate spirit bees to assist with the pollination in his limited 8 square meter space. Although the small world was not particularly bountiful, Shen Imo remained diligent in his observations. However, he could not disclose this to his son. Instead, he replied, "I recently read that spirit honey is beneficial for children's growth. Is that so?" Shen Yumiao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he looked at his father. Although he was already a father of 4, his demeanor still retained a certain immaturity. Yet, this youthful enthusiasm was one of Shen Yunmiao's virtues. As they entered the Qinglin mountain range, Shen Yunmiao promptly began concealing his spiritual energy fluctuations. The Qinglin mountain range extended for hundreds of miles, teeming with formidable foundation establishment monsters. Regardless of how audacious one might be, entering the mountains required restraint. Those who could perform the concealment technique could hide themselves, while those who could not could merely temper their spiritual energy somewhat. Anyone who wandered through the mountains without caution, exposing their spiritual energy, would appear like a beacon in the night to the monsters. Encountering ordinary beasts would be manageable, but stumbling upon a foundation establishment beast could spell disaster. An unmasked spiritual energy presence was tantamount to provocation for these foundation establishment monsters. The weak provocatively challenged the strong, a perilous endeavor indeed. Moreover, it is rumored that a formidable golden core demon resides within the Qinglin mountain range. The very existence of Qinglin City can be attributed to an agreement forged between certain sects and the great demon of Qinglin Mountain. Regardless of the various legends and reasons, most cultivators who frequent the Qinglin mountain range are acutely aware that one must not be overly arrogant upon entering. Otherwise, inciting the wrath of foundation-building demon beasts could lead to one's demise without hope of rescue. As for the few who dared, most have perished, while those who survived have become the majority. Shen Yunmiao meandered through the Qinglin mountain range, pondering how to locate the spiritual bees. Despite his intent to find them, he was utterly clueless about how to proceed. Having dispatched several demon beasts, he returned home empty-handed, lacking any spiritual bees. To cultivate spiritual bees, one must inevitably locate their nest and capture the queen. Only then can one begin the process of rearing them. However, for several consecutive days, Shen Yunmiao encountered not a single spiritual bee. He could not help but voice his frustration, wondering if perhaps this place was devoid of them. Why, dear, spiritual bees are among the most common of demon beasts. While the varieties may differ from place to place, it is improbable that they are completely absent. We must simply be searching in the wrong direction. Luo Yunxian consoled Shen Yunmiao. Look, Little Bai hasn't found any either. Shen Yunmiao pointed to the azure-headed eagle soaring above, which he had named Little Bai, a companion he shared with Shen Wanxian. That night, Shen Yunmiao commenced his cultivation early, while Luo Wenshuan diligently sought methods to locate wild spiritual bees and trace their whereabouts. She then recalled that bees must collect nectar, thus deducing that they should search for a blooming meadow within the Qinglin mountain range. Spiritual bees do not exclusively gather nectar from spiritual plants. Most often, they collect from ordinary flowers, much like how the Shen family once consumed common food during their humble beginnings. With this in mind, she and Shen Yunmiao began their quest for flower-laden areas within the Qinglin mountain range, not only searching themselves but also soliciting assistance from others. Ultimately, they learned from a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement that a small river lay somewhere in the mountains, bordered by an abundance of wildflowers. Following the directions provided, Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenshuan wandered for quite some time before finally spotting the river amidst the thicket, about 100 meters away. Employing his spiritual sight technique, Shen Yunmiao indeed witnessed a profusion of flowers blooming by the riverbank. Perhaps driven by a woman's irresistible attraction to blossoms, Luo Wenxuan eagerly dashed towards the river, while Shen Yunmiao ambled along behind. Why is it that only the woman catches my eye? Where's the man? Two figures concealed within the grass observed Luo Wenxuan intently. These individuals were the ones who had informed Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenxuan about this location. They had long heard whispers of a couple of cultivators, one at the 8th level and the other at the 7th, who were inexplicably searching for a place abundant with flowers. Moreover, rumors suggested that their offensive talismans were of superior quality. In Qinglin City, such talismans were exceedingly rare, and many at the 8th level of qi refinement might not even possess one. Thus, these two had set their sights on Shen Yunmiao and his wife. They intentionally led the couple to this spot, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain to arrive first. To prevent unforeseen complications, they had strategically laid a fire element transformation spirit array, an advanced Tier 1 miniature array. Unlike conventional arrays that could endure for decades with proper maintenance, miniature arrays had a limited number of uses, typically only a dozen times before they would collapse. A standard advanced Tier 1 array could simultaneously ensnare over 10 late-stage qi refinement cultivators. And some powerful killing arrays could annihilate foes within. In contrast, miniature arrays lack such overwhelming power, generally managing to trap only 2 or 3 individuals at most. Conventional arrays also consumed more spirit stones and were considerably more expensive. While an advanced Tier 1 miniature array was relatively affordable, costing only about the equivalent of 2 superior talismans. Yet, its efficacy often surpassed that of superior talismans, making it a common tactic against similarly ranked cultivators, or even stronger foes. Being trapped within the fire element transformation spirit array would subject one to relentless assaults from demon beasts conjured from blazing flames, ultimately leading to death amidst the turmoil. Even if one miraculously survived, 2 onlookers would be poised to strike. Previously, these two had successfully ensnared a 9th level qi refinement cultivator using this very array. Shen Yunmiao had yet to make his appearance. While the underling urged his leader to decide on a course of action, as the so-called leader saw Luo Wenxuan nearing the boundary of the array, he gritted his teeth and activated it. Time was of the essence. These two were clearly prime targets not to be allowed to escape. Although he was uncertain of the whereabouts of the other man, trapping one would still give them the advantage in a 2-on-1 scenario. Luo Wenxuan found herself ensnared within the array, unaware of the unfolding events. However, she did not panic, utilizing her superior talisman for defense, temporarily shielded from immediate danger. Yet, she remained oblivious to the identity of her assailants, which caused her some concern, especially with Shen Yunmiao alone outside. The leader chuckled, "I told you this couple would be easy prey. They even possess superior talismans. But once their spiritual energy is depleted, let's see how easily she can sustain herself." He wondered where the man had gone. Had they separated? "Are you looking for me?" Shen Yunmiao's voice resonated from behind. "What?" The leader and his underling turned in unison, only to witness Shen Yunmiao's flying sword strike his underling, who, caught off guard, was instantly slain. How is this possible? The leader drew his talisman, preparing to confront Shen Yunmiao. Having previously plundered some cultivators, he possessed a superior talisman and a defensive one as well. In that moment, Shen Yunmiao found it challenging to subdue him, but suddenly, an azure-headed eagle swooped down to attack the leader. Despite being only at the initial stage of qi refinement, the leader attempted to fend it off with his talisman. At that instant, Shen Yunmiao unleashed his power, employing the sharp gold technique and the 1,000-thread sword art, launching an overwhelming assault that swiftly incapacitated the leader, who succumbed beneath Shen Yunmiao's blade. Chapter 68. An arm. After dispatching both adversaries, Shen Yunmiao collected their storage bags and approached the miniature array, retrieving the spirit stones that sustained it.asa result. The array came to an abrupt halt. When Luo Wenxuan emerged from the array, she had sustained no injuries, though she had experienced considerable spiritual energy depletion, requiring only a brief period to recover. Shen Yunmiao, meanwhile, retracted the miniature array, noting several cracks upon its surface, fearing it would completely collapse after a few more uses. Nevertheless, this miniature array proved to be an effective means of incapacitating foes. Afterward, Shen Yunmiao resolved to return to Qinglin City to procure additional arrays. As for the two assailants, Luo Wenxuan had initially overlooked them and thus made her way to the riverbank. Meanwhile, the azure-headed eagle, which Shen Yunmiao had instructed to scout the skies, had detected the presence of the two men and quickly flew back to inform Shen Yunmiao of the discovery, prompting his sudden appearance behind them. Though the two continued to search the vicinity, they found no spiritual bees and ultimately had to return, feeling disappointed. However, upon observing a peculiar substance on the leaves of a tree, Luo Wenxuan scrutinized it closely. She recalled seeing something similar in a book. This was the excrement of spiritual bees. The presence of such droppings indicated that spiritual bees were indeed nearby. She shared her findings with Shen Yunmiao, who was equally thrilled. After several days, they finally had a lead. Unfortunately, with dusk approaching, they would have to wait until the following day to resume their search for the spiritual bees. On their return, Shen Yunmiao recounted his heroic exploits of the day to Shen Imo and Shen Wanxian. Shen Imo reiterated the importance of caution, reminding him that he was now the father of 4 children and must take care to protect himself. "I understand, father. You really are quite tedious," Shen Yunmiao replied, somewhat disheartened by his father's incessant admonitions. With his current strength, aside from the foundation-building stage, there was likely no one in Qinglin City who could threaten his life. Shen Imo shook his head as he regarded his son. Perhaps with time, Shen Yunmiao would mature and demonstrate greater prudence. However, with Luo Wenxuan watching over him, it was likely he would exhibit some restraint. Shen Yunmiao's recent encounter also inspired Shen Imo to consider purchasing some advanced Tier 1 killing arrays to lay around the periphery as a form of protection. The next day, having uncovered valuable clues, Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenxuan swiftly located the habitat of the spiritual bees. It was then that Luo Wenxuan discovered that the bees in the vicinity were known as Nuyu bees, a gentle species that rarely attacked humans and worked diligently, producing a greater quantity of honey than ordinary bees. Many had often spotted them gathering nectar under the moonlight, hence the name Nuyu bees. To capture the spiritual bees, Shen Imo had deliberately purchased an additional spirit beast bag, which, unlike storage bags, allowed living creatures to survive within it. However, the cost was considerably higher. The Shen family's current storage bags were basic, with a capacity of 1 cubic meter for 200 spirit stones, while a spirit beast bag with the same volume cost 500 spirit stones. Nonetheless, spirit beast bags did not necessitate the recognition of a master for the creatures stored within. Their sole purpose was to contain living beings. The new UB colony possessed low cultivation levels, all at the initial stage of chi refinement, and their individual combat abilities were exceedingly weak, posing a threat only in large numbers. However, it was evident that the new UBs were not abundant in this area. After slaying dozens of worker bees, Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenxuan successfully captured the entire hive along with the queen, securing them within the spirit beast bag. Shen Imo, having acquired the spiritual bees, had previously cultivated 2 azure-headed eagles and had already procured a method for establishing a master-servant contract with the demon beasts. It is imperative that a normal person never allows their demonic beast to surpass them in strength. Should the beast harbor ulterior motives, it will submit when its master is stronger, but if the master is weaker, it may become uncontrollable and turn against them. When raising a demonic beast, one must ensure that its cultivation does not exceed their own. Otherwise, betrayal and backlash are likely if the beast's power surpasses that of its master. However, if a strong bond exists between the beast and its human caretaker, such concerns may be alleviated. Spirit insect-type demonic beasts typically possess low intelligence, advance slowly, and have very short lifespans, thus rarely presenting such issues. After capturing the spirit bees, Shen Yunmiao began searching for a suitable place to enter seclusion. A few days later, he discovered a cave that was exceptionally concealed. Had it not been for the chance sighting of a demon bear returning to its den, they may never have found it. Unfortunately, this cave was occupied by a late-stage chi refinement demon bear. Shen Yunmiao initially intended to charge in and fight, but was halted by Luo Wenxuan. She suggested that he set up the previous fire elemental transformation array and then lure the bear into it. Generally, demonic beasts possess physical prowess superior to that of humans, and if a cultivator's magical tools are not formidable, they may find themselves at a disadvantage against such beasts of the same rank. Although Shen Yunmiao's magical equipment was not lacking, Luo Wenxuan preferred a more cautious approach to avoid potential complications. The demon bear was successfully lured into the array, yet the spiritual energy within the array was depleted, failing to slay the beast. Ultimately, it was only through the combined efforts of Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenxuan delivering the final blow that the bear fell. That night, they would feast on bear paws. Shen Yunmiao, filled with joy, began to dissect the demon bear's corpse, Stowing the remains in his storage pouch, As Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenxuan made their way back. They spotted a late-stage Qi refinement fiery Fang wolf pinning a cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement to the ground, nearly sinking its teeth into his throat. The fiery Fang wolf is a relatively common demonic beast, its sole weapon being its pair of fangs, which inflict a searing sensation upon being bitten. While it is swifter than most, its attack methods are akin to those of an ordinary wolf. Most fiery Fang wolves are only at the initial stage of Qi refinement, making this particular beast's late-stage prowess quite remarkable. Indeed a king among wolves. Witnessing this injustice, Shen Yunmiao swiftly drew his sword against the fiery Fang wolf. The beast released its captive and dodged the strike. Shen Yunmiao, exuding confidence, inquired, "Are you unharmed, fellow cultivator?" The grateful cultivator slowly rose, expressing his immense appreciation. "Let us discuss this later. First, we must vanquish this beast." As the fiery Fang wolf lunged toward them again, Shen Yunmiao prepared to engage with his flying sword. While the cultivator readied his own magical tool to fight alongside him, Shen Yunmiao was the first to charge at the fiery Fang wolf, while the cultivator launched his flying sword at the beast. However, to Shen Yunmiao's alarm, the sword veered straight towards his neck. Luo Wenxuan, observing from behind, shouted, "Yunmiao, be careful behind you." Shen Yunmiao turned to see the flying sword hurtling towards him. He hastily dodged, but the sword struck his left arm. As if that were not enough, under the cultivator's control, Shen Yunmiao's left arm was severed. The excruciating pain jolted through Shen Yunmiao's nerves, and the fiery Fang wolf was upon him. With no time to dwell on his injury, he employed his swift movement technique to narrowly evade disaster. Chapter 69. Inquiring about a person, Shen Yunmiao approached Luo Wenxuan, whose eyes were red from witnessing her beloved lose an arm. Shen Yunmiao was drenched in sweat, suppressing his agony as he urged, "We must flee. We are no match for him." Luo Wenxuan quickly realized the urgency and led Shen Yunmiao away. They activated the mid-grade spiritual boots gifted by Shinamo during their time in the secret realm. Although only of mid-grade quality, most cultivators prioritize offensive or defensive magical tools, often neglecting footwear, allowing Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenxuan to outpace both the cultivator and the wolf. However, blood continued to pour from Shen Yunmiao's arm, and there was no time to bandage it. He struggled to contain the flow with his spiritual energy, yet could not completely halt the bleeding. The fiery Fang wolf was tracking them by the scent of blood. And as Shen Yunmiao was gravely injured, it was merely a matter of time before it caught up with him. Glancing at his wife, he insisted, "Wenxuan, you must return. They are following my blood trail. Separating will ensure your safety. Do not speak nonsense. How could I abandon you? Besides, they are slower than us. We may yet find a chance to escape," Luo Wenxuan replied as they continued to run. Shen Yunmiao understood that even if he were to stop, Luo Wenxuan's steadfast nature would compel her to remain by his side. She was gentle on the outside but resolute within, having made her decision, and no one could sway her. Yet, if they continued like this, it would only be a matter of time until he exhausted his spiritual energy and was overtaken. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to buy more time. As they fled, they passed the location where they had slain the bear, and an idea struck Shen Yunmiao. They could lead their pursuers into the array. He shared his plan with Luo Wenxuan, who agreed to give it a try. Luo Wenxuan quickened her pace, intending to position herself ahead of Shen Yunmiao to set up the array, allowing him to feign being chased, thus reducing their adversary's alertness. She dashed ahead, making sure to reach a spot where their pursuers could no longer see her, and quickly set up the fire elemental transformation array before concealing herself nearby. A sudden disappearance would raise suspicions, so she needed to remain hidden. The pursuer riding the fiery Fang wolf approached, oblivious to the underlying plan, and sneered, "I thought your bond was deep. Turns out it is but a facade in times of peril." Each flees for themselves. He patted the fiery Fang wolf's head. Though the pursuer, Shen Yunmiao's speed appeared to be dwindling, and he was closing in. Shen Yunmiao glanced back to see the distance between them narrowing to less than 100 meters. Fear etched upon his face. He exerted his spiritual energy to hasten his pace, managing to leave both the man and the wolf behind momentarily. In just a moment, Shen Yunmiao employed his spiritual sight technique. Spotting a cloud character on the ground, a marker they had agreed upon earlier, he hurried towards that location and stealthily erased the mark with his foot. Suddenly, he stumbled, almost falling to the ground. The pursuer and the wolf did not suspect anything. After all, Shen Yunmiao was severely injured, and they would not find it surprising if he collapsed at any moment. Shen Yunmiao staggered a few more steps, and the man and wolf leisurely closed in, convinced that Shen Yunmiao could no longer escape. As they approached the original marker, Luo Wenxuan activated the fire elemental transformation array, and flames erupted, trapping both the man and the wolf within. However, both adversaries possessed considerable cultivation, and neither Shen Yunmiao nor Luo Wenxuan felt confident in using the array to eliminate them. If they did not perish, another fierce battle would surely ensue. Yet, the enemy produced a handkerchief within the array, surprisingly shielding themselves from the flames, which were effectively blocked. Shen Yunmiao realized they needed to make a swift exit. This array might not inflict significant damage upon their foes. Shen Yunmiao hastily tended to his wound, merely applying spiritual energy to suppress the bleeding. Given the opportunity, he knew he needed to address his injury. With one arm lost, bandaging became a challenge, and Luo Wenxuan hurriedly assisted him. Seeing Shen Yunmiao's pale face, beaded with cold sweat, filled her with a deep sense of sorrow. Yet, there was no time for sentimentality. Shen Yunmiao reminded Luo Wenxuan to depart quickly, and they hastened away from the location. Before they reached Qinglin City, Shen Yunmiao could run no longer, and it was Luo Wenxuan who carried him on her back. Upon entering Qinglin City, she felt a measure of relief, and then she brought Shen Yunmiao home. With his arm severed, the entire Shen family came to visit, eager to learn the circumstances that led to Shen Yunmiao's grievous injuries. When Shen Imo saw that Shen Yunmiao had lost an arm, he wanted to inquire about the incident and who was responsible. Shen Yunmiao looked at his father, recalling how he had once advised him, but he had not heeded the warning, resulting in this dire consequence. Overwhelmed by shame, he found himself unable to speak. Luo Wenxuan, believing her husband was too weak to discuss what had transpired, recounted the events on his behalf. Shen Yunmiao had anticipated that his father would scold him upon hearing the tale. Yet Shen Imo remained silent, leaving without a word. Wang Yusin stayed behind to care for Shen Yunmiao, suggesting that Shen Wanxian go check on her husband, as she felt something was amiss. Shen Wanxian observed Shen Imo departing alone and, filled with curiosity, followed him to see where he was headed. She found him entering the Linlang Pavilion, and she followed him inside, but could not locate Shen Imo among the crowd, a regular patron of Linlang Pavilion. Shen Imo was quickly ushered into a private room. Wai Yulong intended to brew tea for him, but Shen Imo was not in the mood. Wai Yulong, may I inquire whom I should approach in Qinglin City if I wish to gather information about a certain individual? What has transpired, Daoist Shen? Yulong, sensing something was off, instinctively sought to ask more questions. Shen Imo was unwilling to elaborate. Thank you for your concern, Daoist Yu. However, I would appreciate it if you could simply direct me to someone who might assist in my inquiries. Seeing Shen Mo's reluctance to share and his unusual demeanor, Yulong refrained from pressing further. In the inner city residential district, there is a man named Li Beitong. It is said that he is quite well informed. You might consider seeking him out. After Yulong revealed Li Beitong's whereabouts to Shen Imo did not linger and promptly bid farewell to Yulong upon spotting Shen Imo exiting. Shen Wenxian once again followed him. Although Shen Imo was aware of Shen Wenxian's presence, he chose not to engage too much at that moment. Following the address provided by Yulong, Shen Imo arrived at the so-called residence of Li Beitong. After knocking on the door, a laid-back young man soon appeared, and upon seeing Shen Imo, he inquired, "What brings you to my door?" Shen Imo asked if he was indeed Li Beitong, then proceeded to inform him that he had a business proposition to discuss. Recognizing the opportunity for business, Li Beitong invited Shen Imo inside to converse. Chapter 70. Acquiring information. Shen Imo was led into the courtyard by Li Beitong, who did not initially inquire about whom Shen Imo sought, instead asking how much he was willing to pay. The more generous the offer, the more effort he would expend. Without wasting words, Shen Imo produced 100 low-grade spirit stones and placed them directly on the table. Typically, the cost for Li Beitong to gather information would only amount to a few spirit stones. And upon seeing the stones on the table, his eyes gleamed with greed. He reached out to grab the spirit stones, but Shen Imo intercepted him, stating, "If you can find the information I seek within a day, this 100 spirit stones will be yours." Shen Imo maintained a calm demeanor. "I am unaware of the name of the person you seek," Li Beitong replied. "However, I know he has achieved the 8th level of qi refining and possesses a late-stage spirit pet. A fierce tooth wolf. If I knew more, I wouldn't need to consult you." Shinemo remained expressionless. This might prove somewhat challenging. Lacking even a name is rather inconvenient, Li Baitong remarked, attempting to leverage the situation to increase his fee. If it were easy to find, I wouldn't be offering such a handsome sum. If you lack the ability to conduct this business, I shall take my leave. Shinemo pocketed the spirit stones and silently began to walk away. Wait, you've only given me a day. This task is indeed quite difficult, Li Baitong called out, eager to negotiate a higher price. Shinemo recognized his intent, but felt the offered amount was already substantial. He refused to be taken advantage of and continued walking. Hold on, my friend. I will take on this task. Li Baitong gritted his teeth. Though the time frame was tight, the price was enticing, and such opportunities were rare. Hearing Li Baitong's words, Shinemo halted, retrieving 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag as a deposit. Li Dao Yu. I shall await your news within your premises. Surely, there are no valuable items to be concerned about? Shinemo surprisingly opted to remain at Li Baitong's residence rather than return home, eager to receive news without delay. Though he feigned calmness, he was burning with a desire for vengeance against Shan Yunmiao. Individuals like Li Baitong could easily offend someone and flee at any moment. Valuables were kept on their person, thus rendering any inconvenience moot. Given these signs, it was evident that Li Baitong was desperate for information. Either the person in question harbored a significant secret, or there existed a deep-seated enmity between them. However, these matters were not Li Baitong's concern as he hurriedly departed, leaving Shinemo alone within his home. Shen Wenxian, seeing a person exit who was not her father, lingered at the doorway. After waiting for an hour without any sign of her father or any sounds of combat from within, Shen Wenxian grew increasingly anxious. At that moment, the door swung open, and Shinemo beckoned to her. Shinemo could not leave at that moment. This was not his home, and exiting would prevent him from re-entering. Yet, he was reluctant to return, wishing to learn of any news at the earliest opportunity. Shinemo was aware that Shen Wenxian awaited outside, which prompted him to notify her to return home to ease their family's worries. Reluctantly, Shen Wenxian complied and returned to share news of her father's actions with her mother. Shen Yunmiao's condition had stabilized, with the care of sisters Luo Wenxian and Luo Wenjing. Meanwhile, Wang Yuxian found Shan Mo's behavior peculiar and was filled with concern upon learning of it. She instructed Shan Wenxian to guide her, intending to uncover Shan Mo's true intentions. The two stood vigil outside Li Baitong's residence throughout the night. During this time, they encountered the enforcement team and nearly faced arrest as suspicious individuals. After communicating with one of the officers, they discovered that the household Shinemo visited was home to a purveyor of information, specializing in the trade of various news. They began to grasp Shan Mo's motives. Li Baitong did not return that night. In order to locate someone within a day, he surely needed to utilize the nighttime hours effectively. It was not until the following evening that Li Baitong appeared before Shinemo, declaring, I have ascertained the identity of the person you seek. The individual is named Wang Jin, who arrived in Qinglin City 3 years ago. Some have witnessed him battling alongside a fierce tooth wolf, which possesses considerable strength, having reached the late stage of qi refining. Though the fierce tooth wolf is not an exceptionally powerful spirit pet, it is noteworthy that it is at the late stage of qi refining. And Wang Jin himself is at the 8th level, granting him a modicum of fame within Qinglin City. His existence is not hard to trace, as individuals at the 8th level are scarce in the city, especially when accompanied by a late-stage spirit pet. With diligent investigation, he could be found. However, obtaining his address within such a short time frame indeed required considerable effort. Li Baitong had to liaise with enforcement personnel from the outer city to uncover his precise location. Due to the limited time Shinemo had provided, the inquiries had inadvertently drawn attention, and Wang Jin became aware of it. Li Baitong handed the address to Shinemo, who accepted it, placing the remaining spirit stones on the table as he prepared to leave. Adhering to the principle of serving each client well, Li Baitong kindly cautioned, when I discovered his whereabouts today. He may have sensed something. If you harbor enmity towards him, he may be on guard. Shinemo lingered, inquiring further about Wang Jin before stepping outside. Wang Yuxian and Shen Wenxian followed closely behind him, making no effort to conceal their presence as they trailed him. They followed Shinemo into the outer city residential area, where Shinemo crouched in an alley, fixating on the estate. He planned to follow Wang Jin the moment he emerged. Wang Yuxian and Shen Wenxian joined Shinemo in hiding, and upon noticing their arrival, Shinemo silently settled down to recuperate. is known that cultivators below the foundation establishment stage are akin to ordinary mortals. They possess merely a modicum of magical capability but still experience fatigue. However, meditation can substitute for sleep, allowing cultivators to swiftly restore their energy. Shen understood that Wang Jin might possess some strength. Thus, he aimed to be in optimal condition. The following day, Wang Jin departed. Shen contemplated whether to arrange for Shan Wenxian and Wang Yuxian to take turns keeping watch, as there were times when he might not return for a month. However, Wang Jin unexpectedly exited immediately, saving Shen the wait. He trailed Wang Jin closely, who seemed oblivious to his pursuit as he walked straight out. Shen, along with the two others, followed closely behind. Initially, Shen Wenxian and Wang Yuxian pondered whether they should exercise caution to avoid detection. Yet Shen had no such concerns. He followed directly behind. He was unafraid of being discovered, as he possessed the spirit eye technique, capable of discerning fluctuations in spiritual energy and detecting disguises, and his high-grade artifact, the flying cloud boots, ensured he could maintain a swift pace among chi-refining cultivators. Should he lose track of Wang Jin under such circumstances, it would only indicate one possibility. Wang Jin's strength far exceeded his own, in which case he would refrain from pursuing and instead focus on urging his son to cultivate diligently before seeking revenge. Chapter 71. The attack. Wang Jin headed towards the Qinglin mountain range, veering increasingly off course, while Shen continued to follow closely. Shan Wenxian sensed something amiss. It was improbable that Wang Jin had not noticed them. Yet he continued to lead them further astray, as if intentionally luring Shen into a trap. Upon reaching a certain location, Wang Jin suddenly halted, turning to face Shen. You've been following for quite a while, haven't you? How do you find this place as a potential grave for you? His words were directed at both Shen and the others trailing behind him. The environment was dismal, and he mused that it would be better to select a more suitable location. But it seemed fitting for someone of Shen ilk. Shen replied calmly, betraying no hint of disturbance. Just the other day, I allowed someone to escape, and now I hear that someone is investigating me. Was it your kin or a friend whose arm I severed? Wang Jin had completed that task just days prior, and with the subsequent inquiries, he naturally deduced the connection to Shan Yunmiao. Unfortunately, I only managed to sever an arm. But worry not. Once you're gone, I will ensure he meets his end, Wang Jin taunted, deliberately provoking the trio, believing that if they lost their composure, it would make dealing with them considerably easier. Before Shen could respond, Wang Yuxian had already lost her temper. As a mother, how could she bear to hear the one responsible for her son's dismemberment taunt her face to face? She summoned her flying feather blade and sent it hurtling towards Wang Jin. He swiftly retreated, shouting, "Aren't you going to come out and help?" Originally, the four individuals hidden in the shadows had intended to ambush him, but Wang Jin's call alerted everyone present. However, Wang Jin was unaware of their intentions. These four were his hired aides. From the moment he sensed he was being investigated, he had sought assistance from several unscrupulous cultivators for protection. Yet, given that none were trustworthy, Wang Jin remained cautious. To expose their whereabouts was merely a tactic to compel them into action, for there was a lurking fear that they might remain passive, reaping the benefits without engagement. The individuals he summoned, 2 at the 8th level of Qi refinement and 2 at the 7th, were chosen with the intention of ensuring his own safety amid this gathering, thus preventing any covetous gazes directed towards him. Wang Jin summoned his spiritual energy to wield the Luo Pa as a shield, yet he nearly found himself pierced through, realizing the formidable nature of the exquisite artifact. His gaze towards Wang Yuxin turned avaricious, as he unleashed the fierce toothed wolf to assist in battle. Others soon discerned that the artifact in Wang Yuxin's possession was of exceptional quality. Compounded by her own mastery at the 9th level of Qi refinement, they were certain she was the strongest among the trio, and their intentions were clear: to act swiftly and seize Wang Yuxin. At that moment, Shan Wenxian could not idly watch as they besieged Wang Yuxin, and thus, he wielded the Qingyu sword to intercept the two with lesser abilities. Yet, Wang Yuxin still faced the peril of 3 adversaries and 1 beast. Ensnared in a web of danger. Although the assailants were engaged in their assault, they remained partially vigilant of Shen, who had yet to reveal his hand, allowing Wang Yuxin to barely hold her ground. Shen conjured a wooden prison to ensnare one of the 7th level Qi refiners opposing Shan Wenxian. The latter swiftly evaded the binding but was met with the swift shadow strike, which pierced through his brow, leaving a gaping wound. Shen then summoned toxic vines from the earth, aiming to ensnare another opponent locked in combat with Shen Wanxian. However, that individual, witnessing the demise of his comrade and aware of Shen Mo's considerable prowess in wood elemental techniques, deftly evaded the capture while remaining wary of the artifact that had claimed his ally's life. Just as he narrowly escaped the shadow strike, he felt a surge of triumph, only to forget that he still had another opponent to contend with. The Qingyu sword hurtled towards him, but being merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he possessed only a mid-grade defensive artifact. Upon seeing that his adversary wielded a mid-grade artifact, Shen Wanxian swiftly enhanced the Qingyu sword with the sharp metal technique, allowing it to pierce through the opponent's defenses. Then, he hastened towards his mother's side. They had not anticipated the rapid downfall of the two they had relied upon. Wang Jin, upon observing the three adversaries, one at the 9th level and two at the 8th, had initially assumed their victory was assured with their 5 members and 1 beast. Yet, the tides had shifted to 3 against 4, while the apparent advantage lingered. An ominous feeling gnawed at Wang. General Shen, undeterred, aimed the mother-son needle directly at one of the 8th level Qi refiners. That adversary, surprisingly, possessed a high-grade inner armor artifact, forming a protective barrier around him. Shen unleashed another fire rain technique, raining down countless fireballs upon the trio and the beast, compelling everyone to brace for impact. Amidst the chaos of the firestorm, another 8th level Qi refiner was injured by Shen Wanxian's strike. Wang Jin and the fierce Tooth Wolf confronted Wang Yuexin alone, and although the fire rain obscured their vision, they remained largely unscathed. Meanwhile, the opponent battling Shen strained to activate his inner armor, producing a defensive artifact to withstand the onslaught. As the fire rain subsided, Shen retracted the mother-son needle, replacing it with a flying sword, employing the 1,000-thread sword technique for a relentless assault. Although the red-gold sword lacked the power of the mother-son needle, its combination with the 1,000-thread sword technique rendered the opponent incapable of retaliation. Wang Jin observed his 2 hired hands. One was already injured and struggling against Shen Wanxian, while the other was entirely subdued, their spiritual energy waning. For Wang Jin, the moment their energy was exhausted would signify their defeat. He recognized the urgency of the situation and, alongside the fierce Tooth Wolf, fought while retreating. He had long since sensed the scrutiny upon him and had set up an array in anticipation. This array was the very one Shen Yunmiao had used to ensnare Wang Jin previously. Now, he lured Wang Yuexin into the array and activated it, temporarily trapping her within. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Shen, aware that Shen Wanxian's allies had already been injured. Even if they were rescued, their strength would be significantly diminished. Shen Mo's adversary, though pressed, remained well defended, suffering primarily from energy depletion. Wang Jin had resolved to prioritize rescuing those who could provide him with greater assistance. Upon witnessing Wang Jin and the fierce Tooth Wolf charging toward him, Shen glanced at Wang Yuexin. Noticing that, despite being trapped within the array, she appeared relatively safe, he felt a measure of relief. Shen conjured the fire rain technique once more, and the fierce Tooth Wolf desperately attempted to evade the fireballs. In its frantic dodging, it failed to notice the vines that had ensnared its forelegs, causing it to tumble to the ground, with additional vines sprouting to bind its remaining limbs. Shen withdrew the red-gold sword and unleashed the mother-son needle once again, this time targeting the fierce Tooth Wolf with the enhanced sharp metal technique. Wang Jin hastily shielded the fierce Tooth Wolf with the Luo Pa, and then retaliated with a flying sword aimed at Shen the other adversary, now free from Shen Mo's assault, seized the opportunity to counterattack. In response to the dual threats converging from opposite directions, Shen employed the wooden prison to shield himself, leaving only his eyes visible to the outside world. The wooden prison, originally designed to ensnare foes, was now repurposed to defend Shen from incoming strikes. However, it was clear that relying solely on a first-level advanced technique to withstand a combined assault from 2 8th-level Qi refiners was unrealistic. Within the confines of the wooden prison, Shen produced the thick earth shield, further fortifying his defenses. At that moment, the fierce Tooth Wolf was shielded by the Luo Pa, yet the exquisite artifact, augmented by the sharp metal technique, allowed the mother-son needle to pierce through, embedding itself in the wolf's abdomen. Blood stained the Luo Pa, and Wang Jin's eyes widened in horror at the sight. Shen, catching a glimpse of Wang Jin's expression, felt a sense of triumph. He had found the chink in his armor. Once more, Shen Imo commanded the mother-son needle, splitting it into 13 smaller needles that pierced the fierce toothed wolf's body at various points, effectively pinning it to the ground with no hope of rising. Rather than retracting the needles, Shen Imo released the wooden prison and summoned the red-gold sword, engaging the two adversaries in battle. Shen Wanxian, eager to conclude the fight swiftly, unleashed the sharp metal technique alongside the thousand-thread sword technique. The opponent, already wounded, found it impossible to withstand Shen Wanxian's onslaught, ultimately succumbing to her assault. Following this, Shen Wanxian emulated her father, deploying toxic vines beneath the feet of the remaining foe, who, oblivious to the death of his comrade, became ensnared. Fortunately, Wang Jin rapidly assisted his ally in dispelling the toxic vines. At that moment, the latter realized that, apart from himself and Wang Jin, the rest of their group had perished, leaving behind a half-dead wolf. Among the three adversaries, although the most powerful had been ensnared, the others appeared to be significantly drained. Just like Wang General, he could no longer perceive a path to victory and began contemplating his escape, desperately seeking opportunities amidst the ongoing battle. Finally, as Wang Jin and the two others became entangled, he seized the moment to make his escape, darting away in the opposite direction. He had no desire to continue. The combat prowess of these three was too formidable, even for a 9th-level Qi refiner, who would likely falter against these two 8th-level foes. Wang Jin, witnessing the flight of his comrade, cursed under his breath, but he was unable to abandon the fierce toothed wolf, which remained pinned to the ground by the 13 needles. Shen Imo, however, broke away to pursue the fleeing adversary, leaving Shen Wanxian to contend with Wang Jin alone. In Shen Mo's eyes, anyone who aided Wang Jin, regardless of their intentions, would not escape unscathed. Swiftly, he closed the distance between them, and as the fleeing individual felt Shen Imo gaining on him, he lamented, "Surely this person must be mad. How could he pursue me when the very target of his wrath, Wang Jin, remains behind?" In his fervor to give chase, Shen Imo had left himself defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jin forced Shen Wanxian back, launching his flying sword at Shen Imo. His animosity towards Shen Imo ran deep. He had grown up under the care of a fierce toothed wolf, and the one lying lifeless nearby was the offspring of that very beast, which he had named Xiao Lai. Such a curious fate had intertwined their lives, leading to a profound bond akin to that of siblings. Wang Jin grasped the situation clearly. The array would not eliminate Wang Yuexin, and the combat strength of these two far surpassed his own. He now faced a near-certain demise. Yet he resolved that if he were to fall, he would take Shen Imo with him, for Shen Imo had harmed his brother. As the fleeing cultivator noticed the flying sword nearing Shen Imo, he believed victory was at hand, reveling in his anticipated success. However, his triumph was short-lived, for he was swiftly reduced to several pieces by Shen Mo's thousand-thread sword technique. In his final moments, bewilderment filled his eyes, as if he questioned the impossibility of his fate. Only Wang Jin remained fixated on Shen Imo, recognizing the inner armor of superior quality. Initially believing Shen Mo's defenses consisted solely of the high-grade thick earth shield, he was astounded to discover he possessed another inner armor. Although Shen Imo absorbed the blow with the protection of the inner armor, the backlash still inflicted injury upon him. Yet Shen Imo paid no heed to the pain. Turning to face Wang Jin, a smirk crept upon his lips, signaling that only he remained. Shen Wanxian was uncertain if he had misread the situation. He had unexpectedly glimpsed a flicker of excitement in Shen Mo's eyes, accompanied by an indescribable gaze that made him profoundly uncomfortable. "Wanxian, go assist Yuexin in her escape. I shall take care of this individual," Shen Imo commanded. Subsequently, Wang Jin faced Shen Imo alone, acutely aware of his defeat. Outnumbered 3-1, and left with nothing but himself. Perhaps perishing alongside Xiao Lai would be his best fate. Though he continued to resist, his spirit was diminished, lacking the tenacity to fight to the death. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Imo struck his wrist with a blade, eliciting searing pain that coursed through his nerves. Then, Shen Imo lunged again, and Wang Jin believed it was all coming to an end. However, he discovered that it was not the blade's tip that struck him, but the hilt. His dantian was severely injured, and his spiritual energy began to dissipate. Confused as to why Shen Imo spared his life, he was soon taken aback by Shen Mo's next actions. Pointing towards the fierce wolf, Shen Imo directed Wang Jin's attention, after which Wang Jin witnessed the beast's anguished howl. Manipulating the mother-son needles, Shen extracted the wolf's body and plunged the needle back in. The intense agony prompted the wolf to howl in distress, and Wang Jin bitterly exclaimed, "Why must you torture it? Seeing that expression brings me great joy." Shen replied, his demeanor bordering on the pathological. No one should harm his loved ones. Did it suffer greatly? Yet in Shen Mo's eyes, it paled in comparison to Shen Yunmiao's pain of losing an arm. Shen Mo's words struck Shen Wanxian and Wang Yuexin as utterly foreign. Was this truly the usually gentle Shen Mo? Not only that, but Shen Mo wielded the Qijin sword to sever the wolf's tongue, followed by the amputation of one of its legs. Deprived of its tongue, the fierce wolf could no longer even whimper. Wang Jin attempted to retaliate against Shen Mo, yet his legs were swiftly severed by Shen Mo's blade. Not at the joints, but rather as if a segment of bone had been forcibly cut away. With both feet incapacitated, Wang Jin collapsed, his previously severed hand now a source of immense agony. The intense pain once more ignited his nerves, and although he was reluctant to reveal his vulnerability before Shen Mo, the excruciating torment compelled him to tremble uncontrollably. Nevertheless, Shen Mo had no intention of sparing him. He proceeded to sever the wolf's hind leg and, astonishingly, using his telekinetic abilities combined with fireball techniques, began to roast it before Wang Jin. Observing Wang Jin's expression, Shen Mo felt an increasing sense of elation. He sought vengeance for Yunmiao, determined to make his adversary wish for death. Were it not for his ignorance of soul refinement techniques, he would undoubtedly torment their souls countless times. In the midst of this, Wang Yuexin and Shen Wanxian watched in horror, perceiving Shen Mo as a stranger, even as a madman. In their 2 decades of acquaintance, they had never witnessed such a countenance on Shen Mo. Cultivating one's path demands adherence to one's true nature. It requires unyielding will. While Wang Yuexin understood the reasons behind Shen Mo's descent into vengeance, she feared that allowing him to revel in such retribution would ultimately hinder his cultivation. Quietly, she instructed Shen Wanxian that she intended to bring Shen Mo back. The two acted swiftly, and before Shen Mo could react, the man and the wolf had been dispatched. Shen Mo could not comprehend why his wife and son had suddenly intervened to kill. He had not yet finished tormenting his foe. Wang Yuexin embraced Shen Mo, softly murmuring, "My dear, let us return. Yunmiao awaits us." After a prolonged silence, Shen Mo finally responded, his voice hoarse, "Let us go home." He then used a storage bag to contain Wang Jin's corpse. Upon returning from the secret realm, he had acquired over 20 storage bags, aside from one for each family member. The remainder were in his possession. He intended to bring Wang Jin's body back to inform Shen Yunmiao that the man who had severed his arm had been slain. Wang Yuexin and the others did not hinder Shen Mo's actions, and the trio soon gathered their spoils before returning. Shen Mo carried the storage bag containing Wang Jin's corpse, eager to present it to Shen Yunmiao personally. Meanwhile, at Shen Yunmiao's residence, Luo Wenshuan attended to the children outside. Though she forced a smile in front of the children, who were all under 3 years of age, her exhaustion was palpable. Luo Wenjing was not by her side but rather inside with Shen Yunmiao, who had now isolated himself in his room for 3 days following the amputation of his arm. Raised in the lap of luxury, Shen Yunmiao bore the weight of the family's expectations primarily on his elder brother, Shen Wanxian. The family had not imposed strict demands on him. Aside from his father, none had anticipated grand achievements from him. In such an environment, his character remained innocent and simple. The more Shen Mo discouraged him from venturing into the world, the more Shen Yunmiao yearned for it. The expedition into the secret realm solidified his beliefs, convincing him that he could face any danger that lay beyond. Having mingled in the Qinglin Mountains for a year, he believed that as long as he did not intentionally provoke trouble near Qinglin City, there was little left to fear. His disposition had not changed until he suffered a significant setback, nearly losing his life, prompting him to begin self-reflection. He pondered extensively. If, at that moment, he had rescued the Luo sisters, would they have merely viewed him as a shield, potentially leading to his demise? Had he and his father not possessed such formidable artifacts? Would Yeying have abandoned them to escape? Might they have perished there? The more he contemplated, the more he recognized his previous recklessness. Realizing he had been a fool, Luo Wenjing remained by Shen Yunmiao's side in silence, aware that her husband was in distress. When Shen Mo knocked on Shen Yunmiao's door, the latter hesitated to respond, his reluctance akin to that of a disobedient child who had caused a calamity and was now too fearful to face the adults. Shen Yumiao dreaded confronting Shen Imo, acutely aware of his own folly, yet unwilling to reveal his wounds. Noticing Shan Yunmiao's refusal to open the door, Shen Imo said nothing further. He handed the storage bag to Luo Wenxuan before departing. Luo Wenxuan initially assumed it contained healing elixirs, and while their household was not lacking, she appreciated it as a gesture of paternal care. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Imo had not returned home for several days. After Shan Yunmiao's injuries had stabilized, they had taken him home. Deep down, the sisters harbored some dissatisfaction with the Shen family, as aside from Lin Chuier, no one had visited Shen Yunmiao since the day after his injury. Nevertheless, being Shen Yunmiao's biological parents and elder brother, they dared not voice their grievances, opting instead to grumble quietly. Upon Luo Wenxuan opening the storage bag, she was taken aback to find a corpse within. While accustomed to seeing beast corpses stored in such bags, she had never encountered a human body. Shen Yunmiao and Luo Wenjing heard her exclamation, and despite his melancholy, Shen Yunmiao retained his composure. Fearing something had happened to Luo Wenxuan, stepping outside, he inquired what had transpired. Luo Wenxuan replied, "This is what your father just sent. You should see for yourself." She then revealed the corpse from the storage bag. And Shen Yunmiao was unable to forget the face, the expression of the person who had ambushed him. The scene was etched in his mind, impossible to erase, yet in such a brief time. This individual had met their end. A fierce hatred ignited within Shen Yunmiao, while Luo Wenxuan ushered the four children back to their respective rooms, believing this sight unfit for their eyes. When Luo Wenxuan emerged again, Wang Jin's body had been dismembered, and Luo Wenjing consoled her, helping her regain her composure. A fire snake technique subsequently incinerated Wang Jin's remains. Only then did Shen Yunmiao inquire, "Did you say it was father who delivered this corpse to you?" Luo Wenxuan nodded, her expression complex. She had previously confided in her sister about her feelings of coldness from the Shen family, noting that aside from the first day, no one had come to check on Shen Yunmiao's condition. Yet, just 2 days later, Wang Jin was dead, indicating that they had investigated his whereabouts and taken action. As Luo Wenxuan and Shen Yunmiao left, he expressed his desire to see his father. Upon arriving at the Shen residence, it was Shen Wanxian who opened the door. According to Luo Wenxuan, Shen Wanxian had been present during the incident, and he hoped his elder brother might possess some insights. Shen Wanxian gazed at his brother's empty sleeve with sorrowful eyes before recounting the events of the past 2 days. Detailing Shen Mo's actions, he even recalled Shen Mo's last bout of madness, which had instilled fear in him. Had it not been for their mother's intervention in slaying Wang Jin, the latter might have endured further torment at Shen Mo's hands. Understanding the sacrifices his father had made on his behalf, Shen Yunmiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He learned from Shen Wanxian that their parents were currently in the bedroom. Inside, Wang Yuexin lay in Shen Mo's embrace. Today, Shen Imo appeared rather fearsome. She had heard tales of malevolent practitioners who found pleasure in torturing others and feared that her husband had strayed down such a dark path. Yet, as Shen Imo held Wang Yuexin, he did not mention his acts of cruelty. Instead, he reminisced about Shen Yunmiao, recounting amusing anecdotes from his childhood, particularly his tendency to avoid reciting lessons.